Chapter 701 Mending the Unknown Fractures. You mean he remembers his past lives? How is that even possible? I mean, if this was supposed to be a continuous cycle, then shouldn't I also remember my past 27 lives? Aether asked again, his voice carrying a mix of frustration and curiosity, as he watched the child die in yet another bizarre way he didn't even want to think about. Ding, negative. For that question, I am unable to provide an answer. Aether frowned deeply, narrowing his eyes as if he could feel something stirring beneath the surface. After a brief pause, he asked hesitantly, is it because of iteration number 27? The system didn't respond, its silence almost deafening. But that very silence gave Aether a vague yet unsettling idea. Iteration number 27 had to be involved somehow, hadn't he? Come to think of it, he looked so badass. Damn! Am I really going to end up like him someday, wearing those insane armors and pulling off those crazy moves? Aether felt a flicker of excitement at the thought, only to have it die down as reality hit him. That guy, iteration number 27, had killed Sandra without even a moment's hesitation. His face darkened, a shadow of anger and doubt crossing his features as he demanded, it was him, wasn't it? He's the one who killed Sandra, right? Negative. Unable to provide an answer due to your current level, Aether clicked his tongue in frustration. Fine, then. What level do I need to reach to get this answer? Once you reach level 100, all questions will be answered. Aether let out a sigh but nodded softly. His attention turned back to the boy, who was now surfacing from the water. Aether smiled faintly, watching the boy swim toward the seashore with all the determination of someone who had everything to lose. Yes. That's it. Come on, boy, you've got this. Aether exclaimed, his excitement building as if he were watching the climax of a gripping movie. The boy had failed so many times, yet here he was, pushing forward. It was exhilarating, so much so that Aether almost forgot the grim reality of his situation. Wait, he died. Aether's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the seahorse-like creature easily catch up to the boy and devour him without hesitation. Chew, chew. The monster tore into the boy's body, the sound grating against Aether's ears. Rage flared within Aether, an instinctive, primal urge to kill the damned creature. Ding, initiating iteration number 7, this time, things took a different turn. The boy, realizing he couldn't win against the monsters on his own, decided to tell his parents about his reincarnation and everything he remembered. Of course, the result wasn't what he had hoped for. Instead of believing him, his parents sent him to a psychiatrist. The boy already had PBA, pseudobulbar effect, which had caused enough chaos in his life. Now this? Aether watched the scene unfold, his lips curling into a sneer. The parents, worried about their family's reputation, seemed more concerned about societal judgment than their son's well-being. Is this kid serious? Aether muttered, rubbing his temple in disbelief. He watched as the boy repeatedly tried to convince his parents, only to have his words dismissed every single time. Aether sighed deeply. Knowing the kind of parents they were, it wasn't surprising when they had him thrown into a mental hospital. And yet, not even 24 hours later, the boy died, again, under mysterious circumstances. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, Aether groaned. Why am I even watching this nonsense? What's the point of seeing this over and over again? What he really wanted was to uncover the truth behind iteration number 27. That enigma clung to his thoughts, refusing to let go. He turned his attention back to the scene. The boy swam faster this time, his stroke stronger, more desperate. Damn, he's going to make it this time. Aether's voice was tinged with hope as he leaned forward, rooting for the boy. Come on, man. You can do it. We can't let this stupid monster treat us like a damn snack, he shouted, his voice filled with an almost childlike enthusiasm. Of course, no one could hear him. But, just as the boy seemed about to make it, disaster struck. His leg cramped up, the pain too much to bear, and, ding, initiating iteration number 8, Aether clicked his tongue in frustration. At this point, he wasn't even surprised anymore. They were nothing but fragments of his past lives where death was inevitable. So he didn't feel much impact. Yet, even as these deaths piled up, his thoughts stubbornly circled back to iteration number 27 and the cryptic things he had said. Aether clicked his tongue, since it was not the memory and just his dead past where he was definitely going to die. Aether didn't feel much impact on him, all his thoughts about Iteration no. 27 and something he said. Aether hadn't been sure before, as he had lost himself while fighting Sandra when he got Dora's news, but he did remember hearing a few things. Something about her slitting his throat. Which undoubtedly meant she killed him, didn't it? He was more curious to see those memories rather than this. Anyway, the boy, after realizing what had happened in his past iterations, seemed far more cautious now, carefully watching his every step. Discover hidden content at my virtual library empire. Aether nodded with satisfaction, pleased to see the boy finally learning from his repeated mistakes. However, the situation quickly took a turn for the worse. His parents. Increasingly frustrated by his constant laughter, an uncontrollable symptom of his PBA, began to resent him. The boy's cheerful facade, unintentional as it was, only made things harder for them to understand. Their love slowly turned to disdain, and the family began to fracture under the pressure. Unable to bear the guilt of watching his family suffer because of him, the boy made a heartbreaking decision. He told his parents he would leave soon so they wouldn't need to worry about him anymore or bear the weight of his condition, but his parents, misunderstanding his words entirely, dismissed him, thinking he was simply acting out like any troubled child would. They didn't take his pain or his resolve seriously. And then he died again, just as he had before. This time, however, something had changed. The boy's resolve had solidified into an unyielding determination. He refused to let his death lead to yet another reset, only to watch his family suffer all over again because of him. Aether observed the child with a bittersweet smile pulling at his lips. The boy was too selfless for his own good, so much like someone I know. Aether couldn't help but chuckle softly, and this time, the boy did it. He actually managed to escape the seahorse, narrowly surviving its relentless and unforgiving chase. Aether clapped his hands together in excitement, grinning at the boy's hard-fought success. Fuck. Finally, after 7 deaths. Well, he was an infant before, so let's call it 3, he muttered, nodding in approval as he watched soldiers intercept the boy and take him back to the mansion. So I'm just going to keep watching this over and over again? Aether asked himself, his face twisting into a bored expression. I mean, the guy's going to die anyway, so what's the point? However, his complacency was shattered in an instant. Aether's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the old man, Mortimer, kill the boy without even a second's hesitation. Blinking in shock, Aether tried to process what had just happened. What did you just say? You're a reincarnator. Interesting. But that makes you too dangerous to let live, Mortimer said, his grin twisting into something far more sinister. His face, though calm and composed, carried an unmistakable air of deadly seriousness as he stared down at the boy. The boy, frozen in ice after revealing the truth, could only stare back helplessly, his young eyes filled with fear and betrayal. Aether clenched his fists as he watched. He already knew Mortimer's smooth-talking ways. That cunning bastard, the boy, only 7 years old, had been far too naive, falling for Mortimer's affectionate words and deceptive tricks. And now, that same old man had frozen the boy without the slightest hesitation, as if the child's life was nothing more than an insignificant obstacle in his path. Aether felt something stir deep within him. It was as if an old wound was beginning to heal ever so slightly. The log knew, his once conflicted soul was flickering, as if it despised what it had become and yearned to prove that its will to live still remained. It was a feeling no one could truly comprehend, not even Aether himself. He was barely aware of just how broken his soul had become after he had taken his own life, because he had never once seen himself, to be honest. His current form was nothing more than a fractured soul, a web of cracks that originated at his neck, spreading outward like veins of shattered glass. It resembled what happens when a glass falls to the ground, instead of shattering completely. It cracks from a single point, with jagged lines radiating in all directions. That was how Aether looked now, though he had never witnessed it with his own eyes, and yet, now, something unexpected was happening. A small, almost imperceptible crack was beginning to mend itself, without his knowledge or understanding. As he stared at the boy, frozen in ice, helpless and broken. As had been said before, Aether's soul was unique. It had never truly wanted to die, it possessed a will of its own, just as the mother goddess had once told him. When Aether had used his own hands, his own soul's hands, to end his life, it had caused his very essence to fracture. The act had torn him apart in ways that went beyond physical or emotional pain. A conflict had emerged, a battle within himself. His own soul had rejected his actions, rebelling against the choices he had made, against the very act of self-destruction. It was as if his soul's innate will to survive had refused to align with the despair that had driven him to that point, but now, watching this scene unfold, something within him stirred. His soul flickered, trembling with unspoken emotions, raw, powerful, and undeniable. Aether's gaze remained fixed on Mortimer, the old man who now loomed over the frozen boy. And then, it happened. Mortimer, without the slightest hesitation, shattered the frozen boy into particles, his expression devoid of remorse. It was as though the boy had never existed at all. Ding! Initiating iteration number 9, chapter 702. Just keep watching. Ding! Initiating iteration number 10. After realizing his death was inevitable, the old man mercilessly killed him. The boy became consumed with fury. He had trusted the old man, revealed everything to him in hopes of survival, and yet, he was betrayed and killed like he was nothing. This time, oh. Look at you, trying so desperately to kill me. Aren't you amusing, little one? Mortimer murmured in a chilling tone as he effortlessly caught the boy's hand, which was clutching a sharp piece of metal. Without even a hint of hesitation, Mortimer ended the boy's life. Again, ding, initiating iteration no. 11. This time, realizing his grave mistake, the boy decided to take a different approach. He resolved to grovel, adopting a bootlicking manner because, in his mind, that was the only way to survive and escape this unending madness. But no matter what he did, the people around him treated him like filth, like a slave unworthy of anything but disdain. The humiliation built up inside him like a storm until he could no longer suppress it. He lashed out at Kai in a fit of rage, unable to endure the torment any longer. However, due to the contract binding him, he met his end once again. Ding, initiating iteration number 12, ding, initiating iteration number 13, ding. Initiating iteration number 14, life became an endless loop for the boy, a cruel cycle where he was reborn from the beginning each time. He tried everything to break free, to leave this torment behind, pouring every ounce of his will into surviving. And yet, no matter what he did, he could never make it to the baptism process. Each attempt ended in his death, whether it was at the hands of Jimmy and his lackeys or because Mortimer noticed his peculiar behavior and killed him without a shred of hesitation. Aether, who had been watching the events unfold, frowned deeply. This is seriously making me wonder, what happened to Kai? Shouldn't he be suffering too if I died? And yet, Mortimer just kills me like it doesn't even matter. Log, can you switch the view to Kai's perspective? I need to know what's going on with him since this is supposed to be some kind of time trav. Ding, time slipping. Aether shrugged, exhaling sharply. Fine, whatever. Just do it, can you? I need to see the consequences of the contract on him, as if he had grown numb to the deaths of his past lives. At first, the death had unnerved him, but now, thinking about it again, he reasoned that it was probably the natural outcome for a child who kept reincarnating anyway. That's not possible. Aether sighed heavily and pressed further. Then at the very least, tell me what happened to him. I deserve to know something. Don't I? He just lost part of his soul, that's it. Aether's brow arched, just part of his soul. What do you mean by that? He demanded. Just keep watching. Aether let out another frustrated sigh but ultimately nodded in resignation. He turned his attention back to the boy, who continued to struggle, employing every trial and error method he could think of. With each death, the boy seemed to learn something new, inching closer to overcoming the endless cycle that had entrapped him, and finally, ding, initiating iteration number 17, from this iteration onward, the boy managed to survive long enough to reach the baptism process. However, I will do it. I will free myself from this cursed, fucked up existence. the white-haired boy whispered with a fierce determination as he knelt on the cold ground, surrounded by nuns and servants of the temple. His gaze briefly flicked toward a gorgeous woman with flowing purple hair as she stepped gracefully out of an ornate carriage. The boy quickly lowered his head, bowing deeply like everyone else, while the procession continued without interruption. What's this? Does he not like her eyes or something? Aether muttered, a hint of amusement in his tone. He recalled that in his own timeline, this was the moment he had liked her eyes and had brazenly complimented her without a second thought, like an idiot. Or perhaps someone a bit too kinky for his own good. Aether's focus returned to the scene as the boy deviated from his own past actions. Instead of interacting with Jack like Aether had, this boy took a stealthier route, sneaking around inside the temple. The chaos erupted soon after, with Jack asserting his dominance over the situation while the Empress silently observed everything unfold. Log. In, the boy shouted as he stood before the mother root. Everyone present froze, their eyes wide with shock at the overwhelming energy he displayed, energy that the world had never witnessed before. And yet, with this power, I'm going to kill every single one of you bastards who tortured me, the boy roared. His voice trembling with unbridled rage. It was as if every ounce of hatred, every moment of agony, and every scar left by their torment burst forth in that single, defiant moment. Seizing a nearby sword, the boy lunged at Velk with unrestrained fury. Against all odds, he managed to strike. The blade sank deep into Velk's body and died. It was because Jack had already weakened Velk and cornered him. Aether mumbled to himself, with Velk's lifeless body at his feet. The boy's lips curled into a triumphant grin, a twisted sense of satisfaction radiating from him. He turned to face the others, his blade still dripping with blood. "Let me go," he demanded, his voice sharp, firm, and unyielding. "I will never, ever, belong to anyone again, by some twist of fate or a stroke of luck." Jack, curious and perhaps entertained, let him go, finally. "Fuck. Finally, I'm free," he screamed into the night, tears streaming down his face. They were tears of joy, of immense relief, and of disbelief that he had finally escaped the chains that had bound him for so long. He ran and ran, his heart pounding with exhilaration and desperation. For the first time, he felt the sweet, intoxicating taste of freedom. However, blink, blink. Stay connected via my virtual library empire. The slave mark on his body began to glow. Those who caught sight of the mark immediately recognized him as a stray slave. Decided to end him, the boy ran for his life, weaving through streets and alleys, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Desperation fueled his every step, but his body, weakened from exhaustion, lack of food, and restless nights, eventually betrayed him. He stumbled, tripped, and collapsed, right at Jack's feet. "I've finally caught you, boy," Jack said. He offered the boy a wicked smile, one that promised both hope and something else that boy didn't understand. In his state of terror and desperation, the boy clung to the faint hope Jack provided, and that was when the real hell began. Jack wasted no time breaking the boy's body. Piece by piece, he inflicted unimaginable pain. Testing the limits of his endurance and toying with the strange powers the boy possessed. Jack's insatiable curiosity drove his cruelty to terrifying heights. Please. Hell, let me go. Pple. The boy mumbled weakly, his voice barely a whisper. His words cracked with desperation and despair. His eyes were hollow, lifeless, empty sockets where his eyeballs had once been. Even then, Jack showed no mercy, cutting out the boy's tongue with a sadistic grin, savoring his twisted sense of victory. Every inch of the boy's body was subjected to Jack's relentless torment. So this is what that bastard was always talking about when he said he had something special for me. Aether thought with a slight frown. Oddly, Aether felt a small sense of relief. He was genuinely glad he was watching this unfold as a detached third party, rather than experiencing it as memories where he'd have to endure the pain and suffering firsthand. Aether sighed in relief, grateful for the emotional distance between him and the horrors he was witnessing. The scene shifted as Jack dragged the broken boy to the master. "What?" the master stammered, his voice tinged with disbelief as he beheld the boy's mutilated and shattered body. When he touched the boy's blood, his expression changed instantly. Something stirred deep within him, a feeling of renewal, as though the very essence of the boy's blood ignited a transformation within him. "You like my art, master?" Jack asked, a twisted grin playing on his lips as if proud of his handiwork. "Be blood of an ether," the master whispered in utter shock. "Ah. Ha 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 ha. To think the gods would grant me another chance. Ha ha ha." The master's laughter filled the garden. "What's going on, master?" Jack began, but before he could finish his sentence, "I'm sorry, Jack. But this secret cannot be allowed to leave this place," the master said, his voice heavy with remorse. Without a moment's hesitation, the master swung his blade, severing Jack's head in one swift, decisive motion. Aether blinked. "Interesting," he murmured, his curiosity now thoroughly piqued. Chapter 703 Once was a lab rat to everyone. Aether watched intently as the master took the boys somewhere else again, a place Aether couldn't identify since the master used that peculiar picture door to travel between locations. So much for hoping to get some details about him, Aether thought, his face tinged with slight disappointment. But then, something unexpected happened. He finally saw the master's face, it was paler than anything Aether had ever seen before. It was almost gray, no, not quite gray. His bald face bore a large, X-shaped scar that slashed across it. But what truly caught Aether's attention were the master's eyes. There were no pupils, just pure, unblemished white, giving him an unearthly appearance, almost as if, "He looks like he crawled straight out of a graveyard," Aether mumbled in a slightly amused tone. As he shifted his gaze to surroundings, "A woman?" Aether frowned, his brow furrowing as he noticed photographs of a woman plastered across the walls. Apart from the display of pictures, the room was empty, except mirror and chair. Wait, was he actually living here? Aether murmured aloud, glancing around in curiosity. It didn't seem like the master was aware of his presence, unlike that white-haired man Aether had encountered during one of those time slips through Aether's past. Aether's frown deepened as his gaze returned to the photographs. The woman in the pictures radiated an aura of nobility, elegance, and modesty. She wore what looked like a nun's habit, her lips curved into a smile that was the very definition of naivety, yet, there was something undeniably wrong with the photos. It wasn't the woman herself, her clothes, or even her naive expression. No, it was the pictures. Yep, these were definitely taken in secret, Aether concluded, his sharp eyes analyzing the angles and perspectives. These photos were taken stealthily, like something out of a stalker's twisted collection. Suddenly, Aether snapped back to attention. He watched as the master laid the unconscious boy onto the chair. Then, to Aether's growing disgust, the master leaned in close and began sniffing the boy's body, but then, Aether's frown deepened, his expression a mix of revulsion and intrigue. It wasn't just the master's disturbing behavior that unsettled him, though that was certainly part of it. No, what truly caught his attention was the way the master inhaled the boy's bloody scent. For just a fraction of a second, the master's lifeless, eerie nose transformed into something normal, a living nose, but before Aether could process it further, it reverted back to its unearthly, lifeless state. Aether blinked in surprise. What the hell was that? Does it reverse time for others too? The idea was absurd. Yet he couldn't ignore the evidence before him. Memories of an old man flashed through his mind, a man he'd given more than just a drop of blood to. Don't tell me, my blood actually has the power to turn back time. Aether's eyes widened in shock. When Celine had told him about the old man's transformation, he had assumed his mutated blood had simply enhanced the man's abilities, making him younger through sheer power. But now, witnessing this, he realized his blood was far more potent than he had ever imagined. The master suddenly chuckled, his voice dripping with satisfaction. To think, one of the primordial bloodlines is still alive in these worlds. What a twist of fate. His lips curled into a wicked grin. This changes everything. I don't even need to execute all my plans anymore. All I have to do now is travel back in time and save her. His gaze lingered on the woman in the photographs, for a fleeting moment, his expression softened into one of pure longing. But then, just as quickly, it twisted into something darker, a possessive, obsessive smile that sent a shiver down Aether's spine. Read exclusive chapters at my virtual library empire. Oh, great. He's a Yandra, Aether thought, rolling his eyes internally. He crossed his arms. Why is it always the crazies? Is there seriously no one normal? I mean, come on. Can't there be a villain who just wants to destroy the world for fun? At least that'd be straightforward. This guy, though. This messed up sociopath would stop at nothing to get what he wants, so that's it, Aether muttered under his breath, piecing it together. He wants to save this woman, and that's why he's doing all of this, but it was terrifying. A typical villain, one who sought destruction for the sake of chaos, would have been easier to deal with. They lacked the unrelenting will of someone like this. These kinds of people, they were dangerous, they'd do anything to achieve their goals. The same way the master had coldly watched Dora kill Alaric without a moment's hesitation, why Aether felt that, because he too do that. Aether sighed heavily as he glanced at the boy. He knew what was about to happen. The boy was going to be tortured again, subjected to yet another horrific experiment. And, just as Aether feared, the master wasted no time. Tick, suddenly, the vision shifted, skipping ahead as if critical moments had been clipped out. Aether frowned. The scene before him was harrowing. The boy was barely alive, his body a gruesome sight. Organs were exposed, blood gushing freely, and his heart was visible, grotesquely beating in the open air. It was too much, for the boy, and for anyone to witness. Aether felt a wave of disgust wash over him. The boy had been reduced to nothing more than a lab rat. Aether bit his lips even though it was him, but he felt anger for another child, not his past. His eyes shifted to the master, who stood triumphantly, holding a small, transparent test tube. Inside was a pure, pitch-black liquid, its surface swirling with a mist that seemed alive. The mist was eerily familiar. It was the same substance he'd seen leaking from iteration number 27. Ha, ha 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 ha. I made it. Ha ha ha. I finally made it. The master shouted with pure, unrestrained joy, his voice echoing in the empty room. His eyes seemed to tremble with overwhelming emotion, though no tears of happiness fell. Instead, he clutched the photograph of the woman tightly to his chest, hugging it as if it were the woman herself. With a fevered intensity, he kissed the picture, whispering softly, My dear. I'm finally going to meet you. Finally, we'll be together, forever," his voice dripping with longing and desperation. Before Aether could fully process the bizarre display, the master tilted his head back and drank the pitch-black liquid in one swift motion. Aether's gaze remained fixed on the master, who stood there trembling, his body convulsing as though something unnatural was crawling beneath his skin. The master groaned in agony, his movements becoming erratic as he collapsed to the ground, clutching himself. Cough. Cough. He hacked violently, blood splattering from his lips. His expression twisted between shock and ecstasy. Seeing the blood for the first time, finally, RRGH. His words were cut off by a blood-curdling scream as his entire body spasmed in grotesque contortions. This torment lasted for 2 agonizing days. The master's screams pierced the silence, each one filled with unrelenting pain. Then, suddenly, a deep, shaky exhale escaped from the figure now lying still on the ground. Slowly, the master rose, his movements deliberate and measured. His hand reached up to pull back the hood, revealing a transformation that left Aether momentarily stunned. The master's once pallid, corpse-like complexion now radiated vitality. His formerly bald head was crowned with shimmering golden hair, glowing like threads of sunlight. The disfiguring scar that had marred his face was gone, replaced by flawless skin. His features were sharp, refined, chiseled perfection. He looked like a man in his prime, perhaps in his 30s, exuding a presence so magnetic that one might almost call him hot. Aether's lip curled in disgust. Ugh, girls would probably call him daddy or something, he thought with a grimace, feeling an inexplicable urge to retch. The master flexed his hands experimentally, his lips curling into a self-satisfied smirk. Now, it's time to show the world who they forgot for their convenience, but before he could bask in his newfound glory. He abruptly froze, his gaze snapping to the spot where Aether stood. Aether flinched involuntarily. Shit, can he see me? He wondered, his frown deepening as he held his breath. The master narrowed his eyes. I can feel something. There's definitely something here, but... His voice trailed off as his eyes scanned the seemingly empty space before him. I can't sense anything concrete. The master stepped closer, so close that the air seemed to thicken between them. Aether remained motionless, his tension palpable. The master stood there, staring at the empty space for what felt like an eternity before finally shrugging. Maybe it's the blood making me feel strange. The master murmured to himself before turning his attention to the boy who lay crumpled nearby, barely clinging to life. Let's test on him. Raising his hand, the master released tendrils of black mist from his fingertips. The mist snaked toward the boy, encasing his mangled body. Slowly, impossibly, the boy's broken form began to mend itself, his shattered bones realigning and wounds reversing as though time itself were being rewound. Aether's brows furrowed in surprise. So, the master can use this power, he thought, watching silently. The master let out a triumphant laugh, his voice ringing with exhilaration that bordered on madness. Ha ha ha. I can do it. I can finally. Puff. Before he could finish his sentence, the master's body erupted into a cloud of bloody mist, disintegrating instantaneously and leaving no trace behind, as though he had never existed at all. Aether blinked, momentarily stunned by the abruptness of it all. So that's what happened to that old man, too. He realized, his gaze shifted to the boy, who lay half-healed amidst the remnants of the chaos. They were in an unknown, desolate location, with no one around to help or save him. Aether's expression hardened as he watched the boy's fragile life slip further away, second by agonizing second, and then, 5 days later, ding, initiating iteration number 18. Chapter 704. A mom that he never had. Why was that part that got removed from timeslip log? Aether asked, his voice laced with curiosity as he flowed through the space at high speed. If it was merely time slipping, as the log stated, then why was there such a sudden section cut off, especially at the critical moment when the boy was about to be tortured by the master? Ding, there are things that cannot be seen until you figure them out. Aether frowned deeply. Figure it out, he mused. Then, he recalled some moments when the master was holding that glass tube filled with a black liquid. His frown deepened further as he muttered under his breath, "You're saying, it's about how he extracted my blood and refined it?" The entire process. Ding, affirmative. Aether blinked in mild shock before nodding slowly as he asked with a cold face, was it? Iteration number 27, to Aether, this all felt deliberate. If he had known what was happening to his body during that critical moment, perhaps he could have unraveled the truth. But to have that part, the most crucial one, removed. It was too calculated to be an accident, yet, the log remained silent. Aether's frown grew heavier. He gritted his teeth, frustration surging. Currently, he had no clue about the events surrounding iteration number 27. But one thing was certain, his past version must have been a force to be reckoned with to gain control of the log. Aether let out a sharp sigh as he touched down onto the ground. Once again, the vision began to unfold before his eyes. He shrugged, assuming it would be just like the others, a monotonous replay of old memories. However, I will never leave you. Aether's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw her, his mother. Yes, that's right. His mother had said those words, her voice trembling with raw emotion as if they came from the depths of her heart. What the hell? Aether muttered, almost inaudibly, his birth mother. She had never said anything remotely close to that, not to him, not even in any of his past iterations. This felt unreal. Aether's brows knitted together. Is this real? He wondered, his mind swirling with doubt. He watched the vision closely. The boy seemed utterly broken, his eyes were vacant, devoid of life as if every shred of will had been stripped away. There was no laughter, no tears, no reaction at all, and his parents? Aether scoffed bitterly. His father, as always, had left them, indulging in his affair with another woman. That much was painfully familiar. But his mother, she was behaving in a way Aether had never seen before. "Oh, come on, sweetheart. Just one more bite," she cooed, her voice dripping with warmth as she lovingly fed the boy. There wasn't a hint of bitterness or regret in her expression, only affection. Aether blinked, his chest tightening with emotions he couldn't name. He felt something stir within him, something long buried. He thought he had forgotten what this felt like. No, he thought he had lost the ability to feel this way entirely. But seeing this, his mother acting so, unrecognizably kind, he couldn't help but doubt, was this real? Did this really happen to me? Aether whispered, his voice cracking slightly, "Ding, you are time-slipping to the past." "Of course, everything you see happened, in the past." Aether let out a shaky exhale, a weak smile tugging at his lips. This version of his mother, she was nothing like the woman he had known. "You'll be fine. My darling. Mother will always be with you, Aether," she said, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at her son. But the boy didn't respond. It wasn't that the boy was ignoring her. No, the truth was far more harrowing. The tortures he had endured by both Jack and Master, the unrelenting suffering, it had stripped him of all senses. His mind had gone numb, and his spirit shattered. Aether understood this all too well, as he observed the boy, a hollow shell of what he should have been. Aether felt a pang of pity. Yet, amidst the pity, something else lingered, his mother. She was acting like a real mother. Aether's gaze softened as he watched her. She tended to the boy with a tenderness he had never experienced himself, not in any timeline. In this moment, she seemed to pour every ounce of love into her care. "Why?" Aether whispered, his voice breaking. "If you cared this much, why didn't you ever show it to me?" No answer came. He didn't understand what makes different. Now, he clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a mix of jealousy and anger. He looked back at the motionless boy. His mother continued to nurture the child, even when her so-called husband, Aether's stepfather, tried to worm his way into her life. "If you cannot accept my son, I cannot be with you," she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation as she rejected the influential politician without hesitation. In that moment, it was as though nothing else mattered to her. All she wanted was to be with her son, nothing more. Aether's breath hitched, ragged and unsteady, as if something deep inside him was unraveling. She rejected an insane, powerful politician just for her son. Just for him. Why? Aether roared, his voice trembling with fury, his body shaking as the emotions surged uncontrollably. To him, it didn't make sense, whether he suffered from the constant, torturous laughter that came with his condition or endured the crippling PTSD from the brutal torment. His mother should have focused on her acting career. She should have thrown him away like garbage, left him behind without a second thought, and moved on like the selfish woman he remembered her to be. And yet, Aether gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, and tears threatened to leak. The overwhelming anger and jealousy coursing through him made his fists clench painfully, his nails digging into his palms. He didn't just dislike that boy, no, he hated him with every fiber of his being. Some might not understand this feeling, but for Aether, it was like being torn apart from the inside. It was anger mixed with a profound sense of loss and betrayal that refused to subside, but that wasn't where it ended. No, fate had a cruel way of twisting the knife deeper. When the time came for the boy to reincarnate, everything was set into motion. That wretched politician, rotten to the core, couldn't stomach the rejection. In retaliation, he orchestrated an assassination attempt on both the mother and her son. Of course, the boy was destined to die. His time was nearing its end for the reincarnation process. But his mother, I promised. I will protect you," she had stammered, clutching her son close to her chest. Her face was pale, her hands trembling as chaos erupted around them. Their home was swarmed by mercenaries armed with guns, explosives, and deadly precision. Aether's heart skipped a beat as his eyes fixated on the blood trickling from his mother's stomach. She was wounded. But she refused to give in. With painstaking effort, she hid the boy in a small closet, her breaths labored but her resolve unwavering. "Promise me. Why, you'll live, right?" she whispered, her voice soft yet firm. She kissed his forehead, her lips lingering as if to imprint her love on him one last time. Then, with a trembling smile, she turned and faced the door. The room grew tense as the invaders burst in. Please. I'll give you double the amount. Just let me go," she begged, her voice trembling with desperation, tears streaming down her face. The boy, watching through the narrow gap in the closet, remained blank, unable to react to the chaos unfolding before him. "Fucking help her." Aether snarled. His rage boiling over, the men dragged her out, their laughter cruel and unrelenting. "Look at this." The once great actress, reduced to nothing but a pathetic woman, one of them sneered, kicking her to the ground like a rag doll. It was all because of that vile politician. Using his influence, he had destroyed her career, leaving her with nothing but a shattered reputation and a ruined life. "Boss, I've always wondered how the famous actress tastes," another man leered, his voice dripping with vile intent and lustful hunger. Aether's eyes burned, glowing with fury as cracks in his soul began to mend themselves, the fissures healing up to his neck. Only a faint, stubborn fracture remained on his neck. "Nah," the leader said dismissively. "He wants her alive and untouched." "Tisk," the man grumbled in annoyance, shaking his head in frustration, but then another voice rang out. "Well, what do we have here?" Oh, looks like we've found him," one of the men jeered as he yanked the boy out of the closet without an ounce of care. "No," his mother screamed, her voice laced with raw terror and desperation. She struggled to stop them, her body weak and trembling, but they dragged the motionless boy out into the open and threw him to the ground like a discarded toy. "Kill him," the leader ordered coldly, his voice devoid of empathy, as they raised their weapons, ready to fire. His mother leapt forward. Bang. "Continue reading at my virtual library empire." Splash, the boy froze as warm blood splattered across his face. His mother crumpled onto him, her lifeless body collapsing into his arms, her blood coated his hands, and her sacrifice burned into his soul, forever. "What the fuck? Why the hell did you kill her?" one of the men shouted, panic creeping into his tone as chaos erupted among the group. But she jumped in the way," another stammered, his hands shaking and his voice cracking under pressure. As the group stumbled in shock, the boy, silent until now, blinked for the first time in what felt like an eternity. His gaze fell on his mother's lifeless face, her bloodied form, and his trembling hands. Something inside him shattered and reformed, a tear rolling down his cheek. Mom. He whispered, his voice small, broken, and full of despair, but there was no response. "I'm sorry, kid," one of the men said, raising his gun to the boy's forehead. "It's just how it's supposed to be." The boy didn't move. He simply stared at his mother as, bang, the man died. Yes, the boy twisted the gun and killed him, however. Bang, 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 he died. Aether closed his eyes, his body trembling as he struggled to calm the storm of emotions raging inside him. This iteration number 18 was unlike any before it. For the first time, the log had been activated. Yes, none of the past iterations had ever triggered the log. This version of him had been different. He had been cautious, calculated, careful not to repeat the mistakes of the past. This boy hadn't acted recklessly. He had bowed his head, played the role of a perfect slave, and endured every hardship. All for one purpose, to bring his mother back. This iteration knew the truth. No matter how many times he reincarnated, it would always end in the same way. Death, but this time, he had vowed to change it. "I'm going to end this cycle," the boy had declared, his voice filled with unyielding determination, and then, as if responding to his resolve, the log had appeared. A tool he had never possessed in any previous life. With it, he had nearly escaped, but in the end, he was killed, by Stella. Ding, initiating iteration number 19, chapter 705. We are all waiting to see the happiness you will find for you. Aether frowned deeply. Why didn't he receive the seduction mission? He asked, his voice laced with frustration. This iteration, though determined to do whatever it took, didn't receive the seduction mission. Instead, he was killed by Stella during their very first encounter, ding, because he didn't meet the required conditions. Aether's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Conditions? Are you saying there are actual conditions to activate the seduction mission? Affirmative. You'll understand everything if you look at the rest of the details. Aether focused on iteration number 19. He noticed how oddly clingy this version was toward his mother. However. Yup, there she was again, his bitchy mother returned as always. Yet, despite her hatred, number 19 remained stubbornly clingy, as if trying to hold on to something fleeting. I suppose that's got to be a 1 in a million kind of scenario. Right? Aether muttered to himself, a faintly amused expression tugging at his lips. His gaze lingered on his mother for a moment, perhaps longer than he intended, before everything shifted back to normal. And once again, the boy died. However, this iteration followed a different path. One that led him to kill Stella before she could kill him. Aether's eyebrows furrowed in astonishment. Wait, how? Wasn't she far more powerful than me at that point in time? His tone carried a mix of disbelief and curiosity as he watched number 19 standing over her lifeless body before fleeing the scene, but then, his expression darkened. Come to think of it. Her powers. Whenever she was Stella, she seemed weaker. What's really going on with her? Aether's thoughts swirled as he continued watching number 19. This version roamed the woods, acting like a rogue hero, eliminating anyone who dared to cross him. With his slave Mark constantly blinking, he mostly lived in isolation, killing monsters to level up and grow stronger. Aether nodded thoughtfully, considering the possibility. Number 19 had become a rogue, desperate to escape the curse. His ultimate demise, however, came at the hands of Helena and Finian. They had finally exacted their revenge. Aether bit his lips in frustration. What was he even supposed to say at this point? A heavy sigh escaped him, ding, initiating iteration number 20, but this time, the iteration received the seduction mission. To seduce Stella. Aether raised his eyebrows slightly, intrigued. Wait. Don't tell me. Are you using a trial and error method here? His expression shifted to one of mild shock as if he had just stumbled upon a crucial revelation. Ding. Didn't you know? The hashtag has been searching for perfection. And that includes me as well. Hearing this, Aether blinked, processing the information. Come to think of it. Yeah, now that I reflect on it. The actions of the previous iterations kept changing. And so did yours. So, you've been refining the possibilities of my life all along, haven't you? Affirmative. Like any other being, I too learn from previous mistakes and work to refine them. Aether let out a heavy sigh. That explained so much about Log's cryptic behavior. It was always withholding information, only revealing bits and pieces when necessary. However, why hasn't he ever gained Arcane's interest? Aether asked. His curiosity piqued. His previous iterations never seemed to attract Arcane's attention, and he couldn't figure out why. As expected, Log remained silent. Whatever. Aether shrugged, deciding to focus on the unfolding events. In most cases, he either became a villain and was taken down by the chosen ones, or he was betrayed and killed by the very people he loved. Just like Aether saw in the Twisted Heart game, there was nothing special about. But then, ding, initiating iteration number 23, for the first time, Aether noticed something different. This iteration. It included someone new. His ex-girlfriend, someone who had never appeared in any of the previous iterations. Aether realized how every iteration subtly altered reality. In this one, iteration number 23 got a girlfriend, just like Aether had in his past. And, just like him, ended up heartbroken. However, unlike Aether, who had cried and walked away, iteration number 23 spiraled into something darker. Once reincarnated, he spoke with a chilling emptiness. You want me to seduce them, right? He asked Log, his tone devoid of emotion. A wicked smile spread across his lips, one so twisted it sent a shiver down Aether's spine. What followed was horrifying. Number 23 manipulated the women, destroyed their loved ones, enslaved them, and Killed them, yeah. You only wanted me to seduce them, didn't you? Iteration no. 23 sneered, his voice dripping with malice. All women are the same. They leave you when you're worthless. So why bother working hard when you can just twist their emotions, and kill them after? Easy peasy killing pussies, he added with a sinister laugh. Watching this, Aether felt his stomach churn. That's not me. And no, I would never do something so vile, he shouted, horrified by the scene playing out before him, but the evidence was undeniable. This version of himself treated women like disposable toys, killing them after using them. Then came Melisandre. She stepped forward, her expression a mask of grief and rage. After discovering what had happened to her daughter, she confronted number 23 directly. How did you kill my daughter? Like this, right? Melisandre said in a voice cold as ice. Slowly and deliberately, she slit iteration number 23's throat, her movements filled with measured vengeance. Dora and several powerful entities watched in silence, offering no intervention. So now you all focus on me. A pathetic slave. You lose, you fuckers. I killed all your precious hopes. Let's see who's going to fuck your empires now. Snap. He had become the greatest enemy the world had ever faced. Not only had he killed every chosen one, disrupting the balance, but he also succeeded in destroying an entire empire. The situation had spiraled so far out of control that no one could have imagined a mere slave being capable of such devastation. Aether took a deep, shaky breath. Fuck, he thought, his mind reeling as he processed the monstrous actions of one of his lives. Ding, initiating iteration number 24, this iteration was different. It seemed devoid of purpose, drained of hope. The version of him was too bored to even try doing anything. It didn't matter, he would die here anyway. No amount of effort could help him escape this cursed, unending cycle. For the first time, he considered ending it himself. And so, with a heavy heart and trembling resolve, he killed himself, thinking that perhaps this would be the way to finally end his torment and suffering. Yet, ding, initiating iteration number 25, error. Access denied, ding, request, a strong will to live, ding, stay connected with my virtual library empire, affirmative. But only 99%, ding, returning to the previous checkpoint, wait. Wait. I need to see the remaining iterations. Especially number 27. Aether shouted desperately. Up until now, he had learned nothing, except about his endlessly messed up life. He needed answers. He wanted to know about the ebon stones and what had happened at the beginning that everyone kept talking about. Yet those events, those supposed origins, had never appeared in any of his iterations, but just like before, the black hand seized him, pulling him back into the void. Come on, log. I need to know. At least tell me about 27. You know how much his words were abruptly cut short. Don't bark like a dog when you're supposed to be the master. Aether froze, flinching as the voice, a cold, emotionless tone, resonated around him. His surroundings shifted. The void deepened, growing darker, and there, on a throne forged from gleaming metal, sat iteration number 27. He leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on his knuckles, his ice-blue eyes piercing through the shadowy helmet that obscured his face. Aether clenched his teeth as he growled, "What's the point of letting me see this if it doesn't provide me with any useful information?" What do you think? Number 27 asked, his tone calm but laced with indifference. Just because we're alike, we are nothing alike. Number 27 roared, his voice shaking the entire void with its intensity. The sheer force of his words sent shivers down Aether's spine. Even if we are one, we are not the same. Aether shrugged nonchalantly, though internally he felt the weight of number 27's outburst. That's exactly what I was about to say anyway, he thought, but he held his tongue. He didn't want to provoke this iteration's overbearing attitude. Number 27 laughed bitterly as if he had read Aether's thoughts. His expression twisted into one of utter disdain. You're disgusting. Filth, Aether's lips twitched in irritation. Fucker. He muttered, his teeth grinding together. The point, you ask? The point is to make sure your shitty ass doesn't repeat the same mistakes. Number 27 spat venomously. Aether frowned. How so? I mean, what if I've already made those mistakes? Showing me things in the middle of all this chaos, bastard, isn't exactly helpful, As weak as you are, you sure know how to run your mouth, number 27 sneered, his disdain palpable. Listen carefully. I showed it to you so that they, those you lost, can at least live on in your memories, even if not in reality. At least as distant observers, you'll carry their legacy and their stories. Aether fell silent. For the first time, he noticed a faint, almost imperceptible sadness in number 27's tone. Number 27's voice softened, but only slightly. The past is what shapes perfection in the future. Even though we were one, we are not the same. We are individuals, each fighting to survive. And because of that, you at least have their deaths etched in your memory, because we are eternally forsaken. He paused, his gaze locking onto Aether's. But you are our hope, the special part of ourselves that none of us could ever become. You have something no one else does. Me. The future me. I will protect you. With that, number 27 removed his helmet. Aether's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, the most handsome man he had ever seen, long, flowing white hair reminiscent of a character from a Chinese epic, a face sculpted with elegance. Yet, his beauty was marred by the heavy sadness, pain, and seething anger etched into every line of his expression. Protect me? What are you even talking about? Aether asked. What you've seen are merely the lives of our past mistakes. What you haven't seen are the futures of our origin, our hope to end this maddening cycle. Number 27 replied with measured calmness. You mean iterations number 25, 26. And you? Aether pressed for clarity. Indeed, number 27 confirmed. When the time comes, we will meet again. By then, you will have found most of your answers with your own hands. Until that day, trust in nothing but yourself, future me. We are all waiting to see the happiness you will find for you. Until then, I will protect you. With a wave of his hand, black tendrils wrapped around Aether's body, pulling him toward a dark portal. Wait. Aether gritted his teeth, resisting the pull of the hands. Number 27 raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Indeed. He is special, he thought. I still don't understand. Why do the other iterations die and fully reset, while I return to checkpoints? And what do you mean by protecting me? Are you trying to take over my body? Fucker. Aether demanded, his body trembling with the effort of resisting the hands. His neck, previously cracked, finally healed completely as if his defiance itself restored him. Number 27 sneered. Are you truly one of us? Too much knowledge of the future would disrupt the balance, creating butterfly effects that could unravel reality itself. Can't you even comprehend that? Aether's lips twitched in reluctant agreement. Well, you're not wrong, still, Tisk. He admitted grudgingly. Then, as if on impulse, he asked, do you hate our mother? Number 27 fell silent for a moment, his icy blue eyes narrowing as he processed the question, not his final question but rather the previous one. A death cannot claim a living essence, and a death should always stay dead. There was a hint of sadness and longing in his tone. He waved his hand, and with a swift motion, more tendrils surged from the void, wrapping around Aether's body, completely encasing him in their grip. In an instant, the tendrils began dragging him toward the swirling portal, pulling him into the darkness once again. As the portal swallowed Aether, number 27 stared at the empty space where he had disappeared. Slowly, a sly grin spread across his face. Hee. My only hope, chapter 706. Celine is broker. Tick. Aether's vision blurred momentarily, a disorienting haze that felt like an eternity before clarity returned. His eyes focused on the prophetess, who was tapping her stick on his forehead. In that instant, he found himself hurled back to the time when everything began, 10 AP, How fascinating, the prophetess murmured, her voice laced with intrigue as she pulled back her stick, steadying herself. To think, you refuse to choose. Ha! What an amusing and utterly peculiar man you are, she added, her tone quivering slightly with disbelief. Aether's lips curled into a bitter twitch. What did you expect from me, to make a choice, to decide who lives and who dies? I'd rather face death myself than make that kind of decision. His voice was rough, teetering on the edge of fury. He gritted his teeth, his jaw tightening as he fought to suppress the storm of emotions threatening to explode. If only she had told him from the start, he could have saved them all. Despite knowing his thoughts were a chaotic mess, Aether couldn't hold back his anger any longer. His gaze locked onto the prophetess, the one responsible for giving him a temporary checkpoint just before the nightmare began. You did this on purpose, didn't you? He accused, if it had been the previous checkpoint that was. Raven, Aether might have had enough time to navigate through the chaos. But now, time, the most critical element, was slipping through his fingers like sand in an hourglass. Blaming me, are you? The prophetess replied, her words slow and deliberate, even though I granted you a gift, one that you squandered without realizing its true potential. What a shame. What an absolute shame, she said, shaking her head as though she couldn't comprehend his audacity. What do you mean by that? You're the one who created this damn Che. No, child, the prophetess interjected sharply, her voice firm as she raised her stick. Without warning, she stabbed at an ugly, brownish, gnarled hand that materialized out of thin air. The grotesque appendage dissipated instantly under her attack. Aether stumbled back, his eyes widening in shock as the realization hit him. Those eerie hands would manifest if he spoke too much about the specifics of his power. I thought you were immune to the law. Ha! Oh, how naive you are, the prophetess interrupted, a chuckle escaping her lips, though it held no warmth. Let me make this clear, Aether, I can predict the future. That is my gift, but living in it? That's an entirely different matter. The laws cannot be ignored, not even by me, she said, her voice growing more serious. I merely granted you the gift. How you used it? That's entirely on you, Log. What the hell does she mean by that? Aether frowned deeply as he recalled her role in creating the temporary checkpoint, and where me. Log, ding, affirmative, due to certain restrictions, you are not allowed to use that power. Thus, it was converted into a checkpoint for your benefit. Aether clicked his tongue in frustration. Benefit? TSK, his lips curling into a grimace. Whatever. I don't have time for this nonsense, he muttered under his breath, turning on his heel to leave. Where do you think you're going? The prophetess called out. Without looking back, Aether replied, to fix this fucked up mess. The choices I make will be mine alone, not dictated by some damn laws. Ha 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 ha. The prophetess suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing around them and stopping Aether in his tracks. It wasn't a light-hearted laugh. It was a full-throated, almost maniacal laugh that sent shivers down his spine. It was like an old lady laughing in horror movies. Damn fuck, I have second thoughts about seducing her, he thought before asking, what's so funny, 10 AP, Why don't you turn around and look at me, the prophetess said, her tone teasing yet firm, her gaze fixed on his back. Why? I don't have time to stand here chatting, just look at me, Aether, she insisted softly, her voice almost hypnotic. Discover exclusive content at my virtual library empire. Aether exhaled a weary sigh and turned to face her. What you wa? The words died in his throat as his eyes widened in pure horror. A massive block of land was descending upon them, its colossal form looming closer by the second. The Pyra Empire? Aether whispered, his voice barely audible over the rush of blood pounding in his ears. Ding, / name, Aether, sex, male, race, ______________________ unique Aether bloodline crimson elixir of the null, mutated, level, 82, title, the progenitor of unknown species. Eternal contract to ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### skills, freedom, active, clone, active, eternal seal, passive, clarion energy, passive, eternus storage 245/1216, passive, crimson veil, teleportation, rebirth, phantom steps, passive, forbidden language, 50% comprehension. Poison resistance, passive, 3 seconds, passive, attributes, strength, 820, agility, 820, intelligence, 830, magic affinity, 830, charm, 820, soul, 946/270, compatibility, 99%, survival rate, 83.5%, remaining time, 80 days 24 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds, affection points, 2,122,051, seduction, May 10, Stella, error. Unable to use due to your current level, Aria Zephyr, origin weapon Twilight Eclipse, Aquilina Naiadia, origin weapon Oceanic Tempest, Helena Sunfire, desired weapon Blessed Aegis, XXX Leora Darkfang, Dreadwolf Fenrir, XXX, Raven Noir, origin weapon, Draconix form, / the remaining time period was gravely reduced by fucking 40 days. SSHCZZZ. A gentle breeze flowed around Aether and the prophetess, but the wind, though gentle to Aether, seemed to carry a harsh weight for the prophetess. Her tone turned serious, her gaze steady, and her words precise. I see. You have angered the laws, Aether. For someone who was given the power to choose, who was granted the options, you ignored them. And now. Her eyes shifted toward the empire looming closer to them. Nature itself is furious with you for disrupting the process that was meant to unfold. The laws are now forcing you to choose. What do you mean? Aether mumbled, his voice barely audible as his unbelieving eyes remained fixed on the massive empire descending upon them. Its shadow growing darker and heavier with every passing moment. The will of the laws now sees you as a threat, the prophetess explained, her voice devoid of its usual rasp or weariness, replaced with pure and unyielding seriousness. You cannot escape, Aether. They will compel you to choose. No, they will force you to decide who you want to save and who you will let go. You cannot have everything. No one can escape this anger, not even you. Aether's eyes stayed glued to his empire as a flicker of purple danced within them. Memories of countless iterations flashed before him, endless struggles, gut-wrenching deaths, searing pain, bitter hatred, unthinkable cruelty, and humanity's lost sense of purpose and the death of his beloved ones. And yet, Aether smiled, yup, just smiled in front of fucking danger, hee. Watch me, woman. For I will show you a will that stands against even these laws. His voice was laced with unwavering determination, filled with a raw, almost primal intensity that sent a shiver through the air. SSHHCZZZ, as breeze flowed filtering his hair and, she saw it in his eyes, an unrelenting fire of resolve and willpower, shining brighter and brighter as if it had just ignited and was ready to scorch the world with its brilliance. Very well, then. Until we meet again, I shall witness your will. #########, she said cryptically, just as a group of nuns appeared around her. In a swirl of light and shadows, they disappeared from sight, leaving Aether alone with his thoughts. /Aether, / Celine's voice echoed in Aether's mind, piercing through his thoughts with its urgency and desperation. Yet, he didn't move. He stood rooted, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the empire inching ever closer. Clenching his teeth, he muttered under his breath, I will save them. All of them. No matter the cost. With those words, he turned away. Meanwhile, Celine crouched outside her room, her lips curled into a mischievous giggle as if she had just achieved something monumental. Her plan was simple, create a situation between Aether and her mother. Once set into motion, she trusted Aether to handle the rest. Though she hated the idea of playing the part of a broker, she convinced herself it was all for the greater good and for Aether's sake. It's all for Aether, she reassured herself. Yet, she couldn't stop a small pout from forming as the thought crept in, he was going to be with another woman. Worse, it was her mother, you know how hard for her to set up them. Suddenly, why are you pouting, Hik? Before she could scream in surprise, Aether's hand covered her mouth, muffling her reaction. When he let go, Celine's wide eyes darted around like a child caught red-handed. What are you doing here? She stammered, her voice quivering slightly. You called me, didn't you? Aether replied softly, his gaze steady on her, his tone calm yet curious. Yeah, but shouldn't you appear inside? She asked hesitantly, clearly flustered and struggling to maintain composure. Why? You're out here, Aether countered, his lips curling into an amused smile as he watched her scramble for an excuse to cover her failed plan. Celine noticed his expression and frowned slightly before surprising him by wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug, holding on to him as if her life depended on it. Aether raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? I don't know. I just feel like hugging you, Celine mumbled, her voice carrying an uneasiness she couldn't quite place. After a moment, she added, don't you want to? Aether's smile softened as he shook his head. I'd love to hug you, he murmured, pulling her into a firm embrace. For a moment, he let himself forget everything, the Empire, the laws, the pain. But, of course, he couldn't resist pinching her side. Ouch. I am sorry. And I love you. Chapter 707. Those misty eyes that shook his heart. He loves them. Since it was night, the people hadn't noticed the Pyra Empire getting closer. But once the sunless light appeared, the entire empire would erupt into chaos. For now, a peaceful night lingered before the inevitable storm. However, Marisandra Naiadia, the Empress of Aquarius Naiadae, was not in her grand palace. Instead, she was preoccupied elsewhere with matters far graver than her royal duties. Fine. I'll do it. Marisandra snarled, her teeth clenched in fury as she stared daggers at the master. His expression was calm, almost mocking, as he held a small cube that contained her daughter, Aquilina, and her maid/sister. Celestia, good girl, the master said smoothly, nodding with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the broken tables and chairs in the room restored themselves to perfection. He sank into one of the newly repaired chairs with a calculated ease. We've received some rather intriguing information about a new species spotted in the Pyra Empire. While the details remain unclear, our sources claim it's a hybrid, part phoenix and part dragon. Marisandra's brow furrowed deeply. So, they've infiltrated now that Aether has seized control of the Empire? TSK, I cannot believe he made such an amateurish mistake, she thought, frustration bubbling within her. Aloud, she said, and you expect me to fetch this creature for you? Do you seriously think they'll just let me waltz in and... Before she could finish, the master placed a blue horn on the table between them. Use this, he interrupted coolly. It will allow you to control them effortlessly. No resistance, no struggle. Marisandra's gaze lingered on the horn. After a tense moment, she picked it up and gave a reluctant nod. Fine. But remember our deal, once I'm done with this, you release them. Both of them. The master's lips curled into a sly smile. Of course, he replied smoothly, leaning forward slightly. But don't forget the wish. Marisandra bit her lip hard, her gaze shifting to the cube imprisoning her loved ones. A heavy sigh escaped her. Very well, she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. She rose from her seat, the master waved his hand, and Marisandra began to fade from sight. My team will accompany you, he called after her. She cast one last piercing look at him before vanishing entirely. SSSSH. As her form disappeared, the master turned his attention back to the cube, his expression one of dark satisfaction. It won't be much longer now, he mused. Soon, a sudden flicker interrupted his thoughts. A hologram materialized before him, its projection trembling slightly as if in haste. Master, you need to see this, came the urgent voice of an assistant, the image of the Pyra Empire advancing toward the Naiadae Empire. The master's brow furrowed deeply. Why the sudden acceleration? This wasn't part of the plan. Something unexpected has happened, he muttered, his voice tinged with frustration and confusion. Should we delay the operation? The hologram asked hesitantly. The master frowned. This situation, then it would be hard to get out victor of the empire. What should I do? He thought. Time is already against us. Maybe I should postpone Sandra. Very well, watch the scene, and as for Dora, we will proceed with plan. Meanwhile, Sandra reappeared within the castle walls, collapsing into a chair. Her hands trembled slightly, and her chest heaved with labored breaths. She rubbed her forehead. Sweat trickling down her temple. He's stronger than before. She murmured, her voice laced with disbelief and exhaustion. She reached for a glass of water and drank deeply, the cool liquid steadying her nerves. On the outside, her expression had calmed, but inside, a storm raged. The master had both her daughter and her sister. She had been avoiding, but fate would never miss a chance. Her mind spun furiously, calculating, strategizing. Every possible plan and contingency ran through her thoughts. She was Aquilina's mother, after all, and her cunning far outstripped anything her daughter could yet comprehend. The time has come, ah. She whispered, her lips trembling as a weak smile formed. Ha! I feel like I've truly lived a lifetime already, she added, her voice tinged with melancholy. Tears glistened at the edges of her eyes as she continued, I wonder how Aquilina and Celestia will feel about this, and him, how will he react when he finds out? Drip, a single tear fell from her eye, splashing onto her trembling hands. She drew in a deep, shuddering breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. There's no point in crying, she said firmly. I knew this was inevitable from the start. Her words trailed off as her gaze shifted toward the window. Her heart sank when she saw the Pyra Empire's borders advancing unervingly close to her own. This is unexpected. Her words were abruptly cut short as her senses flared. Someone was inside her palace. Without hesitation, she vanished from the room, reappearing instantly in the throne room. What are you doing here? She demanded, her voice sharp with both surprise and suspicion. Her eyes locked onto Aether, who was seated upon her throne with his eyes closed. His posture radiated a casual confidence as if the throne belonged to him. Melisandre's lips twitched in irritation. You realize it's treason to sit on my throne without permission, don't you, brat? She said as she began walking toward him. Aether exhaled deeply, his broad shoulders rising and falling as he nodded. This feels weird too, he mumbled quietly, almost as if he were talking to himself. Melisandre narrowed her eyes. What's weird? She asked, studying him intently. For some reason, Aether seemed different, more composed, yet strangely intense. Aether slowly opened his eyes, and the moment his gaze fell upon Melisandre, the regal and commanding empress standing before him, his lips curved into a gentle, almost nostalgic smile. It wasn't the kind of smile she was used to seeing from him. This one was soft and genuine, as though he were seeing someone he deeply cherished after a long, painful separation, from all his previous iterations, except for the last 3. Aether had never fallen in love beyond missions. Well, not love, they only cared for missions, so they loved no one. His focus had always been singular, detached from emotions. The women he encountered were merely objectives, stepping stones to escape the unending cycle he was trapped in. He never once paused to notice beauty beyond the rigid framework of his tasks, though he thought but he knew he was not them and they were not him. He was different, Aether. Melisandre stammered, unnerved by the way he was looking at her. His gaze felt almost too intimate, as though he could see right through her. Her mind raced with questions. What is going on? What's gotten into him? We danced just a few hours ago, and now he's looking at me like I'm someone he's loved and lost a lifetime ago. She couldn't make sense of the shift. Aether stood, his movements deliberate and measured, radiating an energy she couldn't quite place. Now, free of Nightfire's illusion, his presence was more imposing, his form taller, broader, and undeniably magnetic. The heat radiating from him seemed to press against her, making her pulse quicken. Where have you been? Aether asked, his tone calm and composed as he stepped down from the throne. Melisandre flinched, instinctively stepping back. It was a reflexive move, like she'd been caught doing something she shouldn't, and her cheeks flushed with a hint of guilt. "Well, I was just moving around, you know," she replied, her voice faltering under his intense scrutiny. Aether nodded thoughtfully, his eyes still fixed on her. "So, nothing important, right?" His tone carried a subtle edge that made her hesitate. Sandra nodded slowly, taking another step back, her voice softer. "Nothing important," she repeated, almost as if she needed to convince herself as much as him. Aether took a deliberate step forward, effortlessly closing the distance between them. "You're not busy tomorrow, are you?" Sandra flinched again, her composure slipping further. "Well, I might be," she stammered. "There are Empress duties, you know, can't you postpone them?" Aether asked, his tone casual. Sandra shook her head firmly, her voice gaining strength. "That's not possible. You know how demanding it is to be an empress." Aether nodded again, his lips twitching into a faint, knowing smile. "Then what about tonight?" he pressed, his voice softer now, almost teasing. Sandra hesitated. "Tonight? I'm tired." "No, wait, first of all, what do you want?" she asked, trying to regain her footing in the conversation. Aether's smile widened, and he winked at her, his playful demeanor catching her completely off guard. "You already know what I want." 5,000 AP. Sandra's heart skipped a beat, panic flashing across her face. "What is happening to me?" she screamed inwardly. She was usually the one teasing others, always in control of such situations. But now, with Aether's sudden shift to a bold and aggressive approach, she felt completely unprepared. Her back hit the wall, and her breath hitched as Aether finally cornered her. His piercing gaze locked onto her misty eyes, and she felt her knees grow weak under his unrelenting stare. He raised his hand, brushing a tear from the corner of her eye with a tenderness that sent a shiver down her spine. "You seem to be crying for someone who's supposedly just tired," Aether said softly, his voice a mixture of concern and teasing. Sandra turned her face away, unwilling to meet his eyes, but her resolve faltered as his words settled into her heart. She glanced back at him with a frown. Her pride battling against the vulnerability she felt. She was the empress, after all. She couldn't allow herself to appear weak, not now. But just as she was about to assert herself, Aether spoke again. "Those eyes. You know, I've always loved your eyes," he murmured, his voice dropping to a husky, reverent tone. "Those misty eyes that look at me like that, they shook my soul the first time I saw them. Sandra, I fell for you that very moment. And honestly, I wish those eyes would look only at me. Always, only me." His expression turned pure possessive. Sandra's legs trembled, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her mind screamed at her to move, to take back control of the situation. But her heart longed to savor the moment. This might be the last chance she had to cherish something so deeply personal before everything fell apart. After all, she was going to die anyway, so her heart wanted this moment for her. Aether leaned in slowly, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to her eyelids. "Chew, 5,000 AP, chew, 5,000 AP. Sandra didn't resist him. Her heart raced wildly, and the tender kiss left her breathless, unable to form coherent thoughts. When the kiss ended, she quickly tried to regain her composure, her cheeks still burning brightly. "Why, you have some nerve kissing the empress like that," she said, her voice trembling despite her attempt to sound authoritative. Aether's grin widened as he reached out and tugged her hair playfully. His voice dropped to a teasing whisper as he leaned closer. "I've got plenty of nerve in other places too, want me to show you?" he said, his sly tone and mischievous look catching her completely off guard. Sandra's face turned an even brighter shade of red. Of course, she fucking knew what he meant, this bastard, she thought furiously. Yet, she was too flustered to form a proper retort. She was just like Aquilina when it came to teasing. Both of them were so easy to tease. "Experience more on my virtual library empire. How dare you say something so improper to an empress? I should kill you 100. But before she could finish her threat, Aether pulled her into a tight embrace, and the world around them vanished as they disappeared together. Chapter 708. A kiss that speaks louder than words. Inside the palace, in a grand bedroom adorned with luxurious furnishings, two figures lay on the bed, their forms intertwined. Well, to be precise, one figure was tightly hugging the other, almost clinging to them like a lifeline. Sandra blinked, her mind struggling to process the sudden change in dynamics. Why was Aether suddenly acting so clingy? His actions were so out of character, so unusual, that she actually felt an urge to spoil him. 5000 AP, no, absolutely not. I am definitely not going to do that. Sandra mentally shook her head in defiance. No matter how irresistibly cute and handsome he looked, there was no way she would indulge him. She huffed and said, "Why don't you go and hug my daughter instead?" Her tone carried a noticeable hint of annoyance, making her feelings on the matter clear. Aether, however, seemed entirely unfazed by her words. Instead, he hugged her even tighter, as if her protests only spurred him on. A fleeting image of her cutting his throat flashed in his mind, but it felt distant and irrelevant now. It was something that had happened in the past, back in a time when none of his previous iterations had cared about her in the slightest, but this was different. He loves her so. He was fine. Right, maybe that's why he said I'm unique, Aether thought to himself, but the thought quickly passed as he tightened his hold on her. Sandra, on the other hand, could feel the strength behind his embrace. If not for her own power, she knew this kind of force might have actually broken her. Damn, what's gotten into him, she wondered. Aether's voice interrupted her thoughts, soft and low. If you don't like it, then just push me away, he whispered into her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin and making her ear twitch involuntarily. Sandra's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing red. She turned her head to glare at him. Of course, then. Sandra nodded firmly, confident as she prepared to push him away. Or at least, she tried. The truth was, the amount of force she exerted wasn't even enough to move a pencil, and Aether chuckled inwardly at her weak attempt. Sandra's blush deepened as she realized how ridiculous she must have looked. She was trying her best to push him away, and yet her heart wasn't cooperating. It refused to let her take control of the situation. The truth was, she liked this, liked the way he was holding her, liked the way he made her feel, but she didn't have the courage to admit it out loud. However, she was the Empress. She could not, would not, allow this man to take advantage of her. If anyone was going to take advantage here, it would be her. So, thud, Sandra pushed him down onto the bed with unexpected force, her confidence returning in full swing. She straddled his hips, sitting firmly on his crotch, and stared down at him with a haughty expression. "Looks like someone forgot their place," she said, her voice dripping with playful dominance as she leaned forward, her warm breath teasing his nose. Aether's lips curled into a smile. "Oh, I haven't forgotten my place, my Empress." His voice was smooth and deliberate, but then he whispered, "But don't think you'll hold that position for much longer." Sandra's cheeks flushed a deep red at his words. "Oh, look at you, talking like that. You do realize there's a punishment for harassing the Empress?" "Don't you?" she retorted. Aether chuckled, "I'm not entirely sure who's harassing who here." He quipped, and before Sandra could react, his hand shot out and gave her ass a playful pinch. "Hi." Sandra let out a startled squeak, jerking in surprise before narrowing her eyes at him. "What do you want?" she demanded, her tone sharp but her composure visibly shaken. Aether's smile widened. "You," he said simply. "Tisk." Sandra clicked her tongue in irritation. "Come on, Aether. It's not playtime." "I'm being serious," she said, her tone shifting to one of sternness. "And yet, you," Aether repeated, his gaze unwavering and his voice just as serious. Sandra froze, caught off guard by the intensity in his eyes. She could see that he wasn't joking. He was utterly, completely serious. Her lips trembled slightly, the weight of his words sinking in. 6000 AP, what's wrong with you?" Sandra snapped, her glare returning in full force. Yet, despite her words, Aether's eyes didn't waver. His gaze shifted slightly, landing on her lips. "Have you ever wondered what a kiss tastes like?" Aether asked softly, his voice filled with an almost hypnotic curiosity. Sandra frowned, shaking her head. "No," she replied curtly. "However, I want to know." "I want to know your taste, Sandra," Aether murmured, his voice dropping lower as he leaned closer, the space between them shrinking rapidly. Sandra's breath hitched. She knew she needed to move away, needed to stop this hypnotic bastard from drawing her in any further. But it was as if her body refused to listen. She could feel the magnetic pull of his presence, and it was dangerously clear what he was trying to do. She wasn't like her daughter or the other girls. She was an empress, a figure of strength, elegance, and unshakable dignity, and yet, the closer Aether got, the faster her heart raced for him. This was new, entirely foreign to her. Maybe it was because she knew tomorrow would be her last day. Maybe that knowledge was making her crave experiences she'd denied herself for so long. She wanted to feel this, feel him, and so much more. She wanted to know what this felt like, even if it was only just once. Her hands clenched into trembling fists as if trying to hold on to the last threads of her restraint. Slowly, her eyes fluttered shut, and her lips pursed, tentatively waiting as, Aether's lips brushed against hers, soft and gentle. It was simply a kiss. Just their lips touching. And yet, drip, drip, something salty lingered on his lips, a sensation that felt oddly familiar and deeply moving. Aether slowly pulled back, his forehead resting lightly against hers, his gaze dropping to her tear-streaked face. He noticed the glistening trail of tears flowing from her right eye, trickling down to her lips. Glinting faintly in the dim light, "Are you crying?" Aether asked softly, his voice tinged with genuine concern as his thumb grazed her cheek. Sandra blinked, only then realizing the tears streaming from his left eye, mirroring her own. They trailed down to his lips in the same way, blending their shared emotions. "Why, are you crying?" she asked, her voice cracking slightly, her throat tight with unspoken emotion. Aether chuckled softly, a bittersweet sound escaping his lips like a fleeting sigh. "Because I finally kissed my dream woman," he admitted as his hand gently moved to wipe her tears away with tender care. 6000 AP, Sandra's lips curved into a soft smile. She reached up, brushing his tears away with delicate fingers, her voice lightening as she teased, "And I kissed a man who stole my daughter and my maid away." Her tone was playful, an attempt to diffuse the emotional intensity sparking between them, trying to maintain her usual composure, but Aether saw through her ploy, and as much as he appreciated her wit, he simply didn't care. All he cared about was this woman, this strong, selfless woman who was ready to sacrifice herself for the sake of those she loved. He knew she hadn't told him everything because her daughter's life was at stake. Sandra would rather die than let her daughter suffer. Aether smiled, leaning in slightly. "So, how was the kiss?" he asked. His tone low and teasing. Sandra sighed inwardly, realizing he wasn't falling for her trick. "Well, it felt weird," she said, tilting her head as if unsure but wearing an almost imperceptible smirk. Aether's eyes widened, his heart pounding as he caught the expression on her face. It was the same look she'd had in her final moments, the one that haunted him endlessly. Without thinking, his grip around her tightened, and he leaned in again. He kissed her again, this time with more intensity and undeniable passion. Sandra was initially taken aback by the sudden kiss, but as the seconds passed, she felt an unfamiliar sensation blooming inside her, a mix of happiness and longing that she hadn't allowed herself to feel before. Slowly, her hands moved to his head, pulling him closer as she kissed him back. The room filled with the sound of their soft kisses. Sandra, still seated on his lap, tilted her head repeatedly as she deepened the kiss, pouring out emotions she had buried for far too long. Her fingers tangled in his hair, gripping tightly as if afraid to let him go or let this moment slip away. Aether, feeling her intensity, responded in kind, pulling her even closer. His kisses grew more passionate, their lips slick with saliva as they moved together like two souls that had been apart for an eternity, finally finding solace in each other. And, drip, Sandra cried, tears streaming down her face without restraint as she kissed him roughly. Aether could taste the salt of her tears, but instead of pulling away, he loved her all the more for it. "Ha." Sandra finally broke the kiss, gasping for air, her chest rising and falling with each heavy breath. Aether looked at her, his heart aching as he saw the tears still rolling down her cheeks. Sandra instinctively tried to hide them, turning her head away. She didn't want him to see her crying, she was the empress in his eyes, a haughty, untouchable figure he adored. She couldn't let that image break, but just as she began to pull away, Aether caught her, his hands cradling her face. He leaned in and kissed her softly, whispering against her lips, "Please." Sandra's eyes widened at his heartfelt plea before they softened. A smile broke through her tears as she gave in, leaning into him and kissing him back with all the emotions she'd been holding back for so long. The atmosphere in the room turned increasingly passionate and romantic. The barriers between them melted away as their emotions poured out in a language beyond words, expressing feelings too raw and profound to articulate. Meanwhile, outside the room, the empires stood on the brink of collision. Yet, in this moment, the two rulers were consumed by each other, caught in a rare and fleeting moment of vulnerability and love. However, continue reading at my virtual library empire. Aether wasn't here without a reason. It wasn't that he didn't care for the Pyra Empire. In fact, meanwhile, in the Pyra Fulgur Empire, you want me to build a funnel? Lyers asked, his face a mix of surprise and confusion as he looked at Raven, who nodded seriously in response. Chapter 709 Third Trial begins. Show me if you can bear it all. While Raven lay sleeping alone in the bed, her heart ached from missing her hubby far too much. In her loneliness, she clung to her sister like a doll, who winced with a painful expression as if something was crushing her bones. Suddenly, "Husband!" Raven shouted, jolting awake with a start. What? Get off me, you pervert!" Talia yelled in shock, shoving her sister away. But as she rubbed her groggy eyes and glanced around, there was no one there. Talia's lips twitched in annoyance as the realization hit her, she had fallen for one of her sister's pranks yet again. She shot Raven an exasperated glare, scratching her head in irritation. "What's your problem, yo?" Her words trailed off as she noticed Raven's face growing unusually serious. Her frown deepened. "What now?" Raven, completely ignoring her sister, was staring intently at the wall as though possessed. However, her mind was far away, replaying Aether's words from before. She muttered, Okay. What okay?" Talia demanded, her voice rising with worry. "Don't tell me you've gone insane. Is it that bastard's fault? Missing him is making you lose it." Emberlin's voice broke the tension as their mother stirred. She sat up on the floor, stretching stiffly. Since the bed belonged to the Emperor, she had refused to lie on it out of respect, despite her daughter's endless attempts to convince her otherwise. "What's all this noise? What's going on here?" she asked, her tone groggy yet tinged with curiosity. Raven's expression turned grave. "Husband told me, the time has come." Her words were so resolute that both women froze, exchanging confused glances. "The time for what?" Talia snapped, her patience thinning. "And how in the world did he tell you? Are you seriously saying you talked to him in your dream or something?" Emberlin nodded in agreement, her tone softer but no less concerned. "I know it's lonely without your partner, my dear, but dreaming about him talking to you isn't healthy. You need to focus on reality," she said soothingly, reaching for a jug of water to offer her. Raven pouted, her cheeks puffing out in indignation. She couldn't believe they thought she was making things up. "I really talked to him," she insisted. She held out her left forearm, revealing the infinity tattoo etched on her skin. "We're connected through this sacred mark. It's how we communicate." Both Talia and Emberlin frowned deeply, shaking their heads in disbelief. They couldn't wrap their minds around her claim. Thinking she had truly lost her grip on reality, Raven noticed their skeptical expressions and sighed dramatically, her pout intensifying. "You don't believe me, do you?" she muttered, her tone almost sulking. She marched over to the window and pointed outside, her lips curling into a knowing smirk. "Holy sh!" Talia's startled exclamation was abruptly cut off as Emberlin slapped a hand over her daughter's mouth, glaring at her for her language. The two women stared in stunned silence at the enormous piece of land that appeared to be moving toward their empire. "See?" Raven said triumphantly, puffing out her chest with pride. "My husband told me this was happening. Now, I have to meet Lyers and the others." She began changing her clothes briskly. Emberlin, startled, scrambled to change as well and hurried after her daughter. Meanwhile, Talia stood frozen. She glanced at her right forearm, where there was nothing but bare skin. With a frown, she grabbed a pen and scribbled a small design, mimicking the sacred mark, "Hello. Pervert," she whispered, pressing her forearm near her ear. She held her breath, waiting for a response. But, there was only silence. Her face flushed crimson as she realized how ridiculous she looked. Oh, of course only an idiot would believe something like that. She muttered, chuckling awkwardly to herself. Mortified, she stormed off with an embarrassed expression. "What happened, Empress?" Liars asked, kneeling before Raven with her head bowed low. The sudden late-night summons had caught her off guard, and she was clearly trying to mask her surprise. "We need to change the plan," Raven said sharply. Liars frowned, her confusion evident. "What plan?" Before she could finish, Raven pointed outside, her eyes narrowing. "Holy Fu dash!" Liar's instinctive curse was cut short as Dracares clapped his hands together. "Watch your tongue in the presence of the Empress," he chastised sternly. Liars immediately bowed her head, her voice laced with regret. "My apologies, Your Majesty." Raven's expression softened as she waved off the formality. "It's fine," she said kindly. "After all, you're the one teaching me about royal etiquette. There's no need to be so formal between us." She had told Liars countless times not to kneel every time they met, but the woman had always refused, fearing it might anger the Emperor. Over time, the two had developed a cautious friendship. Dracares cleared his throat before speaking. "May I ask what the Emperor shared with you, Empress?" Raven nodded. "He inquired about the current state of the thrusters," she said, her voice steady and commanding. Liars' face turned grim, her voice low and cautious. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty, but I honestly thought we had at least a month or so before the collision." This is happening far too suddenly." He asked what the current situation with the thrusters is. Raven repeated, this time with a sharper, more deliberate tone. Liars lowered her head further, a deep sigh escaping her lips as she responded. "Only 40% of the project has been completed so far. We've barely managed to construct just 2 thrusters." Raven rubbed her temples with a frustrated groan, her annoyance clear. "That's not even remotely close to being enough." Dracares nodded grimly, his expression darkening. "Judging by the speed at which that massive landmass is moving, the collision could very well happen tomorrow or the day after. We simply don't have enough time to finish building the remaining thrusters," he admitted, his voice heavy with dread. He knew deep down that this catastrophe was becoming increasingly inevitable. Raven suddenly hummed softly, her expression distant as though she was tuning in to a voice only she could hear. After a brief pause, she spoke again, her tone sharp and inquisitive. "Can you build a funnel?" Liars blinked in surprise, confusion etched across her features. "A funnel?" She exchanged puzzled glances with Dracares, both of them trying to make sense of her sudden request. After Raven's brief explanation, both Liars and Dracares frowned even more. "What's the use of that?" "I don't think it will war. Do you have a problem?" Raven interrupted curtly. Dracares immediately shook his head, lowering his gaze in submission. "Of course not, Your Majesty. I was merely wondering about the purpose of such a structure and how it fits into the plan. That," Raven said with a confident smirk, "is something my husband, your Emperor, will take care of personally." "How much time would it take to construct the funnel?" Liars hesitated for a moment, her brow furrowing in concentration as she did a quick calculation. "Considering the depth of the empire and the materials we currently have at our disposal. If we assign every available worker, we might manage to complete it in about 2 hours." Raven nodded decisively, "Then get it done. Build as many funnels as possible before my husband arrives," she commanded with an air of authority. "Read the latest on my virtual library empire." Talia, who had been silently observing, raised a curious eyebrow. "What's the funnel for, exactly?" Raven shrugged casually, her lips curving into a sly, almost playful smile. "I'm not entirely sure, but if my guess is right." Her smirk deepened. "The pride shall not die." Talia's lips twitched. "Oh. So now you've suddenly become an expert in deciphering your husband's cryptic words." Raven shrugged again, her haughty smile widening even more, which only served to irritate Talia further, that pervert. Talia cursed inwardly. Her thoughts bitter but tinged with reluctant amusement as she bit her lip to hold back a retort. Before anyone could say another word, a sudden, radiant light emanated from Raven's chest. Her rainbow arcane card emerged from within her, shimmering brilliantly as it hovered in the air before her. In an instant, the world around them shifted and warped. Everyone else disappeared, leaving only Raven and the glowing card suspended in an endless void of space, but it wasn't just Raven. Across the vast corners of the worlds, every chosen one, whether they were held captive, sleeping soundly, playing games, or even indulging in acts of violence, experienced the same strange phenomenon. Their arcane cards lit up with blinding brilliance, detaching from their bodies and floating before them. Then, an ethereal voice echoed from the cards, its tone resonant and laden. Now. The third trial begins. Everyone's widened in utter shock, as the ethereal voice, the worlds do not show mercy, even to those with the strength to destroy them. It demands balance, patience, and endurance beyond comprehension. Show me how much you can endure, prove your worth, show me if you can bear it all. Chapter 710. He came back for her. It looks beautiful, isn't it? Sigh, why are you staring at me like that? Sandra asked, her voice laced with both annoyance and embarrassment as a faint blush colored her cheeks. She glared at Aether, who, despite her protest, continued to stare at her as if she were some kind of divine being, an angel that had descended right before him. After a long, passionate kiss, neither of them had taken another step forward. Yep, though they both wanted it, they hadn't gone any further, and yet, it felt oddly more satisfying, more intimate, and even more romantic than if they had. Aether never asked why she had cried like that. He wasn't the type to push when he knew silence was more valuable than words. He was no senseless fool, she was an empress. The mere fact that she had allowed herself to break down before him was already shocking, an unthinkable act that spoke volumes about the depth of her emotions. It meant she had been willing, if only for a moment, to expose her vulnerability to him. But even so, Aether understood Sandra too well. She had a reputation to maintain, an image she refused to let shatter completely. That's why he didn't press her for an explanation. Now, they stood together outside on the grand balcony, their gazes fixed on the ominous sight before them, their two great empires inching closer and closer. The collision was no longer a question of if but when. Aether, who had been silently watching her all this time, finally spoke. It's just. I'd rather keep my eyes on you than on that so-called beautiful disaster. He meant every word. Yes, the view was breathtaking, undeniably mesmerizing. From their vantage point, it felt as if the neighboring empire was merely an arm's length away. The sight was almost surreal, a world of blazing volcanoes, cascading lights, and deep, endless valleys. A view that could captivate anyone, and make them forget the impending doom. If anyone from either empire stood here, looking upon this scene, they would be momentarily enchanted. Until the realization of what was to come set in, Sandra let out a small sigh and shook her head, but before she could say anything, Aether suddenly pulled her closer. His hands tightened around her waist, gripping her hips possessively. She flinched, but she didn't push him away. After all, they had just shared a kiss that had shaken her very core, a kiss that had nearly made her lose herself. Compared to that, this was nothing. A small pause lingered between them before Sandra leaned into him, resting her head against his shoulder. She watched the ominous sight before them and finally murmured, "That thing, it might hit us in a day or two, Aether nodded, his expression unreadable. Sandra's gaze remained fixed on the Pyra Empire. Deep down, she knew her. Death was inevitable. But even if she had accepted it, she couldn't afford to let her daughter bear this burden just yet. She had never been one to care much for this empire, but that didn't change the fact that she was its ruler. She was the empress. She had taken this throne with her own hands, seized it from her father, and now, she had a duty to fulfill before her time ran out. Aether remained calm, almost too calm, and that caught Sandra's attention. She glanced up at him, her voice laced with curiosity. "What? Are you not worried about your empire at all?" Aether was still staring blankly at his own empire. A long moment passed before he finally spoke. Worried? Oh, I have plenty of things to worry about, but my empire. He exhaled slowly. That is the least of my concerns right now. Sandra raised a brow, her lips curling into a sly smile. So, your plan with the thrusters is already complete? Aether nodded without hesitation. Indeed. And I'll need your help as well. Sandra didn't even think twice before nodding in agreement. Of course, she would help. After her empire was too needed the help. Aether gave a small, approving smile. Tomorrow morning, Delphine will explain everything to you. Sandra hummed, her body unconsciously shifting closer to him. It was subtle. But Aether could tell, she was reluctant to let go as if she knew he wouldn't stay for long. Aether's expression softened. He turned toward her, wrapping his arms around her in a tight embrace, holding her close as he gazed into her misty eyes. His voice was firm, unwavering as he whispered, I may not know everything about you. I may not understand you completely, but no matter how much you try to push me away, no matter how much you hate me or even try to kill me. He reached out, tapping the center of her chest, right where her heart was. His voice dropped to a near whisper, yet it carried an undeniable weight. This man loves you. And I will do whatever it takes to protect you. His fingers pressed against her chest, his words echoing between them like a vow. Find your next read on my virtual library empire. Never forget that. Sandra stood frozen, staring at him in silence. His eyes were glowing, shimmering with the intensity of his resolve, silent proof of the truth behind every word he had just spoken. Sandra blinked as she nodded, I see. Before teasingly adding, even though you took my daughter and corrupted my maid. Aether immediately averted his eyes. Let's not delve into that. And for the record, I'm pretty sure they were the ones who fell for me, not the other way around. Okay. He spoke with firm conviction as if trying to convince himself as much as her. Believe me, they just fell for me. I didn't even lift a finger. Only he knew how fucking hard he had worked, how much effort and patience it had taken, but still, he needed to keep his cool together, right? TSK. Being handsome and knowledgeable is definitely a dangerous thing, Aether muttered in a sarcastic tone, shaking his head dramatically. However, to his surprise, instead of defaming him as he half expected, yeah, maybe you're right. Sandra said with a small, almost soft and gentle smile. Aether's heart skipped a beat. She seemed different. More, something, fuck. I need to leave before I do something to her. Aether thought seriously. It wasn't like he was running away from the possibility of getting laid. But, his hands were already full with everything else, and that damn law of nature, whatever that shit was pushing him towards something urgent. He really didn't have time to indulge in distractions, not when everything was on the line, and by the way things looked, Aether knew if they started now, he wouldn't be able to stop, not even after a whole day. That's how badly he wanted to pour every ounce of his love into her, to claim her, to make her his in every possible way. Just imagine, two rulers of two massive empires locked in passionate, uncontrollable lovemaking while their people screamed in terror, their worlds colliding, innocent lives perishing in chaos, while their rulers screamed for entirely different reasons. That was utterly disturbing. Aether gave Sandra one last peck on the lips before quickly pulling away, leaving in a rush, because, well, he had literally gotten a boner. Good way to ruin the moment. Log couldn't help but comment. Aether sneered. Shut up. She suddenly went too cute. I've never seen that side of her before. It's too damn hot not to stop that. Sandra blankly stared at the place where Aether had just vanished. Her lips trembled before curving into a gentle smile, but then, as if something broke inside her, she bit down on her lower lip, her shoulders shaking as tears started rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. He came. He came back for me? She stammered, her voice breaking as even more tears streamed down her face, her expression completely crumbling as she struggled to hold herself together. He returned back in time. Sandra whispered, her eyes widening as fresh tears welled up in them, threatening to spill over again. That's why Aether had been acting so strangely. How did she know? Because she had already seen it, hadn't she, during the previous iteration, when Aether returned, her death spell had activated. At that moment, she had glimpsed the final moments of a nightmare, an unspeakable horror that had seared itself into her mind. Though she hadn't been certain of time travel back then, that thing, that nightmare, had been very real. As real as the air she was breathing. And after that, Aether had started behaving differently, unnervingly different. He had even killed the Dragon Emperor as if it meant nothing, that solidified it. He had time traveled, even just a few moments ago. In her plan, she had counted on Aether saving them. She had only prepared herself for her ultimate decision, her final role in this grand game. And, whether by pure luck or coincidence, she had considered the possibility of Aether using time travel, but she had brushed it off as nothing more than a fleeting thought. After all, while he claimed to love her, he was always teasing, always playing around, always hiding behind that cocky grin of his. He had never seemed serious enough to actually do something so reckless, so dangerous, so desperate. That's what she had believed, until the moment he appeared in her palace, all of a sudden, acting strange, acting clingy, looking at her like she was the most precious thing in his entire world. She knew now, he had traveled back in time to save her. Why? Why, you idiot? Sandra choked out, covering her mouth as more tears fell freely. Why did you come back for me? Do you love me that much? Her entire body trembled as she clenched her fists, struggling to steady her emotions. I hurt you so many times, and yet, her voice cracked, but beneath the pain, there was something else, happiness, pure, undeniable happiness, the kind that came from knowing, truly knowing, that he had risked everything for her. That his love had meant something. That it had been real enough to make him go against time itself to reach her, to change fate for her sake. However, Sandra's expression suddenly turned cold and calculating. The warmth in her eyes dimmed as a new determination settled in. I'm sorry. Her voice was barely above a whisper. This needs to be done, and my death is inevitable, Aether. She bit her trembling lips, shaking at the mere thought of what he must have gone through. She had seen it, the way he looked at her. The silent pain in his eyes. She could only imagine how much he had suffered because of her death. Why, you're strong. The strongest man I've ever seen in my life, she murmured, almost as if she were speaking to him directly. Knowing he wouldn't hear, she wiped her tears away, inhaling sharply as she turned and walked back inside, her steps steady despite the emotions swirling within her. Once again, she was recreating her plan for her death. Aether, whether he realized it or not, had caused a butterfly effect. Just because he had let his emotions control him, whether knowingly or unknowingly, he had changed everything, and just like iteration number 27 had warned, too much knowledge was never a good thing. Chapter 711 Coming Clean. The rumors are true. Aether appeared back in his room. An empty room, but now covered in scribbles, words scattered all around, chaotic yet calculated. His face was tense, brows furrowed deep as he scribbled and scribbled, fingers gripping the chalk tightly. His other hand clutched his head, his mind racing, searching for a way to win. This damn game, master. That man cornered me without even realizing it, Aether muttered, his voice low but serious. The master had truly backed Aether into a corner, without even knowing the full extent of Aether's capabilities. Or even knowing who he was. And despite the unknown variables at play, the master had executed his plan flawlessly. Without making a single error. He's different. Unlike anyone I've faced until now. And far more dangerous, Aether murmured, eyes narrowing as he stared at the points he had noted down about the master. From a chess perspective, first. The master had two pawns, Celestia and Aquilina, from Aether's side. But more than that, he had stolen the queen, Marisandra, turning her against Aether. Second. He used his queen, the first hooded figure, to infiltrate Aether's side unnoticed, dismantling his troops from within and converting them into enemies. Third. The master made sure they believed they were winning, making it seem like they had him in check. And yet, he had already positioned a checkmate in the end. That meant Aether's entire side had been dancing in the palm of his hand, reacting precisely how the master had orchestrated. Like puppets. Fourth. He adapted his strategy in real time, shifting plans according to the situation. The presence of Aether and Leah should have been a major disruption, yet he had adjusted effortlessly. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his pieces either. Losing his bishop, Alaric, didn't faze him in the slightest, as long as it served his greater goal, this man. TSK, Aether clicked his tongue in irritation, his grip on the chalk tightening. The more he analyzed, the more it became clear, his current chances of winning were laughably low, no, worse than low. And the last, most critical point, if what the prophetess said was true. Well, he could already foresee the inevitable outcome. Anyway, the laws of nature themselves were against him. Ever since he had meddled with nature's balance, the law had turned against him. Meaning, in this twisted game, even the chessboard itself had become his enemy. Winning? Ha! Forget winning, Aether should be grateful he was even still in the game. His frown deepened. Well, that's fucked up, he muttered, shaking his head in sheer disbelief. But then, explore more at my virtual library empire, hee. I like the odds. Aether's lips curled into a wicked smile, sharp, dangerous, almost deranged. His eyes gleamed with something dark, something thrilling. If the rules don't apply anymore, then. His grin widened as he began scribbling even faster, more aggressively. Words filled the walls, ideas spilling out of his frantic mind: poison pawn, smothered check, time pressure, decoy sacrifice, psychological bluff. He scrawled more and more, some words struck out, others underlined, circled, emphasized. His hand moved feverishly, possessed by sheer intensity. Aether continued for nearly 5 hours straight. The room smelled of chalk, sweat, and tension. Finally, he tossed the chalk aside, panting heavily as he stared at his finished plan, his masterpiece, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He let out a long, exhausted sigh. Well, even if everything goes accordingly, there's always a butterfly effect. Every move I make has consequences. The game will shift, ripple. Nothing is ever set in stone. Then, a slow, dangerous grin spread across his face. But if things were too predictable, where would the fun be? Winning too easily would be boring, after all. His voice was thick with amusement. One step at a time, he chuckled darkly, eyes glinting with excitement. This was a battle between a man who had planned every single detail with perfect precision, versus a man who knew the future. At first glance, the one who knew the future should have the upper hand, if you already knew what was going to happen. How could you lose? But the man who had planned everything down to perfection would never just sit there, sucking his thumb, waiting for his downfall. No, Aether had seen it with his own eyes, witnessed the terrifying nature of that man. The master was unstoppable. A lunatic. A ruthless tactician who didn't hesitate for a second. He had tortured a child just to extract blood, all for whatever twisted scheme he had in mind. Aether exhaled, fingers twitching slightly. This is going to be one hell of a game. One thing was absolutely certain. The master wasn't doing all of this just for the so-called process he kept rambling about, nor was it solely to prevent the beginning. No, this was about a woman. Aether narrowed his eyes. I need to know about that woman too. He muttered under his breath, wait a second. I know I heard the master's name before. Celestia or Aquilina must have mentioned it at some point. What was it again? I think it started with an S or something. Aether murmured, pressing his fingers against his temple, deep in thought. Back then, he had been too overwhelmed, too caught up in the moment. His mind had been a mess, his senses blurred. He hadn't been able to process everything clearly, he had only caught bits and pieces. Ah! Aether's eyes suddenly widened as a spark of realization hit him. Master Snake. Noticing his log, Aether immediately gulped, his brows furrowing. He clenched his fists, focusing harder, trying to retrieve the right memory. Wait. No, that's not right. Master. Sex, I cannot believe you just said that. Pensive face, Aether let out a chuckle. Oh, come on, I was just messing around. Of course, I know his real name. Master Severus. Please kill me. Coffin, Aether burst into laughter, unable to hold it in, shaking his head as he leaned back slightly. But his mirth faded just as quickly as it came, and his expression grew solemn once more. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. Anyway, mistakes are bound to happen, he admitted, his voice carrying a weight of responsibility. That's exactly why I need everyone's help. His voice softened slightly as he turned toward the window, his gaze sweeping over the empire that was closing inch by inch. And there are a lot of mistakes I need to rectify. He wasn't perfect, he never claimed to be, he was doing his best. Giving it everything he had, but he wasn't almighty, he was just a human, a single man who had been thrown into this strange, chaotic world without a choice. He was surviving, that was all. Aether's eyes drifted back to the scribbles covering the walls. Among the chaotic writing, a particular phrase stood out, almost glaring at him. He stared at it, his pulse steady but heavy as he read the words, the truth. Taking a deep breath, Aether clenched his fists. Keeping it hidden any longer will only cause more problems. I need to come clean with all of them, he murmured with a serious, almost resigned expression. That's the best course of action. I cannot keep this secret anymore. Delphine lay sprawled on her bed, humming softly to herself, flipping through the pages of a book, something very intriguing. Title, Bound to His Mercy, The Professor's Punishment. Delphine swallowed thickly, her eyes glued to the words, completely engrossed in whatever sinful tale was unfolding before her. The contrast between the title and the deadly serious concentration on her face didn't quite match the situation, and yet, she really did that? Delphine whispered to herself, lips slightly parted in surprise. A light pink blush dusted her cheeks before she quickly nudged her glasses up, regaining some composure, but her fingers curled around the edges of the pages, gripping them tightly as her eyes darted across the text even faster, absorbing every word with an almost feverish intensity. Her face was getting hotter. And before she realized it, she was fanning her neck with one hand, trying to cool herself down. Just then, Delaware, Delphine nearly jumped out of her skin. A sharp gasp left her lips as panic shot through her. In a frantic motion, she slammed the book shut and shoved it under her pillow like her life depended on it. As Aether stepped into the room, she quickly adjusted her glasses, tilting her head with a forced glare, doing her absolute best to act natural. What are you doing here? There was a faint but very real pink hue dusting her cheeks, which, of course, did not go unnoticed by Aether. His gaze flickered toward the pillow she had very obviously shoved something under. His brow creased slightly, curiosity creeping in despite himself. Delphine tensed when she saw the way his eyes subtly narrowed. The moment he took a step closer, she instantly flinched. And nope. No, getting closer, she snapped. Holding up both hands like a warning, her voice a mix of strictness and nervousness, Aether let out a small, knowing smile, but it quickly faded as his face took on a far more serious expression. I need to talk to you, he said finally, his voice calm but firm. Delphine pursed her lips into a tight line. Can't this wait until tomorrow? She grumbled internally. But seeing the weight behind his gaze, she held back any protests and simply nodded. Just to be safe, though, she casually shifted herself and sat directly on the pillow, securing the hidden book beneath her. Aether, completely ignoring her bizarre behavior, took a deep breath before speaking. Yes. The rumors are true, he admitted, his voice unwavering. I kissed Celine. What? Chapter 7:12. He is telling the truth. Believe him. Delphine's expression turned utterly horrified upon hearing the story. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. She felt as if her heart had almost stopped for a second, her breath hitching in disbelief. Del, are you all right? Aether asked in a cautious tone, leaning closer to her, his gaze scanning her face for any sign of reaction. He had told her what needed to be told. Delphine took a deep, steadying breath before adjusting her glasses with a slow, deliberate motion. Her blank stare drilled into Aether as if he had just committed an unspeakable crime right in front of her. Why you didn't love her, right? Her voice trembled, each word laced with hesitation and tears that threatened to come out at any moment. Aether nodded softly, his warm fingers reaching out to gently rub her cheek as he leaned in closer, whispering, "Don't worry. I'm not leaving you." "Never." Delphine finally let out a deep, drawn-out sigh, as if she had been holding it in for a painfully long time. She forced a small smile as she rested her forehead against his shoulder and mumbled, "Well, you did save her when she was being forced." Sigh, "But seriously, was kissing really necessary?" She pouted, her expression shifting ever so slightly into something more unsettling, something that hinted at a madness lurking beneath the surface. She wasn't a Yandra, so that wasn't a problem, right? Aether inwardly gulped as he caught the way her eyes gleamed in a way that sent a nervous chill down his spine. That was anger, right? He questioned himself, but the longer he stared at her, the more uncertain he became. As time passed, Aether found himself struggling to distinguish between Delphine's anger and Yandra tendencies, because honestly, both looked dangerously similar. Anyway, that was the only way to stop Velk's power-hungry insanity, and Celine was crying so much. I really didn't have any other choice, you see. I am so," Aether stammered, his voice laced with guilt as if the very thought of what he had done sickened him to the core. Before he could even finish his sentence, Delphine's intense gaze softened, and before he knew it, she pulled him closer, pressing a gentle kiss to his forehead. "It's fine. I'm not going to be angry at you or anything," she said with a soft, reassuring tone. But then, she suddenly paused, her lips pressing into a thin line as she reconsidered her words. After a moment, she nodded to herself and added, "Maybe just a little bit, since you did kiss my niece, anyway. I understand that you didn't have any other options." "I completely understand." Her words were understanding, but her actions. Her grip around him tightened, her arms locking him in place as if she was terrified of him slipping away from her grasp. And Aether? He had absolutely no complaints, especially since his face was currently being smothered by two soft, warm mountains and a divine milky scent that was doing things to his mind. Nothing beats this. What the fucked up bullshit had he just spouted now? Well, it was simple. He had simply told the truth. Yup. Velk, a dangerously wicked man, forced his daughter to marry a nobleman so that he could climb the ladder and gain even more influence through his power-hungry wickedness. The poor girl had been utterly helpless, left with no means to resist, seeing that pitiful, helpless girl who was unable to be saved by anyone, who was crying in the corner in fear. Who had lost everything in hope. That's when MC appeared, saved the woman in distress, but in reality, he was actually, what would Del feel? Wouldn't she hate me if I didn't help her niece? MC was lost. What would her aunt think if she found out? Wouldn't Delphine be devastated if he had just turned away? Wouldn't she be heartbroken? Wouldn't she, too, be crushed beyond repair? So that's why, in order to make her happy, in order to protect the aunt's tears, and not break her heart, and in order to shield her from the pain of losing her niece, Victor had made a great sacrifice. He had kissed Celine in front of everyone, sealing her fate, and in doing so, he had saved her from being forced into marriage with that wretched nobleman. However, that one moment, that one single act, had completely changed everything. Celine had fallen in love with him. The MC, and now, Velk had even prepared their marriage invitation. So, those were the things Aether told Delphine. There wasn't a single lie in what he had said, right? No matter how one looked at it. Aether hadn't told a single lie. Delphine, still hugging Aether, slowly nodded, her eyes turning misty as she listened to him. Her heart clenched with emotion as realization struck. Aether had done all of this, for her. Just for her. I shouldn't be proud of this, but, he protected my niece, so. She thought, biting her lip. She wanted to be angry, really. She did, but hearing his words, sensing the weight of his sacrifice, she couldn't bring herself to blame him, so instead, she whispered, "I love you even more, Aether," her voice dripping with tenderness. Then, with a reassuring smile, she added, "And don't worry about Celine. I'll talk to her. She's an understanding girl, okay?" Aether let out a small, relieved chuckle as he nodded. "Thank you for understanding. I was seriously terrified, you know," he admitted, flashing her a weak, grateful smile. but seeing that fragile smile, the way his lips curved yet his eyes held a lingering fear, something within Delphine stirred. Her motherly instincts flared to life, and before she could stop herself, she showered his face with a flurry of soft, loving kisses. Aether's smile only grew wider. What? Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. What did you expect? For him to tell her the whole fucking story? He couldn't possibly just sit her down and say, "Hello, Delaware. You see, I banged your niece, and then I banged you, and soon, I'll be banging your sister-in-law. And, well, if there's even a 1% chance, maybe your mother too. If she was not weak, of course, so bless me." That was fucking ridiculous. That would be fucking disastrous. Aether knew exactly what he was doing. He would tell the truth eventually, but not now. For now, he needed her to accept the situation. To accept him with the others. He needed to lay the groundwork first, to build the path toward the inevitable truth, one step ahead. Just like in the game, Aether had already planned out this solution, and now, he was executing it flawlessly. He was lying, there was no denying that, especially to Delphine. Deep down, he knew he could never tell her the full truth, not yet, because in the heart game, he had seen her leaving him, walking away, taking their baby with her. That single moment alone was enough. He didn't dare take that risk. He was doing all of this so he could keep her with him, to keep them together, whatever anyone else thought. Manipulation, deception, disgust, it didn't matter. For Aether, there was only one thing that mattered. He just wanted her, that's it. Since most of the members were from the same family, something Aether found rather peculiar, his first step towards solving this complex and delicate situation was simple. He needed to group the family together. Yes, group them as one. Aether's initial plan was straightforward. If there were multiple members from the same family involved, it would be far easier to make them accept each other in the future without resistance. That way, once things progressed, there would be no backlash or unnecessary conflicts. To unite the family and do the honors. The second extraordinary co-female actor, Celine, would undoubtedly fulfill her duty with utmost dedication to protect her husband's life. Feeling Delphine's soft lips pressing against his skin with each gentle, teasing kiss, Aether smirked slightly before leaning in and capturing her lips in a deep, slow, thoroughly intoxicating kiss of his own. Delphine's cheeks instantly turned scarlet as she whimpered in protest, weakly pushing against his chest. Aether, we can't, everyone will but just as she was about to give in to the pleasure, allowing herself to melt into his embrace, swisp, Aether took the book. Delphine's eyes widened in sheer horror. Wait, Aether blinked as glanced at the cover. Then at Delphine, saying absolutely nothing. Yet, I am not a pervert, she shouted. Her voice filled with raw desperation, as if she was trying to convince herself more than him. Her face burned even redder as she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, looking like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Aether slowly opened his mouth. I didn't say anything. But the way he stared at her, completely unreadable, almost grinning, made Delphine's stomach twist into knots, and then he flipped the pages. Wait. Delphine lunged forward, trying to snatch the book from his hands, but, Aether vanished. He used his fucking skill for this. What? She gasped, completely taken aback. 1 second he was in front of her, and the next, he was behind her. Casually flipping through the pages like it was just a casual morning newspaper. What in the? Aether mumbled under his breath, his expression shifting as his eyes scanned the words. His brows twitched. Then his jaw clenched. The content was erotic, way too erotic to be honest. His entire body tensed, and before he could even process it, he felt a twitch in his lower half. What the fuck? His cheeks flushed red. This author was god tier. This writing was so damn fucking good, like finger-licking good, the kind of writing that could break any man and woman. Especially women. It was so dangerously seductive that Aether almost felt like he was committing a crime just by reading it. But then, snap, Aether quickly shut the book, taking a deep breath to steady himself. If he read any more of this sinful, depraved masterpiece, he knew he might end up beating his meat right here and now. He needed to calm the fuck down. Lifting his gaze, he turned to look at Delphine, who had her head lowered, her entire face burning red from sheer humiliation and absolute embarrassment, her hands clenched into fists on her lap, trembling slightly, as if she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and throw herself into it forever. Aether's lips curled into a mischievous smirk, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he teasingly whispered, "You know. If you want, we could try." No, boom. Chapter 713 3 Children, Sinner, Tricked, Grin, Chuck, Aether. Melona screamed as she jolted awake, her body drenched in cold sweat, her breath ragged and uneven, her entire frame trembling, her face contorted with a horrified expression as she parted her lips, trying to say something, anything, but no words came out. The vivid image of Aether killing himself was still burned into her mind, haunting her like a cursed memory that refused to fade. Her chest heaved as she struggled to breathe, her fingers instinctively reaching for the glass of water on the bedside table. But, thud, trrrnnngg, the glass slipped from her trembling hands and crashed onto the floor, shattering into scattered pieces. Her fingers clenched the sheets as she stared at the broken shards, her heart pounding relentlessly, her body frozen in a mixture of fear and overwhelming grief. Melona exhaled shakily, dragging in a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her pulse throbbed violently in her ears, and she pressed a hand to her chest, trying to steady herself. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to let out a slow, shuddering sigh before mumbling to herself, What the hell was that? This nightmare, it felt so real, just like before. Her thoughts drifted to a few months ago, when she had experienced a similar vivid dream. It was as if she had truly lived through it, only to suddenly return, like time itself had rewound, erasing everything. Back then, she had brushed it off, convincing herself it was just exhaustion from overworking to restore the academy. Even in the dream, all she did was work, so she hadn't thought much of it, but now. This wasn't just some random nightmare, this was something else. Am I seeing the future? Melona murmured, a deep frown forming on her face as unease settled in her chest. But when she checked her log, there was nothing new, nothing had changed. Then why? Are these just nightmares? She questioned, her voice barely above a whisper. But deep inside, she knew, this was no ordinary dream. The pain, the anguish, the sheer terror she had felt. It was all too real. Her brows furrowed deeply as she massaged her temples. Maybe she needed to take something for this, a potion, some medicine, anything to keep her from going insane. She lay back down, willing herself to sleep again. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. Every time she closed her eyes, the same haunting image of Aether killing himself replayed over and over, tormenting her, as if it was destined to happen. Arg. Melona groaned, frustrated and exhausted. She finally sat up, rubbing her face before deciding to take a walk around the corridor. Maybe stretching her legs would help clear her mind. However, just as she stepped out, she spotted Leora sprinting down the hall. Where the hell are you going in the middle of the night? Melona called out, her voice firm. Leora abruptly halted, turning her head to glance at her. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she smirked. Didn't husband inform you? Melona's frown deepened. What? Leora blinked innocently before grinning wider. Oh well, by then, she chimed playfully before dashing away again. Melona's lips twitched furiously. This bitch. But before she could chase after her, Mom, a familiar voice called out, and Melona turned just in time to see Arya approaching, her expression unusually serious. I was just about to wake you. Thank goodness you're up, Arya said, a hint of urgency in her tone. Melona crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. What's going on? Why all the sudden commotion in the middle of the night? She asked, noticing the unease on her daughter's face. Arya inhaled deeply before nodding. Mom, I don't know the details, but Aether told me to inform you that we need to isolate the Wood tribe immediately and evacuate everyone else as far away as possible. Melona's breath hitched. Her pupils dilated as a wave of shock and horror overtook her, remembering the horrors of monster elves. T. Arya repeated, her frown deepening in concern. Mom. What's wrong? Melona started, but before she could finish her sentence, her vision twisted, darkness, a suffocating void. Her eyes widened as she tried to process what was happening. Where am I? But then she saw it, a pure white feminine figure. Its body was eerily pristine, yet its face, a deep black, massive grin, and it was standing, no, floating. Upside down, its pure white fingers slowly moved up to its black grin, tracing the edges of its grotesque smile. Then, it moved, ssh, it hushed her, deeply, hauntingly, as if commanding her to stay silent, forever. Melona's breath caught in her throat, and without thinking, she nodded frantically, like a panicked woodpecker. Her entire body rigid with fear. Then, everything snapped back. She gasped sharply as her vision returned to normal. Mom? Are you okay? Arya's worried voice shook her shoulder. Her mother suddenly went dazed while talking. Melona blinked rapidly, her body trembling. Huh? Why yeah. I am fine, she stammered, forcing herself to breathe evenly. So. What do you need again? Arya stared at her. Are you really alright? She asked, her voice pressing with concern. Melona forced a strained smile, waving a hand dismissively. I just woke up, so my mind is all over the place, she said, hoping her daughter would drop it. Arya hesitated but eventually nodded. Alright. Anyway, you need to handle the situation, but it must be done quietly. No one should know about it. Evacuate the people silently, and whatever you do, do not cause any panic. Aether was very clear about this. Melona inhaled deeply before nodding. Fine. I'll take care of it, Arya exhaled in relief, flashing a small smile before adding, also, he specifically asked about anything related to the Fox tribe. Melona's frown returned. The Fox tribe? Yes, Arya confirmed. Do we have any records related to them here? Melona's expression darkened as a wave of unease settled in. The Fox tribe was wiped out long ago. Why is Aether suddenly asking about them now? Her fingers instinctively curled into a fist as she thought about it before replying. You might find a few things in our Elanthariel's archive. Arya nodded before hurrying off to read through the archives. Meanwhile, Melona stepped back into her room, locking the door tightly behind her. But as soon as she turned, she lurched forward, violently vomiting onto the floor, her body jerking uncontrollably as the contents of her stomach came up. Her entire body shook as her face twisted in pure horror. Gasping for air, she wiped her mouth with trembling hands and turned toward the mirror. But the moment she lifted her gaze, a chilling reflection stared back at her. The memory's white figure with the massive black grin flashed before her eyes, and, another wave of nausea hit her like a tidal wave, forcing her to vomit again. Her stomach twisted painfully, but she barely registered the discomfort. It took her a few agonizing minutes to collect herself, panting heavily as she clutched the edge of the table for support. Her fingers trembled as she whispered, I've seen that face before. That book. Her exhausted eyes flickered with realization. Without wasting another second, she stumbled toward her cupboard, yanking it open and frantically rummaging through her old belongings. Not here. Not here. Not here, she muttered under her breath. Her hands scrambling through piles of dusty objects, tossing them aside without a second thought. Her room became a complete mess within seconds, but she didn't care. Her mind was fixated on that book, and finally, a heavy breath of relief escaped her lips as she clutched an old, tattered book in her hands. The pages were so fragile that even the slightest pressure could tear them apart. Her gaze darkened as she gazed down at the weathered cover of the book. No, this isn't just a book. It's a story, she murmured, staring at the worn cover, a story that wasn't meant for amusement, but for fear. Yes, a story that had once been read to her by her parents. Not to entertain her, but to scare her. It was a well-known tale among her tribe, a terrifying story told to children to ensure they never strayed, never misbehaved, and never dared to harm others. A story about 3 children, and that's all I remember, she whispered, her voice barely audible. It had been so long ago. Like every other child, she had believed in the story when she was young. But as she grew up, she dismissed it as nothing more than a foolish legend. She had forgotten it, or at least she thought she had. until now, as she ran her fingers over the cover, her heart pounded at the one thing she did remember, a drawing, a single drawing that had haunted her as a child. A drawing that, even now, sent a deep chill down her spine. Like a child, with trembling fingers, she carefully opened the book. Most of the letters had faded with time, barely legible, but she didn't care. She flipped through the pages carefully, her breath uneven, her fingers slightly shaking, until, her breath hitched, her body stiffened, her pupils dilated in pure horror. There it was, a drawing of a feminine figure with a massive, eerie grin, just like the one she had just seen, but that one was alive. Her entire body went cold as she stared at the page, unable to believe what she was seeing. Her trembling lips barely moved as she read the remaining words on the page aloud. It was then that the devil tricked the children. And the bond that once held them together was shattered. As their ties broke apart, the devil could do nothing but grin. Her memories slowly began to jog as fragments of the story outline resurfaced in her mind. I remember now, she whispered, her voice uneven, barely above a murmur. It was about the lives of 3 children who became sinners and were tricked by the devil and, auk. Suddenly, a piercing headache exploded in her skull. She winced, shaking her head desperately as the pain coursed through her. But before she could recover, her eyes widened in sheer terror when the drawing in the book suddenly flickered and the figure in the drawing hushed. And then, with an eerie, unnatural speed, it zoomed toward Melona. Thud, Melona was thrown to the ground, motionlessly. Everything unnervingly turned silent, but then, the book in her hand began to change. Its pages twisted and turned into a deep black, crisp texture, as though the very essence of the book was being burned and turned ash. Experience new stories with my virtual library empire, and then, puff, disappeared. Chapter 714 Pride of an Empire. Part 1. While tension was brewing between 2 mighty empires, there existed one empire where only calm and gentle people resided, living happily and enjoying their serene and peaceful lives. This empire was none other than Elysiumus Aurora Empire. Unlike other empires that were drenched in the darkness of night, this empire always shimmered in a bright, pure white light, illuminating every corner with a divine radiance that brought vitality, harmony, and unshakable energy to all who lived within its borders. However, despite its outward peace, a subtle yet undeniable tension was beginning to brew inside a sacred temple. So, I cannot see them? The principal, Isadora, asked, her voice laced with curiosity and a hint of impatience, as she stared intently at the archpriestess, who was seated before her, radiating an air of unwavering authority. The archpriestess simply shrugged, leaning back in her chair with an air of indifference before speaking. As I've already said, I cannot allow you to disturb Mother's statue, do you understand? There is absolutely no way I would ever permit such an act, even if it meant saving an entire empire. Disturbing her statue is the same as shattering the faith we have built in her. That is something I will never allow. Her tone was firm, unwavering, and carried a silent challenge, daring Isadora, the sovereign, to push further. Isadora met the archpriestess's gaze with an unreadable expression before murmuring, "You are so different from her. You're nothing like her, not even a little." A slow, knowing grin spread across the archpriestess's lips. What else did you expect? If I had followed in her footsteps, if I had walked the same naive path she did, I would be dead by now. Long gone and forgotten. Acting all innocent and foolishly naive may look virtuous, but I know the truth of this world, and I've seen it with my own eyes. There is no way I will ever allow myself to be pushed around. Isadora, watching her intently, nodded slightly. Well, that's probably for the best, she admitted, shrugging before leaning in a little, her gaze sharp. At the very least, let me note the symbols. I need to know exactly what's written on them. She had come here for one reason, to investigate the ebon stone that Helena had informed Aether about. But no matter what she said, the archpriestess was not budging. The archpriestess tilted her head slightly, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding. If it's just that, I don't mind. However, she added, her tone firm, you are not allowed to touch anything. Do I make myself clear? Isadora frowned. You do realize that. I could do whatever I want without bothering to ask for your permission, right? The archpriestess let out a soft snort. Oh. Then go ahead. Try me, she challenged, crossing her arms. But you do understand the consequences, don't you? The moment you kill me, do you know what that means? When it comes to Mother, we stand together, we are united as one. Isadora clicked her tongue in irritation. Shall we? The archpriestess nodded, just about to leave the room when, Archpriestess, Helena suddenly burst into the room, her breathing heavy as if she had been running. The archpriestess frowned, clearly displeased. I am in the middle of an important meeting with the sovereign, Helen, but then, it's Aether. At the mere mention of his name, the archpriestess's expression shifted. Oh. Is he finally here? For the first time, her tone softened, and a visible tremor of excitement ran through her body, but Helena shook her head. No, he wasn't here. Read new chapters at my virtual library Empire. Hearing that, the warmth in the archpriestess's expression vanished. Her face turning cold, even colder than before. However, he told me a few things. The moment Helena spoke those words, the coldness faded once again, and the archpriestess's curiosity flickered to life. What did he say? She asked, her voice eager yet controlled. Helena took a deep breath before delivering the message. He said, do not allow anyone near the ebon stone. That is Mother's statue. The archpriestess immediately nodded, her response sharp and decisive. Consider it done. Isadora blinked in disbelief. Wait, Jew. Before she could even finish, Helena continued urgently. He also said that we need to protect the Empire at all costs and that we must not allow anyone near it for the time being. Once again, the archpriestess nodded. Understood, she said, though now a slight trace of annoyance crept onto her face. Helena added in a graver tone, the world, the people, they need to know what's coming. We must be ready for everything. The archpriestess frowned deeply, trying to understand what it meant. Yet, despite her obvious irritation, she nodded once more. However, just as her growing annoyance was about to reach its peak, Helena suddenly added, her voice turning innocent, oh, and also, he asked me to take care of you. 10,000 AP. The frustration on the archpriestess's face vanished instantly. Instead, she huffed, crossing her arms with a small, amused smirk. Of course, when Helena returned, the archpriestess made sure to milk every single detail about what had transpired between her and Aether, and, of course, Helena, who owed the archpriestess a great deal and trusted her more than anyone, shared everything without hesitation. To Helena, the archpriestess was practically a deity, second only to Aether himself. She told her everything. What Aether had been doing, what kind of power he possessed that allowed him to communicate with them. However, despite knowing all of this, the archpriestess didn't kill Helena or do anything drastic. After all, Aether had already informed Stella about his mission, the one given to him by the gods. If he failed, he would die. Not actually a true but not really false, she understood that. She understood everything, there was no mistake about it, so, she let Helena live, for now, at least. Meanwhile, Isadora, who had been silently watching everything unfold, blinked rapidly, as if she was struggling to process what the hell had just happened. The archpriestess, the same woman who barely even acknowledged her authority, who didn't even seem to respect the fact that Isadora could kill her at any time, and yet, the moment Aether's name was spoken, she acted like he was a being above her, and most importantly, that motherfucker seduced them too. A horrified expression crossed Isadora's face as a single realization dawned upon her. Aether was becoming an even greater danger than she had ever imagined. Back to the two empires. What's that? What the hell is going on here? KKYYYYA. Run. Run then. My GODDDDDD. The people, once peacefully asleep, woke up to a terrifying sight in the sky. And pandemonium erupted. Panic and dread spread like wildfire as the realization hit them all at once. An entire empire was moving toward theirs, drawing dangerously close, as if it was about to collide with them. Who in their right mind could stay calm in the face of something so utterly terrifying? Fear surged like an unstoppable wave, sweeping across the entire city. The chaos was so overwhelming that even the nobles and high officials struggled to maintain order, their voices drowned out by the deafening cries of panic-stricken citizens. Don't worry, dear, once we leave this empire, we'll be fine. I promise. A desperate father reassured his trembling child, his arms tightening protectively around them as they stood in an impossibly long line at the teleportation station. People were desperately trying to flee, seeking any way to escape and save their own lives from the impending disaster. The teleportation station was completely overwhelmed, flooded with frantic citizens pushing and shoving, their screams and pleas drowning out every other sound. The sheer number of people made it impossible to operate the teleportation system properly. It was absolute chaos. Your Majesty, it's impossible to hold them back any longer. The general reported grimly to Mère Sandra, his voice filled with urgency and an unspoken plea for immediate action. Mère Sandra stood still, her sharp gaze fixed on the panicked crowd as she frowned deeply, her mind racing through possible solutions. She knew it was impossible to stop them. When faced with death, who wouldn't fight to survive? She also knew the best course of action. There was only one way to save them now, and it had to be done swiftly before things spiraled even further out of control. They had to evacuate the entire population to another empire. It was their only chance, because nobody knew if their empire would even have a single piece left standing after this collision. The situation was dire, exhausting, chaotic, and yet. Sandra remained calm. She shifted her gaze towards her general and asked, "Did you prepare the materials I asked for?" The general nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what the materials were meant for. Still, he had carried out her orders without question, trusting her judgment. "Good," Sandra murmured under her breath, her eyes flickering toward the sky, where the Pyra Empire was now almost upon them, as the focus shifted to Pyra Empire. Just like her empire, the people here were also in a frenzy, the air thick with panic. However, their fear wasn't completely uncontrollable, because Victor had already warned them beforehand. He had announced that a collision might occur at any time, preparing them for the worst, but nobody had expected it to happen this soon. "What do we do? And maybe we should leave. I don't see a future in this empire anymore." The people hesitated, torn between fear and loyalty, their instincts screaming at them to run, yet their hearts aching at the thought of abandoning the place they had always called home. They had chosen to stay because this was their home, but now. As they stared at the catastrophe looming before them, their resolve wavered. It was too much to bear. When seeing the reality, meanwhile, back in the Black Castle, Aether stood on the veranda, his piercing gaze fixed on the approaching disaster, his mind calculating every possible move. Behind him stood Raven, Talia, and Emberlyn, their expressions tense as they watched him in silence. Aether's face remained unreadable, his expression calm, and yet. His fingers trembled ever so slightly, the weight of millions of lives rested on his shoulders. This wasn't as simple as taking a life, this was about saving them, and that responsibility was far heavier than any blade, any spell, any battle he had ever faced. One single mistake. A single miscalculation, a single error in judgment, and everything would be lost. Aether knew the cost, he knew the pain he would have to bear if he failed, because this was what it truly meant to be a ruler of an empire. I understand now. Aether thought to himself, his grip tightening as the gravity of the situation truly sank in, when suddenly, a soft, warm hand gently clasped his trembling one. Aether turned his head slightly, and saw Raven beside him, offering a small, reassuring smile, her presence steady and unwavering. "I'm here," she whispered, her voice firm yet filled with warmth. "You don't have to carry this burden alone." Aether's tense expression softened slightly, his lips curving into a small, warm smile, the warmth of her touch grounding him. Talia's lips twitched, she was just about to step forward and grab his other hand, do some cringe like that. But, her mother caught her wrist at the last second. Emberlyn leaned in close, whispering with a dangerous smile, "I'm here too." Talia gritted her teeth, glaring at her mother in silent frustration, but didn't resist. Aether let out a slow, deep breath before muttering under his breath, "The pieces already set into motions. The game already begins. Only the winner is yet to know." With that, he raised his right hand, the black ring on his finger glinting as it flickered. And in an instant, a mask materialized over his face, covering his half face. Raven's gaze shimmered with confidence as she took a step forward, her voice filled with pride and determination. "Now," she said, a proud smile gracing her lips, "it's time to show the other worlds the true pride of Pyra Fulgur Empire." Chapter 7:15 Pride of an Empire, Part 2. "Are you truly doing this all by yourself, sir?" Drakkars asked, his voice laced with both concern and curiosity as he gazed at Victor, who stood at the very edge of their Pyra Empire, his piercing eyes locked onto the endless void, a vast, empty plain stretching beyond sight, an abyss that seemed to swallow everything in its silence. As he looked up, the universe slowly dispersed like a gradient, revealing a normal blue sky from that point. The transition happened above the ground, where the vast blackness of space blended smoothly into the familiar blue sky, creating a stunning and surreal horizon, covering the world in a familiar hue. "You already know the answer, Drakkars," Victor responded with a cold tone. Drakkars stood still, his expression unreadable as he stared at Victor's back. After a brief pause, he finally bowed his head. "Forgive me for questioning you, sir. I am merely concerned about your well-being." Victor let out a low, amused chuckle before turning around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the gathered figures. Drakkars, Raven, Talia, Emberlin, and Lyres stood there, their eyes reflecting a mix of apprehension and unspoken determination. Even though none of them voiced it, their worry was palpable. "Have you completed the preparations?" Victor asked, shifting his attention to Lyres. Lyres, standing rigid with a determined expression, nodded immediately. "Yes, sir. Everything will be telecasted live. The entire world will witness this moment," she declared, her voice firm, carrying both pride and urgency. Victor acknowledged her with a nod before turning to Talia. "And you? Don't forget your words." Talia exhaled sharply, "TCH. Yeah, I know," she muttered, crossing her arms. Though she tried to sound irritated, there was a clear edge of concern in her voice, one she couldn't quite hide. Victor smirked knowingly before shifting his gaze to Raven. She was smiling, but it was forced, a fragile attempt to mask the sheer anxiety raging inside her. Outwardly, she appeared composed, calm even, but Victor saw through the facade. "Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire." His gaze then fell on Emberlin, who bowed deeply. Without uttering a word, she conveyed a silent promise. She would take care of everything in his absence. Victor let out a slow breath, his expression softening for a brief moment before he finally spoke. Now, as he stretched his arms wide, he closed his eyes and braced himself, and then, SSSSH, 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 5 flames, each unique in intensity and color, erupted from Raven, Talia, Emberlin, Lyres, and Drakkars, streaking through the air like meteors before colliding violently into Victor's body. The sheer force of their energy should have incinerated him, reducing his flesh to ash in mere seconds, but instead, the flames curled around him, surging into his body as if he were drinking them in. Yes. He was absorbing them. Absorbing the raw, untamed power of arcane energy. Victor had already spoken with Leora, the one who had saved him when he fell out from the Empire before. She had told him the necessary things. The moment a living being crossed the borderline of their world, they would be thrown into the vast nothingness of space, outside space, a place where the air did not exist, where arcane energy faded into oblivion, leaving one powerless. No magic. No breathing, nothing, but contrary to what he had once believed, his body wouldn't explode from the sudden pressure difference. No, the only true threat was suffocation and the complete absence of arcane energy. That was why he was doing this, why he was forcing his body to overcharge, to store as much arcane power as much as possible. He needed to be full, completely. SSSSH. As the last embers of the flames faded away, silence took over. Lyres and Emberlin exchanged anxious glances before frantically scanning the area. Their hearts pounded in their chests until, there he was. The thick smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Victor's figure standing amidst the scorched ground, completely unharmed. Their eyes widened in sheer disbelief, but none were more shocked than Drakkars, whose entire mind had been shattered in that moment, to see a human, one of their own, able to absorb such devastating power. It was unthinkable. Victor rolled his shoulders before cracking his neck, a deep satisfaction settling over his face. As he ran a hand over his stomach, he smirked, feeling the raw energy coursing through him. He was full, almost to the point of excess. If anyone kills me now, I'm fucking sure both Pyra and Naiade empires will be doomed beyond salvation, he mused, an amused glint flickering in his eyes before he turned to Drakkhares. Drakkhares, regaining his composure, quickly stepped forward. Sir, I have already secured the pact with the Naiade Empire's general. We are prepared to move at any given moment. Victor exhaled slowly, his gaze shifting toward the abyss below. Good. His lips curled into a smirk. Well then. It's time to save the world, he said, his voice carrying a note of irony. Never in his life had he imagined he would say such words. Without another moment of hesitation, he took a step forward, and jumped, the world around him blurred as he plummeted downward. Then, like an object submerging into water, Victor plunged beyond the boundary of their world. Gone. Raven's breath hitched, her chest tightening with an overwhelming sense of dread, but she forced herself to remain still. She had to believe in him, she had no other choice, this was his mission, and now, it was time for her to play her part. Steeling herself, she turned sharply on her heel. The others followed her lead without question as the group immediately took flight, heading back toward the castle. Meanwhile, Victor, now free-falling through the endless void of space, swiftly pulled out a sharp knife attached to a thread. With precise aim, he hurled it towards the rocky walls ahead. The blade shot through the air with incredible speed before embedding itself deep between the jagged stones. Without wasting a second, Victor yanked the thread with force, propelling himself forward at high velocity. His body shot toward the rocky surface, and just as he reached it, his fingers instinctively dug into the cracks, gripping tightly to secure his hold. He held his breath, his lungs burning slightly from the lack of air. His gaze shifted downward, scanning the terrain until he spotted it, the reddish-hued rocks intertwined with the thick, gnarled structure of the mother root. Leora had already told him the safest way to descend: grab onto the mother root and follow it towards its thickest point. That was his best and only chance of making it through safely. Victor exhaled slowly, stealing a glance behind him. A vast, endless space stretched beyond his sight, shimmering with the breathtaking brilliance of scattered stars. It was mesmerizing, almost unreal. Wow, he mumbled under his breath, momentarily awestruck by the sight before snapping back to reality. With careful, calculated movements, he began his descent, gripping the mother root tightly as if it were a lifeline. His muscles tensed as he moved steadily downward, his body shifting like that of a seasoned mountain climber making his way down. Meanwhile, deep underground, Hissus, Snowflake let out a sharp, serpentine hiss as she spewed thick, corrosive acid from her mouth, melting everything in her path with ease. She burrowed deeper and deeper beneath the Pyra Empire, her acidic venom carving a path through the underground layers at an insane, almost terrifying speed. Now that she had reached the level of the Chosen Ones, her acid was potent enough to liquefy even the hardest underground rocks in mere seconds. Her movements were swift, efficient, unstoppable, but if she had such immense tunneling power, then why was Victor risking everything by venturing outside the world instead of simply using her path? Because Snowflake wasn't just digging a single tunnel, she was constructing something far greater. As the view expanded, her underground creation was revealed in full, breathtaking scale. It wasn't just one singular path, but an intricate network of interconnecting tunnels, each linking to another, branching out like veins beneath the empire, and at the surface, massive, strategically positioned funnels had been built and placed at different key locations across the empire. Snowflake wasn't just digging, she was connecting these tunnels to the funnels above, creating a vast underground system. She had her own mission, her own responsibility. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Raven and the others had finally reached the throne room. Liars wasted no time, launching the live telecast for the entire empire. Within moments, holograms flickered to life across every city, projecting the image of their empress for all to see. It's the empress. A wave of relief washed over the people as they saw her standing tall, unwavering. She hadn't abandoned them. She was still here, still fighting. Raven stood before the hologram projection, her expression unreadable as she stared at the countless citizens watching her. After a brief pause, she finally spoke, We will live. Silence. Everyone blinked in confusion. That's it? The people were dumbfounded. What about instructions? Emergency protocols? Evacuations? The citizens exchanged bewildered glances, expecting more. But that was all she said. Talia and Emberlyn groaned in frustration, simultaneously facepalming. Victor had given Raven and Talia a lengthy, well-crafted speech to deliver to the people. And yet Raven had reduced it to 3 words. Raven was indeed a woman of very few words, perhaps too few. Lyres cleared her throat awkwardly before quickly taking over the telecast. She spoke with confidence. Ahem. What our Empress means to say is, do not worry, citizens. As you already know, we have taken numerous precautions to ensure our safety. All we need now is to believe, to hold on to hope and PR. A deafening, earth-shaking collision suddenly tore through the Empire. A monstrous, almost otherworldly sound, like entire landmasses slamming into each other, erupted, echoing across space. The ground beneath them trembled violently, causing people to lose their footing, stumbling as the force of impact rattled the entire Empire with unrelenting force. Lyre's breath hitched as she gripped the console for stability, her heartbeat racing. Now, Lyres, Raven's voice rang out, calm and commanding. Despite the throne room shaking violently, she remained completely still, unshaken, unmoving. Even amidst the chaos, she never lost her Empress composure. Lyres gritted her teeth, steadying herself before swiftly reaching for the control panel. Without a moment of hesitation, she pulled the lever with force. From beneath the Empire, 2 massive black metallic thrusters ignited, the flames explode life and endless mass. The Empire began to move, ever so slightly, but forward. Chapter 716 Pride of an Empire, Part 3, SSSSSSS. The fire roared at full force as the 2 massive black metallic thrusters spewed out torrents of blue flames from the bottom of the Empire, pushing it with an explosive burst like a fiery dragon. The entire Empire trembled under the force, groaning as it slowly, millimeter by millimeter, began to move. It's moving. Why? The people of the Naiade Empire, who had already been moved to the designated safe zone within their empire, watched in stunned amazement, their gazes locked onto the Pyra Empire, the very force that had nearly obliterated the edges of their empire. Now, against all odds, it was pulling back, retreating. A miracle. Delphine, who stood overseeing the entire spectacle, slightly raised an eyebrow. Her sharp gaze flickered with intrigue as she observed the once inevitable collision of the 2 mighty lands slowly being avoided. The disaster seemingly halted in its tracks. With measured composure, she turned back and nodded as it was directed toward none other than the Empress herself. Hovering above the palace, Sandra took note of Delphine's subtle yet significant gesture. A slow, astonished smile spread across Sandra's lips, her expression a mixture of surprise and awe. He's actually pulling this off, she murmured, almost as if she couldn't believe it herself. Then, shaking herself out of her stunned state, thinking he might have pulled this previous time, she lifted her hand and snapped her fingers. In an instant, holographic projections materialized across the vast empire. The people, still gripping onto the remnants of their fear and uncertainty, looked up in astonishment as their Empress's image shone across the sky. Her voice, clear and resolute, echoed through every corner of the empire. Do not be afraid, my people, she declared, her tone cold yet comforting. We are doing everything within our power to avert this unprecedented catastrophe. Our efforts, combined with those of the Pyra Fulgur Empire's emperor, will not be in vain. He has vowed to protect his people at all costs, and I. She paused, her eyes blazing with unyielding determination. I vow the same for you. A collective hush fell over the masses, her words gripping their hearts like an anchor of hope amidst the storm. I know many of you are afraid, she continued, her voice carrying the weight of their unspoken fears. I know some of you worry about your futures, about what tomorrow holds, but hear me now. This empire, our home, stands strong. No matter where we go or where we choose to settle, at the end of the day, we belong to the one and only Aquarius Naiade Empire. And today, As your empress, I swear to you, I will see this through to the very end. I will fulfill my duty. A thunderous wave of emotions surged through the crowd, then, abruptly, the hologram flickered. The images changed, shifting to reveal Delphine and the other generals, standing perilously close to disaster, holding enormous beams and rods. Their sheer size is enough to resemble mountains. What the hell are they trying to do? Are they insane? We're all going to die, mummy. The uncertainty that had just begun to settle was now stirred up again. People desperately tried to make sense of what they were seeing. And yet, despite their overwhelming confusion, a small sliver of hope remained. Their empress, standing tall and unshaken amidst it all, was enough to keep that fragile hope alive. Meanwhile, Mother. Father. Are you absolutely sure we should be staying here? Kai's voice was laced with unmasked dread as his wide eyes remained locked onto the unfolding chaos before them. I really think we should leave. Right now, I'm thinking the exact same thing. This is not something we could handle, Leon muttered, his face pale as he watched Delphine and the other generals actively engaging in what looked like utter madness. A part of him was terrified, but another part, the bitter part, felt oddly relieved that, for once, this wasn't his problem. Leon let out a shaky exhale, his thoughts an absolute mess. He wasn't sure whether he should be laughing or crying about this situation. This whole disaster. This colossal mess. Should have been his burden to bear. And yet, here he was, standing on the sidelines while Victor shouldered the entire weight of it. He had already suffered losses in his own empire. And now, another looming catastrophe threatened everything. Discover hidden stories at my virtual library empire. Well, that's karma for you, he thought, nodding to himself in grim satisfaction, not knowing these two bastards were supposed to be one who should endure this. Anyway. Velk, who stood beside him, also nodded, albeit for entirely different reasons. Unlike Leon, Velk had actually planned to flee the moment he sensed disaster creeping in. But fate, as always, had other plans. Delphine being summoned to the royal court had sealed his fate. If he dared to turn tail and run now, the weight of shame and dishonor would follow him for the rest of his days. His family's name would be tarnished beyond repair. Just yesterday, he had been contemplating how to present Aether to the Empress. And now? Now, the situation had flipped on its head as if destiny itself had intervened to save his ass. Zara, however, had no time for such thoughts. Her eyes were glued to Delphine. She knew, Delphine's future vision. Her uncanny ability to foresee the paths ahead. If Delphine had chosen this course of action, then surely, there was a way forward. Zara's gaze swept across the group. Then, abruptly, she frowned. Where is Aether? She asked. Her question, however, fell on deaf ears. No one else seemed particularly concerned about the whereabouts of a mere servant. Clicking her tongue in irritation, she wasted no time and hurriedly turned on her heels, rushing inside to find him. Velk and the others remained fixated on the sight before them. The Pyra Empire had begun its ascent, its massive form lifting as the thrusters raged beneath it, and then, Delphine and her team made their move. Drilling through the shattered, fractured edges of their broken world, they plunged the colossal rods deep into the Empire's exposed sides. From above, Empress Sandra watched it all unfold, her mind replaying Aether's plan, the one he had conveyed through Delphine. It was simple, and daring, risky too, and yet. It was their best shot. It was actually a simple plan. But whether it would work or not, that was a 50-50 chance. The plan itself was straightforward. Since the collision between the empires was unavoidable, Aether decided to take a different approach. Rather than trying to stop the impact, he chose to connect the two empires together. Yes. That was his plan. Based on the collision angle of both empires, they were set to crash into each other at an angular trajectory, aka side by side. Initially, everyone believed empires were pulling each other simultaneously. The mother root, which lay beneath the empires as their foundation, would be the first to collide. This wouldn't be a side impact, it would be a catastrophic base-on-base collision, an unavoidable disaster, which meant the mother root was not directly linked between the two empires, the actual endpoint was somewhere else. So then, Where was the actual endpoint of the mother root? That, of course. Aether didn't know, but for now, what he had discovered was enough to form a plan. A plan that could save them all. The solution? Aether proposed a docking mechanism. All they needed to do was use massive rods and beams, structures as colossal as mountains themselves, to forcibly connect the edges of both empires. Once the connection was secured, the two empires would remain locked beside each other, preventing any further disastrous collisions. Not bad coming up in little time, right? However, this would only work if Aether's calculations were correct. If he was wrong, so many lives depend on this. Aether, please do your best and come back to me. Delphine thought, gripping onto the beam she had been adjusting. With one final tweak, she took a deep breath, then turned and gave a firm nod toward the Empress. Empress Sandra met her gaze and nodded in return before raising her hand. With a sharp snap of her fingers, in the Pyra Empire, Raven flinched as a surge of energy rippled through her body. Instantly understanding the signal, she exhaled and turned toward Liars. It's done, Raven confirmed. Liars. Now, Liars, standing at the controls, smirked slightly before gripping the lever, slowly. She began to lower it. The flames from the two massive thrusters, which had miraculously continued functioning despite holding a huge empire, a theoretical error, began to diminish as their output was gradually reduced. The empire's motion was now carefully calibrated, controlled, but fragile. Once again, the Pyra Empire leaned forward, tilting ever so slightly as it inched toward the Naiade Empire, the distance between them closing with agonizing slowness. Liars furrowed her brows, every fiber of her being focused on the delicate task at hand, and worked the controls with precision, adjusting the thruster's power levels just enough to keep the movement controlled. This was the most crucial moment. One single mistake, one miscalculation, one unsteady hand, would send everything crashing into disaster, wiping out thousands in an instant. The people from both empires stood frozen, watching the docking unfold with a mixture of sheer horror and breathless awe. None of them had ever witnessed something of this scale before. Delphine and the other generals had already stepped back from the edges, retreating to a safe distance as they held their breaths. Waiting for the miracle to happen, the Pyra Empire continued its descent, slow, deliberate, measured with near-perfect control. Liar's face was now drenched in sweat, her hands trembling violently as she guided the movement with painstaking caution. Every shift of the lever had to be precise. Every adjustment had to be executed flawlessly. The tension was suffocating. Please, God, please, save us, Arcane, we beg you, Arcane. Please, save us. Desperate cries and prayers echoed from every direction, voices of fear and faith intertwining as the people of both empires pleaded with the heavens. No one truly understood what the outcome of this reckless plan would be. But they knew their rulers were doing everything in their power to protect them. All they could do now was believe. Please, please, please. Parents clung tightly to their children, whispering reassurances they weren't even sure they believed. The elderly, worn by time and experience, closed their eyes, murmuring their final prayers, their frail hands clutching their chests, and then, thud, a deafening, earth-shaking impact thundered across both empires. The sheer force of the docking sent a violent tremor rippling through the lands and oceans. Old buildings, already weakened by previous damage, groaned under the sudden shock before crumbling into heaps of rubble. Newer structures trembled violently, deep cracks snaking up their walls as their foundations were pushed to the limit, and then, everything stopped. The shaking ceased. Liars, her breath caught in her throat, blinked rapidly, her gaze darting toward the connection point. Her wide eyes took in the scene in disbelief. It was perfect. The connection between the empires had been secured, without a single error. Why, a deafening cheer erupted from the Pyra Empire. People screamed, shouted, and wept in pure elation as if an actual miracle had just unfolded before their very eyes. The Naiade people took a second longer to process what had just happened. But when they did, "We're safe," a wave of joyous celebration exploded throughout the empire. Tears of relief spilled down faces. Strangers clutched onto one another, crying and laughing in disbelief. their bodies shaking with overwhelming emotion. He did it. Delphine exhaled shakily, her voice trembling with happiness and uncontained pride. Sandra let out a slow, steady breath, her shoulders finally easing as she whispered, "It worked." 10 AP, far away, hidden within the grand temple, a lone figure watched the entire event behind the curtains. The prophetess, her fingers lightly tracing the edge of her ceremonial robe, nodded with mild surprise. Interesting," she murmured, a small, knowing smirk played on her lips as she mused, "He actually pulled it off." Quite impressive, however, her amusement was fleeting. Her expression shifted, darkening slightly, her voice dropping into a low murmur, "But did he forget? He has angered the laws of nature." Meanwhile, deep within the Pyra Empire, in the valley, hidden beneath the surface, stood a massive, rotating stone covered in roots, the ebon stone. The ebon stone, wrapped tightly by the thick mother root, rotated slowly around its axis, just as it always had, in a steady, familiar rhythm. But then, a strange, inexplicable breeze began to swirl around the stone. It was utterly impossible. The underground chambers were dense, cut off from any airflow. There should have been no breeze in this place. And yet, SSSZZZZ, a gentle, almost delicate breeze seemed to manifest from nowhere. Suddenly, thud, the ebon stone came to a sudden halt. No, not just the stone, the mother roots themselves froze. A faint, almost imperceptible white pulse passed through the roots, spreading like a ripple across still water, pulsing deeper into the earth. And then, the ebon stone suddenly surged into motion, faster than it had ever moved before. It spun violently, almost out of control, like the furious motion of a wheel racing uncontrollably, its speed growing with each passing moment. The ground beneath them trembled as if the very foundations of the Pyra Empire were shaking. And then, thud, the entire Pyra Empire jolted violently as though something had grabbed the ground itself and yanked it with crushing force. What was that? Drakkars asked, his frown deepening, before Liars could even react to the sudden disturbance. Boom! A deafening, bone-shattering explosion echoed across the Empire. One of the massive thrusters had just blasted off. Chapter 717, Pride of an Empire, Part 4. We lost one of our thrusters, and the pulling force suddenly increased. Liars said, her gaze fixed on the monitor displaying real-time readings of their current situation. Pulling force increased. Drakkars frowned, his sharp eyes narrowing at the data. Liars nodded and gestured toward the beam connection between empires, her expression grave. The once stable structure had started to bend as the Pyra Empire was steadily dragged downward. The acceleration of our empire is higher than Naiade Empire. Raven exhaled sharply, her brows knitting together. So, Aether was right all along, huh? She muttered under her breath, frustration flickering in her eyes. It wasn't as if Aether had foreseen this exact event. He had simply stated a cold, inevitable truth. Anything unpredictable happening out of nowhere always had the potential to screw everyone over. The people who had initially sighed in relief now found their breath stolen away by sheer terror. Their eyes widened as the beam and rods connecting each empire visibly warped under the strain, their structures groaning in protest. The Pyra Empire was sinking, slowly, but undeniably. What the hell is going on now? Sandra snapped, turning toward Delphine, who wore an equally deep frown. But before Sandra could press further, Delphine's body stiffened, her pupils dilating as if something unseen had invaded her mind. Her bloodline had activated. Then, her entire expression shifted in a heartbeat. "Everyone, leave this place," she screamed, her voice filled with a desperation that sent a chill through the crowd. People had already begun evacuating, but there were always fools among fools, those who, despite the impending catastrophe, stood frozen, eager to witness the unfolding chaos. And then there were the soldiers and generals, unwilling to abandon their posts. Hearing the sheer urgency in her voice, many hesitated, confusion flashing across their faces, until, crack, the ground beneath them split with a sickening sound, and then, boom, one of the massive rods anchoring the empire suddenly snapped free, its tension unleashing a force like a coiled spring finally breaking loose. It shot out of the ground with devastating momentum, shattering everything in its path. Debris, massive slabs of stone, and chunks of metal rocketed into the sky, their deadly trajectories scattering unpredictably. Those who had lingered, paralyzed by the unfolding spectacle, finally broke into frantic, panicked sprints, some too late. Meanwhile, generals scrambled, their voices rising in alarm as they struggled to contain the massive flying debris that threatened to slam into the so-called safe zone. It's not safe anymore. Delphine shouted, the ground trembled violently beneath them, the cracks widening, spreading like veins of doom. The countless rods and beams they had relied on for stability were now crumbling, reduced to little more than brittle kindling on the edges of the empire. Meanwhile, where the hell are you, Aether? Zara shouted, her breath ragged as she stormed through the corridors, scanning desperately for any sign of him. She had been searching for what felt like an eternity, yet there was not a single trace of him anywhere. Terror! The ground trembled again, more violently this time. Zara gasped as her footing slipped, her balance thrown off for a second before she caught herself. Her teeth clenched. Damn it! Where did that brat disappear to at a time like this? She growled, pushing forward as she swept through the mansion. Meanwhile, Tisk, Liars clicked her tongue in irritation, her eyes flicking across the collapsing structures on her screen. The beams are holding, barely. But the rocks? They're crumbling like dried leaves, she muttered, watching as the once solid supports shattered one by one, triggering disastrous landslides along the empire's edge. Raven stood motionless, staring at the destruction unfolding before her eyes. The edges of their empire, their home, were disintegrating, breaking apart into an abyss. And yet, her expression remained unreadable. Then, finally, she spoke. It's time for Phase 2, Liars blinked. Phase 2? But we haven't even received a signal from the Emperor yet. Has he even arrived at the designated location? She asked, her voice laced with unease. Raven didn't hesitate. She shook her head. If we want to restore our empire's pride, we can't just show the world his victories. They need to witness his struggles too, she said. Her voice cold. Liars and Drakhairs hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. They both knew the Empress was altering the plan, something that directly contradicted the Emperor's explicit orders. Defying his command, especially in a situation as dire as this, was not a decision to be taken lightly. Raven's gaze darkened, her expression turning ice-cold. Am I not clear? As violet flames erupted from her body, the sheer pressure emanating from her sent a chilling wave through the room, making the air feel thick with tension. Liars stiffened instantly, straightening as she nodded without hesitation. Of course, she said swiftly before turning back to the controls. Her fingers moved with precision across the console, her eyes flicking between multiple screens as she announced, initializing live footage. Raven gave a curt nod before shifting her gaze toward Talia. The woman took a deep, steadying breath, trying to calm the rapid pounding in her chest. She clenched her fists for a brief moment before stepping forward toward the microphone. Meanwhile, across the Pyra Empire, citizens had been watching in helpless horror as the edges of their world crumbled before their eyes. Their holographic projections of the destruction suddenly flickered, the visuals distorting for a brief moment before shifting, revealing Talia and Liars instead. Talia cleared her throat, due to unforeseen technical issues and an unprecedented surge in the pulling force. One of our thrusters has broken, she announced, her voice steady despite the overwhelming tension hanging in the air. Gasps rippled through the gathered masses. This is it. We're all going to die. RRGH, please, Arcane, have mercy on us. Terror spread like wildfire. The people cried out in hysteria, their voices rising to deafening levels as the weight of the situation crashed down upon them. The sight of Liars furiously working at the controls only made things worse. It was clear that she was doing everything in her power to fix the situation, but was it enough? Could she really stop the inevitable? However, but, he is not going to give up, Talia declared. Her voice carried enough weight that it made the people flinch, their frantic shouting faltering for a brief moment as uncertainty crossed their faces. Their collective panic momentarily shifted into confusion. Who was she talking about? Just then, the connection is established. Liars announced, her voice filled with urgency as the hologram flickered once more, distorting briefly before stabilizing. the chaotic imagery of destruction vanished, replaced by an expanse of deep, dark space, illuminated only by distant stars that shimmered in the void. A collective hush fell over the crowd. "What is that?" someone murmured, their voice barely above a whisper, for a fleeting moment. The terror that had gripped them so tightly loosened its hold. The vast, starry expanse of the Milky Universe stretched out before them, endless, mesmerizing, and strangely calming. Raven, however, narrowed her eyes. "Where is he?" she muttered, scanning the projection with a deep frown. There was movement, she could sense it, but all she could see was the endless void of space stretching endlessly before them. "Give me a second. I'll try to adjust the view," Lyers responded swiftly. The live feed began to shift, moving as though a camera were slowly panning to reveal more of what lay beyond the initial view. At first, only a pair of legs came into focus, hanging precariously in the space as if their owner were on the verge of plummeting. Then came the outline of a figure's shoulder, and finally, a glimpse of striking white hair, shining under the faint cosmic light. The moment that ethereal silver-white hair came into view, the entire Pyra Empire's collective heartbeat seemed to stop at once. They knew that hair, they had seen it before. Lyers glanced at Talia, who nodded in understanding before reconnecting the mic. "Your next journey awaits at my virtual library empire," Talia's voice rang out with unwavering strength and certainty. "The man who single-handedly took down that wretched monster, the one that ruled over us for more than 1,000 years. The man who swore, with everything he had, to protect all of us. He will not give up." The crowd stiffened, their breath caught in their throats. "He allowed every single one of you the choice to leave. And yet, you stayed," Talia continued, her words carrying the weight of undeniable truth. "You stayed because you believed in him. You placed your faith in him, knowing he would never abandon you." Silence spread across the people. "He may just be the one, the right one, for us." Talia's voice turned grave. As she spoke, the hologram shifted once more, revealing a clearer, more detailed image. A white-haired man. He wore a mask, his face mostly obscured except for his piercing ice-blue eyes, eyes that held nothing but raw, unshakable determination. His hands were gripping thick, tangled roots, fingers tightening as he climbed inch by inch, his legs dangling over the abyss of space below. "Our Emperor. Victor, will save us all." Chapter 718 Pride of an Empire, Part 5. A few moments ago, Victor, who was climbing down on the edge of the Empire, felt his hands trembling as he tightly gripped the roots, his breath uneven. "Fuck, this is really painful," Victor muttered, his face twisting in discomfort. He had been climbing down for what felt like an eternity, his arms already burning from the relentless strain, and yet he hadn't even reached the base of the Empire. His muscles ached, and his grip was weakening, but stopping wasn't an option. A thin protective layer surrounded him, allowing him to breathe in the vast emptiness of space. He knew time was slipping away fast, but there was no way he could move any faster than this. The massive roots blocking his path made every step difficult, and the jagged rocks beneath his feet were anything but stable. One wrong move, and he'd plummet into the abyss, an endless fall into space, lost forever. "They've already docked." But Victor's brow furrowed as an unsettling feeling crept into his chest. His plan had gone off without a hitch, but something still felt off. That nagging sense of unease was the only thing keeping him going right now. He needed to be ready, ready for anything. Victor exhaled sharply, forcing himself to focus as he continued his descent, every movement precise and controlled. But then suddenly, TTRRRR, a sharp noise ripped through the stillness of space. Victor stiffened, his fingers instinctively tightening around the root. "What the hell was that?" he muttered, eyes narrowing as he scanned his surroundings. The silence of space was deafening, but the sound had been unmistakable. Something was shifting, like stretching, and then he felt it. The root he was gripping suddenly tensed, coiling as if it were alive. Victor's stomach dropped. "Shit." The ebon stone stretching the roots even faster. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire empire. The ground trembled violently before him, and before he could react, his grip on the root gave way. Fuck. Victor roared, his body plummeting. Instinct kicked in, and he unleashed a burst of flames from his palms, using the propulsion to propel himself toward another root. His fingers latched onto it just in time, his entire body jerking from the force. He hung there, panting, his heart pounding like a war drum. Holy fuck. He let out a shaky breath, glancing down just in time to see massive chunks of the Empire's edge breaking away, collapsing into the abyss below. It wasn't just falling, it was moving, the force of the initial blast sending debris into an inertial drift. Tisk. Victor clicked his tongue. He didn't have time to waste. He needed to get down, now. If he could use his flames to move, then why was he still climbing? The answer was obvious, of course, he could use them, but he couldn't afford to waste his energy. His plan required every ounce of power he had left, and if he spent too much now, he'd be screwed when it really mattered. Fuck. If this doesn't work the way I planned, I swear I'm done with this empire, Victor growled under his breath, frustration lacing his words. He was surely doing something he had never done. He was supposed to take missions, not risk his life to protect an entire empire, but before he could curse his situation any further. Crack, a deep, guttural rumble vibrated through the space around him. Victor's head snapped up just as a massive portion of the Empire's edge buckled with force. Beams, rods, and slabs of debris trembled, then shattered, cascading down like an avalanche. Fuck. Victor's eyes darted around, searching desperately for something, anything, he could grab onto. His gaze locked onto a thick, sturdy root, and without hesitation, he launched himself toward it, grabbing hold just as the wall beneath him gave way. For a brief moment, he thought he had made it, but then, the wall he had landed on shifted, tilting at an unnatural angle. Victor gritted his teeth. Oh, come the fuck on. The surface beneath his feet was sliding, pulling him with it. He clenched his fist, forcing himself to move. He couldn't stay here. If he hesitated, he'd go down with it. With a sharp exhale, he twisted his body, slamming his fist into the crumbling wall to propel himself sideways. He hit the wall running, his legs carrying him downward as fast as he could go, moving with the momentum of the slide. Faster. Faster. Victor muttered, his breathing ragged as he pushed himself harder. The land beneath him was slipping away, and if he didn't reach a stable root soon, he was fucked. Step, step, step. Victor moved at an insane speed, channeling every ounce of arcane energy into his limbs. Shit, shit, shit. He muttered under his breath, his eyes locking onto the base. It was so close, but beyond it, nothing. Just an endless void of space. His heart pounded. He had to make this jump. Without wasting another second, Victor threw a rope toward a rock, his movements fluid and precise, like a cowboy lassoing a wild beast, while still running at full speed. Thud, the rope, thanks to his sheer luck, wrapped tightly around the rock, giving Victor the leverage he desperately needed. Without wasting a second, he swung forward. Ah. Victor let out a wild, exhilarated cry, swinging like Tarzan as his sharp eyes locked onto a soft root ahead. That was his next target, he had to reach it no matter what. However, thud, the rock anchoring his rope suddenly cracked, splintering into countless fragments before breaking apart completely. Victor felt his body freefall, the sudden weightlessness throwing him off balance as he tumbled through space, dazed for a brief moment. But even in that chaotic, disorienting moment, he didn't panic. Using the remaining momentum from the inertial force, he released the rope at the perfect time, twisting his body midair. His speed surged as he spun, calculating his next move with razor-sharp precision. Snap, Victor's fingers latched onto another root just in time. His entire body jerked from the sudden stop. But he held on, his chest rising and falling as he took a sharp breath, his heart pounding erratically. He blinked, his adrenaline-fueled brain registering what had just happened. A rush of exhilaration surged through his veins. This was exciting. A smirk crept onto his lips, an amused glint flashing in his sharp eyes. Rather than fear, the life-threatening situation only seemed to fuel his excitement further. He was slowly getting used to it. Continue reading at my virtual library empire, anyway. Victor exhaled deeply, shaking off the lingering thrill before turning his gaze downward. His eyes tracked the massive chunks of Empire's edges breaking apart and scattering. floating aimlessly into space. Some of the larger pieces drifted together, colliding before spinning off in random directions, while the smaller debris was already too far gone, swallowed by the infinite void. I just created a comet, didn't I? Victor mused, the thought amusing him for a brief moment before snapping back to reality. He had finally reached the base of the empire. That meant he was now hanging directly underneath the colossal structure, gripping the thick roots while his legs dangled in the vast emptiness of space. It was almost like doing pull-ups, except the consequences of failure were far worse than just falling. Victor exhaled again, steadying his breathing. I used too much energy. He muttered under his breath, his muscles already feeling the strain. He quickly scanned the area, his sharp gaze locking onto a particular peak at the base. It stood out, positioned right at what seemed to be the central point of the empire. I think that's the place, he murmured to himself with certainty. Since this was the base rather than a slope, he couldn't simply climb or walk. His only option was to move from root to root using his hands alone. With sheer upper body strength, he began swinging from one root to another, keeping his movements sharp and controlled. He moved swiftly, like Tarzan, who moves from branch to branch, his body flowing in perfect synchronization with the weightless environment. He focused entirely on his next motion when suddenly, 10 AP, 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 Victor's movements came to an abrupt halt as his sharp eyes caught sight of the floating notifications. What the hell is that all about? He was taken aback, his brows knitting together in confusion. Affection points. Out of nowhere. That was something he hadn't expected. Just then, a small shift on his shoulder caught his attention. A tiny, six-legged mechanical spider scuttled across his arm, its movements precise and eerily smooth. On its back, a miniature camera gleamed. Victor narrowed his eyes slightly. They activated it before I even gave the signal. That meant only one thing: Raven had altered the plan. He wasn't entirely sure why, but he knew she wouldn't have done so without reason. He trusted her judgment, even if he wasn't in on the full details yet. Ever since he had reached level 80, his mastery over arcane energy had improved significantly. He could now fully control the energy leakage from his body, meaning he no longer caused mechanical devices or circuits to short-circuit/blow up just by touching them. That was a major breakthrough. That was why this mechanical spider was functioning properly. It wasn't breaking down or blowing up, and most importantly, since there was no arcane energy present here, it was using ether, which was being channeled into its body to power it. Victor's lips curled into a sharp, knowing smirk. If everyone's watching, then I might as well put on a show. With a sharp exhale, he pushed onward, his expression shifting into one of pure determination while in pain as he made his way toward the center of the base. Chapter 719 Pride of an Empire, Part 6. There were two things that were absolutely impossible outside of the Empire. First, no one could breathe, except for the rare exception when someone was able to generate a protective barrier around themselves, like a suit holding air inside it. But even then, they could only maintain it for a minute or so before it collapsed, so outside no one could live outside for more than a few minutes. That was how Leora had managed to save Aether and Arya before. Barely, and the next most crucial thing was, no arcane energy. As everyone knew, without arcane energy, survival outside in open space was impossible. It wasn't just difficult, it was beyond comprehension. Stepping outside the Empire meant, it was nothing less than a death sentence, a slow, agonizing suicide. That was why, despite how powerful Empress Melisandre was, when it came to this crisis, the impending collision of empires, she was utterly powerless. No. Every ruler was powerless in the face of this catastrophe, and yet, it's our emperor. What the hell is he doing out there? I don't get it. What's happening? Why is he out there? I thought he abandoned us when I saw only the Empress, but now, the people were utterly shaken, staring at the live footage of their emperor, Victor, moving beneath the Empire's base, gripping onto the massive roots as he swung himself from one to another with nothing but sheer will. They could see his fingers trembling, his entire body straining, and yet he pushed forward without stopping. His face was tight with pain and sheer exhaustion, but the determination in his eyes was unshakable. He looked like a man who had already decided, he would save the Empire, no matter what it took. their minds struggled to process the impossible sight before them. How was a single man managing this? Of course, what they didn't realize was that they had all been tricked. That bastard was just acting, he wasn't actually in pain at all. Meanwhile, Talia continued reading from the script, delivering her heartfelt speech. Due to severe technical failures, only one thruster remains functional. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before we collide with the Naiade Empire again, but this time, the impact will be catastrophic. The sudden increase in, she paused and glanced at Liars, who gave a firm nod. Acceleration will magnify the destruction beyond anything we can imagine. The only thing people could see was Victor's struggle, while Talia's voice narrated over it. Like a perfectly timed documentary of despair, Talia pressed on, her voice rising. So, in order to prevent this utter devastation, our mighty emperor has chosen to take matters into his own hands. He has stepped up personally to save this empire. Because this is the only way to protect the people who chose to stand by him. Who refuse to abandon their home. He cannot and will not forsake those who still believe in him. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Many lowered their heads in shame. To be completely honest, very few had actually cared about Victor's rule. Most of them had only ever been concerned about their own homes, their history, their lands, the very foundation built over centuries. They hadn't stayed in the empire out of loyalty, they had stayed because this place was their home, that was all. And yet, hearing Talia's words now, something felt different. A strange, creeping sense of guilt settled in their chests. It was true. Victor had managed to hold power over them despite being human. But that didn't erase the simple, undeniable fact, he wasn't a dragon, and because of that, they had never truly accepted him. No one could bring themselves to say anything, not even a single word of support, because the truth was unbearable. The man they had disregarded, the ruler they had doubted, was now risking his life to save them, while they had done nothing. They felt a sinking, suffocating shame watching him struggle, doing everything in his power to save their ungrateful asses. Talia smirked in satisfaction. Oh, she had made sure they felt that guilt. She flicked her gaze toward Raven, who met her eyes with a knowing nod. Perfect. Her grin widened, just as she was about to initiate Phase 3 when. Blink. Blink, shit. The remaining thruster is overloading. Liars suddenly shouted, her hands flying over the controls as she desperately tried to cool the system, lower the output, anything to stabilize it. But it was already too late. It was nothing short of a miracle that this single thruster had managed to hold the empire in place for this long. But there was one small error they had failed to account for. The empire suddenly tilted, people on the ground stumbled as the entire structure lurched, but thankfully, they remained steady. It wasn't as if they would slide off and fall from the empire like in those ridiculous flat world theories everyone used to joke about. No matter how much the empire tilted, no matter the angle, the people always remained firmly anchored to the ground, gravity holding them in place. Though the sudden yanking and jerks caused them to stumble, they were still safe, except, FUCK. Victor roared as the pressure from the failing thruster exploded outward, blasting him with an overwhelming force. He had almost reached the center, almost. But the violent shockwave was like hundreds of tornadoes slamming into him at once, tearing at his body and sending him hurtling away. Victor groaned, his fingers digging into the roots with every ounce of strength he had, clenching down with desperate force as the wind howled around him, threatening to rip him from his hold. But then, Victor raised an eyebrow as he noticed something alarming. The entire empire was shifting direction, tilting even more to the side. Fuck that, man. Victor muttered under his breath. Since the audio wasn't being broadcast live, he didn't need to worry about anyone hearing his frustration. This situation was turning into a complete mess. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. Anyway, what Victor and Liars hadn't accounted for, or rather, hadn't even considered, was a crucial detail. Liars had installed 2 thrusters, not at a single point on the empire but at 2 different locations, spaced apart at significant distances. The entire purpose of this design was to ensure that in the event of a failure, they wouldn't need to worry. If something went wrong, both thrusters would activate simultaneously. ensuring balance, and in the worst-case scenario, they would blast off to prevent catastrophe. However, the issue now was that only one thruster had broken, causing a severe imbalance in the load distribution. And when the second thruster suddenly blasted, the shear force it generated acted entirely on one side of the Empire, creating an immense rotational effect, essentially sending the entire structure into a dangerous, unintended tilt, A/N. Hope you guys get it. If not, check the comments section, I've drawn some diagrams explaining it properly. Because of that unexpected miscalculation, the Empire wasn't just tilting, it was beginning to turn. For the people above, there was only a minor shake, nothing more. They barely even felt it, as the massive structure was stabilized by its internal gravity system, but for Victor, who was barely holding onto the tangled, thick roots, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation creep up his spine. Something was wrong, a gut-wrenching feeling spread through his chest, making his instinct scream at him. He frowned, his fingers tightening around the roots, and instinctively glanced back. His pupils shrank, the Naiade Empire's base, wrapped in massive, chaotic roots, was coming straight for them. Horror flashed across everyone's faces. The very moment the people saw the live footage, their breath hitched in sheer terror. Their eyes widened, their stomachs clenched, and their bodies went cold as the image sank into their minds. A structure of that size, moving at that speed, heading straight for impact. Run, you need to get out of there, now, Emperor. Panic erupted as terrified citizens screamed, their voices shaking with raw fear. The first thing that was going to be hit was Victor. They cried out desperately, hands trembling, unable to do anything but watch the disaster unfold before their very eyes. He needs to leave right now. Talia and Raven shouted in unison, their voices laced with urgency and panic, but Lyres simply shook her head, her face utterly serious as, "We won't collide," she said firmly. "Huh?" Talia frowned, whipping her head toward her, eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" Emberlyn demanded, her expression a mixture of deep concern and confusion. Lyres inhaled sharply before explaining, "As you all know, our Empire's acceleration is far greater than the Naiade Empire's. So, as of now, they won't collide. We still have time." But before she could even finish her sentence, thud, a violent jolt suddenly shook their entire empire as if something had just halted its movement with an unimaginable force. The culprit? The ebon stone, the ancient stone, had abruptly stopped rotating, freezing in place. Meanwhile, in the Naiade Empire, situated between twin mountains, the ebon stone, previously wrapped in thick, entwined roots and rotating at a steady, controlled pace, suddenly emitted a pulse of energy before, it began spinning at an insane speed. Everyone in the Naiade Empire felt it, the powerful yank, the forceful shift, as if an unseen force had just pulled at their entire world, violently, jerking them in place. And, fuck. Victor roared as his eyes locked onto the sight of the Naiade Empire hurtling toward them at terrifying speed. Raven, start phase 3/B but / do it, / then, with a growl vibrating in his throat, he muttered under his breath, "Let's fucking break this law," and in the very next second, his entire body exploded into a blinding surge of pure purple light. And Chapter 720 Pride of an Empire, Part 7, What in the is that even possible? What sort of miracle is Arcane playing with us now? The people from Pyra stared at the live telecast, their faces shifting between horror and awe, unable to comprehend the madness unfolding before their eyes. What they witnessed was beyond anything they had ever imagined. A man engulfed in roaring purple flames, his entire body resembling a blazing torch as he pushed against the massive empire with nothing but his bare hands. And to their utter shock, the empire actually moved. It wasn't by much, just the tiniest fraction, millimeter by millimeter, but it was moving. Continue your adventure at my virtual library Empire. Victor's entire form burned like an unstoppable force, his body acting as fuel, an energy source blazing hotter than a high-powered engine running at full capacity. It's moving. Lyres screamed in sheer disbelief, her voice trembling with both excitement and fear. Even Dracares, known for his unwavering composure, found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes locked onto Victor as if trying to understand what kind of monstrous force of nature he was witnessing. What in the name of all creation? What kind of being is this man, he thought, shaken to his core. Raven, who had been tense all this time, finally exhaled a soft sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Talia and Emberlyn, standing beside him, felt their own emotions stirring. However, Emberlyn was the most shaken of them all. The more she looked at Victor, the more she realized, he wasn't just strong, he was something beyond the realm of emperors, beyond rulers, beyond anything she had ever known, truly, a one-of-a-kind existence, she whispered, her voice laced with admiration. Her words resonated with everyone around her, and they found themselves unconsciously nodding in agreement. Raven, not wanting to waste any more time, turned to Lyres and asked, "What about Phase 3? Lyres quickly nodded, her expression serious. "Everything is in motion, Your Majesty. We're proceeding as planned." Meanwhile, back in the Naiade Empire, the people who had been convinced that their end was near suddenly found themselves frozen in place, eyes glued to the live footage being broadcasted. Yes, this wasn't just being shown in Pyra. The Naiade Empire, too, was watching. Every single citizen bore witness to Victor's insane act of defiance. Something stirred deep within their chests, a feeling they hadn't felt in a long time. Watching a lone man desperately trying to protect his people made them reflect on their own ruler. Empress Marisandra, her lips twitching as her eyes darkened. She knew exactly what her people were thinking at that moment. TCH. What the hell is that man trying to pull in my empire? She mused. She could have easily shut down the broadcast and prevented her people from witnessing this so-called heroic act, but she didn't, because deep down, she, too, wanted to see what he was planning. The Naiade Empire continued its slow but inevitable descent towards Pyra. It was only a matter of time before the third collision. Leon clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his entire body radiating anger. Victor. That bastard. Doing all this just to save the people. He wasn't buying it for a second. There had to be something more. There was always something more when it came to that man, but he couldn't guess what. Kai, standing beside Leon, sighed and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. He understood Leon's hatred better than anyone, but at the same time, he couldn't let his emotions cloud their judgment. "I know what you're thinking," Kai muttered. "But relax. That guy is still nothing compared to us chosen ones. No matter what kind of power he flaunts now. Sooner or later, we'll bring him down. You'll get your revenge, Leon. Just be patient." Leon didn't respond, but his jaw remained tightly clenched, his body filled with rage and resentment. Then, Kai's gaze shifted. His mother still wasn't there. Well, she'll be fine, he thought, brushing the concern aside. His attention then landed on his sister, whose eyes remained fixated on the screen. Kai's brows furrowed, her expression, there was something in her gaze, something that irritated him beyond reason, admiration, pride, tsk. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, his irritation growing when he noticed that Velk had the exact same expression, completely captivated by Victor's display of power. Oh no. He's losing his power. Velk suddenly exclaimed, his face paling. Leon's eyes snapped toward the screen, and what he saw made his breath hitch. Victor's once brilliant flames were beginning to dim. The brightness that had once illuminated his entire body was flickering, just like a dying torch running out of energy. Leon's lips curled into a smirk. The mighty Victor was finally reaching his limit. A wave of dread washed over the people watching. Gasps and murmurs spread through the crowd like wildfire. Victor's strength, his arcane energy, was depleting before their eyes. The arcane energy fueling him was running dry. Fuck. Victor roared in frustration, his teeth grinding together. He had to push harder, had to go beyond his limits. If he didn't, the collision would obliterate the Pyra Empire's foundation, and then he did something that sent shivers down their spines. He smiled. Victor lifted his head, his gaze meeting the spider which holding the camera. That expression. It was the smile of a man who had accepted his fate, even in the face of death. He wasn't afraid. What is wrong with him? People couldn't understand it. Why why was he smiling like that? It was too painful to watch. It pierced their very souls, and then, they saw his lips move, but there was no audio, they couldn't hear him. What is he saying? Is he saying goodbye? People frowned, then, Talia's voice rang out, he said. I am very proud to serve your empire, my people. Please don't lose your pride, ever again. Silence, their hearts stopped. Boom! The Naiade Empire crashed into Pyra's base. The impact sent devastating tremors through the land, splitting the foundation further apart. Cracks spread like veins of destruction, and vibrations shook everything in sight, and then, static, the live footage cut out, no signal, silence again, the world came to a standstill. Delphine and Sandra's heart skipped a beat. The Naiade Empire's base was sliding over Pyra's. The destruction was inevitable, liars. Raven shouted, her voice sharp with urgency, I'm trying, your majesty. Liars cried out, her fingers flying across the controls as she desperately worked to reconnect the camera. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, the screen flickered, static crackling before the image came into focus, revealing something that made their hearts clench in sheer horror. A broken man, motionless, drifting through the endless void of space, like he had been thrown out, abandoned to the merciless expanse of the universe. Their breath hitched collectively, their minds struggled to process the sight before them. Their emperor, Victor, the man who had sworn to protect them all, was now floating away, unreachable, unsavable, left to the cruel silence of space. And no. It can't be. This isn't happening. We have to do something. There has to be a way. People finally started to think about him. Panic surged through the people. Guilt, already weighing heavy in their hearts, now turned into something far worse. The man who had sacrificed everything for them, who had fought, bled, and burned for their survival, was now slipping away before their very eyes, and there wasn't a single thing they could do to stop it. Talia's voice trembled as she whispered, that's it. We can't. I am sorry. It's over. Her words broke into a sob, her sorrow overwhelming her as tears welled up in her eyes. This was it, there was no one left to save them. The people of Pyra looked around, their faces reflecting the same realization. The same impending doom settling into their very bones, and yet, none of them felt fear, because somehow, deep down, watching Victor in that moment, watching his unwavering resolve even as he drifted away, made them feel like they deserved it. But then, there is one way. A single voice cut through the despair. Everyone turned in shock, eyes locking onto the speaker. LACKEY'S, their general. Their second-most pride, the man they had always looked up to, the warrior who had never failed them. A flicker of hope sparked in their eyes. What is it? The entire empire demanded in unison, voices rising with sheer desperation, like drowning men grasping for air. LACKEY'S raised an eyebrow at their intensity but didn't falter. You see. He gestured towards the ground. We drilled a few holes for thrusters during construction. Time was against us, so we abandoned them. But now, based on his position, if we, by some miracle, manage to work together, we might be able to send him power, just enough to make a difference. A heavy pause, but the chances of success are only 30%. Silence. The people turned toward the massive funnel-like structures embedded in the ground. They peered down into the depths, seeing nothing but darkness. Doubt crept into their expressions. Give him power. What the hell is he talking about? 30%. That's not even a real chance. Murmurs of hesitation spread among the crowd. No one moved, no one dared to act. Raven and the others frowned at this situation. Hesitation, doubt, cowardice. Big brother needs help. A small voice broke through the murmuring, soft yet determined. A child stepped forward, not just any child, a mutated child. He had massive, powerful wings, but a human body. One of the many experiments left behind by the previous Dragon Emperor, a product of cruel science. Darling, where are you going? His mother cried, reaching out to stop him, but the child, waddling awkwardly like a duck, squeezed through the crowd until he stood before one of the massive funnels, his small frame dwarfed by the towering structure. He stared at it in awe before turning back, eyes bright with determination. Big Brother needs help, he declared again, louder this time. Then, Year 1, the child opened his mouth, trying to release flames with all his might, but all that came out was a small, pitiful puff of smoke, weak and insignificant. The people blinked in stunned silence. Yet, Year 1, puff, Year 1, puff, Year 1, puff, one after another, the tiny bursts of flame flickered and disappeared, barely enough to be called an ember, vanishing as quickly as they came. If it was another time others would be laughing their asses, but now, something hitting different. And then, more children stepped forward, mutated children, experiments, the ones the world had cast aside, the ones no one had ever truly acknowledged. Let's do it together. We can help Big Brother like he helped us. Yay, yes, we can do it, and then Big Brother will give us something yummy. The crowd stood still, frozen, stunned into silence. For the first time, they were seeing the mutated children this close. And yet, those children, the very ones who had been treated as nothing more than failed creations, were the only ones stepping forward to help. The children gathered before the massive funnel, they exchanged determined looks, then, 1, 2, 3, Year 1, puff, tiny flames erupted from their small mouths, flickering and fading almost instantly, barely even visible. It was nothing, not even close to enough, yet, they kept going, again, and again, and again. They refused to stop, they refused to give up, because they knew what it meant to be saved. Emberlyn, who had been silent until now, finally snapped. She grabbed the microphone, her voice booming with fury, every word dripping with raw, unfiltered rage. "I can't believe you people," she shouted, her voice like a whip cracking through the stagnant air. The people flinched, Emberlyn's gaze swept over them, filled with nothing but disgust. They had claimed to want to help, yet they hesitated, because Victor wasn't a dragon, because he wasn't one of them. That small, pathetic hesitation, that was what was holding them back. Mom, we need to stick to the plan," Talia started, her voice hesitant. "Screw this shit." Emberlyn roared before shouting into the mic, "You ungrateful bastards don't deserve to be pushed around. Look at you. A pile of worthless cowards." While a child knows when to be grateful, her words cut through them like a blade, slicing deep into their pride. Emberlyn's voice echoed through the Pyra Empire, filled with fury and contempt, unwavering in its truth. "He's not a dragon or a phoenix." "So what?" she snarled. "Do you think you're above him just because he's not one of you? Do you even understand where you are right now?" she demanded. "That man, that human, freed you from the Dragon Emperor who used you like lab rats." Silence. "You think our Connies saw you as anything more than disposable trash. And yet, you hesitate, to give your pride to the man who risked everything to save you? That's disgusting." Emberlyn's fists clenched. "You people deserve this," she spat. "If you can't bring yourselves to pride him, then just die with him. That's the least you ungrateful rats can do." Chapter 721. Our only pride. Dragons had pride, as everyone knew. It was the very essence of their existence. Their honor, their soul. However, their pride was shattered, by a mere human, the day they witnessed their pride's head severed before all, cut down like it was nothing but butter. The pride in their hearts cracked, splintered, and finally shattered into irreparable pieces. Once dragons lost their pride, rebuilding it was no simple feat. It wasn't just about time, it was about belief. And belief, once broken, did not mend easily. Victor, if he had only wanted to kill our Connies and be done with it, wouldn't have needed to concern himself with this so-called pride. However, the mistake he made was far greater. He took over the Empire. That was where his plan should have changed, where he should have reconsidered everything. If he was going to rule over them, then he needed to understand them first. But at that time, Victor had barely given the concept of dragon pride much thought. He was human, after all. He thought that as long as people feared him, they would obey him without question. Just like how human rulers commanded their subjects, he believed it would be the same. That everything would fall into place, and that was his gravest mistake. More than anything else, he was still human, and that was all it took. Never before in Pyra's history had such a thing happened. Never had a human crushed the pride of dragons. Yet when it happened, for the first time, a possibility had crept into their hearts. If a mere human could shatter their pride, then, wasn't it possible that even a human could be crushed by someone else, too? That cycle, they felt it, feared it. And that very fear caused their pride to plummet even further. Unless people believed in Victor, unless they truly accepted him and held him as their pride, their shattered pride would remain in ruins forever. Victor had unknowingly caused this. And now, he was the only one who could repair it, all of it, because of Nightfire. Nightfire had made him realize what it meant to be born different, to live different, to exist beyond the confines of what was expected. Everyone might speak like a human, smile like a human, talk like a human, but in reality, each and every one of them was unique. That individuality, that essence of being, could never be grasped by an outsider, by someone who did not belong to their tribe. That was why the dragons had never accepted Victor as their pride, because, in the end, he was still human, he thought like a human. He acted like a human, anyway. Now, as Victor floated in space, motionless, lifeless, as if he had already passed on, the people from Pyra lowered their heads in silence, a deep, solemn silence. Emberlyn snorted at the sight, her expression twisting in disgust. Lowering your heads now. Ha! Suit yourselves. He never should have deserved you all in the first place. You're no different from the ones who abandoned him. We are not. They wanted to scream those words, but their mouths remained tightly shut. Their voices refused to come out. Emberlyn's lips trembled violently. The anger in her chest boiled, burning her insides. She wanted to shout at them, to unleash everything in her heart. But before she could, Liars stepped forward. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't give a long speech, she simply said, "He holds his pride in us." Silence. Everyone's eyes widened. Shock. Disbelief. He holds pride in us, an emperor who held pride in his people. This was unheard of. Liars exhaled sharply and cut the mic. Her gaze shifted toward Raven and the others. We've done everything we could. If this isn't going to war, but Raven shook her head, cutting her off. It's working. She pointed at the video. The children, still pouring their flames into the funnel, suddenly looked up as their mothers appeared before them. Their mothers knelt, voices gentle yet firm. "So, you want to save your big brother?" "Yes, Mommy, yes, Mommy, yes, Mommy." Their tiny voices rang out in unison, filled with determination. They nodded eagerly and continued pouring their flames. Their mothers' eyes softened, their hearts swelling as they watched their mutated children doing their best. Then, they shouted, "Though he may not be a dragon, he saved the children who were nothing like us, dragons. Yet, our blood is the one that runs through their veins, after loving this child. I have realized, blood does not determine who we are." Her body trembled. Her voice wavered. "Then, we are dragons, we hold our pride high. And we bow to no one, except to those who have earned the right to stand tall beside us, and he did that, so, I hold him in my pride. He will be my only emperor and, my pride." A powerful roar shook the air as their bodies transformed. Their very souls ignited. PPPUFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF flames surged even deeper. They cheered louder. "We are helping Big Brother," and once again, they poured their own flames into the funnel. Their flames weren't strong enough, not even enough to reach a meter, but it didn't matter, because in that moment, it wasn't about power, it was about emotion. Even a single drop of water could form a mighty ocean. Seeing the pairs of mothers and children, the people watching this turned back toward the live footage. Victor, still drifting in space, it was only a matter of time before he vanished into the endless void. The image of his last, warm smile, the one they had never seen before, burned into their minds, into their souls. He did it for them. He sacrificed everything for them, and yet, they had been ungrateful. Where was the pride of the dragons? A mere human had protected the dragons. That wasn't even something out of a fairy tale, it was beyond belief. There was no pride in humans, and yet, his pride is us, his pride is us, his pride is us. The words echoed across the empire, rippling through the air, rising in a deafening chant that seemed to shake the very foundation of their world. An emperor who held pride in his people, such a thing had never been heard of before. It was unimaginable, unheard of, a concept so foreign it seemed almost impossible, but here it was, reality itself bending to a new idea. This was new. A strange, unfamiliar feeling, something they had never truly experienced, and yet, somehow, impossibly, it felt good. One by one, their bodies began to transform, their forms shifting and contorting as they inhaled deeply before. A monstrous surge of flames erupted, traveling through the funnel, racing down the deep tunnels, and connecting with every other stream of fire pouring in from different directions. The flames surged deeper and deeper, gaining intensity with every passing second as they converged, until they reached the very end of the Empire's ground. The flame struck the ground with an explosive hiss. But it wasn't enough to break through. The impact caused ripples of heat to spread outward, but the surface held firm, resisting their efforts. The people roared in unison, their voices shaking the very air, their desperation reaching a fever pitch as they inhaled once more, filling their lungs to the absolute brim before. Crack. A deep, jagged fracture split across the ground. The sheer intensity of the flames finally forced it to give way. A small circle part of the Empire's base blasted open, sending debris flying in all directions. The flames surged outward, bursting from the newly formed hole, spilling into space like a celestial inferno, spiraling and twisting. Raven and the others exhaled sharply, almost as if they had forgotten to breathe. Their gazes snapped toward the camera feed. Victor's body, it was drifting dangerously close to the flames. Was it luck? Was it a pure, divine coincidence? Or was it something else? Victor's motionless body had unknowingly aligned with the very tunnel of fire, as if fate itself had woven this moment into existence. See? Arcane already showed us the path. We just refused to accept it before. An old man's voice trembled with wisdom, his aged eyes glistening with newfound clarity. The tunnel, it wasn't just a chance occurrence. No, it was guided, by Arcane herself. She had chosen their emperor long before they had ever realized it. Tears welled in the eyes of many. The weight of their mistake, the depth of their rejection, it all came crashing down like a merciless wave. Arcane had sent them a savior, and they had refused to accept him until now. Only a few knew the truth of who worked hard for the tunnel, just a few inches. Everyone mumbled, their breaths held, their hearts pounding like war drums. Victor was so close, yet, instead of reaching the flames, his body began to drift away. No! Panic erupted like a storm. No, Emperor! Wake up, we won't let you give up. You are our pride. Please, wake up! Desperation choked their voices, their hands clenched into trembling fists. Victor was drifting further and further away from the flames, their faces paled, a deep, horrifying sense of loss settled in their hearts. Was this it? Was this truly the end? 30% was not enough, they needed more. But then, I believe in Big Brother. Big Brother is my pride. A mutated child's voice rang out, piercing the tension, shattering the fear, igniting a spark in the darkness. Fury burned in her young eyes as she screamed with every ounce of her soul. 1000 AP. Suddenly, a purple glint flashed through everyone's eyes before the entire Pyra people, the entire dragon race within the Empire, lifted their upper bodies. Their gazes snapping upward to the sky, in unison. They screamed with such intensity that even other empires could hear them clearly, their voices reverberating across the lands. Our pride, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 2000 AP, 2000 AP, boom, as they slammed their bodies down in unison. A powerful shockwave surged through the Empire, pushing the very ground beneath them, causing a ripple of energy that spread outward. Every single bit of flames erupted, pouring out from every funnel in a breathtaking display of raw power. Okay, that's enough acting. Victor thought to himself, a sly smirk curling on his lips, before slightly pushing himself forward. His finger gracefully traced through the pouring flames that fell like a torrential downpour, and then, with a snap, the flames were instantly swallowed by Victor, disappearing into him like a massive black hole, vanishing without a trace. The people's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, but they didn't stop, they couldn't stop. They kept pouring their flames, chanting louder and louder, our pride. Our pride. Our pride. Our pride, it was like a machine recharged, like a dormant soul had been awakened. Victor's body twitched, his every muscle snapping to life as his eyes blazed with a pure purple gaze. An electrifying energy radiating from him. I fucking love you guys. A wild, flashing grin spread across his face as he shouted, his voice filled with intense affection and raw energy. Whether they could read his lips or not, the message was clear. They understood, and they replied, we love you too. 2000 AP, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 2000 AP, 2000 AP. Chapter 722. When pride become a threat to worlds. In a unique and mysterious garden, where the air carried an eerie stillness, Master sat motionless, his eyes blankly fixed on the screen before him, watching something extraordinary unfold. It wasn't just him. 4 holographic figures sat alongside him, their gazes locked onto the same screen, all witnessing the same impossible sight. Victor standing tall, holding the entire empire in his grasp. The dragons, in perfect unison, unleashed torrents of flames, each one surging through the interconnected tunnels that led to the empire's very foundation. The roaring fire converged upon Victor, pouring into him like an unstoppable tide. Vanishing into his body as if he were an endless abyss, his form trembled with power, his veins pulsing as his body absorbed the sheer magnitude of energy. A faint glow spread across his skin, intensifying with every passing second, until, a pure, blinding purple light burst forth, momentarily erasing everything from view. He is a threat, one of the holograms spoke, his voice sharp, unwavering, and devoid of hesitation. The master nodded grimly. They all felt it, that deep, unsettling uneasiness clawing at them. Even though Victor belonged to their organization, this was something else entirely, something beyond their control. Something they had never agreed to. They all knew what Victor was. Unstable. Unpredictable, a force of chaos wrapped in human flesh. He had even betrayed the sovereign, the very woman who had taken him in as her disciple. If he could turn on her, then it was only a matter of time before he switched sides again. The master leaned in closer, his sharp eyes narrowing as he studied the screen. He's becoming more than just a usurper, he murmured, his voice laced with something dangerously close to fascination. Then, after a pause, he added with a low intensity, more than just a dragon emperor. It wasn't just the arcane hunter organization that was shaken. Every ruler across the world was watching, their expressions dark with concern. And none more so than Empress Scarlet, seated upon her ornate throne, bathed in the dim crimson glow of her chamber. She observed the event in silence. Her piercing red eyes reflected the blinding light from the screen, her fingers absent-mindedly tapping against the armrest. It wasn't simply Victor's immense power or his bizarre ability to absorb arcane energy that troubled her, though that certainly played a part. No, the real danger lay elsewhere. The unison. Up until now, dragons had always been forced into submission, their obedience had been dictated by the horns, the artifact that controlled them. Never in history had they possessed the freedom to choose their own path. Never had they united of their own volition. They were all under the every dragon emperor's control, and yet, now, this man had brought them together, not through dominance, not through fear, not even through sheer power. They had united to save him, they had united to honor his sacrifice, they had united to take pride in him. He had become their pride. 1000 AP, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, 3000 AP. This was a dangerous shift for the remaining empires. With the dragons now standing by Victor's side, a single injury upon his body would summon their collective wrath upon the entire worlds. People often mocked dragons, calling them mere oversized lizards. But in the grand cycle of predators, they reigned supreme. A true apex predator should never be taken lightly. The Pyra Empire slowly pushed up. Victor's scream tore through the space, his voice raw with overwhelming sensation as his body writhed beneath the flames of the dragons. His veins bulged, throbbing with untamed force, his fingers twitching as power surged through every fiber of his being. Our pride, the collective roar of the dragons exploded through the atmosphere, echoing far beyond the reaches of the world itself, resonating even in the void of space. Victor felt it, a warmth unlike anything he had ever known, not just power, but acceptance. Devotion. Love, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 2000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, 3000 error. Unable to process further points, ding, affection threshold reached, ding, affection overload triggered, ding, affection overload, critical level, ding, affection overload. Warning, emotional capacity maxed out, the sheer weight of their emotions was too much. The log itself trembled under the overwhelming surge of affection pouring into it from every citizen of his empire. Victor exhaled, a smirk playing at his lips. Millions of people are watching this. What else do you think I broadcasted it for? He murmured. His tone laced with amusement. He would have been a fool to waste this golden opportunity, to let this moment pass without milking every last drop of affection from it, and sure enough, as he glanced at his log, he saw it, it was breaking. Again, he couldn't help but chuckle. But then, ding, affection capacity reached, 9,999,999,999, max limit, ding, warning, affection points exceeding maximum threshold, error, unable to stabilize the unpredictable overflow, log struggling to contain the immeasurable surge of affection, ding, request detected, self-assign overflow, ding, authorization granted, ding. Warning, the colossal amount of affection is being allocated through an emergency distribution protocol. You have leveled up at an unprecedented rate, level, 83, level, 84, level, 85, level, 86, level, 87, level, 88, Victor's eyes widened as his chuckle turned horrified, fuck that. Stop, level, 89, I said stop, fucker, he roared, his expression twisting into one of sheer frustration as he tried to halt the insane escalation. He was already too powerful, but this was ridiculous, ding, overflow warning, the affection points cannot be stopped due to an active soul-binding contract, level, 90, Victor's face turned pale, who would have thought that receiving this much affection could actually be dangerous for him, gritting his teeth. He clenched his fists, his entire body tense with urgency. He couldn't allow this madness to continue. If his level increased to its peak, he knew he was screwed beyond saving, and the reason, well, everyone would figure that out eventually, sooner or later, but for now, he had to act fast. Why not transfer the points into my skills instead? Victor asked impatiently, his voice sharp with desperation. He wasn't even sure if that was possible, but at this point, he had no other choice. No matter what, he couldn't afford to become any stronger. Not like this, ding, request detected, skill modifications, processing, analyzing overflow parameters. Request accepted, ding, warning, the overwhelming affection points are being directly utilized to enhance your skills, log initializing targeted skill upgrades, ding, collecting overflowing affection points, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, Victor exhaled in relief, letting out a long breath he hadn't even realized he was holding. This was a win, sure. But it was almost too much of a win. He needed to finish this before things spiraled out of control and became irreversible. His legs ignited with bursts of violet flames, acting like thrusters as he propelled himself forward, inhaling the raw arcane energy still pouring out from the dragons like an insatiable black hole. But soon, looking up, he saw it. Both empires, Pyra and Naiade, were almost perfectly perpendicular to each other now, suspended in the sky like twin monoliths on the verge of collision. Well, this might actually work, he thought, a small smirk tugging at his lips before sending a mental signal to Raven through their telepathic link. Raven, understanding instantly, glanced at LACKEY'S. The latter gave a small nod before vanishing from the palace in a blink and reappearing at the shattered edge of their empire. In his grip, he held a massive, deep black beam of material, one so impossibly dense and durable that it had come from the monstrous elephant, a creature whose skin couldn't even be dented by the sovereign herself. A perfect one for this, LACKEY'S sighed, shaking his head slightly. Just like before, it was his job to dock the two empires together. And this time, there was no room for failure, this was their final plan. Their last shot at survival. We're really doing this? Delphine called out, hovering at the Naiade Empire's edge, Drakkars nodded without hesitation before driving the beam into the ground with a heavy, resounding thud, preparing to fuse the two empires into one colossal stronghold. However, wait a damn minute, Victor's expression shifted dramatically. Holding on to the empire with sheer brute force, he frowned deeply as his sharp gaze locked onto the Naiade Empire's base. The jagged rocks. The tangled roots, something about them felt off, something's wrong. He muttered under his breath, his grip tightening around the empire itself. His instinct screamed at him, this wasn't how it should be. Then he looked at the foundation of his own empire, and that same unsettling, gut-wrenching feeling washed over him again. Is this what I think it is? Victor whispered before immediately reaching out to Raven telepathically, /stop /huh, / I think I've found something else. Stop Drakkars. Do not let him dock the empire, / Raven's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, she nodded and snapped her fingers. Drakkars, mid-motion, flinched as if something had physically jolted him. He turned to her with a deep frown. What's wrong? He asked, confusion evident in his tone, and then, the world tilted. No, it wasn't the roots, it was Victor. He was the one shifting the entire empire. What the hell is he doing? Everyone watched in shock as Victor pushed the Pyra Empire toward the Naiade Empire with sheer, brute force, his muscles bulging with unrestrained power. He's gone mad, he's trying to destroy us. Screams of panic erupted throughout the Naiade Empire as its citizens looked up in sheer horror, convinced that Victor was about to crash Pyra straight into them, reducing everything to dust. Sandra frowned, appearing at the very edge of the city. Her purple eyes narrowing in confusion and irritation. She turned toward Delphine. This isn't part of the plan, is it? She asked, her voice laced with suspicion, her hands clenching into fists. Just then, boom, Pyra Empire collided with Naiade Empire, TSK, a little to the left. Victor muttered under his breath, adjusting his grip before pushing again with a grunt. The flames from the dragons already stopped as they hit the fatigue point, but it's alright. Victor recharged too much, to be honest. Boom, TSK, no, a little to the right. Boom, TSK, again, a little to the right. Boom, TSK, no, left this time. Boom. What the hell is he doing? The entire empire erupted in sheer panic as Victor continued slamming the two colossal structures together over and over again, as if he were adjusting something into place with terrifying precision. Sandra, still watching from the edge, scowled in both irritation and confusion. What is he trying to do now? She thought to herself before taking a deep breath and making her move. Wrapping herself in a protective barrier, she soared out of the empire, high into the space, far enough to finally see, and when she did, her breath hitched in her throat. What the? For the first time, her expression flickered with genuine shock, because now, from this new angle, she saw what Victor had seen all along. The Naiade Empire's foundation, its base, wasn't random. It wasn't just rocks and roots thrown together by nature. It was a puzzle. Chapter 723, Solving the Puzzle, Jigsaw Puzzle. Everyone must have played that puzzle game when they were a child. A game that made us think, work, and sometimes even drove us crazy, but it also made some parents proud. It was one of those rare games that pushed people to focus, to keep going until they solved it, just to see the final picture come together. That sheer joy after hours of searching for the right piece. Jigsaw puzzles. They created countless happy memories, along with plenty of frustration. It was one thing that forced people to slow down, be patient, and move steadily. A wonderful game, to be honest. However, Victor never imagined he would see that very concept unfold in real life. It wasn't just a coincidence, nor was it random guessing. Victor realized that the Empire's basement was eerily similar to that puzzle game. He hadn't noticed it before. Not until the two massive collisions happened. The edges of the Empire crumbled, revealing something that had been hidden underneath. Tabs/knobs and slots/blanks. Something similar to them, yes, that's right. When the edges of the Naiade Empire crashed down, strange protrusions and indentations, curves and depths, became visible. Just like in a puzzle. Victor didn't think much of it at first, but when he saw the edge of the Pyra Empire, After the impact, it too had those same patterns, but in the opposite manner. That's when it hit him. It was a puzzle. Now, he was trying to piece them together, aligning the parts that matched. But the challenge was beyond anything he had faced before, the difficulty. Insane, it wasn't a simple 2D puzzle. It was in 3D. It wasn't just about fitting the tabs and slots, it was about adjusting for curves, edges, ups and downs in all directions, too damn hard for a single man to fix on his own. Sandra, who had also noticed this, felt her breath hitch, her barrier cracked, a clear sign she could not stay here. She gasped as she rushed back toward the Empire, breathing heavily. Just a few minutes. That was all they could survive outside. What in the arcane's name was that? She muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with disbelief. She understood now. Victor was trying to align the Empire's foundation like a puzzle piece, but there was a major problem. Due to the angle deviation in the Empire's surface, he couldn't place the piece correctly while being below the Empire. Victor couldn't see from above, and without that perspective, Sandra clenched her fists tightly before turning to Delphine and the generals. "Move out," she commanded, her voice firm and resolute. The generals hesitated for a split second but then nodded. Quickly retreating as ordered, Sandra wasted no time. She reached up, her fingers tightening around the edge of Pyra Empire, which was positioned perpendicular to them. Then, with a mighty roar, she pulled it up with all her strength. Victor, suddenly feeling a powerful lifting force, grinned. "That's it," he shouted, pushing the Empire from below with every ounce of strength he had. Meanwhile, Raven and the others frowned, completely lost about what was happening, but instinct told them, this was important. Without hesitation, they broadcasted the scene to everyone. The entire Empire watched in stunned silence, the image of Victor, straining from below, pushing up his Empire with sheer force. While Sandra, above, pulled with everything she had. It was a sight that sent chills down spines. Both rulers roared, muscles burning, as the slots and tabs locked closer into place. Everyone held their breath. Their rulers were fighting to protect them with their bare hands, and finally, it's aligned. Victor yelled. Sandra, gasping for breath, echoed, "It's in place. But we need a final force from above." Since it was a 3D puzzle, just pushing from below and pulling from the side wasn't enough. They needed a force from the top of Pyra Empire to lock it in completely. Victor's body trembled under the sheer amount of energy he was exerting. His muscles screamed. His vision blurred. His limit was approaching. Then, crack, the mask on his face cracked. "Fuck this," he growled. Raven. "Push the Empire down. Now, .. Victor's telepathic command boomed through her mind. Raven's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, she nodded. Then, her body began to shift. She transformed. A massive, pitch-black long dragon emerged, its sleek scales glinting with hints of deep purple. Her wings unfurled with a powerful gust. She shot forward like a meteor. Blinding speed, she circled the Pyra Empire within mere seconds, her movements so fast they seemed like streaks of light. Gasps of awe erupted from the people watching. Then, once she had gathered enough momentum, she dived, straight toward the heart of the Empire. Boom! The Pyra Empire lurched downward, and then, thud, like a perfectly placed puzzle piece, both empires were locked together, flawlessly, like fingers interlocking into each other. Everyone held their breath for a second before. Why? A deafening cheer erupted across both empires, the sound filling the air with a wave of uncontainable relief and triumph. The tension that had lingered for so long was finally released, and everyone, from the highest generals to the lowest soldiers, felt the weight lift off their shoulders. Sandra collapsed onto her butt, panting heavily, her entire body trembling from exhaustion. Her hands shook as she tried to steady herself, her breathing ragged from the sheer exertion of what had just transpired. Moments later, her generals and Delphine arrived at the scene, rushing toward her with expressions that were a mix of concern, awe, and respect. While everyone was caught in the overwhelming joy, tears of relief streaming down their faces, Victor drifted weightlessly in space. Like a broken doll, his body floated lifelessly, utterly drained, yet his blank, unfocused eyes remained locked onto something that had caught his attention in the middle of space. Something that felt strange and unfamiliar. He had always known that the routes connecting the empires led somewhere, had another endpoint, but never, not even once, had he seen where they truly ended, until now. Victor's gaze traced along the thick roots holding the empires, following them with a kind of detached curiosity as they twisted and stretched into the vast emptiness until he finally saw it, the endpoint. Suspended in the infinite void of space, a pure, yellowish-white light glowed brilliantly, shaped like a half-circle, blazing like a miniature sun. Its radiance burned brightly in the vast, unfeeling darkness of deep space, standing out like a beacon, like something otherworldly. However, there was something else. Victor narrowed his eyes, his breath catching in his throat, a cold sensation creeping up his spine. There was another half of the semicircle, but he couldn't see it. It was fully dark just like space, but then, his pupils shrank, a wisp, a thin, solar-black wisp curled, flickering like a shadow on a yellowish-white solar flare, and another solar flare from yellowish-white emerged, seeping into the dark half, as if the two opposing energies were not only coexisting but were necessary to maintain each other. Two solar flares black and yellowish-white appeared from each semicircle hitting each other. A perfect contrast. It was as if the two halves were meant to exist in a delicate balance. Separated yet interconnected, the balance between light and dark, so perfect, so unyielding, was strange to witness. Oh! A deep, ominous eerie hum sound echoed all around him, sending a violent shiver down his spine, making every nerve in his body stand on edge. Instant, Victor's eyes widened as he saw, a pulsed wave of energy spread on the big thick roots, like a data transfer and fiber cable. As they approached the empire with insane speed, new roots began sprouting from the thick ones, twisting and expanding, stretching out like veins across the base of the empires. More connections, more bindings. It was as if the very foundation of the empires was being rewoven, reforged in real time. The sensation of something shifting, something reforming, sent a sense of unease through him, and then, ebon stone from both empires suddenly returned to their usual steady rhythm, settling into place as though nothing had ever happened. It's over, Victor muttered weakly, his voice barely audible, his consciousness slipping away. He stared back at the weird object, his hands raised as if he trying to grab it. His strength drained beyond anything he had ever experienced before, and his vision blurred. His body had reached its limit, and there was nothing left. SSSH, a streak of light shot toward him from out of nowhere, wrapping around his body with surprising gentleness before swiftly whisking him away. In the next moment, he reappeared in the skies above the empire, the familiar sights of the land stretching below him. Victor let out a weak sigh, barely clinging to awareness. His body felt as though it were made of lead, and his eyelids fluttered with the effort to keep them open. Sigh. So, you came, he murmured, his voice hoarse, exhausted, but there was the faintest trace of relief in it. He had never been so close to the edge of his limits. A familiar, exasperated voice scoffed, "TSK. Of course, I did. How could I possibly leave my reckless disciple out here, acting so damn suicidal?" Victor let out a faint, tired chuckle, despite his exhaustion. Dora. His master. She was the one person he could always count on, even in his weakest moments. His body was too drained to even lift a finger, let alone respond. But the warmth pressing against him, the gentle weight of her touch, was grounding. Dora sighed, shaking her head in frustration as she held him. She glanced down at the people celebrating below, their joyful cries filling the air, their faces shining with gratitude, admiration, and a deep sense of relief. Her expression softened for a moment. He saved them all, she thought, a rare hint of pride flashing in her eyes. The people were safe because of Victor, their survival was his doing. But then, her brows furrowed. SSSSSSSSSSH. Dora flinched before saying, "Look, at this." Victor, who had been comfortably resting against her busty boobs, lazily cracked open one eye. He had been enjoying the moment, letting himself bask in the warmth and relief, but her voice held an urgency that immediately drew his full attention, and what he saw, the edges of both empires, where they had connected, the cracks, the rocks, the debris, were slowly sealing, like the wounds of a living being. Mending themselves, slowly but surely, like it was. Healing. Victor and Dora's eyes dilated in shock. They both stared in stunned silence at the spectacle before them. They muttered in unison, "A broken wound is healed, A/N, Chapter 622 if forget what it means." Chapter 724 Raven's jealous, is cute, wow, look at that, it's really joined together, like it's always been one, can we actually step onto that side now? People stood at the edge of the empire, staring in awe and curiosity at the sight before them. Ever since their empires had merged, they had been observing the borders with fascinated expressions, unable to believe what had happened. This was something entirely new to them. In the past, if someone wished to visit another empire, they had no choice but to use teleportation, a costly and often inconvenient method. But now they could simply walk across as if the border never existed in the first place. It felt surreal, almost as if they had become next-door neighbors overnight. Some people, driven by excitement and curiosity, dared to take a step into the Pyra Empire, only to be met with immediate resistance. Read exclusive adventures at my virtual library Empire. You need to leave, now. Soldiers from the Pyra Empire rushed forward, their authoritative voices echoing through the awe people. In response, soldiers from the Naiade Empire also arrived, swiftly blocking the border to prevent any further movement. Of course, there was no way they could allow people to freely cross between empires just yet. It wasn't as simple as opening a door and letting everyone in. Before anything else, they needed to stabilize the situation. There were countless matters to handle, both diplomatic and practical, to ensure that neither empire suffered any unintended consequences. This was not a simple merger, it was the beginning of an entirely new reality. Meanwhile, back in Pyra Empire's Grand Palace, inside a chamber, it's not what we expected, is it? Emberlyn spoke with a deep frown, her sharp gaze shifting to her daughter. Raven, however, was completely unbothered, clinging onto Aether like a koala, her arms wrapped tightly around him. Beside them, Talia was using large, ornate feathers to fan the two with an utterly exasperated expression. How greatly the mighty ex-chosen one had fallen. Honestly, if someone told me our empires were once a single entity, I wouldn't have believed it, Isadora said, seated elegantly before the group. Though her face remained calm and composed, there was a subtle trace of irritation in her expression. Everyone had been utterly shocked when they learned the truth about the empires. Wait, does this mean the worlds are just merging back together? Talia asked, tilting her head in confusion. It certainly seems that way, Dora said with a thoughtful nod. She turned her attention to Aether and asked, when you were in space, you said you saw a mix of white and black spheres, right? Was that all you saw? Aether, who was gently stroking Raven's hair to keep her calm, nodded. Yes. I'm still not entirely sure how it works, but from what I observed, there were strange roots emerging from that sphere. One half of it was pure black, while the other half was pure white. It felt like something was trying to bind everything back together. Talia frowned, her arms crossed. So this whole beginning thing is just about reconnecting what was once whole. If that was the case, why was this process so complicated? Why make them go through a brutal trial? Why force them to endure suffering, destruction, and death, when they could have just pulled everything together in an instant? It didn't make sense. I don't think that's the full picture, Aether interrupted. This isn't just about healing broken wounds, something else. He wasn't sure why, but he was sure merging empires was not the beginning. It's the kind of feeling he got ever since he saw that mysterious origin white-black sphere, Talia scoffed. Oh yeah? Then what exactly is it? Aether shook his head. I wish I knew. The room fell into a heavy silence. Then, Aether turned his gaze toward Raven and asked, since you all received the trial, that means this isn't just limited to our empire. It's only a matter of time before the other empires go through the same thing. At those words, the atmosphere grew tense. One collision had already wreaked havoc, causing unimaginable destruction. But if this was only the beginning, and 4 more empires were about to undergo the same fate, the consequences would be catastrophic. We can't just sit around. We have to do something. Talia said, Her voice laced with urgency. However, Dora's expression darkened, and she muttered under her breath, Raven, Leon, Aquilina, and Kai all failed this trial, huh? Everyone turned to her in shock. Aether, too, was momentarily stunned, but then something clicked in his mind. He blinked in realization before speaking. Wait, is it because Sandra and I interfered? Dora nodded, her expression grim. Yes. The moment a trial begins, it becomes the chosen one's responsibility to complete it. If anyone else interferes, whether by accident or on purpose, the chosen ones automatically fail. Raven, who had been comfortably clinging to Aether, gasped in mild surprise before shrugging. Honestly, she didn't care. She had already achieved her goal, reviving the Phoenix. That was the only thing she had ever truly wanted. As for the war and the wish that came with the trial, she had lost interest in all of that long ago. She was a simple woman with simple desires. And simple words. Aether, however, processed the information differently. That means Arya, Helena, and Nyx are the only ones left who can finish the trial. He didn't even spare a single thought for the male chosen ones. In his mind, they weren't even worth considering anymore. However, how the hell are they supposed to finish this? It's not like you can just plop an empire down wherever you want. Hell. Even I had a hard time fixing this damn mess, Aether said, his frustration evident. No matter how one looked at it, the remaining chosen ones weren't strong enough, nor did they have the capability to leave their empire and resolve this issue like he did. Expecting them to do it alone was absurd. Dora simply shrugged. Even I cannot intervene in this matter, Aether. As a sovereign, it's my duty to observe, not to interfere. When it's a trial, I can only watch, whether thousands perish or thousands survive. I have no right to change the outcome, just as I had no right to intervene when I watched over you all. Aether clicked his tongue in irritation. He fully understood the situation. But knowing didn't make it any less frustrating. This wasn't something that could be solved without the aid of a strong external force. And among the remaining chosen ones, Arya and Kaelin didn't stand a chance of handling this on their own. If Aether stepped in again, they would fail the trial just like Raven, Leon, and the others had. The situation was far more complex and problematic than they had initially thought. Suddenly, Emberlyn, who had been quietly observing everyone, raised her hand in a composed yet deliberate manner. May I? She asked, her tone serious, as if she had already formulated a solution. Aether sighed inwardly. His mother-in-law was still as rigid and formal as ever, never deviating from her proper etiquette. Nevertheless, he gave her a nod, gesturing for her to speak. We can be certain that our thrusters did their job successfully. So why not provide the same technology to the other empires? Dora immediately shook her head. That would count as direct interference. But before she could even finish her sentence, Raven, who had been comfortably snuggling into Aether's embrace, suddenly turned her head and interjected with a casual tone, "What if we sell it to them instead, huh?" Raven continued, her voice calm yet decisive, "Since we're not allowed to interfere with the trial, why don't we just sell the thrusters to them and let the other chosen ones do their jobs? That way, we're not technically helping them, we're just engaging in a trade, a fair exchange." Aether nodded slowly, considering the idea. It was an interesting loophole, but he still had his doubts. Will that actually work, though? Wouldn't that still be seen as indirect interference? Dora frowned, deep in thought. This was the first time she had encountered such a strategy, and it certainly hadn't been done before. I'm not entirely sure. Selling it to them means it's an exchange of goods, not direct assistance, so technically, it might be allowed. But there's still a chance it could be perceived as aiding them in an unfair way. I really don't know how the trial will interpret it. Aether let out a low chuckle, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. Well, if even you aren't certain, that means there's a real possibility we can pull this off. Suddenly, knock, knock. Aether, now donning his cracked mask as Victor, sighed inwardly. He really needed to get a new one soon. This one was barely holding together. Straightening his posture, he called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Lyres entered hastily, her expression tense and impatient. The moment her gaze landed on Victor's masked face, her sharp eyes scanned for any visible signs of injury, but the mask concealed most of his features, making it hard to tell if he was truly unharmed. "Your Majesty. Are you all right?" she asked, her tone betraying a mixture of worry and urgency. Victor smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine, Lady Liars. There's no need to worry." She let out a deep sigh of relief, but her posture remained rigid as if she still wasn't entirely convinced. Just then, LACKEY'S followed behind her, a smugly amused expression on his face. "You should have seen her, sir. She was pacing outside like a lost chick, unable to stand still for even a second. Ha ha ha. It was like watching a mother hen who lost her baby. She couldn't hold back her worries, and that's why she knocked on the door in the middle of your meeting with the sovereign. Please forgive her, sir," he said, bowing slightly. Though his teasing tone was unmistakable, Liar's face instantly turned beet red, and she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. Victor chuckled, shaking his head. "Haha. There's no need to apologize for that. I'm just surprised that Liars was so worried about me. Honestly. I'm happy to hear that." He smiled warmly at her, his voice gentle. Liars stiffened at his words, her face growing even redder. That's. Of course. She stammered, completely flustered, her eyes darting away as she struggled to compose herself. Then, chomp, Victor flinched, a sharp yet warm sensation spreading through his neck. He turned his head slightly and, there was Raven, her lips latched onto his skin. Her cheeks puffed up like a squirrel's as she bit him, well, more like nibbled on him, with an utterly blank expression, as if she were casually snacking on his flesh. "What the?" Before Victor could even react, laughter exploded throughout the room. "Ha ha ha ha, what was that?" Victor asked, utterly bewildered, still struggling to catch her breath from laughing so hard. Talia smirked and wheezed, "Ha ha ha. Oh gods. She's jealous." Emberlyn chuckled softly at her daughter's ridiculous possessiveness, clearly amused by the unexpected display. Dora, despite trying to maintain her composure, let out a quiet chuckle as well. Meanwhile, Liars felt like she was about to die from sheer embarrassment. If there were a hole nearby, she would have gladly thrown herself into it and never come out. "This is too much. I didn't mean to steal him from you, Empress," she screamed internally. Victor, on the other hand, could only let out a weak, helpless smile. Deciding to steer the conversation back to the actual issue at hand, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. "All right, let's focus on the current situation with the other empires." However, as he spoke, his eyes suddenly gleamed with something dangerous. And in his pupils appeared a distinct, the symbol of zenith money. It was just like those classic dollar signs that pop up in cartoons whenever a character smells profit. He was already plotting something. Something potentially very lucrative. He. Chapter 725. This time, Melona will protect. While Aether was busy creating a new way to generate revenue for him, for the Empire, of course, discover exclusive content at my virtual library Empire. Meanwhile, back in the Zephyr Empire, we cannot infiltrate without killing them, Leora whispered, her sharp eyes scanning the entrance of the Wood Elf tribe. The area was heavily guarded, warriors standing at attention, their movements crisp and vigilant. As if something happening, Arya, standing beside her, frowned, her gaze fixed on the guards. They seemed far more alert than usual, as if expecting something, or someone. Something is definitely going on inside. She mused, her fingers instinctively tightened before her eyes shifted to the massive tree trunks driven into the earth, forming an impenetrable barrier around the village. "Should we just get rid of them?" Leora asked, a dangerous smirk playing on her lips. Her claws elongated ever so slightly, her excitement barely concealed. Arya shot her a sideways glance before shaking her head. "Aether specifically told us to do this quietly," she reminded her. "If we alert them, they'll send word to Alaric, and we can't afford to lose any advantage. This has to be clean and silent." Leora sighed dramatically, rubbing her forehead. "Ugh, fine. But that means you need to come up with a better plan. So, got anything?" She turned to Arya, who was still observing the trunks, deep in thought. A slow smirk spread across Arya's lips. "Actually, I do, she said, stepping away from the entrance. Leora followed her as they moved toward an isolated area near the massive tree trunks. Arya summoned her bow, her fingers deftly pulling an arrow from her quiver. She pointed toward the upper edge of the trunk and let the arrow fly. Thud, Arya turned to Leora with a playful wink. Bye, zzzzzzzzzzzzpp. In an instant, the compact bow's wheel spun, activating the mechanism as the thread attached to the arrow yanked Arya upward. She shot into the air, her body twisting gracefully before she landed effortlessly atop the trunk. Without hesitation, she leaped down into the village. Leora's lips twitched in amusement. TCH. Like mother, like daughter, she muttered before her hands shifted into sharp claws and, she crawled up the trunk, like a tiger. Meanwhile, thud, Arya landed smoothly on the ground but immediately tensed. The village was, eerily empty. No voices, no movement, just silence. And yet, the outside had been crawling with guards. Why, her brows furrowed, why would they fortify the entrance but leave the inside so, deserted? Thud, Leora landed beside her, her nose wrinkling in disgust. Something's definitely wrong, she muttered. She inhaled deeply, her tail flicking with unease. The air reeks. Blood. And not fresh blood, this is old, rotting. Arya's expression darkened. She had been to the Wood Elf village before, back when she had dealings with Alaric. She knew exactly where the village elder, or rather, the Wood Elf tribe's king, would be. We're moving, Leora nodded, and the two proceeded forward, their steps silent. Just as they were making their way through the eerie silence, two sets of glowing, pupilless eyes emerged from the darkness, watching their every move. Oblivious to the hidden gaze, Arya and Leora continued until they reached a massive tent. A lone soldier stood guard outside, Leora's claws flexed. I say we finish him off before he becomes a problem. She suggested, cracking her knuckles. Arya smirked. No need for the mess. Without another word, she knocked a dull arrow and let it fly. Thwack, the soldier collapsed before he even knew what hit him. Arya blew a stray lock of hair from her face. Too easy, Leora snorted. Show off. Without wasting time, they slipped into the tent, only to halt in their tracks. The scene before them was horrific. Dark blood coated the floors, the walls, and the very fabric of the tent. It was everywhere, the thick metallic stench clinging to the air. But what was more disturbing, there were no bodies, no flesh, nothing, just blood. Arya's grip tightened on her bow. What the hell happened here? She murmured, every instinct screaming at her to be on high alert. Leora sniffed the air again, slowly advancing through the blood-stained ground. Her eyes narrowed as she turned toward a darkened corner of the tent. I smell someone, she whispered, her voice laced with suspicion. She followed the scent, her movements deliberate, until she reached the far end of the space, and there, huddled in the shadows, was an old man. His frail body trembled, his hands coated in crimson, not the darkened blood splattered across the area, but fresh, vivid red. Arya's eyes narrowed. Elder, the old man flinched violently at the sound of her voice before his head snapped up. His wide, terrified eyes locked onto her. Why, your majesty? Majesty, he stammered, and before they could react, he scrambled toward Arya's feet, his bony fingers clawing at her boots. Leora's hand shot out, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground with disturbing ease. Her expression was cold, dangerous. Talk, she ordered, her grip tightening. Where is everyone? The old man wheezed, struggling against her hold. Independent Iowa R. His age and Leora's strength rendered him barely capable of forming words. Leora scoffed. Pathetic. Can't even speak properly. Her claws extended, gleaming under the dim light. The elder's pupils shrank in terror. His gaze darted to Arya. Pleading for mercy, she merely looked away, and in that moment, realization hit him like a blade to the gut. He had fucked up. Summoning whatever strength he had left, he gasped out a single word, I am. Monsters. Thud. Leora released him, letting him crumple to the blood-soaked ground. He gasped for air, clutching his throat, but Arya wasted no time. Monsters, she repeated, her tone sharp. What do you mean? The old man took a trembling breath before stammering. Alaric, he betrayed us. He used us. He destro. Before he could finish, a sudden, agonizing scream pierced the air. The chilling, blood-curdling cry echoed from outside the tent. Arya and Leora immediately stiffened, exchanging sharp glances before Leora grabbed the old man's frail arm, yanking him up like a ragged doll. Without a second thought, they stormed out of the tent, but as soon as they stepped outside, they were met with an eerie, disturbing sight. That one soldier who was knocked out by Arya was not there, instead, just dark blood, the old man's face drained of all color, his lips quivering as his wide, fear-stricken eyes darted around. He gasped out, "We need to hide. Oh, otherwise, they will." The old man's face turned to dread. "We need to hide, oh, otherwise they will." Boom, chuck, the sickening crunch of bone and flesh followed another gut-wrenching scream. Leora and Arya wasted no time. Ignoring the old man's panicked pleas, they sprinted toward the source of the commotion, the elder dragged helplessly behind them like he weighed nothing. "No. Please. We need to run." The old man thrashed in Leora's grip, his desperation growing with every step. They got out. The village. It's ruined. Everything is going to be destroyed. We have to escape before it spreads. Neither of them listened. As they reached the source, the village entrance, the very spot that had been heavily guarded just moments ago, they skidded to a halt. There was no one, not a single guard, only deep, dark pools of blood soaking into the earth. Arya's heart pounded as she gripped her bow tightly. "Where the hell is everyone?" Her voice was low, tense. She raised an arrow, her body stiff with caution. Please, let me go." The old man whimpered, his body trembling violently. I need to hide." Leora ignored his pathetic cries, her multicolored eyes burning with frustration. "What the hell is going on here?" she growled, her claws flexing. She could feel it, something was horribly wrong, but she couldn't quite grasp what it was. "Tell us." She shouted. The old man swallowed hard, his head snapping in all directions as if expecting something to lunge at him at any moment. Those things. They're monsters. Monsters created by Alaric." Leora's claws dug into his arm, her patience wearing dangerously thin. "Monsters? What the hell do you mean, created? Monsters created by Alaric?" Arya frowned deeply. Why would he do? Her sentence was abruptly cut off when her eyes widened in shock. From behind Leora, the massive, pulsating body of a monstrous elf emerged, its gnarled teeth aiming straight for her neck. Thud, bam. In an instant, Arya's bowstring was released with deadly accuracy, sending the arrow straight into the monster's chest. It blasted backwards, crumpling into the dirt. That was close. Arya exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking her head. Sig, indeed, Leora replied coolly, who was standing close. A small frown crossed Arya's face as she turned. She was shocked to see Leora's claws sinking into the neck of another elf monster that had been sneaking up behind her. The creature let out a strangled screech before going still. Arya's eyes went wide as she recognized the monster's face. Wait, wasn't he the one guarding the tent? Leora's gaze hardened as she glanced down at the monster's lifeless form. Yeah, he was also guarding the entrance. What the hell happened to them? She muttered, tossing the body to the ground with disgust before glaring at the old man. I told you, the old man cried out, his voice trembling with fear. They turned into monsters. Alaric did this to them. His wide eyes watched as the lifeless bodies of the monsters turned to dust. Both Arya and Leora were taken aback by that. What in the arcane name? Arya murmured, bewildered. When did Alaric come here? Watch out. Leora suddenly shouted, her voice full of urgency as she swiped at a new monster that appeared out of nowhere. She spun toward the sky, her sharp gaze narrowing as she saw the creatures clinging to the trunk walls. Their twisted, sneering faces were locked onto their targets, and they leapt toward the two women without hesitation. Before the monsters could even hit the ground, a familiar sound filled the air. Thud, thud. SSSH, thud, SSSH, thud, an arrow storm rained down, each one striking the monsters with unerring precision, pinning them to the trunks. The creatures screeched in agony before their bodies crumbled into dust. Arya and Leora turned toward the source of the barrage. Their eyes widened as they saw Melona standing tall, her arm outstretched as she shoved an arrow into the monster elf's neck, causing the creature to twitch violently before it slowly disintegrated into ash. Melona's face was a mask of fury as she muttered through clenched teeth, "This time I won't let our empire be defiled by these disgusting monsters." Chapter 726 Changes. Mom. What are you doing here? Arya frowned, her brows knitting together as she watched her mother act strangely. I thought you were busy evacuating people. Melona cast a brief glance at her daughter and replied calmly, "Don't worry, I already moved them to the safe zone. There's nothing to be concerned about." Leora stepped forward, her sharp gaze fixed on Melona. "Mind telling me why you're here then? You should be out there ensuring everyone's safety, not standing here like this." A smirk played on Melona's lips as she crossed her arms. "Oh, come now. Do I really need a reason to be here? Of course, I came to help you all, help us." Leora's expression turned skeptical. To be honest, with Melona around, they were more likely to be worried about her rather than themselves and this fucked up situation. She wasn't exactly in the position to help them. "Anyway, let's go inside." Melona dismissed Leora's doubts with a wave of her hand before shifting her attention to the old man sitting nearby, the elder of the Wood tribe. Her tone was devoid of emotion as she asked, "Where are the others?" The elder's frail body trembled as he lowered his head, his voice breaking with fear. Please, let's not go there. Please. Please." The old man suddenly dropped to his knees, his hands clutching the hem of his robes as he begged desperately. Melona narrowed her eyes, sensing something different, something off. The old man's fear was more intense than in the previous timeline, his despair deeper. Something changed. But what? She wondered before giving a cold. "Kill whoever comes out without our permission, no matter if it's an adult or a child. Understood?" Her sharp gaze landed on the handful of high-ranking soldiers clad in heavy armor, warriors she had personally selected for this mission. She had brought only a few because she knew exactly what kind of horrors lurked here. The fewer people involved, the less the risk of contamination. She couldn't afford to let this spread. The soldiers exchanged brief glances before nodding in unison, standing firm at the entrance of the Wood Elf tribe. "Mom. What the hell are you talking about?" Arya's frown deepened, her hands clenching into fists. "A child? You mean to kill children too? Are you even listening to yourself?" But Melona didn't react. She stood still, her face unreadable, unlike Aether, who believed there was still a trace of consciousness left in the monsters. Melona knew better. There was none. She had witnessed it firsthand, the grotesque transformation of the elves, her own people turning into unspeakable abominations due to the people that Aether saved. Even the children had become unrecognizable, twisted into monsters beyond saving. It was a nightmare she could never forget, and it was why she had no hesitation. No mercy, no one, absolutely no one, would be allowed to leave this place alive or without their permission. Call her cruel, call her heartless, it didn't matter. She knew how much it hurt to say those words, how much it shattered her from within, but she had no choice. She, too, was a mother. Would Aether hate her for this? Probably, but she didn't care. This was for the greater good. A single life held no weight against millions. A million lives were worth more than 10,000. That was the brutal reality of everything. If they had time, maybe she could have come up with a better solution. Maybe, but time wasn't on their side. Taking a deep breath, Melona turned on her heel and walked forward. "And no. Please. We need to leave, ARGH." Before the elder could finish, Leora yanked him back with a merciless grip, dragging him like a rag doll. "Mom." Arya hurried after her mother, her unease growing with every step. "Do you know something? Is there something you're not telling me?" Melona didn't answer. She couldn't, the truth wasn't hers to reveal. All she could do was keep walking, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Mom. Arya's voice was softer this time but filled with concern. Even so, she didn't push further. She knew her mother too well. If Melona was keeping something from her, it meant whatever it was something that wasn't meant to be said. It's different. Everything feels different, Melona thought as her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. This place. It wasn't the same as the previous time. Something was off, something beyond explanation. They continued moving forward in tense silence, their steps slow and deliberate. Then, all at once, the elder's eyes went wide with sheer terror. And no. And not here. Please, if he speaks again, slit his throat, Melona ordered without hesitation, her voice flat and devoid of mercy. The elder flinched violently, his entire body trembling as he clamped both hands over his mouth to keep himself from uttering another word. Ignoring him, Melona stepped forward, her gaze landing on the massive tree in front of them. This tree. Her expression darkened, her mind racing with suspicion. It's bigger than last time. Why, even though it was the same tree they had walked into before to find the ebon stone. Something about it was drastically different. The tree was now enormous, so impossibly vast that it could easily house hundreds of people within its hollowed core. I smell blood, Leora muttered, her nose twitching as she sniffed the air. Her sharp gaze locked onto the tree with suspicion, her instincts screaming that something was off. Melona inhaled deeply, steadying herself. Her eyes shifted between her daughter and Leora, and after a brief, silent exchange, they both gave her a firm nod. Bracing themselves, they stepped forward in unison, cautiously entering through the massive opening in the middle of the tree, just like they had in the previous timeline, however. Unlike before, when they were met with dark black walls and narrow twisting pathways. This time, what's that? A stone in the middle of a tree? Arya arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms as she eyed the massive rock curiously. A faint smirk played on her lips. Well, that's new, but Melona wasn't amused. The blood drained from her face as her eyes widened in horror. Ebon stone, she whispered, barely able to breathe the words out. The stone was no longer buried deep underground like it had been in the previous timeline. Instead, it now rested above the ground, standing exactly where the monster had once pulled it free. In this reality, the ebon stone's position had changed. It was as if time had failed to reverse its emergence. And instead, the world had reshaped itself around it, a truly terrifying phenomenon. Melona swallowed hard and forced herself to push past her unease. First, I need to gather more details about the stone, she muttered, taking slow, deliberate steps around it. Her sharp eyes scanned the surface, searching for the ancient symbols etched into its dark, weathered exterior. The markings were identical to last time. However, I feel like I know these letters, Melona murmured, her brows furrowing as she examined the symbols closer. She was absolutely certain she had never learned this language before, and yet, for some reason, she felt an odd sense of familiarity with it. It wasn't just her. Leora and Arya, too, found themselves staring at the inscriptions, an eerie sensation creeping over them like a whisper in the back of their minds. This is the forbidden language, right? Arya asked, her golden eyes narrowing as she studied the letters. The one the sovereign mentioned before. She knew for a fact that she had never read these symbols in her entire life. And yet, the moment her gaze fell upon them, something stirred within her mind, like a long-lost memory on the edge of recall, just out of reach. It was like trying to remember a dream after waking up or grasping at the fading fragments of a nightmare/dream that refused to be fully recalled. The three of them stood there in uneasy silence, lost in the same inexplicable sensation. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire, anyway. Leora exhaled sharply, shaking off the unnerving feeling. Where the hell is everyone? She forced herself to focus on something else, anything else, to keep her mind from spiraling further. Yeah. This village had at least 10,000 people, so where the hell is everyone? Arya added, her arms folding tighter across her chest. It's way too quiet. Something isn't right. A place this populated should never be this silent. Something was very, very wrong. Melona, still fixated on the ebon stone, suddenly noticed something at the edge of its rough surface. A small but distinct bloodstain. Her expression darkened as she stepped closer, reaching out to examine it when, RRGHH, a monstrous elf lunged out from the darkness, its deformed claws reaching for Melona with terrifying speed. Its twisted face was a grotesque mockery of what had once been an elf, its gaping mouth lined with jagged, unnatural fangs. Moem. Arya screamed, her voice filled with panic. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, where are we? Aquilina mumbled, her voice hesitant as she took a cautious step forward. The metallic walls of the cube that had held them captive suddenly collapsed with an eerie mechanical hiss, the sound echoing through the air as the structure around them fell apart. Chapter 727. At times, emotions are the only language we can truly speak. In the previous timeline, before Aquilina could fall into the enemy's hands, Aether had only a few seconds after the prophetess's warning to act. In that brief moment, he spoke to her. That's why he had believed she was safe, until she was suddenly abducted, and just like before, even in this timeline, Aether had the same fleeting moment of time. That's why, right before she was taken, he telepathically sent her a message, though he could only get a few words in before the connection was severed. Don't panic. You're being kidnapped and just stay calm. I'll come and get H. Aquilina's eyes widened as she felt the connection abruptly cut off. Thud, the sharp sound of a door slamming echoed through the room as she was forcefully captured, along with Celestia, who had been trailing her closely. It's been quite a while now. I think almost a full day, Celestia muttered, her voice calm, her expression eerily composed, completely devoid of fear or panic. Aquilina let out a slow breath, her fingers tapping idly against the bed. Well, we've been kidnapped, so obviously, it's going to take him some time to track us down, she replied, matching Celestia's composed demeanor as she crossed her legs and leaned back slightly. Then, without blinking, she continued staring at Celestia. For hours, Celestia finally frowned, shifting uncomfortably under the weight of that unwavering gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Aquilina didn't answer immediately. She was deep in thought, analyzing, observing. Ever since Aether's warning, neither of them had felt much of a direct threat. It was almost as if they were just on some forced trip, except, of course, they were locked in a room and didn't have any other choice than to look at each other, thinking something. Still, Aquilina had her reasons for staring. 3. In fact, first, Celestia was showing emotions. Actual emotions. That alone was strange. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Second, Celestia seemed to be working under her older sister, which raised too many questions. And third, Celestia was hiding something. That much was obvious. Before regaining the memories of her past life, Aquilina had never paid much attention to Celestia. To her, this woman had been nothing more than a maid, a servant who lingered in the background. But now that she knew who Celestia truly was, she found herself surprised. Celestia had changed, a lot. Especially after death, and if there was one thing Aquilina knew for certain, it was that people didn't just change without reason. Her eyes narrowed slightly. To make things worse, she had never particularly liked Celestia in the first place. Celestia's mother had always been insufferable, constantly bitching about how her precious daughter. So even though they had lived in the same house, they had never been close. There had always been a cold, distant tension between them. Princess. Celestia finally broke the silence, her tone soft, but there was an underlying discomfort there. Do you need something? Aquilina blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. Oh. No, not really. I was just thinking. Since we're stuck here together, we might as well chat a little, don't you think? Her lips curled into a small, knowing smile. You know. Get to know each other better. Especially you, you're always following me like a shadow, protecting me without fail. Celestia hesitated before giving a slow nod. I suppose that makes sense. Aquilina tilted her head slightly. You work for my mother, right? Yes, princess. Aquilina tapped her fingers against her knee. Then why are you always so close to her? She has countless powerful servants, yet she only ever allows you to remain at her side. Why is that? Celestia tensed, ever so slightly. It was subtle, but Aquilina caught it. I've been with her since childhood, Celestia finally answered, her voice carefully measured. I assume that's why Her Majesty trusts me more than anyone else, Aquilina hummed thoughtfully, her gaze sharpening. Since childhood, huh? That long? Then, tell me this, do you know who my father is? Celestia inhaled sharply, but her expression remained neutral. I'm sorry, Princess. Even though I may be close to Her Majesty, I don't know, Aquilina frowned. You don't know? She sounded genuinely surprised. Celestia shook her head. No. After a brief pause, she continued, after taking the throne, the Empress vanished for nearly a year. No one knew where she had gone. And then, one day, she simply returned, holding an infant. That infant was you, Princess. Aquilina's brows furrowed, a flicker of disbelief passing through her eyes. Wait, so you're telling me that she stopped herself. Ahem, my mother disappeared after killing her own parents and then reappeared a year later with me in her arms? Celestia gave a weak, almost apologetic smile. That's exactly what happened, Princess. And that's all I know. Aquilina stared at her, processing those words before nodding softly, though a lingering doubt remained in her mind. Does that mean I'm not really her child? She pondered for a brief moment, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Based on the story Celestia had just told her, it almost felt like Aquilina was someone else's child, someone Sandra had taken in during her year of disappearance. That possibility unsettled her, making her wonder if everything she had believed about her origins was a lie. However, I look exactly like her. Aquilina muttered inwardly, pressing her lips together. The resemblance between Sandra and herself was undeniable. Their features, their aura, even the way they carried themselves, it was too similar to be just a coincidence. That alone confirmed that she was, without a doubt, Sandra's daughter. Arg. Then who the hell is my father? Did Sandra really kill him because he was useless, or was there something more to it? She pushed the troubling thoughts aside, unwilling to spiral into endless speculation. Instead, another question surfaced in her mind, one that had been bothering her for a while. Without thinking, she voiced it aloud. I heard from my mother that you don't show much emotion. Celestia's eyebrows twitched ever so slightly, her eyes narrowing for a fraction of a second before returning to their usual calm state. Strange. I didn't think Big Sister ever mentioned that to Aquilina. A small doubt crept into Celestia's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. No, Aquilina is her only daughter. Of course, she must have told her at some point. With a small, composed smile, Celestia nodded. Yes. It's not just that I don't show emotions. I don't feel them. Aquilina frowned and immediately pointed at Celestia's lips. Well, you're smiling right now. Before she could finish, Celestia calmly cut her off. Because I learned to show emotions. Learned? Aquilina repeated, her frown deepening. Celestia nodded, her expression carrying a rare softness. Yes. I've learned many things over the years. And emotions are one of them. They are the only way people truly connect with each other. If emotions are not properly expressed, relationships will eventually fall apart. No, in truth, they wouldn't even work to begin with. Her face darkened slightly as she added, even though I can't feel these emotions. I came to understand their significance. I only realized this after losing someone I know. Aquilina's breath hitched. Her chest tightened, her fingers twitching slightly as if bracing herself for something unpleasant. You lost someone? She asked cautiously, though she had a terrible feeling about where this was going. Celestia smiled, but it was a distant, bitter smile. Yes. If only, that day, I had shown even the smallest bit of emotion, any kind of emotion, to that person. Maybe they would have survived. Maybe things wouldn't have ended the way they did. Her voice faltered as if she were struggling to force the words out, her throat tightening with an emotion she herself claimed not to feel. Aquilina's hands clenched into fists and surprised by Celestia's words. She was expecting hurtful words but not this. I felt wrong, she wanted to scream, she wanted to tell Celestia that it wasn't her fault. That Celestia hadn't done anything wrong, because the truth was, it was all Aquilina's fault. That day, she was the one who lost her emotions. She was the one who lost her dignity. She was the one who did something unforgivable. Something irreversible. She deserved to die that day. After all, she had hurt her own daughter. And for a brief, horrifying moment. No, not just briefly, Aquilina had killed her. Even if it was just for a few minutes, it had happened. There was no one else to blame, no one except Aquilina. She knew she should beg for her daughter's forgiveness. She knew she needed to atone for her sins, but this life belonged to this Aquilina. And this Aquilina didn't want to destroy the bond they had now. No matter what, she wouldn't ruin their relationship. She would carry this guilt and fear for the rest of her life, and she was prepared to bear it. For the only mother/daughter she had left, Celestia exhaled softly before continuing. That's why I decided to create fake emotions. These false expressions help me understand why people treasure their emotions so much. They're the only way to communicate what's inside, the only way to show what we truly feel and think. But no matter how much I understand it, I can never feel it. Aquilina's eyes trembled, her teeth pressing together. Her voice wavered. I just wanted to say. I am sore. Before she could finish, the pristine white walls around them flickered violently, glitching like a broken illusion, before they suddenly collapsed down. In the blink of an eye, the cube that holding them fell down. Aquilina's breath caught in her throat as she stared in confusion. Where are we? She murmured, her gaze darting around the empty chamber that had now appeared before them. Chapter 728 Monster Experiments. As the walls of the cube fell down, both Aquilina and Celestia instinctively flinched before quickly guarding up, their bodies tense and ready for an attack. But to their surprise, there was no one here, not a single soul. Except for the chamber. Who the hell opened this? Celestia muttered, her sharp eyes scanning the empty space with a wary expression. Aether. Aquilina whispered, trying to reach out to him through their connection. But nothing. It was like hitting a solid wall. Something was still blocking their link, making it impossible to communicate with him. A deep frown formed on her face. Celestia shifted uneasily, her gaze flickering toward the only door in the chamber. Should we leave? She asked, hesitantly. Her gut told her something was off, way off. Who had opened the cube? And why? If this was a trap, then stepping out blindly could be the worst mistake they'd make. Aquilina remained silent for a moment. Was this some kind of elaborate trick? A way to lure them out only to throw them into something worse? But then, what if Aether is helping us? In his own weird, indirect way? Aquilina thought, her eyes narrowing as she considered the possibility. If there was even a slight chance that Aether was behind this, she couldn't afford to hesitate. We don't have a choice. We need to figure out where we are first, Aquilina finally said. Her tone firm. She walked toward the door, her fingers wrapping around the cool metal of the knob. There was a small square window embedded in the door, similar to glass, but when Aquilina peered through it, she couldn't see anything beyond it, just darkness. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her sword in her other hand, her grip tightening around the hilt as she braced herself for whatever lay ahead. She had no idea what was waiting for them on the other side, but she sure as hell wasn't stepping out unprepared. Thud, she pushed the door open and halted. What she saw made her pause. An empty corridor stretched out before them, dimly lit and eerily silent. No one's here. Celestia stepped forward cautiously, her brows furrowing. This doesn't make sense. Where are the guards? Aquilina's frown deepened as she scanned both sides of the corridor. It extended far in both directions, the sheer emptiness making it feel even more unsettling. Let's go right, she decided, nodding toward the right corridor. All right. As they moved carefully down the corridor, their senses remained sharp, alert for any sign of movement. But as they walked, they began to notice something strange. Door after door lined the walls, identical to the one they had just stepped out of. There are so many of them. Celestia murmured, her curiosity piqued. Are they holding prisoners here? The doors had small square glass windows, allowing them to peek inside. As soon as they did, their eyes widened in surprise. Monsters. They were holding monsters. Aquilina's jaw clenched. What the hell is this? Her gaze darted from one door to the next. Each held a different kind of creature, some she had never even seen before. But there was one thing they all had in common, the rainbow arcane crystals embedded in their bodies. This isn't good, she muttered under her breath. We need to leave. Now, Celestia didn't need to be told twice. She could feel it too, that deep, unsettling sense of danger pressing against her chest. Without wasting another second, they quickened their pace, ran, their feet pounded against the cold floor as they sprinted down the corridor, their breath coming out in short puffs. Finally, they reached the end of the hall, stopping just before a turn. Both of them pressed against the wall, cautiously peeking around the corner. No one, Still no guards. Celestia whispered, her unease growing stronger by the second. This is getting creepier by the minute. They didn't wait. They ran again, and then, they reached a staircase. It led only one way, up. Celestia hesitated, staring at the steps warily. Are we really doing this? Her voice was quiet, laced with uncertainty. Aether could come for us at any time, but this whole situation feels off. Who the hell opened that cube? It's almost like someone wants us to keep moving. Aquilina met her gaze, then exhaled sharply. We don't have the luxury of standing around and thinking about it. We either move forward, or we go back and wait for something worse to happen. And I, for one, don't want to wait. Celestia swallowed her doubt and nodded. All right. Let's go. They climbed the stairs. Reaching the next floor, they looked around. Nothing, everything looked the same as before. The same sterile walls. The same long halls. The same eerie silence. I think we need to keep going higher, Celestia said, her tone laced with urgency. If we're going to find a way out, or at least understand where we are, we need to reach the top. With that, they ran again. One floor. Then another. And another, until, huff, huff. Aquilina and Celestia panted, their bodies growing weaker with every step. Something was wrong. It wasn't exhaustion. It wasn't pain, it was something else. As we go higher. I feel it. Aquilina gasped, gripping the wall for support. Something's getting denser. It's like the air itself is pressing down on us. Celestia, barely able to catch her breath, nodded. Yeah. This isn't normal. They must have set this up. If we keep pushing forward like this, there's a real chance we might lose consciousness. Aquilina clenched her teeth. She knew Celestia was right. But what choice did they have? Go back, then what was the point of someone letting them out in the first place? Her frustration boiled over. Taking a deep breath, she shouted at the empty halls, her voice echoing in the void, I know you're watching us, you bastard. What's the point of all this? Are you deliberately trying to piss us off? Her voice carried raw irritation, her eyes scanning the halls for even the slightest sign of something, anything, but nothing, not a single response. Her fingers curled into fists. Motherfuckers. If my boyfriend finds out about this, he'll fuck you all up, she yelled, flipping her middle finger at the unseen eyes she was sure were watching. She didn't know who was behind this. But whoever they were playing a very dangerous game. Celestia chuckled, her tone carrying a teasing edge. Haha. You sure trust your boyfriend a little too much, don't you think? I mean, you talk about him like he's some kind of god. Aquilina snorted, crossing her arms with a proud smirk. Of course. Whenever I'm in danger, he always shows up out of nowhere like some kind of divine protector. It's like he has a sixth sense for when I need him. Just then, shit. Aquilina yelped, nearly jumping out of her skin as the door behind her slammed shut without warning. The sudden impact sent vibrations through the floor, making both of them freeze for a moment. "What the hell was that?" she muttered, swallowing hard as she cautiously stepped forward and peered through the small glass panel embedded in the door. Her breath hitched the moment she saw what was inside: more monsters. Again, but something was wrong. Something was disturbingly different this time. Her sharp eyes caught an unsettling detail: fragments of tattered, blood-stained clothing hanging from some of the creatures, clothes that were once worn by people. No. It can't be. Her face paled. Celestia, noticing Aquilina's sudden silence, furrowed her brows and turned to check the other doors. She took one step closer, hesitating before glancing inside, and the moment she did, her stomach twisted in sheer horror. More creatures. More grotesque, twisted forms that looked barely recognizable. But the longer she stared, the more details she noticed: their faces, their hands, their torn clothing, features that were once human, a normal living being. They were experimenting on them. Celestia whispered, her voice trembling. These things. They were once people. She felt a deep unease settle in her chest. The monsters they had seen earlier weren't just random creatures locked away in some facility. No. They had been turned into this. Her hands balled into fists as an overwhelming wave of nausea and disbelief crashed over her. What the hell is this place? Then, experience tales at my virtual library empire. Oh my god. Aquilina suddenly gasped, her voice cracking in sheer disbelief as she stared at one of the glass windows. Celestia's heart skipped a beat. "What is it, princess?" she asked quickly, stepping beside her. Aquilina didn't respond right away. She was frozen, her wide eyes locked onto the horror beyond the glass. Curious but hesitant, Celestia followed her gaze, only to immediately regret it. Inside the room, pressed up against the glass, was a massive pink spider with a grotesque human face. Celestia's entire body recoiled. She felt goosebumps seeing that shit. SSSSS. She inhaled sharply, a shudder running down her spine. Fucking hell, that's disgusting. I don't even want to know what kind of twisted experiment that is. She turned away, feeling a deep revulsion creeping into her bones. "Princess, you really don't need to be looking at," but before she could finish, Aquilina's voice came out in a broken whisper. That's Kenley." Celestia frowned. "Kenley, yes. Kenley. Kennedy's niece. The same girl who tried to destroy the academy with her uncle." Aquilina's voice trembled slightly as she pointed toward the twisted, monstrous form trapped inside the cell. "It's her." Celestia blinked, then took another reluctant glance. And the moment she looked closer, her blood ran cold. She recognized those features. The remnants of what was once a beautiful girl, now warped beyond recognition. Her once elegant face was stretched and distorted, her body transformed into an unspeakable horror. What in the actual fuck? Celestia breathed, struggling to process what she was seeing. Shock, that was the only emotion plastered across both of their faces, but for two very different reasons. Celestia was horrified by what had become of Kenley. The idea that someone could be forced into this kind of monstrous transformation made her stomach churn. But Aquilina was furious. "A traitor in our academy," she muttered. Kenley had been severely punished for her past crimes. She had been sentenced to rot in the academy's high-security prison for the rest of her life. There was absolutely no way she should be here, unless, you're telling me there's a mole inside our academy? Celestia asked. There's no other explanation. Someone had freed Kenley. Someone had helped her escape, only to turn her into this. Her body tensed with rage. "We need to get the hell out of here, now." Just as she was about to break into a run, a hooded figure suddenly appeared before them, standing ominously in the middle of the corridor. Both Celestia and Aquilina flinched, their instincts kicking in as they immediately dropped into battle stances. Their weapons materialized in their hands, ready for a fight. Whoever this was, they had been waiting for them. Chapter 729 Snow Globe. "Who are you?" Aquilina asked, her voice firm yet cautious as she stared at the hooded figure before her. It stood eerily still, not making a single move, as if it was waiting for something. Watching, Celestia took a step forward, gripping the knife tightly in her hand, her posture tense and ready for a fight if needed, yet, the hooded figure remained motionless, its blank gaze fixed on them, unbothered. Aquilina and Celestia exchanged a few glances. Should they attack? Should they wait? But before they could decide, the hooded figure suddenly moved, lifting its hand in a slow, deliberate motion as if beckoning them forward. Then, without a word, it turned and began walking away. Where the hell are you going? Aquilina called out, narrowing her eyes, but the figure didn't answer. It simply continued its steady pace, only gesturing for them to follow without once glancing back. Both Celestia and Aquilina frowned, sharing another look of uncertainty. What if this is a trap? Celestia asked, voice hushed but serious. Aquilina exhaled sharply, shaking her head. I don't know. But think about it. We've been wandering this damn place for who knows how long, and this is the first time we've run into someone, something, that doesn't immediately try to kill us. She paused, watching the figures retreating back. And if it wanted to hurt us? It had plenty of chances already. So why just walk away? Celestia bit her lip, considering. You think? It's the one who helped us escape from that cube, maybe, Aquilina muttered, still unsure herself. Both women sighed, hesitating for a moment longer before ultimately deciding to follow. Whatever this thing was, it was the only lead they had. As they turned the corner, another hooded figure emerged from the darkness, appearing like a shadow materializing into form. It lingered at the place Aquilina and Celestia had just passed through, then, as if amused, it let out a soft, whispery chuckle, foo-foo, before vanishing again, dissolving into nothingness. Meanwhile, Aquilina and Celestia walked cautiously behind the hooded figure, their bodies tense, every step filled with unease. The silence stretched between them. Aquilina clenched her jaw before finally breaking it. Are you the one who helped us escape from that cube? No response. Celestia tried next. Where exactly are you taking us? Nothing. Her brows twitched in frustration. At least tell us why you're helping us, Aquilina groaned, running a hand down her face. TSK, seriously? You dragged us all this way, and you can't even throw us a single damn word. That was it. Aquilina's patience snapped. Her lips twitched violently before she muttered under her breath. That's it. In one swift motion, she raised her weapon, fully prepared to strike, but just as she moved, the figure abruptly halted. Aquilina hesitated, narrowing her eyes as she watched it slowly lift its hand and point downward. A staircase. What the hell? Both Aquilina and Celestia's eyes widened in shock. There was nothing like that before, Aquilina muttered, glancing at Celestia, who had the same stunned expression. The hooded figure didn't wait for their reaction. Without hesitation, it began descending the stairs, its movements eerily fluid. Exchanging another look, Aquilina and Celestia followed, their curiosity outweighing their fear, and then, for the first time since being trapped in this godforsaken place, they saw something other than endless doors and suffocating walls. Grass, a wide, open plain covered in green grass stretched before them. We're outside? Celestia whispered, her voice trembling as if she could barely believe it. Aquilina took a few cautious steps forward, eyes scanning the strange scenery. Where are we? She muttered, her gaze shifting upward. The sky was a strange shade of gray, glowing with an unnatural brightness. And covered in falling snow. The hooded figure turned back. What they had been stuck inside, a metal wall. No, not just a wall. Continue reading at my virtual library empire, a towering, monstrous structure, stretching endlessly into the sky. Its sheer size overwhelming. Aquilina's breath caught in her throat as her mind tried to process the scale of it. Shit. That thing must have 1,000 floors at least, she whispered in horrified realization. Just thinking about how much more they could have climbed sent a sickening chill down her spine. Then, the hooded figure motioned again, back toward the massive metal structure. It wanted them to go back inside. Aquilina didn't hesitate. Nope. No way in hell are we going back in there, she snapped, grabbing Celestia's wrist and bolting across the grassland, dragging her along. "We're getting the fuck out of here." The hooded figure stood still, watching them run. But it didn't chase, it simply remained there. As if waiting. Meanwhile, step. 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 The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed in the quiet, mixing with their ragged breaths. Was this the right choice? Celestia panted as she struggled to keep pace. "I mean, that thing helped us get out, didn't it?" Aquilina snorted, shaking her head. "Listen, I hate to break it to you, but no one does anything for free. I don't know what that thing's deal is, but I sure as hell know it has its own agenda. And it wanted us to go back into that creepy-ass building? Hell. No. I'd rather take my chances out here." Celestia bit her lip but didn't argue. She couldn't. Aquilina had a point. Still, something about the hooded figure lingered in her mind, but then, the vision before them suddenly turned misty, as if the very air had thickened and obscured everything around them. The world seemed to vanish in an instant, and they could barely see their own hands in front of them. "Hold my hand tightly," Celestia shouted. She gripped Aquilina's hand firmly as if trying to anchor herself. Together, they ventured deeper into the swirling mist, their movements cautious and deliberate. They walked on, the weight of the mist pressing around them, creating a sense of disorientation. "This place. It's really strange," Aquilina muttered, her voice barely audible above the eerie silence. She kept walking, one foot in front of the other, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of the disorienting surroundings. They walked for what felt like an eternity, the fog never relenting, until, without warning, the mist began to clear. The dense fog parted like heavy curtains, revealing something that made them both stop dead in their tracks. "Arcane hunters?" Celestia whispered in disbelief, her eyes widening as she read the massive, bold letters etched into the side of a towering metal structure. It was not there before. Aquilina stood frozen, horror creeping up her spine as she caught sight of the hooded figure standing motionless nearby, the same one they had tried to escape. Now seemingly waiting for them. How is this possible?" Aquilina stammered, her voice cracking with a mix of confusion and fear. "Move." Aquilina hissed urgently, her instincts screaming that this was not a place they should be. She grabbed Celestia's arm, pulling her back toward the mist. They stumbled back into the fog, but as they emerged once again, they were back in the exact same place they had just fled from, and, as though mocking their desperate attempt to escape, the hooded figure stood exactly where it had been before. Aquilina's breath caught in her throat. She inhaled sharply, trying to steady herself, but dread gripped her chest. At last, the hooded figure spoke. Its voice cold, hollow, and indifferent. "Haven't you noticed yet?" It asked. "What?" Celestia frowned as the hooded figure pointed to the ground. Celestia and Aquilina frowned at what it was trying to say, but then, their eyes widened. "Snow, where is the snow? And why I didn't feel cold." Snowflakes fell gently on their bodies, but, strangely, neither of them felt the cold, neither of them felt cold from the very beginning, and the ground beneath their feet, despite the snowfall, remained untouched by frost. The grass was warm and vibrant, completely unaffected. "Then, no matter how hard you try, you cannot escape this place," it said. "What do you mean?" Celestia demanded. Her brows furrowed as her grip tightened on Aquilina's hand. The hooded figure slowly raised its hand, its long, gloved fingers pointing toward the sky, which was now a dull, oppressive gray. "Because this place," it said, itself trapped here. Everyone looked at the sky. As the POV view shifted, the sky began to stretch and zoom upward, as if the world was being pulled into the heavens. The view climbed higher and higher until everything blurred and collapsed into a single, focused image, and there was a small, delicate snow globe. Inside the globe, a miniature world unfolded. Its shape was a rectangular block with a towering structure rising in the center. The tower stood impossibly large. While delicate white particles floated and danced around it, mimicking real snow in every graceful flurry, a small, delicate snow globe resting on a table, and before it, "The plan has been delayed," the master muttered with an irritated sigh, his fingers drumming impatiently on the table as his eyes remained fixed on the globe. "We deeply apologize, Master," the first hologram responded, its voice steady and composed. "As you know, the collision caused unexpected complications. While there have been some minor delays, the rest of the plan is proceeding without issue. There is no need for concern." The Master's lips pressed into a thin line as he regarded the snow globe, his gaze sharp and calculating. "And the preparations for the future? Are they fully complete?" The hologram nodded, its tone turning more confident. "Yes, Master. The mutation process within the Wood Elf tribe is progressing smoothly. Most of the test subjects have retained their consciousness. I believe they will be able to survive the events to come." The Master gave a small nod, his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. "Good. And what of the spread?" "The mutations are spreading as planned," the hologram confirmed. "The tribe's isolation has ensured no one is aware of what's happening inside. Soon, those mutated creatures, irrational and bloodthirsty, will escape the village. Once they do, they will spread our work among other tribes and races." As intended, the Master's eyes gleamed with approval, but an unease flickered across his expression. Another hologram, eager to reassure him, spoke up, "Everything is proceeding perfectly, Master. Foo. There's no need to worry about the delay. It's just a few days, nothing more. The plan is still on course." Despite the reassurances, the Master couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. A strange sense of foreboding hung over him, as though something beyond his control was about to disrupt his grand design. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Not since the Empire's collision, which had been a complete surprise. Should I alter something? He wondered silently. A third hologram, sensing the tension, spoke up in an attempt to reassure him. "Master, you're overthinking it. Everything is in our hands now. No one can defeat us. Our plan will unfold perfectly. This time, nothing will go wrong." The Master's eyes swept over the four holograms. After a long moment, he finally nodded, though the unease still lingered within him. "Very well. Let's continue as planned. But we must draw Victor out of his empire. Contact Jack Sparrow." One of the holograms blinked in confusion. "Jack Sparrow? Are you certain you want to involve him, Master?" The Master grinned. "Yes. He's the only one who can get Victor out of hiding." "Their relationship? Well, you know what I mean." A collective understanding rippled through the holograms, and three of them chuckled knowingly. "Oh. Oh," they cooed in unison, their voices laced with amusement, "except, shit. Really? I better not fight him then." Chapter 730. The woman in picture. "You really saved all these people, Aether." Isadora murmured in a soft, almost wistful tone as she stood on the palace balcony, gazing down at the lively crowd gathered below the mountain, their joyous laughter and cheers filling the air. After their brief discussion about selling thrusters, Isadora and Aether had found themselves needing a more private conversation. Aether stood beside her, offering a simple yet knowing smile. Though deep down, he carried his own agenda. Yes, they were his responsibility, as a ruler. After all, Dora glanced at Aether, her eyes subtly tracing his features. He had grown even more powerful, and she could feel it. She let out a deep sigh before speaking. "You know, it's only been a few months, and yet, you've almost reached a level on par with Alaric." Sigh. If he ever found out about this, he'd probably hang himself from sheer frustration. The poor guy worked his ass off for centuries just to reach that level, and here you are, catching up in no time. Aether chuckled, the sound low and rich. "Well, what can I say? I suppose I'm just built differently." Dora opened her mouth, wanting to rebuke him, but the frustrating part was that, he was right. Instead, she exhaled, her lips curving into a reluctant smirk. "Yes. You are." Aether's grin widened as he caught the slightly dazed look in her eyes. Without hesitation, he leaned in, closing the distance between them ever so slightly. Dora flinched, her breath hitching as a faint blush crept up her cheeks. Her heart. "Oh," She could feel it falling deeper into this dangerous attraction she had toward him. And that was a problem, no, a disaster. Noticing her reaction, Aether smirked even more, relishing in the effect he had on her. Slowly, his hand moved toward her hips, teasingly close. So, tell me, did the saintess and the archpriestess come as part of your package deal or something? Aether stiffened at the sudden voice, his fingers freezing midair. He quickly averted his gaze, awkwardly scratching the back of his head as he let out a forced chuckle. Dora simply raised an eyebrow, watching his reaction with clear amusement. Wow. So, you're not even going to deny it, huh? Aether sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. What's there to deny? You've seen most of my mess firsthand. Besides, it's not like you're the type to get all Yandra over it, Yandra. What? Dora scoffed, shaking her head with an amused glint in her eyes. I still can't believe this. A brat who's not even 30 years old somehow has most of the strongest women on his side. If someone had told me this a year ago, I would have laughed in their face. Aether smirked, pride glimmering in his expression as he crossed his arms. Dora's expression twitched. Oh, how she wanted to slap that smug look off his face. She wasn't even complimenting him, but arguing with him would be pointless, especially considering the caliber of the women he had somehow managed to seduce. These weren't just powerful figures, they were women with strong, weird personalities, impossible to manipulate. And yet, somehow, he had them wrapped around his damn fingers. Just what kind of black magic was this man using? Dora let out another sigh, feeling a headache creep in. At this rate, the only one missing from your little harem is Scarlet. Aether chuckled, and this time, he didn't hesitate. His hand smoothly found its way to her hips, his grip firm yet teasing. Dora flinched, snapping her gaze up to him with a sharp glare. He, of course, remained utterly unfazed. With a casual shrug, he smirked and said, I'm not actively collecting powerful women, master. It just so happens that the women I like turn out to be powerful. That's all. Dora. His voice dipped lower as he playfully winked at her. Dora blinked, momentarily thrown off. For a fraction of a second, her heart skipped a beat. Shit, she quickly masked her reaction, keeping her expression neutral. She knew all too well that the moment she let any of these emotions slip, she would be utterly doomed, or fucked up by him. Not wanting to indulge in whatever romantic atmosphere was brewing between them, she immediately switched topics. Anyway, I need to loo. Before she could even finish her sentence, Aether suddenly spoke. Do you know anything about this woman? The important matter he wanted to discuss. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her. The sketch on it, drawn entirely by hand, was rough, definitely not at an artistic level, but still detailed enough to make out the person's features. Never forget. Aether enrolled in extracurricular activities in his previous life, and his school was not some random, it was the finest one in the world, Earth. He was quite good with everything. But not mastery level. Dora suddenly stumbled, her body stiffening as if she had just seen a ghost. Her breath hitched for a moment before she quickly snatched the picture from Aether's hands, her fingers gripping it so tightly that the paper crumpled slightly under the pressure. Her voice was calm, almost indifferent, but there was an unmistakable sharpness to it as she asked, "Where did you get this?" Aether remained composed, his face unreadable, as he responded casually, "I drew it." Dora's brows furrowed. "Why?" "Because I wanted to know something about this woman," Aether replied, his tone steady, giving nothing away. Dora's frown deepened, and her fingers clenched the edges of the picture as if she were trying to tear it apart in frustration. "And why exactly do you want to know?" Her voice carried an edge of suspicion, her instincts telling her that this wasn't just idle curiosity. Aether clicked his tongue in mild irritation before exhaling and meeting her gaze with a more serious expression. "Just tell me if you know her or not." Dora stared at him blankly, searching his face for answers he wasn't giving. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "I know who this is." "That's Giari, but first, I want to know how you know her," she cut in sharply, not giving him a chance to shift the conversation away. "Explore new worlds at my virtual library empire." Aether took a slow, measured breath before replying, well, I just happened to see her images on the wall, like she was some kind of celebrity or something. That's why I got curious." Dora narrowed her eyes, watching him closely. His answer didn't sit right with her. No one, absolutely no one, would randomly take such an interest in a person just because they saw a few portraits. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? Then, a sudden realization struck her like lightning. Her entire body tensed. "Don't tell me, he's from the future again." The thought alone sent a shiver down her spine. It wasn't impossible, in fact, given everything that had already happened, it was a terrifyingly real possibility. His unnatural, almost monstrous growth, it was just like before, everything was starting to connect, piece by piece, and the situation was quickly turning into something much bigger than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Aether stood there, waiting patiently for her response, completely unaware that there were already two, no, three, women who had started to piece together the truth about his abilities. Finally, Dora exhaled, her shoulders sinking slightly as she spoke. "She is the chosen one of our era." Her grip on the drawing tightened, knuckles turning pale, as she turned her gaze toward the sky, her expression unreadable. "A saintess, the purest, most naive woman I have ever seen in my entire life." Aether nodded slowly, processing the information. "That explains the nun outfit." His eyes flickered toward Dora, waiting for her to continue. Dora's lips trembled slightly before she spoke again. "She is the one who saved us all, by sacrificing herself." A deep silence settled between them before she finally uttered the name. "Her name is Luna Ashwood." Chapter 731 Kind/goodness is injurious to health. Luna Ashwood, to put it simply, she was someone who believed in everything good, was deeply devoted to the Mother Goddess, and was convinced that everything happened for a reason. She would be the first to bear the wounds if it meant others could be happy, never once hesitating. That was who she was. Luna Ashwood, I feel like I know this kind of character, Aether mused, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Dora chuckled, shaking her head. "Oh, indeed. She's a lot like Helena. Or rather, I should say Helena turned out similar to her, though if we're being honest, Luna was on a whole other level." "Ha!" Aether nodded with a small smirk. Already forming an image of Luna in his mind. "Do all saintesses come from the same mold or something?" he thought, amused by the pattern he was noticing. Dora's expression softened, her voice growing a little nostalgic. "Luna was, even more naive than Helena. At least Helena has some common sense now, but Luna? Ugh, she was beyond saving. She would literally give away everything she owned to help those in need, without even stopping to think twice, and the worst part? She couldn't even tell the difference between a lie and the truth. You could trick her with a straight face, and she'd still believe in you with all her heart." Aether raised an eyebrow. "That's not just naive, that's downright dangerous." He thought, anyone could be kind, but only a rare few became too good for their own good. She would go out of her way to help people, asking for absolutely nothing in return. Just a pure, selfless soul, so much so that, in all my life, I've never met another like her, Dora added softly, her small smile tinged with something deeper, longing. Aether glanced at her, then raised an eyebrow playfully. "What about me?" Dora shot him a look so deadpan it was almost comical, as if saying, "You. The most impure soul I've ever had the misfortune of meeting." Aether chuckled, tightening his grip on her hips. Dora, on the other hand, wanted to slap his hand away, not just because of his audacity but because of the way her own heart was betraying her. Damn it, why did this brat have to make her feel things she didn't want to? Fuck me, she cursed herself internally, frustrated at how easily he was worming his way into her heart. "So, what exactly do you mean? She sacrificed herself?" Aether asked, his tone shifting slightly, laced with caution. Dora's expression darkened, the warmth in her gaze slowly replaced by something heavy, something painful. "Well, remember when you asked me why I didn't search my friend Noir back then?" Aether nodded immediately, recalling that conversation clearly. Dora took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously curling into fists. "Because I did search for her, but sigh, while I was searching for answers, trying to find the truth, I lost Luna. I lost her because of my own stupidity." Because I let my emotions cloud my judgment. I was tricked by the trial, and in the end, I lost her. Forever. Her voice grew quieter toward the end, her gaze drifting toward the bright sky, her expression unreadable. That day, that one day that she could still remember as vividly as if it had just happened yesterday, Isadora Pinkhart's POV. During one of her trials, all you need to do is surrender yourself completely. And I will grant you what you truly desire, the grotesque monster muttered, its voice dripping with a sly, tempting tone. Its twisted grin stretched unnaturally, eyes glowing with eerie delight as it loomed over me. I, who had been desperately searching for answers about my friend's death, felt like this was an opportunity, a chance I could not afford to ignore. A once-in-a-lifetime offer that might just bring me the truth I had been yearning for. The gods had betrayed me. The mother goddess refused to reveal the real truth behind my friend's death, leaving me to drown in an ocean of unanswered questions. Everything felt wrong. No, it was all manipulated, twisted beyond recognition. Why? Experience more content on my virtual library empire. Why did my friend, my best friend, have to die for the so-called greater good? What a load of bull crap that mother goddess kept preaching. I wasn't blind, nor was I stupid. I could see through the lies, and now, before me, lay the only opportunity to uncover the truth. And even might bring my only friend back. The one person who had ever truly mattered to me. If the gods refused to answer me, then so be it. I wouldn't mind reaching out to the devil himself. I raised my hand, hesitantly reaching toward the monster's outstretched claws. Its grotesque grin widened as if savoring my desperation, reveling in my weakness. I knew, deep down, I knew this was wrong, that this was a mistake I could never take back. And yet, the hope of seeing my friend again, even just one last time, drowned out all logic. I couldn't let go of this chance. But just as I was about to clasp its hand, stop, a blinding white light erupted, searing through the darkness. The monster shrieked in agony, its flesh sizzling under the divine radiance. Before I could fully process what had happened, there she was. A golden-haired girl. The saintess, Luna. She stood before me, panting, her hands trembling as she extended them toward me, hurriedly casting healing magic over my wounds. What the hell is wrong with you? You do realize this is a trial, don't you? She shouted, tears welling in her eyes. Everything here is an illusion meant to deceive your heart. Please, don't fall for their tricks. Why? Why did she look so worried about me? Even though she was the one far more wounded than I was. What was wrong with her? Before either of us could say another word, monstrous creatures began closing in from all sides. They were grotesque, misshapen figures with twisted limbs and soulless eyes, their bodies writhing unnaturally as they crept closer. There were too many. Far too many for us to face head-on. We desperately ran with our weak bodies. There was no other choice. As we fled through the labyrinth of darkness, the relentless creatures howled behind us. Their grotesque hands scraped against the walls. Along the way, we encountered other chosen ones, others who had also been running, desperately trying to escape the nightmare unfolding around us. We can't kill these fucking things. There's no blood to dance, damn it. This is insane. To hell with this trial. Desperation filled the air, panic clung to everyone's faces, and just as we finally neared the portal that had brought us here, our only way out, we were cornered. The monsters came in endless waves, clawing, and shrieking, their hungry eyes locked onto us like predators eyeing their prey. Just a few meters away. Ah! Someone help us! Panic surged through the group. Even Scarlet, who was usually unfazed by anything, looked tense. It felt as if this trial had been designed to kill us all, like a twisted game where survival was never an option to begin with. And then, I'll hold them off. Luna stepped forward, her tattered robes soaked in blood. Despite her injuries, she raised her hands, casting a radiant barrier that blocked the creatures from reaching them in the portal. Relief washed over the others as they saw the barrier hold. Even though Luna was just a healer, at times like this, she was more useful than any of us. However, you all need to leave. Now, she urged, desperation creeping into her voice. I frowned. What about you? Luna merely smiled. A soft, unwavering, and strangely peaceful smile. I can't move while maintaining a barrier strong enough to hold back this many monsters. I need to focus. Unless there were two of us. Her gaze briefly flickered toward Apostle. The Empire's other chosen one, but that cowardly bastard immediately shouted, I can't use my power anymore. I've already reached my limit, and bolted without another word. What the fuck? I muttered in disbelief, cough, cough. Well, I guess he really must have reached his limit. Luna mumbled, her tone naive, as if she actually believed the blatant lie that had just left his mouth. Still, she turned to the rest of us and nodded. Please go now. I can't hold it much longer. Many of them didn't hesitate. Without looking back, they turned and ran. W8. I muttered, hesitating as I watched them flee. Come on, Isadora. What the hell are you waiting for? Run. Cough. Cough. Luna screamed as cracks began forming in the barrier, the sheer number of monsters pressing against it overwhelming her magic. I can't. My body had already reached its limit. It was a miracle I had even managed to run this far. It's okay, Isadora. Luna whispered, blood dripping from her lips. Yet, she smiled, without fear, without worry, without pain. Friends help each other, right? She said, her smile stretching wider, the warmest, most genuine smile I had ever seen, just like the ones that my friend once showed me. Friend? No, we were not friends. The truth was, no one had ever truly considered her a friend, because of her naivety. Because of how useless she was. None of us had ever wanted to be friends with her. This was war. Except Noir, I didn't even care for others. That was the cold, hard truth. Even I couldn't deny it, and yet, here she was, calling us her friends. Was she delusional, or was she just that kind? Regardless, I couldn't abandon her. I had my own reasons, my own goals, but I wasn't a backstabber. I gritted my teeth, ready to stand my ground. But, you know you can't, right? Scarlet's voice rang in my ear, cold and indifferent. I turned and saw that only she remained for whatever reason. Everyone else had already fled. I won't. Before I could react, Scarlet grabbed me like a sack of potatoes and bolted. W8. I shouted, struggling against her grip, but she didn't stop, she didn't care, and before I could do anything, we leaped through the portal. The last thing I saw before the barrier shattered was Luna's smiling face, and then, the portal closed. Chapter 732. Because, that was our final trial, that day, that smile. I still vividly remember it. Dora mumbled softly, her gaze lost in the endless expanse of the sky. Aether remained silent after hearing everything about Luna and Dora. There was nothing he could say, no words that would make a difference, but one thing was clear: damn, why does everyone have such a tragic backstory? Aether couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It didn't matter who they were or where they came from, every single one of his women had endured some kind of pain, just like his own fucked up past life. Though Leora and Delphine might not have had deeply tragic histories like the others, they still hadn't lived easy lives. They had suffered in their own ways. Is this fate at work? Am I only drawn to people with broken pasts, or is it that I'm fated to meet them? Fuck it. Aether mused, his lips curving into a faint, amused smile before his expression darkened slightly. If only I hadn't fallen for their tricks, if I hadn't gone looking for answers. Luna might have still been alive, Dora muttered, her voice laced with self-reproach. As if blaming herself for the girl's death. Anyone else might think she was just wallowing in self-loathing, caught up in pointless regret. But they didn't know, no one knew, that smile, that warm, gentle smile before the portal had closed. It was seared into Dora's memory like a ghost that refused to fade, haunting her every time she closed her eyes. Aether's grip on Dora's hip tightened slightly as he pulled her closer. Dora let out an awkward chuckle, shaking her head. To think that one day, I'd be telling all this to my own disciple. Ha! Fate really does have a twisted sense of humor, and worse, he was way younger than me yet comforting me. Ha! Fate indeed. Aether thought, fate is more like a bitchy one, if you ask me, before shifting his focus back to what he had learned. He had gathered most of the information he needed about Luna. But there was one crucial detail that stood out: she died, which means the master is trying to bring her back to life. But how? He pondered for a moment, then a particular memory resurfaced. One of his past iterations had been captured by the master, who had extracted his blood and used his abilities to rewind time. So, he wants to rewind time. Aether muttered inwardly, but something felt off. Even if the body was restored, the soul had already passed on. Rewinding time wouldn't be enough. Am I missing something, he thought. Now it's your turn, Dora suddenly declared, leaning in close, her eyes sharp and demanding. She had given him the answers he sought, now it was time for him to return the favor. Aether exhaled heavily. He knew there was no escaping this. Dora wasn't going to let him off the hook unless he gave her what she wanted. That's why he had already decided, he would tell her the truth. Just like in the previous timeline, he had revealed his ties to the Arcane Hunter organization while searching for Aquilina and Celestia. But this time, he added a few extra details, carefully mixing in information about Master Snape, blending everything together smoothly to make it sound as natural and coherent as possible. By the time he was done, Dora's face had gone pale, her expression frozen in horror. What do you mean, the head of the organization is Master Snape? Her voice wavered slightly. Aether nodded, watching her reaction closely. The way her body stiffened, the flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Why does she look like that? Does she know something? Maybe they had a past. Is that why he killed her easily before? Aether speculated. Dora took a deep, steadying breath, but her mind was in turmoil. What Aether had just told her was too much. Too impossible. There's no way, no fucking way. Not him. It's not possible. She screamed internally, refusing to accept what she had just heard. Dora exhaled. That has to be it. Someone else must be using his name. Fuckers, she clenched her fists, inwardly cursing whoever was responsible. Just then, Aether's brows furrowed slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before asking, by any chance, did Luna ever have a relationship with someone? Dora blinked in surprise before letting out a sharp snort. Saintesses aren't allowed to have relationships, they must remain pure. That's an absolute order from Mother. If they don't, they'll be sacrificed, she said with a scowl before pausing. Her eyes suddenly widened in realization, pure shock flashing across her face. Don't tell me you fuck, I didn't fuck Helena. Aether cut in immediately. His voice firm and serious. But inwardly, he was screaming, oh my fucking goodness. What the actual hell? There was a rule like that? You crazy ass mother goddess. To be completely honest, he had been tempted to sleep with Helena. He had come close. The only reason he hadn't gone all the way was because of her habit of passing out after climaxing, but to think, a saintess has to remain pure. That's... Aether's thoughts trailed off as he realized something. Helena wasn't 100% pure anymore. Dora was still staring at Aether, her eyes filled with suspicion as if she wasn't convinced he was telling the truth. Aether's lips twitched in frustration. Here he was, pouring everything out. And yet she was still doubting him. Unbelievable. Shaking his head, he decided to change the subject. So, you're telling me Luna never had a relationship before? He asked, steering the conversation back. Read latest chapters at my virtual library empire. No. Aether's frown deepened. Then why the hell did that man have her photo? Could he be her father? The thought lingered for a moment before he quickly dismissed it. He recalled the crazed, obsessive look in Master Snape's eyes, the way his expression twisted into something unhinged. That wasn't the face of a fucking father, that was the face of someone utterly consumed by obsession. Yeah, there's no way that's a father's expression. Aether concluded with certainty. Well. Dora suddenly hesitated, her lips pressing together as she looked away. She did have someone close to her, who... Dora's expression became unreadable, her brows furrowing slightly as she let out a quiet sigh. Then, instead of answering, she simply shrugged. I'm not telling you, then why bother to tell that? Aether thought shouted inwardly. As his lips twitched in frustration. Without hesitation, he reached over and pinched her hip. Dora let out a small, startled sound before turning to glare at him. Ow! What the hell was that for? Aether met her gaze with a flat expression. I told you everything, yet you're still keeping secrets. That feels unfair to me. Don't you think? Dora exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples as if dealing with him was giving her a headache. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just. She trailed off, biting her lip before finally admitting, there was one man who was close to her. Aether narrowed his eyes. Who? Dora hesitated again, visibly struggling with whether or not to reveal the truth. The reluctance on her face was obvious, her fingers tightening into a loose fist. Aether sighed before pulling her closer, his voice dropping into a serious tone. Dora, please. I don't have time for this. Inwardly, he thought, otherwise, I'll have to ask others, which will take way too long, and I really don't feel like wasting time on that right now. Dora turned her head slightly, avoiding his gaze for a moment, the sense of closeness and his innocent eyes. Then, she looked back at him with an arched brow. You do realize that I'm your master, right? Aether didn't even flinch. Of course, he said without hesitation, tightening his hold around her waist. A small smirk played on his lips as he thought, there is absolutely no way I'm letting my cute little master slip into someone else's hands. Especially not after seeing her true form. He still wanted to uncover the other secret she had been keeping from him, but right now, that could wait. There was something even more pressing, Master Snape. That information took priority. Dora's lips twitched slightly, and she sucked in a sharp breath, feeling his hold tighten. She should have punched him, shoved him away, done something to stop him from being so brazen. And yet, TSK, I hate myself so much right now. She gritted her teeth inwardly, scolding herself. It frustrated her how she no longer had the will to push him away like before, and just like that, Aether had fully wormed his way into Dora's heart, securing a place there with nothing more than a single moment of concern. It's our master, Dora finally admitted, her voice reluctant, my predecessor. The ex-sovereign. Aether's eyes widened in sheer shock. Wait, what? All this time, he was the sovereign. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. But then, as he thought about it, everything started to make sense. That master had always known more than anyone else, more about the world, more about the Ebon Stone, more than even Isadora, the current sovereign. What's his real name? Aether asked, his voice steady despite the storm raging in his thoughts. Dora ran a hand over her forehead, clearly exhausted by the conversation. Come on, Dora, Aether pressed his tone firm. Tell me. With yet another deep sigh, Dora finally muttered, his name is Snape. Aether blinked, his mind working to piece everything together. His voice reflected his shock as he said, then the person who's leading the arcane hunters is. Before he could even finish, Dora shook her head firmly. Nope. That's not possible. Aether's brows furrowed. What do you mean it's not possible? They have the same name. And based on his knowledge, it's obvious that he. Dora cut him off again, this time with more force. It's not possible, Aether. Why? Aether demanded. Dora bit her lip, her entire posture stiffening as if she was determined not to answer. But when she met Aether's unyielding gaze, the way he silently told her that he wasn't leaving without the truth, she wavered, her heart clenched as she realized just how persistent he was. Fuck, I hate this, she cursed herself again before reluctantly confessing. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, Aether. But. She sucked in a slow breath, her voice dropping to a whisper as if uttering the words aloud made them real. I was the one who killed him. With my own 2 hands. Why? Dora's expression darkened slightly. Because, that was our final trial. Chapter 733, Can you see the fate? He was like a big brother to all of us. Before he became master, Dora said in a soft, nostalgic tone, as if recalling something precious, big brother. Aether raised an eyebrow, indeed. Dora nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. Since he was an apostle of our previous generation, he had a kind soul, just like Luna, though, unlike her. He wasn't naive. He had wisdom and foresight, the kind that only experience can grant. But Luna. She trusted too easily. She chuckled softly before shaking her head. You know, it's impossible to become a sovereign while being naive. The world simply doesn't allow it. Aether nodded in understanding, whether someone was good or bad. These trials forced them to face reality. They stripped away illusions, exposing the truth hidden in one's heart. They dug deep into a person's soul, pulling out their deepest desires, their rawest emotions, and the ugliness they tried to hide. These trials were nothing but torment. So yeah, Master Snape, he was a good man, Dora continued, her voice carrying a strange mix of admiration and sorrow. He always put others before himself. He treated us like his own little brother and sister, guiding us, teaching us. He didn't just refine our fighting styles, he helped us grow. He encouraged us to explore, to learn, to adapt. It was like we had found someone who truly cared. A master who wasn't just a leader, but family. Dora smiled wistfully, remembering how they used to fight among themselves, only for Master Snape to step in and calm them down like an older brother, never harsh, never unfair. Experienced tales at Novelbin, calm, but when he acts master, he was so serious. He carried himself differently. Some of us even started seeing him as a fatherly figure rather than a big brother. That was how much of an impact he had on the chosen ones. That's why, she went on, her gaze darkening, even though we chosen ones fought, hurt, and even hated each other, there was one thing we all agreed on: we could never disobey him. His presence alone was enough to make even the most rebellious among us fall in line. Even Scarlet, who never listens to anyone, would shut her mouth in front of him. Dora chuckled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You should have seen her face, struggling to hold back her temper whenever he was around. It was priceless. Aether frowned, a small crease forming on his forehead. He was glad to hear that someone had guided them, that there had been at least one person who truly cared for them. But still, something didn't add up. They don't match up. Are we even talking about the same person? He wondered. The master of arcane hunters he had met felt completely different, like a stranger wearing someone else's skin. Could it be an imposter? Someone who had taken on his identity to spread chaos? However, Dora's next words made him realize the truth: everything was going well. Even though he was burdened by Noir's death, he held himself together. He had already survived hell once. He knew death was inevitable, but there was one death he could never accept. Dora's voice lowered to a whisper, her expression tightening: the death of Luna, the moment he learned of Luna's death. Everything shattered, Dora continued, her voice laced with pain. No, he shattered. He became something none of us could recognize. The complete opposite of the big brother we once knew. His eyes, once filled with warmth, became empty. There was no kindness left, no emotion, nothing but an endless void. And then he started killing us. He blinked, staring at Dora in disbelief. Dora's hands trembled slightly as she clenched her fists. The first to die was the bastard, our generation apostle, who abandoned Luna. The one who lied, who turned his back on her when she needed him most. Master Snape didn't hesitate, not even for a second. He slaughtered him before our very eyes, without a shred of mercy. And that was when the final trial began. She exhaled sharply. The trial. To eliminate him, the fight was beyond anything we had ever seen. The academy was nearly destroyed. The empires suffered. Thousands, no, millions, died in the chaos. It wasn't just a battle, it was a calamity. Her voice grew distant as if reliving the horrors of that day. Our clash was something no one could have predicted. No one could have stopped, and at last, after so much destruction, after countless deaths. Dora took a slow, deep breath before finishing in a cruelly amused tone: he finally fell. And whether it was fate, or something else entirely, it was I who took his life with my own hands. She lifted her trembling fingers, staring at them as if she could still feel his blood on them. Then, clenching them into a tight fist, she turned to Aether and said, because of that bloodbath, because of the sheer devastation we caused. We, the chosen ones, made a pact. we agreed that no one could ever know the truth. We even went as far as erasing memories of the battle. No one knew the real truth. Now, all that remains is a fabricated story. One where we fought a monster from another realm, that's all. Aether swallowed hard as he tried to process everything. Slowly, he nodded, letting the weight of her words settle in, but one question still lingered. Why? Why go through all that trouble? Why hide it from the world? Why not just tell people the truth? That the sovereign they revered had lost his mind and... Dora cut him off with a dry, mocking laugh. What? That your so-called sovereign, the one meant to guide and protect, went insane and butchered millions? She tilted her head, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You think the world could handle that truth? Well. Aether muttered, rubbing his neck as realization dawned on him. Yeah. That would be a problem for you, wouldn't it? Being sovereign and all. Dora chuckled wryly, shaking her head. It's not about me, Aether. It's about the title of sovereign itself. They are meant to protect the empires, to bring stability and peace. People look up to them, almost as if they were gods. They trust them, revere them. But if the truth about what Master Snape did ever got out, the entire empire would fall into chaos, Aether muttered, his brows furrowing. People would lose faith in the sovereigns. And they might even start hunting the chosen ones, believing them to be just as dangerous, just as unpredictable. Dora nodded. That's why we made a pact. This truth can never be revealed. No matter what happens, no matter who asks, this secret has to remain buried. It's just politics, simple as that. She shrugged, though her expression betrayed how much she truly despised the very idea of it. Aether exhaled slowly, nodding in understanding. But then something clicked in his mind, a nagging suspicion that refused to be ignored. So, the head of the arcane hunters must be someone disguised as him, Dora finished, her jaw tightening, her hands balling into fists. Just saying it out loud made her blood boil. Someone dared to take her big brother's name, to use his legacy and soil everything they had built. The mere thought of it was enough to make her want to rip that person apart with her own hands, to make them suffer for even daring to imitate him. Still, Aether wasn't convinced. His gut told him something else was at play, something far more sinister. Could both of them actually be the same person? Then a memory surfaced in his mind, a detail he couldn't overlook. Didn't Nick's Shadowfall manage to recover Jack's body? He turned to Dora. His voice filled with curiosity, with suspicion. What about necromancy? But Dora immediately shook her head, dismissing the thought outright. That's not possible, Aether scoffed, narrowing his eyes. Oh, come on. And why exactly is that impossible? I've literally seen someone bring the dead back to life, not fully, sure, but still. What if someone had a higher level of necromancy? What if they were able to You haven't seen my origin weapon yet, have you? Dora interrupted, cutting him off with a sudden smirk. Aether frowned at her change in tone. What does that have to do with anything? Dora didn't answer right away. Instead, she took a slow, deliberate breath before muttering. Arcane. Her eyes flashed with an eerie pink glow, a strange energy crackling around her. SSSSH, the air around them trembled, humming with unseen power. Aether immediately tensed, sensing a shift in energy. But nothing happened, no weapon appeared, no visible change in the surroundings, nothing. Aether raised an eyebrow, scanning his surroundings in confusion, expecting something dramatic to unfold. Dora chuckled, holding her hand up as if she were gripping something invisible. It's here, Aether. Aether's frown deepened. He stared at her empty palm. Where? I don't see anything. Dora's grin widened, her amusement growing. Here I thought you were built differently. She teased, her tone playfully mocking, enjoying the moment far too much. Aether's lips twitched in irritation. Oh, you're going to regret that, woman. I'll show you just how built I am later. And you'll love every second of it, he thought darkly, already imagining ways to wipe that smug look off her face. Dora paused for a second, her expression shifting ever so slightly as if she had sensed something. But then she shook her head and dismissed it just as quickly. My weapon can't be seen with normal eyes, she finally said, as if that explained everything. Huh? Why? Aether asked, still staring at her empty hand, feeling as if he was being played with. Dora tilted her head slightly, her smirk never fading. Can you see fate? Come again, I asked. Can you see fate? Aether blinked. Well. No, Dora's smirk deepened, but this time, there was something chilling about it. That's what my origin weapon is, she whispered. I can sever fate itself. Chapter 734, A Soul Without a Purpose. Everything was linked to fate, whether a living being rose to become something far more dangerous or was reduced to nothing more than dust. Whether a non-living thing, like a sword, was destined to reach the hands of a hero just to destroy the demons. Everything, without exception, was tied to fate, and if that link was severed, the purpose of the living being or the sword became nothing more than an empty void. Just an existence without meaning, without action, and without consequence. So it's like cutting the soul, I suppose. But what about non-living things? Do they even have souls? Aether asked, his curiosity evident. No matter how much he stared at Dora's hand, he couldn't see anything at all. Dora glanced at Aether with an amused expression. Sometimes, his actions were just too adorable for his own good. Your journey continues on. Novelbin, calm, clearing her unnecessary thoughts, she corrected him. No, it's not cutting the soul, not, yes. No one can cut a soul. It's a singular entity with no intrinsic purpose. Souls are not connected to fate, Dora explained with a knowing look before continuing. They have no will, no destiny, and no meaning on their own. Aether. A soul only gains purpose when it enters a suitable vessel. She then gave him an example. Take our Academy's carriage, for instance. The carriage itself is just an empty shell without arcane crystals. And arcane crystals, by themselves, have no purpose other than being used as a power source. In the same way, our souls are meaningless until they find a vessel. Once the soul enters a vessel, it becomes the energy that moves it, but the vessel is what decides where to go, which path to take, and what purpose to fulfill. Aether absorbed her words for a moment before his eyes lit up with realization. I see. So, if you cut fate, you're essentially cutting off the vessel's purpose, which means you're just separating the soul from the vessel, right? Dora tilted her head slightly. Well, not exactly. You could put it that way, but it's more of a 50-50 explanation. If you really want to understand it in depth, you should ask Scarlet. That bitch is way more knowledgeable than me, she added with a tired sigh, rubbing her forehead. It wasn't that she didn't want to explain, it's just that even for her, souls were a mystery. All she truly knew was that she could cut fate. And even if she did go to Scarlet for answers, that bitch would never explain it properly. No, she would just let Dora suffer in confusion. Aether still had one more question. What about non-living things? Like swords? How do they serve fate? They don't have minds, they don't make decisions. They're just tools. What did you just say? Tools? Dora nodded as if he had just hit the key point. Exactly. Tools can be used by anyone. That's why, when it comes to non-living things, they don't have just one fate. They have multiple. Let me show you. She plucked a small leaf from a nearby tree and held it between her fingers. Hold out your hand, she instructed. Aether did as told, watching with mild curiosity as Dora released the leaf above his palm. The tiny thing drifted slowly, swaying in the air before landing gently in the center of his hand. See? This leaf was destined to fall onto your hand, Dora said with a smirk. Aether blinked at her. Of course, it would fall into my hand when you literally dropped it right above my palm, he deadpanned. Dora's lips twitched violently. Just you wait, this time. She plucked another leaf and once again held it above his hand. However, just before it could land, she yanked her fingers sharply. Snap, something snapped in the air, a sound only Dora could hear. And then, a sudden breeze appeared out of nowhere, sweeping the leaf away from Aether's waiting hand before it could touch him. Aether, however, remained skeptical. That was just a coincidence. Oh. Come on, Aether, what do you mean, come on? It was just the damn wind. How the hell is that fate? Dora's lips twitched again. They both knew they had strayed from the original topic, but his stubborn refusal to believe her only made her more determined to prove her point. All right, then. Hand me your broken mask. Aether, now intrigued, nodded and handed over his cracked mask. He really wanted to see what she was going to do next. This time, Dora simply placed the mask on the ground. Pick it up, she instructed. Aether, a bit confused, bent down and picked it up. Nothing unusual happened. Dora placed the mask down again, but this time, she flicked her fingers. Snap, something snapped in the air once more. Now, pick it up again, Dora said, her voice laced with amusement. Aether frowned slightly but complied, reaching down to grab the mask. Terror! A small tremor suddenly ran through the ground, shifting the mask just out of his reach. The fuck? Aether muttered, narrowing his eyes. He reached for it again, but before his fingers could touch it, whoosh, a sudden gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, pushing the mask slightly away from him. Aether blinked in disbelief and turned to Dora, who was watching him with an all too satisfied expression. She gestured at him with a smug smirk, as if saying, "Go on, try again." Aether's lips twitched in irritation. Fine. If the damn mask wanted to play hard to get, then he would just use his power to grab it, but the moment he did, what the fuck? Why is there a monkey here? Aether shouted in horror as a monkey, where the hell had it even come from? Suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the mask. Holding it in its tiny hands as it belonged to him, Dora laughed. It's not just about changing its fate, Aether. It's also about linking it to others. Aether glared at her. Dora only smirked and waved her hand again, silently saying, "Go on, keep trying, that's it." Aether was about to get serious when, thud, "What's a monkey doing here?" A new voice interrupted them, and before Aether could react, Emberlyn appeared out of nowhere and swiftly knocked the monkey out. She picked up the mask and, with a deep bow, said, "Apologies for the interruption, Your Majesty. I saw your mask crack during your grand sacrifice, so I came here to repair it." She lowered her head even further in respect and quickly added, "I am truly sorry for disturbing you. I will be on my way now." Then, without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried off, practically moving like a terrified rabbit. Aether blinked, his gaze shifting to Dora, who smirked smugly and said, "Told you. I knew you'd struggle." Still, Aether wasn't entirely convinced. He crossed his arms and scoffed, "It's not like it disappeared into thin air or anything. I'll get it eventually. Just give me some time." We'll see about that," Dora chuckled mysteriously before waving it off. "Anyway, you get the gist of it now, right?" Aether nodded as he exhaled. "So, you severed the fate between Master Snape and his soul, making sure it could never return to this world. No matter what?" Dora's expression turned serious as she considered his words. Not exactly, but yeah, close enough. That's the essence of it," she admitted, her tone firm. She folded her arms and spoke with absolute certainty. "That's why I believe that person has to be someone else. There is just no possible way Master Snape could be reborn. Unless he had the power of the gods, those who can literally rewrite fate itself." Her words carried a heavy weight, her deadly serious tone leaving no room for doubt. Then why was he so possessive over Luna? That doesn't add up at all, Aether thought to himself, running through the possibility that another soul might have taken over the vessel and trying to use the memories. Dora seemed to pick up on his hesitation and stated firmly, "That's not possible. I didn't just sever his soul, I cut off all connections, everything tying it to that body, ensuring that no other soul could ever enter it again. It was a complete severance, no loopholes, no second chances." She spoke as if it were an undeniable truth. Aether sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he processed her words. "Well, whatever. We'll find out soon enough," he muttered, rolling his shoulders. There was no point in overthinking it. Whoever this person was. They were his enemy, and that was all that mattered. Dora studied his face before speaking again, this time in a softer, almost hesitant tone. Next time you go. Why don't you call me? Aether could tell she wasn't just asking, she was furious, beyond furious, at whoever was daring to use her master's name so shamelessly. He chuckled awkwardly, not wanting to make any promises. We'll talk about that later, Dora hummed, clearly displeased with his response, but she let it go, for now. Just as she was about to turn away and leave, be careful around Alaric. Aether's voice was sharp, deadly serious, carrying a weight that made Dora pause mid-step. She glanced at him for a long moment but didn't nod or respond right away. Instead, she simply stared at his face, as if trying to read his thoughts. Then, just as she was about to turn back, her eyes caught something, a small red mark on Aether's neck. Her lips twitched slightly. Without hesitation, she turned on her heel and walked right up to him, her sharp gaze locked onto the mark as if it had personally offended her. What or why, chomp? Aether's breath hitched as Dora suddenly bit the other side of his neck, not a playful nibble like Raven's teasing bites, but a real, deliberate bite, hard enough to leave a deep, lasting mark. She quickly pulled back, her cheeks glowing red as she crossed her arms in front of her chest and huffed, and now let's see who's going to suffer. Then, before Aether could react, she vanished, disappearing right before his eyes. Aether blinked in stunned silence, running a hand over his freshly bitten neck before shaking his head with a quiet laugh. Ha ha ha, with an amused smirk lingering on his lips, he started walking down the corridor, heading back, only to halt mid-step. You have the worst hiding technique I've ever seen. He reached out and pulled Talia right from her hiding spot in the corner. You got me. Talia laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of her head as if she had actually put effort into staying hidden. But then, without missing a beat, she grinned and said, "All right, you found me. Now it's your turn. Go hide." She clamped her hands over her eyes, covering her face completely as she started counting. 10, 9, 8. Aether stared at her, utterly amused. This girl, he thought to himself with a sigh before leaning in, and pressing a soft kiss, not on her lips, since her hands were still covering them, but right on her fingers. It was just a brief touch, fleeting yet deliberate, but it was enough. Talia's entire body went rigid, her brain short-circuiting as if someone had just pulled the plug on her thoughts. Chapter 735. Talia wants to play. Part 1, Grr. Talia gritted her teeth furiously, her cheeks burning red as she glared at Aether and shouted, "You perverted bastard. I swear, I'm going to tell my sister." Aether simply stared at her. Despite her threats, she wasn't backing away, not even an inch. In fact, she was leaning in closer to him, even though he was the one who had cornered her against the wall. Ha! So she wants me to be the one to make a move rather than doing it herself. That way, she can act innocent when she goes crying to her sister. Aether mused with an amused smirk. Still, a part of him was irritated. He already had enough trouble with women throwing themselves at him. This little game of hers was only adding to his list of problems. Well, I suppose it's not bad. Aether muttered inwardly, his lips curling into a sly grin as he watched her squirm. She was trying so hard to get him to take the lead, to make a move on her. It was both ridiculous and adorable in its own way. If you dare touch me one more time, I will. Talia gritted her teeth, her voice laced with anger. You will. Aether teased, stepping in even closer, their faces now barely an inch apart. His warm breath fanned against her lips, making her shiver. Yet, she still didn't back away. Instead, she glared into his eyes, her pride refusing to waver. If you kiss me again. She hesitated for a second, then raised her chin defiantly. I will tell my mother. Aether raised a brow, his gaze lazily trailing to her lips. He caught her licking them, so quickly, almost as if she didn't want him to see it, but he did. Continue your story on Novelbin. Calm, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. She was practically inviting him. She gently parted her lips, her breath coming out in shallow, heated gasps, just a breath away from his lips. Her heart raced as their lips hovered on the edge of contact when, a muffled moan escaped her lips as he pressed her against the wall. Nope, no teasing, no distractions. Aether didn't hesitate, he just kissed her. Talia's eyes widened in shock, her body going stiff in surprise. She had half expected him to tease her, to pull back at the last moment, but he didn't, he just took what he wanted. Aether slowly pulled back, a playful smirk curving his lips as he looked down at her. His voice low and sultry. I kissed you. Now, what? Talia's cheeks flushed a deep red as she whispered slowly, her gaze fixed with a glare, I. If you kiss me again, I will tell my sis. Her words trailed off in a breathless hum as Aether pressed his lips against hers once again, cutting her off before she could finish. Now what? Aether murmured, his lips barely leaving hers. Huff. I will tell liar she gasped between kisses, her voice trembling as Aether's lips continued their assault. Now, ha. I will tell Draka. Wait, let me catch my breath. Talia struggled to speak, her lips still tingling from the intensity of the kiss. Aether took his time, savoring each moment, his lips lavishing her with soft, tender care. It was a minute or so before Aether finally pulled away, letting her gasp for air. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, eyes wide in disbelief at how such a simple kiss had left her breathless. Aether chuckled softly, his gaze filled with a dark amusement. He had barely used his techniques, and yet here she was, panting and trembling, her legs feeling like jelly. Talia wanted to say something, to rebuke him for making her feel this way, but her body had already started heating up, her mind foggy, and worst of all, she could feel a dangerous kind of heat pooling in her lower abdomen. As if she might push him down any second, yet she resisted the urge, for now, she needed to pull herself together. At least for the sake of appearances, she had to tell her sister and mother first. Once she knew whether they would allow it or not, she would move on to the second phase of her plan. After a few long breaths, she finally straightened her back and huffed, What? Are you into me or something? Her voice held a confidence, laced with pride, as if saying she was not. Aether tilted his head, amused. Talia smirked, placing her hands on her hips. Even if you are, TSK, what a pity. I cannot reciprocate that feeling. I have too many ambitions in life. I don't have time for something as pathetic as love and lust. She puffed out her chest in defiance, but the way her legs were still trembling ruined her act entirely. Oh. You want to play? Aether mused, his eyes glinting with amusement before his expression suddenly turned sorrowful. Is that so? Well, I guess I'll stop then. He sighed as if he had lost interest and turned to leave when, wait. Talia's hand shot out, gripping his arm tightly, refusing to let him go. Her eyes wavered slightly, betraying the emotions swirling inside her as she blurted out, What? Are you just going to leave like that? Aren't you supposed to push me like you did with Dora? Her voice carried a mix of seriousness, jealousy, and a slight tremor of hesitation. Of course, she had seen everything. The way Aether's hand had confidently gripped Dora's hips, the way he acted so natural about it as if it was nothing. That bastard had obviously set his sights on Dora too, but what shocked her even more was the fact that Dora had allowed him, that lunatic, who cared for nothing except fighting and lazing around, was actually letting a man, this man, touch her so intimately. Talia had been so stunned by the sight that she had completely missed whatever secret conversation they had been having. Aether, on the other hand, seemed completely unbothered. He let out a weary sigh, his voice carrying a tone of exhaustion as he muttered. Well, Dora never said she didn't reciprocate my feelings. He moved away as if he had already grown tired of the conversation. Talia's heart pounded against her chest. No, she wasn't going to let him walk away just like that. Her grip on his arm tightened as she pulled him back forcefully, her teeth clenched in frustration. Then why did you kiss me? Why did you take my innocence, you perverted bastard? Am I a joke to you? I thought you loved me. Aether raised an eyebrow. She was still fixated on that. If she thought he was going to give in so easily, she had another thing coming. Wait. Took your innocence? I meant in the future tense. Talia snapped. her face flushing with color as she briefly averted her gaze. But she quickly recovered, her determination burning brighter as she glared at him again. "Now tell me you love me." Aether frowned slightly. "Ah. Why would I?" Talia stiffened for a moment, caught completely off guard. "This bastard is playing with me, isn't he?" Anger flared inside her, and without thinking, she suddenly slammed him against the wall, grabbing onto his collar as she narrowed her eyes at him. "Then why did you kiss me before? Why?" Aether repeated, his lips curling into a teasing smirk. Instead of answering directly, he reached up, his fingers brushing against her cheek ever so lightly. Talia instinctively tilted her head. Anticipating something, maybe a deeper touch, maybe another kiss, but to her growing annoyance, he instead reached for a lock of her onyx black hair, twirling it slowly between his fingers as if studying its texture. Talia clenched her jaw. He was clearly into her, she could feel it in the way he touched her, in the way his gaze darkened when he looked at her. And yet, he was refusing to admit it. Fine then, if he wasn't going to say it, she wouldn't either. No way was she letting him toy with her heart like this. If he wanted her, he had to say it first. "Why, huh? Why you ask?" Her voice was sharp with frustration as she pushed herself even closer to him. "You're the one who kissed me. You pervert." Her breath was warm against his skin as she growled, "All you had to do was admit you love me, and you have nice hair, Talia." "Oh." Talia blinked, momentarily thrown off by the sudden compliment. A faint blush dusted her cheeks as a small, almost pleased smile threatened to creep onto her lips. Thank you," but just as quickly, she snapped back to reality, her mind catching up to his game as she narrowed her eyes at him again. "I am talking to you, you Edie, if you didn't like it." Aether interrupted smoothly, still rubbing her soft strands between his fingers as if savoring the feel. Chapter 736, Talia Wants to Play. Part 2. 7, 8, what ha again, 6, okay. 7, 5, let me. Haha catch my breath. Talia panted heavily, her flushed face burning as she gasped between words. Aether, watching her utterly disheveled and dazed expression, couldn't help but grin inwardly. "Who would have thought she'd actually agree to return my kisses?" he mused, amused by the sight before him. Anyone should have seen the look on her face when she agreed. It was as if she were repaying a debt. Reluctantly at first, but now, the so-called loan had been repaid countless times over, and Talia had completely lost track of why she was even kissing him in the first place. Her hands were gripping his firm butt, holding him tightly against her as she kissed him over and over, her lips desperately molding against his. The heat was suffocating, drowning her senses, making her body burn with a feverish ache. Aether smirked slightly, feeling the roles had reversed. She was the one clinging now, needy and insatiable. But did it even matter? Who cared as long as the loan was being paid, except Aether's loan wasn't an ordinary one, no. It was the kind that came with never-ending interest, the kind that no matter how much she repaid, she only ended up owing more, and so, for over half an hour. Talia had been thoroughly exploited, her mind was already in shambles. Breath ragged, body trembling. Her thighs pressed together, rubbing instinctively, trying to soothe the growing, unbearable itch between them. And yet, she couldn't stop kissing him. Continue your adventure with novel bin, calm. There was a stark difference between him kissing her and her kissing him, if he kissed her. She became unbearably hot, if she kissed him. She became unbearably hot, no matter what. She lost herself. Aether reached up, brushing his fingertips against her burning cheek before cupping her face and pulling her closer. "That was good," he murmured, his voice husky and slightly breathless, as if he was trying to seduce. Nah, he was seducing her. Talia shivered. Something about the way he praised her sent heat rushing down her spine, curling between her legs. She bit her lip, embarrassed by how much those words affected her, but then, Talia Morii, his voice was sultry, dripping with raw need as his lips parted in a breathless grin, his ice-blue eyes darkened with pure desire. Seeing her panting, disoriented expression only made his hunger worse. Talia felt her pulse quicken. "Aether." Was losing control too, Aether. Darling, she whispered, her voice weak and needy, her breath washing against his lips as her mind clouded further. Before she could even process it, she leaned in, closing the small space between them. And kissed him, but this time, a simple kiss wasn't enough, she wanted more. Talia's arms wrapped around his neck as she pressed herself against him, tilting her head and deepening the kiss without hesitation. Her lips parted, her tongue slipping inside, tasting him greedily, slurp, Aether's breath hitched in surprise, but he quickly responded, his own tongue tangling with hers in an intoxicating battle. Their kiss grew messier, hungrier, and more desperate. She didn't even stop to breathe, Talia's need only intensified, her body burning unbearably hot. A sudden impulse took over, and before she knew it, she jumped onto him, wrapping her legs around his hips. Clinging to him as she devoured his lips like a starved woman, Aether let out a low groan against her mouth, thoroughly amused but beyond turned on. His hands moved down, gripping her round, plush ass tightly, kneading the soft flesh as he pressed her harder against him. Slurp, the wet sounds of their passionate kiss echoed in the air, the heat between them suffocating, overwhelming. After what felt like an eternity, Talia finally broke the kiss, her lips parting from his with a wet pop. A glistening silver string of saliva stretched between them, refusing to break. She panted, her body trembling, her lips tingling from the intensity. She had kissed him so deeply, so wildly, that Aether's lips were visibly swollen, his entire mouth coated in her saliva, droplets of it dripping down his chin, trailing down his neck. It was an obscene sight, and yet, nothing was hotter. Talia's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, a sense of pride filling her chest as she admired the mess she had made of him, absolutely filthy, and she loved it. Aether wiped his chin with the back of his hand, chuckling at how utterly ruined he must have looked. "You enjoy making a mess, huh?" he teased, his voice still hoarse from their heated exchange. Talia's heart pounded, her gaze locking onto his ice-blue eyes. She wanted him badly, she wanted him so much that for a fleeting moment, she didn't care about anything else, not even the fact that he belonged to her big sister. She just wanted more. "Do you love me?" Aether suddenly asked, his voice softer this time, gentle, almost vulnerable. There was a nervous edge to his tone, as if he feared her answer. He was just acting to make her confess, not knowing his plan. Talia's breath hitched. Her heart clenched, an unfamiliar emotion tightening in her chest. She lowered her face slightly, fingers trembling as they curled against his shoulders. "Oh, of course," she murmured, so quietly it was barely audible, but Aether didn't need to hear it. He already knew. He smiled, about to pull her in for another kiss when something hard and hot pressed against her groin area. Talia froze, her lust-dazed mind finally snapped back to reality, her body going rigid as realization hit her like a thunderbolt. She blinked rapidly, her wide eyes darting down, her face, neck, and ears turning an impossible shade of red, her breathing hitched, her skin burned. "Why, you perverted bastard," she hissed through gritted teeth, yet, she didn't move away. She was still clinging to him, still seated snugly on his hips, still holding onto him as if she didn't want to let go, and then, she started rubbing her ass against him. Aether chuckled inwardly at her shameless actions. If she was going to rub herself against him so brazenly, then why should he hold back? Smirking, he slid his hands lower, grabbing her ass firmly, kneading the soft, plush flesh in his palms while pulling her even closer, making sure she could feel just how hard he was against her. They were doing something so utterly vulgar, without a shred of shame or hesitation. Her dripping arousal seeped through her soaked panties, pressing against the rigid heat straining in his pants, rubbing, grinding, teasing. "Oh, I'm the pervert now." His voice was deep, husky, teasing, yet laced with unrestrained hunger. "Why don't you take a good look at me, Talia?" She did. And instantly, her face burned even hotter. Aether's mouth was still glistening, coated in her thick saliva. His lips were swollen, slick from their feverish kisses, parted slightly as he panted. His eyes gleamed with something dark, something insatiable, something that told her he wasn't satisfied yet, and neither was she. So disgusting. Yet why does it make me want him more? She shuddered at her own thoughts, disgusted by how much she liked it. Yet completely unable to deny the aching, throbbing need between her legs. So what? It's not like you hate it or anything, right? She said. Still, she continued to rub her ass against him, feeling his hardness twitch beneath her movements, his breath hitching slightly as her round, perky cheeks molded against his hand. Aether raised a brow at her cheeky attitude before his gaze flickered downward. And his smirk widened, since she was clinging to him like a desperate little thing, her body pressing so tightly against his, her soft, heavy breasts were practically smothering his face. The round mounds bounced slightly with every movement, teasing, tempting, begging to be touched, to be worshipped. His grin turned devilish. Talia's heart dropped the moment she saw that wicked look. Her body tensed, her thighs instinctively clenching, but before she could even think about pushing away, Aether suddenly leaned in and bit down on her breast, right over the fabric of her clothes, sinking his teeth in just enough to send a sharp jolt of pleasure straight to her core. Wait, no. Go, gentle. Talia, who had fully intended to escape, instead found herself gasping, her back arching as waves of electric pleasure shot through her entire body. Her fingers clenched around his shoulders, pulling him closer instead of pushing him away. Her mouth fell open as her body betrayed her, a desperate, breathy moan slipping past her lips before she could stop it. Aether growled low in his throat, his tongue lapping at the clothed peak he had just bitten before sucking on it, hard. Her entire body trembled. Her inner thighs rubbed together instinctively, but it wasn't enough, she needed more. Her panties were already drenched, the slick wetness dripping down her trembling thighs. Her swollen little clit throbbing for attention. Without thinking, she ground her hips against him again, pressing her needy core directly against the aching hardness beneath his clothes. She felt it, she felt how thick and stiff he was, how it pulsed against her heat, how badly he wanted to tear off her panties and shove himself inside her wet, desperate little hole. It was too much, and yet, it still wasn't enough. She knew she needed to stop. She knew she couldn't take another step without permission from her sister. Or her mother, not that she needed permission to seduce her own brother-in-law. But there was something about the thought of letting them know before moving forward. Yet, the way Aether moved, the way his mouth latched onto her so possessively, the way he sucked her breast through the fabric, his tongue rolling over the stiff peak, made her mind go blank, made her head spin, made her utterly insane with want. Stop, I can she moaned helplessly, her voice trembling, her body melting. But then, he stopped. Talia's breath hitched. She blinked in confusion, her heavy-lidded gaze dropping down to find Aether staring up at her. Smirking, her heart pounded, a strange mixture of panic and frustration flooding through her veins. What? She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. That grin. That wicked, knowing smirk on his face made something deep inside her tighten. I want to suck them directly, Aether said without hesitation, his voice dark, deep, and dripping with hunger. Talia's whole body jolted, her face turning crimson, her chest rose and fell in quick, desperate breaths, her nipples already stiff and aching beneath the fabric. His words sent a rush of heat straight to her core, but she could not let this man do as he pleased. He was supposed to say he loved her first. That was her fucking plan, not this, not him sucking on her tits and making her confess instead. And no way. Wait. Aether, you, don't bite, you idiot. Her protests melted into breathy, trembling moans as Aether ignored her resistance entirely. His mouth latched onto her breast once more, but this time, he bit harder, his tongue swirling in slow, deliberate motions before sucking deeply, wetly. His fingers dug into her hips, keeping her firmly in place as she writhed against him, her body shaking, her walls clenching around nothing as the pleasure built higher and higher. Aether groaned, his hands sliding up her waist before gripping her top. Let me see them, Talia, he murmured, his voice so dark and thick with lust that her toes curled. Talia's breath hitched, she was losing, she was completely losing to him. Aether didn't stop, he wouldn't stop. Not until she gave in. Not until she let him, and worse. Talia agreed as the pleasure hit her too much. Aether grinned against her wet protruding nipple under the cloth. He. Chapter 737, Mother Knows Everything, Slurp, Talia moaned, biting her lips, struggling to hold back her voice as her shirt rolled up, and her bra was tugged down. Her bare, supple breasts were exposed to the cool air for only a second before Aether's hot mouth latched onto them, sucking hungrily. She clung to him like a desperate koala, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck, her legs locked around his waist, grinding her wet heat against his hard, burning erection, her breath hitched. She could feel his cock twitch through his pants, pressing firmly against her needy folds. The friction sent a shiver through her spine, making her body tremble in raw desire. With a wet pop, Aether pulled back, letting a thin strand of saliva stretch between his lips and her flushed, trembling nipple. He gazed at the tiny pink bud, now glistening with his saliva, stiff and needy, twitching slightly as if begging for more. His ice-blue eyes darkened with lust as he took in the sight of her small but perfectly shaped breasts, perky, soft, with adorably small nipples and slightly darker areolas that made his mouth water. Chew, Aether's lips trailed kisses along the curve of her breast, his tongue flicking against her sensitive skin. He pressed a lingering kiss on the valley between her boobs before biting down gently, sucking in the tender flesh as if he wanted to mark her. "Ah gee gentle Aether header," Talia whimpered, her fingers clutching his hair, trying to pull him closer and push him away at the same time. Aether chuckled against her skin, the vibration making her shudder. His smirk widened as he gazed at her stiff, needy nipples. They were small, but they stood so hard, so sensitive, so deliciously tempting that he simply couldn't resist. He latched onto her breast again. And nothing comes out, Aether, she cried, her body jerking as his tongue flicked over her hardened bud, teasing it mercilessly. Her words said one thing, but her body betrayed her. She wasn't pushing him away, no, she was pressing herself against him, her hips rolling unconsciously. Rubbing her soaking wet core against his throbbing length, she wanted more, she needed more. Her moans became ragged and needy, her body trembling as her nectar dripped down her thighs, soaking through the fabric of her skirt, staining his pants. Aether's hands gripped her plump ass, kneading the soft flesh before slipping under her skirt. His fingers trailed down the curve of her ass, teasing the crevice before dipping lower. Her breath hitched, his fingertips brushed against her soaked panties, pressing lightly against her swollen folds. Talia gasped, her eyes snapping wide open as a sharp jolt of pleasure shot through her body. Wait as he saw. Aether wasn't listening. He didn't give her a chance to think, didn't give her a moment to breathe. His mouth ravished her breasts with deep, greedy sucks, his tongue rolling over her sensitive nipples, teasing, flicking, biting, until she was nothing but a trembling, moaning mess in his arms. "Stop she moaned weakly, her fingers gripping his shoulders, but there was no real strength in them. It was useless. He had drained her resistance, had completely unraveled her, left her helpless and at his mercy. That's when it hit her, she had been playing with fire. And now, she was burning in it. Fuck, she screamed inwardly, but her body betrayed her. Aether felt it, the way her thighs clenched. The way her body tensed, the way she trembled so violently against him. She was close, just from him sucking her boobs. Aether smirked, mildly surprised. So, this is her weakness. His fingers hadn't even slipped inside her yet, hadn't even truly touched her, and yet. She was already at her limit. With a devilish glint in his eyes, he flicked her nipple with his tongue before biting down, hard. Then, he pulled. Splash, splash. Aether's pants were instantly drenched as Talia came violently, her nectar gushing out like a dam bursting after years of being held back. Her body went limp. Her mind turned white, she collapsed against his shoulder. Panting heavily, her body twitching with aftershocks of her climax. Her face was flushed, her lips slightly parted, her glazed eyes struggling to focus. Ha ha ha, she panted, her entire body trembling from the intensity of her orgasm. Aether smirked before pressing a soft kiss to her cheek. "Did you like it?" he whispered, his hot breath sending a shiver down her spine. Ha yes, Talia muttered breathlessly before her senses finally returned. Her eyes widened in horror, and in a panicked attempt to escape, she jumped from his arms, only to slip on the wet mess she had created. Kaya, before she could crash onto the floor. Aether, of course, caught her, cradling her gently before setting her down. Talia, who wanted to scold him, threaten him, and do anything to regain some dignity, could only blush furiously. After a long pause, she finally managed to stammer, "Why, you did something worse." I cannot believe you did this to your sister-in-law." Aether only smiled, his expression warm yet teasing. He wasn't even remotely fazed by her words. If anything, it amused him, that made her blush even more. "Humph. I am going to tell my sister and my mother that you defiled me." "You will regret this," she declared, trying to sound intimidating, but considering her wobbly legs, her flushed face, the way her clothes were disheveled, her breast still slick with his saliva, and most importantly, the wet puddle beneath her, it wasn't exactly a threatening image. Aether's gaze flickered downward, she followed his gaze, only to see her exposed, glistening boobs in plain view, her face turned scarlet as she hastily yanked down her shirt, glaring at him. "Why, you fucked up. Aether. You really fucked up," she screamed before storming off. She had to leave. Now, if she stayed any longer, who knew what that devil would do next? Aether chuckled, watching her stumble away, her legs still weak, her movements shaky. This girl. Why can't she just be honest? Then, his expression turned slightly serious. "So, what about Dora? You can't leave her like that." Talia halted in her steps, she knew what her friend had gone through, how much she had suffered for the truth. Taking a deep breath, she finally said, "I'll deal with that," before turning back and shouting, "And don't you dare mess this up like you did with my sister and mother." Aether raised a hand in mock surrender, smirking. "I simply want you to be happy. That's all," he said, winking. Talia's cheeks burned red as she gritted her teeth. "Once I get you, I'm gonna fuck you until you dry up and beg for mercy, bastard," she vowed in her heart before huffing and storming off. Aether shook his head with a chuckle. "Anyway, I need to get back to the Naiade Empire," he thought, turning to leave. Meanwhile, Talia gritted her teeth in frustration, her fists clenched as she stomped down the hall. "That fucker. He's treating me like his damn plaything. Acting like he owns me. I swear, I'm gonna teach him a lesson." Her angry muttering suddenly came to an abrupt halt. A slow, sly grin crept onto her lips. Her entire expression shifted from frustration to pure, bubbling happiness. Her cheeks turned pink as she bit her lip, her eyes shining with mischief. And before she knew it, I got him. Ha, I got him. I got the man." She twirled on her heels, her skirt fluttering as she hummed a little tune, her body practically bouncing with excitement. Sure, her plan might have failed, but in the end, she got what she wanted. He loved her, he never said it outright. But she saw it, everyone must have seen it, the way he looked at her, those ice blue eyes filled with something deep, something dark, something possessive. Just like when he looked at her big sister, that meant she had won, fucking won, hee. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Noir, your journey continues with novel bin, calm, Talia's laughter cut off as her blood ran cold. Standing right in front of her was none other than her mother, her face instantly paled. Mom," she squeaked. Emberlyn stood there, arms crossed, her sharp eyes unreadable. Talia gulped. Shit, 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 but then, in an instant, her eyes welled up with tears, her face contorting into an expression of pure horror. She let out a pitiful wail before throwing herself at her mother, clinging to her like a lifeline. Mom," she cried out desperately. Emberlyn barely had time to react before Talia buried her face into her shoulder, sobbing as if the world were ending. That bastard. That Aether. Wah. He kissed me," she cried, her body trembling. He said. Sniff, sniff. He said both sisters belong to him, and oh, one day, he'll get me. Mom. I'm so scared. I don't want to belong to him. Her wails echoed down the corridor, her sobs filled with raw agony, shaking as if she had just barely escaped a fate worse than death. Emberlyn blinked. He said, "What now?" Emberlyn slowly patted her daughter's back. As Talia even more cried before adding, he even said, "He only accepted Raven because of me." Otherwise, he would have tortured her. Wah. My poor, pitiful big sister. He's going to torture her, mother. We have to stop this madness before it's too late. Emberlin's face darkened. Her eyes narrowed as she called out, "Moi," but Talia wasn't done. He even compared us to a 1+1 offer, like we're some buy one get one free deal. Who the hell says something like that? He's not human, Mom. He's a devil. A monster. She clutched her mother even tighter, her nails digging into Emberlin's clothes, but I had no choice. I couldn't let Raven suffer. So I let him kiss me, Mom. I let him do it. Please forgive me for this sin. Noir, an also. Sniff. Sniff. He said that if I don't become his wife, he'd torture you too, mother. No. I am so scared, mother. Noir, that's why. That's why I. Talia's voice trembled as she fought to hold back her sobs. Her breath came in shaky gasps, her words laced with desperation, in order to protect you and Raven, yes. That's the only reason. You both are my life. That's why I've made my decision, sniff, sniff. I'm going to be his wife, mother. I will sacrifice myself for my sister's happiness, so that my big sister won't have to suffer at the hands of that bastard. I'll endure whatever tortures he throws at me, whatever hell he puts me through, just so my big sister can be happy, forever. Please. Please, you must help me, Mom. Help me, you have to help me so that I can make you and Raven happy. Forever. I'll do anything, anything at all, just please don't let her suffer, Talia. The thunderous roar of her mother's voice made Talia flinch so hard she nearly bit her tongue. Talia flinched. What is it, Mom? She stammered, turning to face her mother, who, for reasons Talia couldn't comprehend, wasn't crying or showing any emotion at all. Her mother stared at her, not a single tear in her eyes, not even a hint of sympathy. Just pure, unreadable calm. Mom, Emberlin took a deep breath. Then, in a low, steady voice, she said, I am your mother, huh? Of course, you are, I am your damn mother. Emberlin's voice suddenly shifted, her face going blank. The sudden shift in energy made Talia's blood run cold, Talia's face drained of color. Emberlin's lips curled into a gentle smile, but it was anything but comforting. And who, exactly, is the mother? Emberlin's tone was ice cold. Talia stuttered, her heart pounding as she instinctively took a step back. But before she could retreat, Emberlin grabbed her, holding her tight. Emberlin raised her hand slowly. Mother always knows what their children are up to, she said, her tone ominous. Before Talia could fully process her words, slap, why, Talia screamed as a sharp, stinging pain exploded across her butt. Her entire body jolted, her legs wobbled, and tears of a different kind welled up in her eyes. Mom. What the hell? That hurts. Emberlin blankly stared at her daughter, who was now rubbing her sore backside with teary eyes. You have some nerve to seduce the Emperor, don't you? And not just any Emperor, your own brother-in-law, she said, voice laced with disappointment as she grabbed Talia's ear and twisted it. OWOWOW. MOM. Talia cried out in both pain and confusion as she felt her ear being pinched painfully. Emberlin twisted harder. So, you thought you could just do whatever you wanted? And then blame everything on our pure, innocent Emperor? Ouch. Okay. I admit it. I tried to seduce him, but pure innocent. If he were innocent, I'd be a sane, OWWWW. MOM, ouch. MOM. Talia screamed, but Emberlin didn't relent. Emberlin dragged her daughter by the ear. If you're going to act like this, you might as well go talk to your sister. Let's see what she has to say about your actions. And even if she forgives you, don't think I'll let you off the hook so easily. You'll face the punishment you deserve for seducing the Emperor. RRGGH. I can't believe you're siding with that damn poor OUCH. I mean, that emperor. He's the one who was playing with, before she could finish, your majesty. Emberlin shouted, letting go of Talia like a ragdoll. Talia crumpled to the ground with a heavy thud. Ouch. Mom. I'm your daughter, how can you treat me like? Talia's words faltered when she looked up to see Aether lying motionlessly on the ground. Her heart skipped a beat. Aether, Chapter 738, reactivating the origin weapons. A few moments ago, I wonder what kind of trick she's going to pull this time, and how far she'll go. Aether mused, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought about Talia, who had been trying, no, desperately attempting, to seduce him. He knew she was up to no good. But that only made it more amusing. What ridiculous stunt was she planning now? Just as he was making his way to meet Emberlin to retrieve the cracked mask, ding, notice, the log has finally accumulated an immense amount of affection points, triggering skill upgrade, warning, initiating log-wide recalibration to upgrade the skills. Aether's steps slowed as his gaze sharpened. The log was finally responding. Ever since he had ordered it to divert all affection points towards skill upgrades rather than increasing his level, it had gone completely silent, not a single notification, not even when he was with Dora and Talia, and he was absolutely certain they had given him affection points. Well, well. Look who decided to wake up. Aether chuckled, tilting his head as amusement danced in his eyes. Ding, skill upgrade complete, active skill upgraded, freedom absolute freedom. The slave mark has been permanently removed from the user's body. The user's master, Kai Frostblade, can no longer command or force the user under any circumstances unless the user directly attacks or attempts to kill him. However, the user remains bound to the contract with hashtag and cannot disobey its terms according to the law, and the user remains vulnerable to the chains of eternal slave, a binding force that cannot be removed. Active skill upgraded, Puppeteer Master Puppeteer, Strings of Dominion. The user can control an unlimited number of puppets, provided sufficient affection points are used to create them. However, increasing the number of puppets places significant strain on the user's mind. Active skill upgraded, Crimson Veil, Wrath of Dominion. The user can manipulate others indefinitely by consuming the required affection points. Additionally, the skill grants the ability to control blood freely. Active skill upgraded, Teleportation Chrono Traverse. The user can now teleport between empires seamlessly without consuming affection points unless the target area is blocked by external forces. In such cases, the required affection points will vary depending on the strength and complexity of the obstruction. Passive skill upgraded, Eternal Seal of Eternal. The bond between the user and their seal bearers has become an unbreakable connection immune to any interference. Both the user and seal bearers can feel each other's emotions tenfold. Furthermore, the seal bearers are now able to communicate directly with one another. This privilege is granted solely at the user's discretion. Passive skill upgraded, Eternus Storage Umbra Sanctum. The storage now has infinite capacity and can hold one living being of any size. Passive skill upgraded, Phantom Step Spectral Phantom. The user's movement speed is increased by 50%. The skill can be used without limitations or cooldowns. Passive skill upgraded, Poison Resistance Venom Apex Resilience. Any poison harmful to the user's body can now be purified instantly, regardless of its potency. Unique skill, Clarion Energy. This skill remains immutable. Unique skill, Rebirth. This skill cannot be upgraded. Unique skill, 3 seconds. This skill cannot be upgraded. Unique skill Progress, Forbidden Language, 50% comprehension, Forbidden Language, 80% comprehension. Ding, notice, the log has upgraded the skills in accordance with the current situation, ensuring balance within the laws and contracts and worlds. Aether blinked. Then again, what the fuck, he muttered, rereading the text. Is that even allowed? Did I just, he rubbed his temples. Am I dreaming? What kind of broken bullshit is this? Plot Armo. Before he could finish, drip, Aether's entire body tensed as a sudden sensation ran through him. He felt something, dripping inside him. A strange warmth spread through his chest, not burning, not searing, just an odd, unnatural calm washing over him, as if a raging fire had been doused in an instant. what the hell was the drip? His breath hitched, drip, his fingers twitched, drip, 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 thud. Aether barely registered the moment his body collapsed. His consciousness slipped into darkness, sinking deeper and deeper until he was inside the ethereal umbra domain. Like before, it stretched endlessly before him, half of it pure, blinding white, the other half a vast abyss of black. And in the very center of this eerie equilibrium, there it was, his transparent arcane card. One side of it was consumed by pitch black, a darkness so deep it almost swallowed the transparency entirely. It spread diagonally, creeping like ink across the surface. But on the other diagonal, drip, 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 pure white essence, formed glistening droplets, dripping steadily onto the untouched transparent diagonal side. For the longest time, that side, the ethereal side, had remained stagnant, unchanging. But now, finally, it was filling. Aether exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing. I see. He nodded to himself. Ever since he had saved the Empire, no, empires, this must have been the result. Without his intervention, countless children, families, and entire bloodlines would have been wiped from existence, and now, his ethereal side was finally responding. Fuck. Finally. Aether groaned, running a hand through his hair. He had grown sick of watching only one side rise. His umbra side had nearly reached its peak. If it ever did, he had no idea what would happen to him. But considering the umbra side was capable of, yeah, it wouldn't be good, anyway. He glanced around. His expression shifting to a frown. Why the hell am I here? His voice echoed in the vast domain. Anybody home? Hello? Silence. Aether sighed, raking his fingers through his hair as he walked forward, his arcane card continuing to absorb the white droplets. Then, a smirk tugged at his lips. All right, ladies. I know you're here somewhere, he called out, his voice taking on a smooth, teasing edge. There's no need to hide from me, is there? I mean, after everything, don't you want to at least say hi? Nothing, Aether chuckled under his breath. Ah, come on now, you two have been lurking here the whole time, haven't you? Watching me? Keeping an eye on me? His smirk widened. Still nothing. But he knew better, they were here. He couldn't see them. Couldn't feel them. But they were definitely here. His eyes glinted with something wicked. Aether's lips curled into a sly grin. Come on, ladies. He teased, his voice smooth and playful. No need to be shy. I'm not about to bark at you. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he continued, his tone shifting slightly, becoming more serious. You gave me a chance to live. I should be grateful for that, even if, to be honest, my life has been a complete mess. But still, you gave me a chance. His smile widened, a glint of something more calculating flickering in his eyes. And I plan to repay that favor. With interest, drip, the sound echoed endlessly, filling the vast domain. Yet, there was still no response. Nothing but the relentless, rhythmic dripping. Aether sighed, shrugging as if it didn't matter. Whatever, it's not like you guys are scared of me or anything. His lips curled into a faint, knowing smirk, but to think, my previous iteration actually managed to influence the log, the very thing that's supposed to be yours. He crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. Number 27 must have been strong enough to pull that off. I wonder, will I ever reach that level? Will I ever be capable of something like that? Still, silence. As if his words held no weight, as if they didn't care whether he provoked them or not. Aether clicked his tongue, his fingers twitching slightly. He hummed, his sharp gaze sweeping across the domain before speaking louder. I don't know if I've piqued your interest, or if all of this is just some game to you, and to be honest, I don't care. His expression turned serious. I don't care what you're trying to accomplish by using me, nor do I care about whatever twisted plan you're weaving behind the scenes. I am nothing but a mortal before the gods. I am just nobody. His hands clenched into fists, but one thing I'll make crystal fucking clear. His voice sliced through the silence like a blade, cold and absolute. I will live. And so will my beloveds. No matter what kind of fate awaits me, no matter what kind of destiny you try to throw in my path, this is my road to walk. Not yours to create. Not yours to manipulate. His eyes gleamed with a fierce, I will decide what path is suitable for me. That is my right. That is my will. I hope you understand that much. He said as his eyes roamed around the domain to see any reaction while inwardly, wait. Didn't they already forge my path? Aether's lips twitched inwardly thinking about his missions that come from the log, but then Aether shrugged. He was just building another path on their path. It's not he following his mission mindlessly, nothing same, anyway. Still no response, Aether exhaled, shaking his head slightly before speaking again. As long as you don't harm me or my beloveds, I won't interfere with whatever you're doing. His tone remained steady, and measured. But then, something within him shifted. His scara turned black, his entire eyes darkening into an abyssal black. But the moment you cross that line, you will see something worse than number 27. His voice carried a chilling finality, no. I will make sure of it. If he could do what he did, then so can I. A flicker of something stirred within him. And then, his left eye which turned pure pitch black suddenly shifted, drip, something calming his anger as. Pure white spread on his left eye, his right eye remained pitch black like he had heterochromia eyes. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried a force far greater than sound, because. His lips parted ever so slightly, his words laced with something almost primordial, we are. Aether, drip, the domain trembled violently, ding, soul attribute has been renamed to twin domains due to the sudden changes in the log, twin domains, 946/888, tolerance of a 15% difference between the domains is now fully maintained, ding, origin/desired weapons have been reactivated, restoring full potential. Aether's body began to fade, dissolving into nothingness as his presence vanished from the domain. The moment he disappeared, a massive, sinister black grin appeared on the ethereal domain. At the same time, an equally enormous, eerie white grin surfaced within the Umbra domain. He threatened us, it appears so, for a mere being, he has quite the mouth on him, doesn't he, indeed. Amusing, isn't it? To think he dares to believe he could be worse than number 27, hard to believe number 27 did what he did, yeah. Who would have thought, he'd do that to his own daughter? Should we show it to him? Should we let him see it? It might shift things in a direction we didn't expect, That would be, he warned us as if he knew what number 27 did. But the truth is, number 28 doesn't even know what number 27 is truly capable of. Number 28 isn't even a speck of dust compared to number 27, who destroyed every being, including Arcane and the others. Nah, it wouldn't do any good. The current number 28 is different from the others. He's the only one capable of activating his bloodline throughout his reset. We cannot afford to lose that. Even with number 27's greater power, he could never activate his own bloodline. That's what makes number 28 unique, and far more dangerous than number 27, Well, you are right, he is the first one even though they were him. We'll see how it plays out. Once everything's in motion, there's no turning back, indeed. Time is already ticking. The process will eventually reach completion, and everything will return to its most basic form, until, he needs to survive. I hope he does. I hope he survives without the need for a complete reset. I find myself liking him more than the others. Tisk, I'm just kidding, come on now. I'm just playing with you, sigh. Whatever. Chapter 739, They were so shameless. Aether let out a soft groan as his eyes fluttered open, revealing a familiar grand ceiling above him. Blinking a few times to clear his vision, he quickly became aware of the warm, comforting weight pressing down on his chest. Lowering his gaze, he saw the source of that weight, Raven, curled up on top of him, her arms wrapped tightly around his torso. Even in sleep, her soft, rhythmic breathing and the faint sound of her snoring made his lips curve into a gentle smile. Even now, she refused to let go, clinging to him as if afraid he would disappear. chuckling softly, Aether reached up and ruffled her hair with his fingers. She must have been worried sick about me, he thought. Just as he was about to move his other hand to embrace her, he suddenly noticed another weight pressing against it. Turning his head slightly, his gaze landed on Talia, resting on his arm. She, too, was sound asleep, her face calm and peaceful as she snored lightly, just like her sister. Aether let out a weak chuckle before shaking his head. Well, looks like I'm not going anywhere for a while. He sighed, deciding to just enjoy this moment a little longer. Taking a deep breath, he gently pulled both Raven and Talia closer. One sister draped over him, the other snuggled up by his side. What more could he possibly ask for? With a soft grin, he called his log, watching as the glowing text appeared before his eyes. Displaying his updated details, /name, Aether, sex, male, race, ________________________________________ unique Aether bloodline crimson elixir of the null, mutated, level, 90, title, the progenitor of unknown species. Eternal contract to ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### skill sets, active skills, absolute freedom, master puppeteer, strings of dominion, crimson veil, wrath of dominion, chrono traverse, passive skills, seal of eternal, umbra sanctum. Spectral phantom, venom apex resilience, unique skills, clarion energy, rebirth, 3 seconds, forbidden language, 80% comprehension, twin domains, 946/888, compatibility, 99%, survival rate, 83. 5%, remaining time, 78 days 23 hours 2 minutes 59 seconds, affection points, 9, 999, 999, 999, max, seduction, May 10th, Stella, error. Unable to use due to your current level, Aria Zephyr, origin weapon Twilight Eclipse, Aquilina Naiadia, origin weapon Oceanic Tempest, Helena Sunfire, desired weapon Blessed Aegis, XXX Leora Darkfang, Dreadwolf Fenrir, XXX, Raven Noir, origin weapon, Draconix form, / Aether's gaze lingered on the log, noting the changes. So you went ahead and separated the skills now, he mused before nodding approvingly. It was a smart move. Easier to navigate. But what truly caught his attention was his affection points. They had hit the absolute maximum. Hold on. Just how many damn 9s are there? His brows arched, a mix of amusement and disbelief playing on his face. He never thought he'd actually reach the cap. But thinking back, it made sense. Saving empires, surviving impossible, and broadcasting his struggles to the world, it all paid off in the end. Streaming my struggle was a genius move. I practically milked these affection points from everyone watching. A smug grin tugged at his lips before he turned back to the log. Okay, everything looks good. I suppose. Except. His expression darkened slightly as his eyes scanned the log more carefully. Something was missing. Where the hell are my attributes? Ding. Log has been modified. Attributes are no longer necessary from this point onward. Aether frowned, his lips pressing into a thin line. And how exactly am I supposed to level up now? Ding, the requirements for leveling up from 90 onwards have changed. His frown deepened. Changed how? Instead of increasing individual attributes, and also to prevent an imbalance in nature, from level 90 onwards, you will need 1 billion affection points to increase one level. Aether's brain froze for a second before his eyes widened in sheer horror. What the fuck? Before he could fully process the absolute scam unfolding before him, his thoughts were interrupted by soft, sleepy voices. Aether, H-husband, both Raven and Talia suddenly stirred awake, their groggy eyes snapping open. The moment their gazes landed on him, their drowsiness disappeared entirely. Without hesitation, they threw themselves onto him, wrapping their arms around his body with desperate tightness. I thought I lost you. Raven's voice cracked, trembling as she clung to him even harder. Please, don't ever do that again. What the hell is wrong with you, you reckless idiot? Talia's voice was a mix of anger and relief, her face flushed as she squeezed his arm tightly. "Do you have any idea how scared we were?" Aether blinked in confusion. "What the hell happened while I was out?" "Ding, due to an overwhelming influx of ethereal energy, your body nearly entered a dead state. That's why I pulled your consciousness into the twin domains. Had you remained in your body, there was a 45% chance of death. Even if it's ethereal energy, absorbing too much in a short period is extremely dangerous for both body and soul. That's why you must be more cautious when leveling up." Aether let out a deep sigh. "Yeah. That actually makes sense." He exhaled slowly before glancing down at Raven and Talia, who still had their arms wrapped around him, trembling slightly. He could only blame himself for worrying them like this. Guilt settled in his chest as he reached out and softly rubbed their heads, his fingers threading through their hair in a comforting motion. "I'm fine, really," he murmured, his voice gentle. "I'm sorry for scaring you." Of course, he hadn't forgotten about the ridiculous numbers his log had just thrown at him. "We'll talk about this scam later, log," he mentally warned. "Humph. Look who's talking." Aether ignored the log's petty attitude, choosing instead to focus on the two women clinging to him. "We almost thought you were dead, bastard," Talia muttered, her voice shaking slightly despite the harshness of her words. She instinctively snuggled closer to him, her warmth pressing against his side, while Raven furiously nodded in agreement, her grip around his torso tightening as if afraid he would disappear again. Aether let out a deep sigh, his expression softening as he patted their backs reassuringly. "I'm fine," he murmured in a calm yet soothing voice. Then, leaning down, he pressed a gentle kiss onto their foreheads. The simple action seemed to ease their trembling hearts. It took what felt like an eternity, but eventually, the tension in their bodies faded, and they finally calmed down. Sigh. "I can't believe you, jerk," Talia huffed, flipping her hair back dramatically as she returned to her usual self. Though the lingering worry was still evident in her eyes, she scowled, crossing her arms tightly over her chest as if trying to mask just how terrified she had been moments ago. Only she knew how close she had been to breaking down when she saw him lying there, unmoving. Her heart had nearly stopped at that moment. Raven, still snuggled into Aether's embrace, nodded furiously. "You need to stop hurting yourself like this," she scolded, her voice muffled against his chest as she pressed herself even deeper into his warmth, unwilling to let go. Aether smiled at them both, his heart swelling slightly at the sight of their contrasting ways of showing concern. His ice-blue eyes flickered toward Talia, who was now pouting slightly, clearly annoyed that Raven was the only one comfortably nestled in his arms. Seeing that, Aether's grin turned mischievous. "Here, I thought you hated me or something," he teased. His gaze locked onto hers, a sly expression creeping onto his face. "Are you really that worried about me, Talia?" Talia's lips twitched violently, her body stiffening as an unmistakable blush spread across her cheeks. "Fuck this bastard," she cursed internally before scoffing loudly. Let me tell you something. I wasn't worried about you," she declared, flipping her hair again in a futile attempt to act composed. "I was only worried that my sister would end up alone. And a widow. That's the only reason. So don't go getting any ideas, you damn bastard." She huffed, her voice rising slightly as if trying to convince not just him but herself as well. As Talia continued to ramble, Raven, who was still nestled comfortably against Aether, glanced up at them both. Her crimson/black eyes narrowing slightly, it was painfully obvious that Talia was into Aether, no matter how much she tried to deny it. And it wasn't just her own observation, her mother had already confirmed everything. A small pout formed on Raven's lips before she suddenly leaned back slightly. Then, with a sweet yet knowing tone, she called out, "Husband." Aether responded, glancing down at her. Raven didn't answer him immediately. Instead, her gaze flickered toward Talia before she smirked ever so slightly. "It seems my little sister is in love with you," she declared casually. "Oh, I never said tha, it's obvious," Raven interrupted, her voice utterly blank as she stared at Talia with an unimpressed expression as if she couldn't believe her sister was still trying to deny it. Talia's cheeks turned an even darker shade of red as she gritted her teeth furiously. It's not what you think, damn it. He was the one who forced me. He's the one who loves me, he's just too damn shy to admit it, she snapped, her words rushing out in frustration. Then, with a glare, she pointed at Aether accusingly. I'm telling you, this bastard is the one interested in me. He even kissed me like he owns me or something. Aether's mouth fell open in sheer disbelief. What the fuck? Are you serious, lady? He screamed inwardly, barely able to process what she had just said. He was just about to list every single thing she had done to him when, I see. Then there's no need for you to become his wife. Then. Raven suddenly murmured, her voice carrying a chilling calmness, huh? Talia blinked, momentarily stunned. Before she could fully process Raven's words, a sudden shift in the air made her spine tingle. Raven's entire demeanor darkened. For the first time, Talia felt an unmistakable shiver crawl down her back. It wasn't fear, no, it was something far more intense, possessiveness, dangerous. Overwhelming. Raven's usual soft and stern expression twisted into something far more sinister, something that screamed obsession. Her crimson/black eyes gleamed with a wild intensity as she raised her left forearm, displaying the intricate wife seal tattoo that marked her bond with Aether. Since he's the one forcing you, she continued, her voice smooth but laced with something undeniably sharp, then you don't need this wife seal. Then, with slow, deliberate movements, she flicked out her tongue and dragged it sensually over the tattoo, her lips curled into a dark smirk, her gaze locking onto Talia's with an almost predatory amusement. He is mine. And I am his. Talia gulped hard. Be big sis, she stammered, her throat tightening. Aether, too, was momentarily taken aback, not because of Raven's possessive nature, well, maybe a little, but that wasn't the most shocking part. No, what truly caught him off guard was the sheer intensity radiating from her. Her raw emotions surged through the connection, thick and suffocating, laced with something undeniably intoxicating, much stronger than ever, and the moment it hit him, his fucking shaft twitched. Yep, he was fucking turned on. What the hell is wrong with me? Why am I turned on right now? Aether's thoughts scrambled as he tried to make sense of the sudden arousal flooding his body, and then, Raven flinched, she stopped mid-glare, her breath hitching slightly as if something had just clicked inside her. Slowly, she turned to face Aether, her expression shifting into something almost fascinated. Then, ever so slowly, her lips curled into a deliciously wicked smile. It was as if she had just tasted something far too sweet. Aether realized it instantly. She felt it. She felt his fucking arousal, and just like that, her emotions spiked, the intensity grew, burning even hotter, even wilder. She leaned in, her fingers ghosting over his chest as she whispered in a dangerously seductive tone, Aether. Then, without another word, she closed the distance, and kissed him, not just any kiss. A deep, hungry, possessive kiss. Aether barely had time to react before her tongue pushed past his lips, tangling with his in an intoxicating heat. A soft, sultry moan escaped her throat. Slurp. She sucked on his tongue, her body pressing flush against his. Her hands roaming shamelessly over his chest. Hey. What are you? Talia stammered, flustered beyond belief as she watched them. Raven finally pulled away just enough to glance at Talia, a smug smirk playing on her lips. This is what a husband and wife do, she purred, her voice laced with playful arrogance. They love each other. And show it in every possible way. Then, before Talia could even respond, Raven's hand slid down, lower, lower, until her fingers pressed against the hard length straining against Aether's pants. Talia's lips twitched violently. This was her sister, the same sister she had once innocently taught about these things, and now she was acting like she had a goddamn PhD in it. Aether, on the other hand, merely smirked at Talia, thoroughly amused. His hand slid down, gripping Raven's ass with a possessive squeeze, his ice-blue eyes gleaming with dark desire. Why-yo, before Talia could even finish her sentence, Raven moved swiftly. With one smooth motion, she pulled Aether's cock out from his pants, her fingers wrapping around his thick length. Your adventure continues at Novel Bin, calm. A wicked grin spread across her face as she tilted her head. Now, she purred, her tongue flicking out teasingly, this is how a woman shows her love to her man. Then, without hesitation, she dragged her tongue slowly along his girth, savoring the heat of him before taking him into her mouth. Chapter 740, Talia Admits Her Love, Part 1. Aether groaned in pleasure as Raven slowly and sensually wrapped her soft lips around his rigid, throbbing cock, sucking it with a mix of care, love, and unrelenting hunger. Her tongue traced every inch of his thick shaft, teasing the veins with deliberate, wet licks as if she were worshipping his length. Aether leaned back on the bed, his body relaxing into the plush sheets, while his ice-blue eyes fixated on Raven. She was staring right back at him with those mesmerizing heterochromatic eyes, her expression dripping with lust and devotion as if she were savoring the sight of him unraveling under her touch. Aether smirked at her, his lips curling into a cocky grin, enjoying the way her cheeks hollowed as she sucked him in deeper, swallowing him inch by inch like she couldn't get enough. Slrrpppp. The room was filled with the wet, obscene sounds of Raven's deep-throated sucking. She momentarily flicked her gaze toward Talia, who stood frozen in place, her face flushed, eyes wide with a mix of shock, disbelief, and something dangerously close to jealousy. Aether also noticed Talia's reaction and a dark chuckle rumbled in his chest. The tables had turned. Last time, it had been Talia forcing Raven. But now, the sight of these two sisters tangled in their silent battle of lust and rivalry made Aether's cock twitch with even more excitement. Instead of feeling awkward or embarrassed by the situation, two gorgeous women staring hungrily at his aching, dripping cock, Aether felt something entirely different. Pride, a primal, possessive pride surged through him, making his body burn hotter with lust. Something is wrong with me. Aether mused briefly, wondering if he was becoming just as shameless and indulgent as the dragons of old, but his thoughts were cut short. Aether groaned sharply when Raven suddenly bit down softly on his sensitive tip, sending electric shivers rippling through his body. His mind stopped overthinking. Fuck, he just wanted to drown in this pleasure. Meanwhile, Talia, usually playful and teasing, never the type to let anything get to her, was now trembling. But not from fear, from frustration, from jealousy, from a deep, gnawing heat pooling between her thighs, watching her own sister sucking Aether's cock so desperately, her tongue swirling around his length like he was her favorite treat, her lips gliding up and down, coating his cock with even more wetness, made something inside Talia snap. She was supposed to be the one in control. The one who teased, who seduced, who played innocent while making Aether fall deeper into her trap. But now, Raven was the one who looked like she owned him, the way she kept locking eyes with Talia as if to say, he's mine. You can watch, but you can't touch. That possessive, almost taunting look on Raven's face made Talia's body burn with rage, and even more. Aether, bastard. Didn't you enjoy sucking my tits before? Talia screamed inwardly, glaring at Aether's expression of sheer pleasure as he tangled his fingers into Raven's soft, silky hair, guiding her movements, rewarding her effort with deep strokes down her throat. His hand caressed her head, fingers tightening just a little when Raven took him in even deeper, her nose almost touching his abdomen as she let out a sinful moan, letting him feel just how much she loved doing this for him. Still, Talia refused to give in to temptation. No. She wasn't going to let Raven win. She'd come up with a plan, something to make sure she was the one in Aether's arms next time, since both mother and sister know. I don't have to hold back anymore. Next time, I will suck, pop, you want it? Raven suddenly popped her lips off his cock with a wet sound, a thin string of saliva connecting her mouth to his tip as she pointed at Talia, offering to share. Talia blinked. For a brief moment, all her irritation vanished, replaced by a spark of pure happiness. But she had to play her role, right? She couldn't look too eager, so, with a small huff, she put on a reluctant expression, rolling her eyes as she moved closer, raising her hand as if she was being forced into this. She sighed dramatically. Well, since you're making me do this disgusting thing, I guess I'll be a big man and, nah. Raven smirked before shoving Aether's cock right back into her mouth, sucking with even more intensity. Talia's hand about to reach the Holy Grail suddenly halted in the air. She stared blankly at Raven, who was moaning around Aether's cock, glancing at Talia with a victorious, teasing gaze, her tongue dancing around the tip as if to say, too slow, too easy, this bitch's sister. Talia gritted her teeth, her fingers curling into fists. Her gaze flickered toward Aether, and with a sudden change of strategy, she turned on the puppy eyes, looking up at him sweetly. Innocently, as if silently asking for help, Aether let out an amused chuckle, tilting his head as he spoke, his voice dripping with amusement. Read latest chapters at novelbin.com. Well, all you had to do was answer your sister's question, Talia's eye twitched. She could never, ever, admit that she was the one who seduced Aether first. No way, a man was supposed to take responsibility for that. Talia let out a dramatic snort, deciding to walk away in protest. But just as she turned, hesitation gripped her. Would she really just leave? Would she let Raven win? Would she give up her chance to be with him? Her heart pounded, her thighs squeezed together, she hesitated. Aether, watching the internal battle play out on her face, suddenly understood. Maybe she's worried about her family, he thought. To be honest, that was the real reason. Talia wasn't stepping up, not because she was hesitant, not because she lacked courage. Everyone knew she was a straightforward woman, someone who did exactly what she wanted without a second thought. But when it came to this, it was different. Her big sister, after centuries of solitude and suffering, had finally found a mate, someone who made her happy, someone who cherished her. That alone was enough for Talia. Seeing Raven finally smiling again, finally experiencing joy, was something she never wanted to take away. And yet, her fucked up heart had to go and fall for the same man her sister loved. Out of all the people in the world, why did it have to be him? Fate was truly cruel. Aether had cracked open a part of her heart that no one else ever had. He had touched something inside her that even she didn't understand, even though she knew it was wrong, even though she told herself that her sister deserved this happiness, her heart still ached every time she saw him looking at Raven like that. With love, that was why she was doing all of this, why she schemed, why she played her little games, why she tried so hard to make him love her back. She wanted him to announce it, to declare in front of their family that she belonged to him. That way, Raven wouldn't feel betrayed by her, even though her sister had accepted Aether being with other women from the very beginning, even though she didn't even care if he manipulated her, because he gave her everything she ever wanted. Raven was different from others, weirdly different, and yet, Talia still worried. Would Raven see it as a betrayal if she made a move on Aether? If she tried to take what Raven already had? That was why she wanted to create the illusion that he was the one falling for her. A strange way of thinking, wasn't it? But it made sense in Talia's twisted little world. Aether watched Talia, his ice blue eyes narrowing slightly as he read her expressions. Since she's putting so much effort into this, I guess I should help her a little, he smirked before speaking. Talia, What? Talia snorted, trying to mask her emotions with an annoyed face. Aether simply motioned with his hand, beckoning her closer. Talia frowned slightly, hesitating for a second as she glanced at her sister, who was still sucking him off, but her eyes were locked on Aether, silently watching him. Cautiously, Talia stepped closer, arms crossed. What? She asked again, still playing her role. Irritation. Aether chuckled, seeing right through her act. Jealousy. Leaning in, he whispered something in her ear, his voice low, husky, dripping with amusement. Talia's eyes widened in pure shock as if she had just heard something horrific. Before she could shout, Aether sealed her lips with his own, grinning against her mouth as he kissed her. Raven's movements halted for a split second, her eyes flickered with something unreadable as she stared at her sister and her husband, and then, with zero hesitation, she went back to sucking him off, but this time, with even more force, more intensity, as if she was trying to compensate for something. It took Talia a second to process what had just happened before she suddenly pushed Aether away, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I told you he's into me, she declared loudly. Her voice filled with pure, giddy excitement. She pointed at Aether with shaky hands, her entire body trembling with happiness. He kissed me. Kay kissed me. Her expression was ecstatic, like someone who had just passed an exam they had completely cheated on. Raven's lips twitched violently. She knew exactly what Aether was doing. Her narrowed gaze flickered between Aether and her sister before she suddenly bit down softly on his tip, making Aether wince. Then, with a wet pop, she pulled his cock from her mouth and licked her lips before speaking. He kissed you forcibly. That's all, right? Talia, still playing her innocent little act, nodded with teary eyes, her expression pure and angelic. As if she had been innocent this whole time, Raven's lips twitched even more. She knew what Talia was doing. She knew Talia wanted to set up a situation where Aether would fall for her. She knew her sister was twisting the situation in her favor, and yet, Raven was not letting this slide. Then why not leave this place? Raven suddenly said, her voice dead serious. Aether frowned, sensing the shift in Raven's tone. Raven was rarely possessive, rarely one to complain about sharing. But this time, she wasn't going to let Aether take any blame for this situation. If Talia wanted him, she should just say it outright. No more games. No more manipulation, just admit it. Because Raven didn't want her husband to be blamed for something he hadn't done. The very idea of it irritated her deeply, even if it was coming from her own sister. Chapter 741, Talia Admits Her Love, Part 2. It wasn't like Raven was oblivious to what her little sister had been doing behind her back. To be honest, she wasn't even surprised to see Talia falling for the same man as her. Even Raven, whose heart was as cold and unyielding as stone, had melted for this man. So how could Talia resist? How could her little sister, who had never cared for love before, not succumb to his touch, his presence, his undeniable allure, when Talia had pushed Raven to sleep with Aether? Raven had noticed something subtle yet undeniable. Talia had liked Aether, maybe not much at first, but it was there. And now, that small spark had grown into something more, something Raven couldn't ignore. Raven had never seen Talia, either now or before, take an interest in any man. Her younger sister had always been focused on increasing her level, sharpening her strength, and rarely speaking to men. She had no time for romance, no interest in silly relationships. But when it came to Aether, it was different. Even back then, before everything unfolded, Talia had spoken to him often, teasing him without hesitation, playing with him in ways she had never done with any other man. She had touched him, flirted with him, tested him, like a cat toying with a string, curious, restless, and drawn toward him. That was new to Raven. That was why she realized it. Talia liked Aether. She was showing her affection, even if it wasn't in a way most would recognize. Talia, who was always straightforward and witty, was acting different, hesitant, almost shy, all because of a single man. And that amused Raven too much. It was adorable, it was so damn entertaining. Enjoy new chapters from Novel Bin. Com. Sure, Raven understood what Talia was feeling. Her little sister had always thought of others before herself, always selfless, always the protector, always willing to sacrifice for her family. But this was the first time Raven saw Talia wanting something for herself, something she desired, someone she craved. Even if that someone was Raven's husband, well, fate was fate. Who could be bitchy about it, especially when Talia had protected Raven so many times, cleaning up her messes without complaint? Raven was happy to let her sister come together with them. Still, that didn't mean she wouldn't fight for what was hers. Like any normal sisters, they would argue, they would play, they would tease, but in the end, Raven would make sure she got more than she gave. She would hog her husband, suck him dry, and then maybe, just maybe, she'd let Talia have a taste. Just like usual sisters sharing their favorite chocolate. However, Raven didn't like the way Talia was blaming Aether. If Talia wanted him, she should just say it outright. Why act all bitchy? Why make it complicated? That was all Raven wanted, honesty. Not this stubborn, childish denial against her poor, innocent husband, who, by the way, seemed to be enjoying himself despite being innocent. Just leave the place, and I'll take care of my husband, Raven said, her voice low, sultry, teasing, as she wrapped her fingers around Aether's thick, throbbing cock. She gave him a slow, deliberate stroke, feeling the way it twitched in her grip before she leaned down, letting her tongue swirl over the tip, lapping up the salty essence that had begun to seep out. She stared at her sister, her lips curling into a smirk, eyes burning with amusement. He would never force again, she purred, flicking her tongue against the slit, savoring his taste before sucking softly at the head. Talia's face twisted into sheer horror. Is that? Big sis, you want me to leave? Talia stammered, her voice breaking with shock and an unmistakable hint of sadness. Raven shook her head, licking a slow, wet stripe down Aether's shaft before pulling away. No, I don't want you to leave. I love my sister, Then, Raven met her gaze, her expression turning more serious. You're saying you're being forced. Right? I don't want my sister to suffer. Her fingers stroked Aether's length as she turned her eyes to him, her gaze heavy. You won't force her if she leaves, right? Aether smirked as he nodded, playing along. Yeah, Talia's expression darkened with horror. Her eyes trembled. But I thought you all loved me, Aether sighed dramatically, his face dropping into something almost sad. Of course, I love you, darling. Ouch, a sharp, possessive bite on the tip of his cock made him jolt. He hissed, looking down to see Raven pouting, her lips still wrapped around him, her teeth teasing his sensitive flesh. She was punishing him. Aether chuckled inwardly, little minx, of course. I love you too. He added, winking at Raven as she suckled at his tip, her tongue flicking against him possessively. She was still pouting, but it was obvious she was pleased. She always got jealous so easily, but he found it endearing. Raven hummed around his cock before slowly licking up his girth, savoring his heat, his scent, his essence. Aether turned back to Talia, his expression soft yet serious. But I can't force you to stay with me. He said, his voice low, calm, so damn convincing, like he wasn't the one manipulating everything in the first place. He looked innocent, too innocent. If Celestia were to see this, she'd probably scream, what the fuck? Is someone possessing him? Talia bit her lip, her hands trembling. But. She stammered, confusion and fear swirling in her eyes. She knew. She was sure Aether knew she had confessed her feelings, and yet, he was acting as if he hadn't, as if he had never even acknowledged it, as if everything was unfolding naturally, as if he wasn't pulling the strings the entire time. Talia gritted her teeth, her glare locked onto Aether, who merely smirked at her with that infuriatingly smug expression. Her face burned a deep shade of red, a mixture of shame, frustration, and something she refused to acknowledge, a twisting, burning heat that pooled in her belly. Just as she was about to snap at him. Darling, Aether's voice dropped into a husky murmur. Raven giggled softly. Without breaking eye contact, she wrapped her lips around the swollen tip of his cock, her tongue flicking out to taste him before she took him in completely. Aether groaned deeply, his entire body tensing as thick, hot nectar erupted into Raven's mouth. She moaned around his shaft, swallowing every drop, her tongue swirling in slow, lazy circles, savoring his taste. Talia's breath hitched. Her thighs clenched together as an unfamiliar, traitorous heat coiled within her. Her teeth ground together harder as she watched the shameless display, but no matter how much she tried to look away, her gaze remained fixated. Her throat went dry, her lips parting as she unconsciously wet them with the tip of her tongue. Raven finally gulped down everything before pulling away with a playful wink, licking her lips. Tasty as usual, she purred, her voice dripping with satisfaction as she flicked his still hard cock, watching it throb in response. Aether chuckled, his fingers threading through her silky hair before pulling her up. He cupped her face, running his thumb over her bottom lip before leaning in. They stood close, bodies pressed together. Neither spoke. Instead, they simply gazed into each other's eyes, their breaths mingling, lips almost touching before they nuzzled their noses together. Sharing a tender, silent moment, Talia's lips twitched violently. She could feel her sanity slipping. They were doing this on purpose, acting all lovey-dovey right in front of her, rubbing it in as if their entire purpose in life was to drive her insane. Her eyes involuntarily trailed downward, and her breath hitched when she saw Aether's cock nestled snugly between Raven's plump-ass cheeks as she playfully ground against him, rubbing her slick folds through the clothes along his thick shaft. There was no shame at all. How many sisters am I going to get? Raven suddenly asked, her tone light, teasing, though her fingers curled possessively around Aether's lips. Aether shrugged. Don't know. Maybe a few more. Ouch, he winced as Raven suddenly bit his lip, her eyes narrowing in faux anger, her pout deepening. Aether chuckled at her possessiveness. He adored it. Don't worry, he murmured, his voice dropping into something darker, huskier. His hand traveled down her spine, gripping her as firmly. There's no way in hell I'd ever forget you, or stop loving you. That's something I can promise you from the very bottom of my heart. For a brief moment, the teasing was gone, replaced by something raw and genuine, but then, his expression shifted, a wicked glint creeping into his eyes, more like, "I'm falling for you more and more." He paused, his heart pounding strangely in his chest. Not because he was lying, far from it, but because he was starting to feel different, obsessive, possessive. His love for Raven was getting darker, deeper, twisting into something uncontrollable. A shiver ran down his spine. Shit. Am I turning Yandra? Just the thought made his stomach knot. One day, he was probably going to have the same insane expression as the women who loved him. Just imagining it made him wonder, that was he slowly losing his sanity? Raven giggled, her fingers trailing down his chest in slow, teasing strokes. Then please fall for me more and more. I'll take everything you have, every little piece of you, she purred, her voice dripping with dark, possessive desire. Seeing this, Aether turned on, his shaft twitched violently again. Fuck. Something is definitely wrong with me, he screamed inwardly, but he didn't resist. Instead, he crushed his lips against hers, sealing them in a deep, devouring kiss. Emmichich, Raven moaned sweetly into his mouth, melting into his touch. Her body pressed flush against him, her soft curves molding to his firm muscles. Husband, she breathed, her cheeks flushed crimson, her breath hot against his skin. She licked his face with slow, affectionate strokes, marking him with her warmth. Aether grinned. Well, I have time for at least 3 to 4 rounds, he teased, about to make his move when. Hiss, Aether suddenly hissed, his body jerking slightly. A sharp, unexpected sensation sent a jolt through him. He glanced past Raven, his brows furrowing, only to find Talia hovering behind her, her small hand wrapped around his throbbing cock. Her face was burning red, but her lips curled into a devious grin. Why, you pervert? Talia stammered, her fingers giving an experimental stroke down his thick length, making his breath hitch. Chapter 742, Talia Admits Her Love, Part 3. Talia was irritated. No, she was beyond irritated, watching her sister act all lovey-dovey with Aether, giggling and melting into his arms, made her blood boil. It was as if Raven didn't give a damn whether Talia lived here or just disappeared. Never in her life had Talia imagined that there would be a day when Raven, her sister, who once loved her deeply and held her above all, would now ignore her like she was some irrelevant third party. Talia felt truly offended. Here she was, trying to protect Raven from an unknown, possibly gruesome fate, yet Raven had the audacity to act like a bitch in heat, clinging on to Aether as if nothing else mattered. I will show this bitch's sister who I am. Talia gritted her teeth, her anger bubbling dangerously as her gaze fell on Aether's cock, twitching slightly, already swollen from Raven's touches. Since the two were so lost in their passionate little world, Talia slowly, deliberately moved toward it. She gulped, her throat dry, her heartbeat hammering against her ribs. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from anticipation. She knew exactly what she was going to do. Her cold, quivering fingers hesitantly wrapped around Aether's thick, throbbing shaft. Hiss, Aether sucked in a sharp breath at the unexpected touch. His hips jerked slightly, his cock pulsing against Talia's palm. The heat radiating into her skin. Hearing that delicious reaction, why, you pervert? Talia smirked before lifting her gaze, locking eyes with Aether. His expression was priceless, shock, surprise, and undeniable lust. Her face turned beet red, her embarrassment spiking, yet she held her smirk like she was the one in control. What? She murmured, her voice laced with wicked amusement. You kissed me, touched me, did whatever you wanted. Don't you think it's only fair I do what I want before I leave? Her sultry gaze flickered toward Raven, who was now frowning at her. Talia's smirk widened as she pressed her fingers tighter around Aether's cock. Since you love this filthy thing so much, I might as well check what's so special about it before I go. She shrugged nonchalantly before lowering her face toward his cock, her lips parting slightly, her breath ghosting over the thick, veined flesh. For a brief moment, hesitation flickered in her crimson eyes, then she licked him. Aether's cock twitched violently, a thick drop of precum spilling onto her tongue. Both Raven and Aether exchanged glances. Because whatever she just said made absolutely no sense. it was as if Talia was speaking in riddles, yet her actions were crystal clear. Aether, however, grinned. Well, whatever. He shrugged. He had already figured out how to pull the truth from her before, and he could do it again. But right now, Aether groaned loudly, his head tilting back as a sudden wave of hot, wet pleasure engulfed his cock. Raven scowled as Talia sucked, her mouth hollowing, her tongue flicking along the underside of his shaft with slow, sensual precision. She popped his cock free with an audible wet sound, licking her lips as she smirked. "Do you think a hybrid is better than the original?" she purred, her voice dripping with playful arrogance. The way her crimson eyes glowed made it clear, she was deliberately using her phoenix bloodline. Aether's breathing hitched. He could feel it, something more than just her mouth. A foreign energy seeping into his cock, making his veins burn with an intoxicating, almost addictive heat. It wasn't normal. It was powerful. It was, what the hell is that? Aether gritted his teeth, feeling his orgasm dangerously close already. Ding, due to the phoenix's exceptionally high rejuvenating abilities, your genital region is experiencing an increased surge of energy, intensified blood circulation and a hot sensation. Aether raised a brow at the log's message but quickly recalled the golden liquid that the previous Dragon Emperor had extracted from a phoenix to rejuvenate his lifespan. Yeah, that makes sense. But this, he turned his gaze toward Talia, who was eagerly sucking him off without a hint of shame, her fiery crimson eyes locked onto him. Watching his every reaction, as if she was savoring the way he writhed under her touch, Aether's lips twitched. She's enjoying this, isn't she? He thought. But to be fair, this wasn't just good. This was fucking incredible. It wasn't about technique. It wasn't just her tongue or her speed. It was the way she made his cock throb with overwhelming heat, the way his body responded as if he was being consumed by raw, primal pleasure. Seeing Aether groan, his body shuddering beneath her touch, Raven's lips twitched violently before she suddenly yanked his head toward her, crashing her lips against his in a deep, desperate kiss. HFFF. Talia's cheeks puffed slightly when she felt Aether's cock pulse against her tongue. Her gaze flickered upward, her eyes narrowing when she saw Aether was completely lost in the kiss with Raven. Her pout deepened. "I was working hard, pervert. Focus on me," she screamed inwardly, frustrated that his attention had strayed. But if he wanted to be distracted, then she'd just have to work even harder. Determined, Talia sucked even deeper, her tongue swirling wickedly around the tip before dragging along his shaft, teasingly slow, drawing every last bit of his focus back to her. At the same time, she pushed her phoenix energy even further, letting it seep into him. Aether's body trembled violently under the intense pleasure, his hands twitching, fingers curling into Raven's waist as he groaned into her mouth. Lucky bastard, one sister greedily sucking his cock, the other passionately sucking his lips. What more could he possibly ask for? Yet, do you like mine? Or my sister's? Darling? Talia suddenly purred, her fingers wrapping tighter around Aether's thick, throbbing cock, stroking him with slow, teasing movements. Her warm breath fanned over his sensitive tip, making his shaft twitch in her grip. A sly smirk curled her lips, her crimson eyes dark with mischief as she tilted her head, watching his reaction. Raven's face twisted into pure fury, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to strangle her sister. "You," she spat, her voice laced with frustration and jealousy. "Me? What?" Talia giggled. Her voice dripping with satisfaction as she leaned in, pressing a soft, lingering kiss against Aether's swollen tip. Her tongue flicked out, circling the sensitive head before she licked up the bead of pre-cum that had gathered there. His cock pulsed violently, jerking in her grip at the contact. That reaction alone made Talia's grin widen, knowing exactly how much her touch affected him. Raven clenched her jaw, her teeth grinding together. Without a second thought, she abruptly pulled away from Aether's lips, her heated glare locked onto Talia. Talia blinked, expecting Raven to lash out at her, perhaps a slap, maybe even a shove. But instead, Raven did something unexpected. She reached forward, grasped Aether's thick shaft, and gobbled it up whole. Hey. What the fuck are you doing? Talia sputtered, caught completely off guard as Raven's lips slid down Aether's cock with practiced ease, taking him deeper into her hot, wet mouth. Raven pulled back just enough to glance up, locking eyes with her sister as she smirked around Aether's cock, her tongue swirling against the underside. "What?" she hummed, her lips still wrapped around his girthy shaft before she slowly slid off him with a lewd pop. She licked her lips, letting her fingers trail along his slick length. "He's my husband, isn't he? That means I have every right to do whatever I want to him. Whenever I want." She emphasized the word husband with a smug grin, making sure Talia understood exactly what she was implying. Talia groaned, her expression twisting into a scowl before her gaze flickered downward. Her lips parted slightly, an idea forming in her mind. Instead of arguing, she leaned in, her hot breath ghosting over his heavy, cum-filled balls before she ran her tongue across the sensitive skin. Aether groaned, his entire body tensing as his balls tightened in her grip. Talia smirked against his sack, enjoying the way he trembled at her touch. She sucked one of his balls into her mouth, rolling it over her tongue, before teasing the other with long, wet licks. The combination of Raven's tight mouth wrapped around his shaft and Talia's sinful tongue lapping at his balls sent Aether over the edge in an instant, and then, Aether came hard. Talia and Raven both gasped as his cock twitched violently before spraying thick, hot ropes of cum into the air. "Kia, what the hell?" They barely had time to react before his seed splattered everywhere, coating Raven's face, streaking across Talia's cheek, dripping onto their clothes, and even landing on the sheets and floor in thick, creamy strands. Raven wiped a glob of his cum from her cheek, frowning as she stared at the sheer amount. "That's a lot." Her brows furrowed slightly. "He's never come this much before." She turned to Talia, whose nose scrunched as she caught the strong, musky scent. "Huff huff." Aether panted heavily, his chest rising and falling as his entire body trembled. That was way too weird feeling. His mind reeled, his body still buzzing from the overwhelming release. He felt drained yet oddly energized at the same time, a strange heat still coiling in his gut. "All right, that's enough," Aether muttered, shaking his head. He needed to stop. This was spiraling out of control. He wasn't even sure what was happening to him anymore. And more importantly, he had things to do. He needed to return to the mansion before someone noticed his absence. Yet, before he could move, Raven suddenly turned around, straddling his face as she huffed. "I'm not letting some little girl win over me," she declared, grinding her soaked panties against his lips. Aether twitched, "And no, I'm not falling for this." He started to protest, but the moment her scent hit him, his mind blanked. The intoxicating scent of her dripping nectar flooded his senses, clouding his mind with raw hunger. His breathing grew heavier, his body betraying him as his cock throbbed with unbearable heat. "Well." His ice-blue eyes darkened with desire as they locked onto her stained ass, her clothes soaked with proof of her arousal. He licked his lips, voice husky with need. "It's not like anyone really cares whether I'm there or not. Right?" Aether muttered before gripping her hips with a possessive hunger. Even though he had claimed this ass countless times, just the sight of it made his cock pulse with renewed desperation. That perfect curve, the way it jiggled with the slightest movement, he would never get enough of it. A woman's body really knows how to control a man, doesn't it? He mused, his breath hitching as he reached out. His fingers trembled as he lifted her skirt, revealing the slick mess between her trembling thighs. His cock twitched in Raven's warm, wet mouth as he took a deep sniff of her soaked panties, inhaling her intoxicating scent like an addict. "Fuck, you're dripping," he growled, voice thick with lust. His fingers traced the damp fabric, feeling the heat radiating from her soaked cunt. Slowly, teasingly, he parted the lace, exposing her swollen, glistening folds. His tongue flicked out, pressing against her slit, tasting the salty sweet essence of her desire. Raven moaned around his cock, her tongue swirling, her lips tightening as his groan vibrated against her pussy. He dragged his tongue up, pressing deeper, savoring her trembling shudders as he fucked her with slow, languid licks. Meanwhile, it took a moment for, "Yuck. You perverted bastard, how dare you paint me with your scent. Disgusting." Talia screamed. Her voice laced with outrage. Yet her expression betrayed her, twisted in sinful bliss, a deep, blissful blush colored her cheeks, her lips trembling as if she was secretly pleased. Something was seriously wrong with these girls. Raven smirked. Stop pretending, Talia. Talia's lips twitched before she suddenly straightened, her expression shifting into one of smug satisfaction. See? I made him come in seconds. You barely managed to keep up, she taunted, shooting Raven a triumphant look. Raven blinked, momentarily taken aback. Her sister's attitude had flipped yet again. First, she acted like Aether had forced her. Then, she shamelessly sucked him off. And now, she was turning this into a competition. All she had to do was admit she liked it. Yet, Raven sighed, shaking her head. At this point, she was more concerned about her sister's mental state than anything else, but before she could dwell on it further, Talia's gaze flickered toward the scene in front of her. Raven's lips wrapped tightly around Aether's cock, her tongue swirling around his sensitive length, while Aether groaned into her dripping pussy, his tongue buried deep inside her heat. The sight made something stir deep inside Talia. A needy, aching sensation between her thighs that made her press her legs together. She wanted that, she wanted his tongue on her. She wanted to be licked. Sucked. Devoured. But, she refused to ask for it. Her pride wouldn't allow it, so instead, continue reading on novel.com. Oh, let's see who can make him come again. Talia declared, her voice filled with competitive fire. Chapter 743, Talia admits her love, Part 4, slurp, lick, The entire room was filled with wet, obscene, erotic sounds as two beautiful women eagerly worshipped the towering cock in front of them. Their tongues slithered around the thick, pulsating shaft, coating it in their warm saliva, teasing every ridge and vein. The vigorous shaft twitched violently, oozing pre-cum, dripping down their lips as they hungrily lapped it up, their eyes filled with lust. Meanwhile, the owner of the throbbing beast, Aether, was drowning in the intoxicating taste of his wife's nectar. His tongue explored every inch of her dripping pussy, swirling around her swollen clit, sucking on it, making Raven tremble above him. His fingers plunged into her slick folds, twisting and curling inside her, flicking that sensitive little bud mercilessly. FSHHTT, Raven shuddered, her breath hitching as Aether's tongue pressed harder against her sweet spot, sending waves of pleasure through her trembling body. She arched her back, grinding her soaked pussy against his greedy mouth. Talia, who was lovingly sucking on his swollen balls, glanced up, watching Raven's blissful, desperate expression. The way her older sister's thick, round ass smothered Aether's face made her flower ache with need. She bit her lip, feeling a deep, jealous itch between her thighs. She wanted that too. She wanted him to devour her, to drink her juices the way he was drinking Raven's. But her sister wasn't letting her have that pleasure, not yet. Raven's plump ass pressed deeper against Aether's face, completely covering him. Talia briefly wondered how he was still breathing beneath her, but the way he groaned and sucked Raven's dripping slit like a starving man told her that he was loving every second of it. His hands groped and squeezed her jiggling cheeks, spreading them apart. Burying himself further into her heat. Ah, yes, Raven moaned as she pulled the thick, glistening cock from her mouth, stroking it with both hands as pleasure hit her. She was supposed to be pleasuring him, yet somehow, she was the one who was losing control. He was overwhelming her, making her body shake with need. She had to make him come before he completely wrecked her. Sensing Raven's body trembling violently, Talia smirked, her tongue teasing the underside of Aether's cock as she cooed, If he makes you come first, then you lose, big sis. Raven's pleasure-drunk expression twitched. What are you talking about? MMWE only agreed that whoever makes him come wins. Not me. Talia grinned, her voice dripping with amusement. New rule: my big sister is too useless to handle her own husband properly. If you come before him, you lose the game. She shrugged playfully, her tone both teasing and wicked. Raven's lips twitched. This brat. She knew exactly what Talia was trying to do. She wanted what Raven was having, but instead of asking, she was provoking her into a competition. Raven narrowed her eyes and furiously took Aether's cock back into her mouth, sucking him with reckless hunger. Talia's smirk faltered slightly as she watched her sister's sudden desperation, but before she could react, Raven's entire body spasmed, her legs trembling uncontrollably before. She climaxed hard, her thighs clamping around Aether's head as her juices gushed onto his tongue. She panted heavily, gasping for breath, unable to continue sucking his cock, her body completely wrecked from the intense orgasm. Aether groaned beneath her, swallowing every drop of her delicious nectar, his tongue greedily lapping up the remnants of her climax. "You lost, bitch," Talia purred smugly, grinning triumphantly. Raven's lips twitched in frustration before she slowly lifted herself off Aether's face, her legs still trembling. "Wait, where is my ass goy?" Aether barely had time to react before Talia suddenly straddled his face, her body burning with embarrassment and excitement. Her face was flushed as she stammered, "Well, you wanted pussy, right? Then take this, you pervert, HMFFF." Aether was momentarily surprised, his view suddenly replaced by Talia's dripping ass pressing against his face. He had been thoroughly enjoying Raven's sweet nectar, and now, suddenly, a new taste was in front of him, something just as intoxicating but uniquely different. Not that he was complaining. Aether inhaled deeply, savoring her womanly scent. Unlike Raven's, Talia's aroma was wilder, needier, dripping with a desperate kind of hunger. His cock twitched violently. "Pervert, don't sniff it like that." Talia whined, her voice a mix of embarrassment and arousal. But her body betrayed her words, her hips instinctively rocked against his lips, rubbing herself on his tongue. Raven, watching from the side, rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Aether smirked against Talia's soaked panties before gripping her thighs and lifting her skirt, revealing the red fabric clinging to her drenched pussy. He took another deep inhale and murmured huskily, "For someone so fierce. You have such a naughty scent." Talia, her face turned a deep shade of crimson, her thighs quivering at his words. "Why, you bastard. I don't have a naughty scent. It's you who has, NNFFFGGGG." Her voice broke into a squeal as Aether's fingers flicked her swollen clit through her soaked panties. Sending an electrifying jolt of pleasure through her, Aether grinned wickedly at her reaction before slowly pulling down her panties, his fingers spreading her plump, trembling ass cheeks apart. He groaned at the sight, her tight, puckered hole clenched shyly, while her soaked little pussy quivered beneath it, framed by a small, neatly trimmed red bush. Aether's cock throbbed with sheer desire. "Don't stare th. Ah." Talia's breath hitched as she felt a warm breeze caress both of her exposed holes, sending shivers up her spine. Her legs gave out, her plush ass fully pressing down onto Aether's face, but he didn't care. He gripped her round cheeks possessively, squeezing them as he admired her. Aether slowly traced his finger down the soft, delicious curve of Talia's ass, following the line of her butt cracks with torturous slowness, his warm breath ghosting over her trembling skin. She shuddered, every nerve in her body tingling with raw anticipation. She needed to suck his cock, her mouth was watering for it, but her body refused to move, locked in place by the overwhelming desire twisting inside her. Then, without warning, Aether's fingertip pressed against her tight little hole, teasing it with slow, circular motions, gently massaging and squeezing as if testing how much she could take. "Pervert. That's not," Talia gasped, her voice faltering as heat flooded her face. But before she could finish, Raven, who had been hungrily sucking on Aether's swollen, heavy balls, lifted her head and giggled, her tongue playfully flicking over the sensitive skin. "He likes both," Raven said with a wicked smirk, her lips glistening with his nectar. Talia's eyes widened in shock, her expression twisting into disbelief. What kind of man would do, Ahan? Her protest shattered into a desperate, needy moan as Aether's tongue suddenly flicked against her drenched, aching pussy, dragging along her swollen folds before diving deep inside her heat. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Novelbin.com. Her teeth clenched, her thighs trembling violently as she fought to hold back her voice. But it was useless. His tongue was relentless, exploring every inch of her, tasting her, devouring her, slurp, lick. It was deep, wet, and sloppy, sending electric jolts straight to her brain. He was drinking her in like he owned her, each flick of his tongue forcing her closer to the edge. Raven smirked knowingly. "Now you understand," she teased, watching her younger sister's desperate attempts to suppress the pleasure that was consuming her. Talia's ass clenched instinctively, her body trying to push away the wicked tongue tormenting her, but Aether wasn't going to let her go. Before she could even react, his strong hands gripped her soft, trembling cheeks, spreading them apart. And then, his thick, wet finger pressed against her tight little asshole and pushed inside, sinking in inch by inch. Nnnggggg, Talia's entire body jerked violently, her back arching as a loud, shameless moan tore from her lips. She had been lying down to take his cock into her mouth, ready to taste him, but the sudden intrusion sent a wild shiver through her, making her flinch and lift her upper body, pushing her pussy even deeper onto Aether's hungry mouth. It's, aha I nay ah ssto stop iam, stop. I am going to, Talia moaned helplessly, her body shaking, her words breaking into incoherent gasps. She wanted to move, to escape this mind-melting pleasure. But Aether's grip was firm, unyielding. He owned her, his tongue latched onto her clit, sucking hard, while his finger twisted inside her asshole, stretching her open, sending wave after wave of unbearable pleasure crashing through her. She was dripping, her juices running down his chin, her breath ragged, her vision hazy, her mind was slipping, drowning in heat, pleasure, lust. Raven snorted, shaking her head in amusement. All talk, but no bite, she mused, watching her little sister crumble, her pride shattering as she moaned like a needy woman. The sight sent a sharp, aching heat straight to Raven's own soaked pussy. Her eyes flicked to Aether's cock, throbbing, pulsing, glistening with nectar. It was so thick, so ready. She licked her lips, her gaze moved to Talia again, watching the way her body trembled, how her mouth hung open, drooling from nothing but Aether's tongue fucking her. Raven smirked. If just his tongue can do this to her, she thought, wrapping her fingers around his thick shaft, feeling the heat, the weight. What will happen when he actually fucks her? Without hesitation, she shifted forward and sank onto Aether's cock, her tight, wet walls stretching around him as she took him in slowly, inch by inch. Ahin, she moaned, her voice thick with pleasure as she buried him deep inside her dripping pussy. Aether groaned loudly. His voice deep, rough, full of hunger. Her flower clenched around him, squeezing, sucking him in, milking him as she started to move, her thick, round ass slamming down onto his thighs with wet, obscene sounds. But even as he was buried inside Raven, he didn't stop licking Talia. No, if anything, he became hungrier, lapping up her juices, sucking on her sensitive folds, devouring her with ruthless precision. Raven let out a breathless giggle, rolling her hips as she rode him. So hard, so deep, she moaned, her pace quickening. Her full breasts bounced beneath her half-removed clothes, teasingly hidden, making it even more erotic. Only upper clothes were left on both women's bodies. She turned her gaze to Talia, who was completely lost, her hips grinding against Aether's mouth on their own, shamelessly begging for more. Talia's mind was gone, nothing else mattered, not her plans, not her sister, not her pride. All she wanted was for Aether to ruin her, and so, she pressed her ass down onto his face, grinding desperately, pushing his tongue deeper, demanding more. Now all she wanted was for this man to eat her out. One sister riding his cock while the other rode his tongue. What more could he ask for? Aether was in heaven. Heck, he wouldn't even mind dying like this, completely drowned in pleasure, buried between two gorgeous women moaning his name. Still, you love me, don't you? Aether suddenly asked as he paused, his hot breath ghosting over Talia's drenched folds before he dragged his tongue along her slit once more. The sudden shift made her shudder, her thighs trembling around his face. Lost in bliss, Talia instinctively nodded. Yes, I love, but just as the words nearly slipped past her lips, her mind snapped back, and she jolted. Oh, of course not. Why, you pervert. Just shut up and eat my pussy, she huffed, her face flushed a deep red as she shamelessly ground her hips against his mouth, smearing her nectar all over his lips. Aether chuckled darkly against her, his warm tongue flicking against her swollen clit just to watch her squirm. Oh, she thought she could get away with that. Not a chance. He had given her as much time as she wanted to sort out her feelings, but now, it was her turn to be honest. Otherwise, tell me. No, Tell your sister that you tried to seduce me, Aether said with a wicked grin, his lips and chin glistening with her nectar. Talia's brows knitted together as she looked down at him, her breath ragged. Ah. What are you talking about? I never seduce, HHNN, her words cut off with a sharp gasp when Aether's slick finger teasingly pushed into her tight, clenching hole. A wicked smirk played on his lips as he pressed deeper, rubbing slow, torturous circles inside her. Tell the truth. He murmured, his voice husky and commanding. Or else, I won't touch this naughty little pussy of yours anymore, Talia whimpered, her thighs twitching, her pride warring with her desperate need. It's not naughty, she whined, her voice high-pitched as she gripped his head with her leg, trying to pull him back where she needed him most. And I never seduced you, you damn pervert. You were the one who, Aether silenced her with another deep stroke of his tongue, his hands gripping her plush ass, kneading it possessively as he sucked hard on her swollen bud. Wrong answer, he murmured against her, the vibrations making her cry out. Talia's body trembled, her nectar soaking his tongue as her resolve melted. She peeked down at him with pleading, teary eyes, her lips trembling. She needed him. Needed his mouth, his tongue, his cock, but Aether only smirked. Chapter 744, Talia Admits Her Love, Part 5, Aether shook his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. Nope. Tell the truth, he ordered as he slowly pumped his hips into Raven's. She was panting heavily, her body doing most of the work, grinding and bouncing on his cock like a woman possessed. Since he was new to this kind of thing, he was still learning how it worked. Even if he had watched countless videos, experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely, handling two women at the same time. He just learning. Yes yes Ethy. Raven's moans were getting louder, her breath hitching as Aether's thick cock drove deeper inside her, stretching her out. Meanwhile, Talia watched, her face flushed, her thighs rubbing together on his face as she bit her lip, seeing her sister's flushed expression, watching Aether's cock disappear inside her pussy while the lewd, wet sounds echoed through the room, made her own pussy throb with unbearable need. Talia whimpered, biting her lower lip harder, pushing her ass onto Aether's face, desperate for attention. But he didn't even touch her. Heck, he had even stopped teasing her asshole. Ether here Raven moaned, her voice trembling with pleasure as she slammed her ass down, taking him deeper. His thick, throbbing cock was stretching her insides deliciously, hitting spots again and again. Talia's face turned a deep shade of red, her chest rising and falling erratically. Am I making that face too? She wondered for a second. But before she could think further, come on, lady, Aether growled, his voice laced with impatience, I don't have time for this. My wonderful, beautiful wife is struggling to move her hips because I'm fucking her too deep. If you're not going to tell the truth, then move aside. I'll just eat my naughty wife's pussy. He shot Raven a wicked wink, making her shiver as her insides tightened around him. Talia gritted her teeth, biting her lip so hard it almost hurt. She knew she was being cornered. If she backed down now, she might never be able to come back from it. Her body trembled, her arousal growing unbearable as she hesitated before finally stammering, since you're forcing me, slap, hikkk, Aether's palm landed sharply on her plump ass, making it jiggle. A smug grin curled his lips. Tell her the truth, Talia gasped, her entire body jolting. Her face turned a shade of crimson so deep it almost looked feverish. The shame, the thrill, the heat coursing through her, it was too much. She clenched her thighs together, feeling her pussy leak even more. Her voice trembled as she nodded furiously. Why yeah, that's it. Find more to read at novelbin.com. Aether's smirk widened. Without another word, he leaned in and dragged his tongue along her drenched slit, teasing her, making her squirm. Then, with a sudden hunger, he latched onto her pussy and sucked. Fuck finally, Talia moaned, her legs shaking as pleasure shot up her spine. Tell everything, Aether murmured against her clit, his voice vibrating through her pussy as he sucked harder. Don't speak, tell her, slap, hikkk, slap, no, slap, Talia's voice cracked as her body convulsed. She was leaking uncontrollably, her pussy dripping onto Aether's tongue as he devoured her like a man starved. His tongue thrust deep, licking, teasing, exploring every inch while his hands firmly gripped her ass. Tell her you love me. Tell her you seduced me with this filthy little pussy of yours, Aether growled possessively as he slipped a finger inside her, curling it to find her most sensitive spot. Talia's body stiffened. She was close, so damn close. Her insides clenched around his fingers, her entire being trembling. She didn't want it to stop. And yet, slap, ah yes yes. Why yes, sister, I fucking seduced him. Talia finally broke. She leaned forward, her nails digging into Raven's shoulders as she clung to her. I seduced him, sister, I seduced him, I wanted high AAA, I wanted him so bad. That's why, I didn't mean to hurt you, but I love this peeper HNNF Ervert, I am sorry, Talia sobbed between her moans. Pleasure and guilt crashing over her in waves, Aether chuckled darkly against her pussy. This was the first time he had seen someone crying while completely overwhelmed with pleasure, and damn, her nectar tasted divine. He licked her greedily, enjoying how different both sisters tasted, Raven, sweet and intoxicating, and Talia, rich and utterly addictive. Raven, still bouncing on his cock, let out a soft, breathless laugh. She reached down, cupping her sister's face, her thumb brushing away the tears as she kissed her forehead. It's fine. Talia. I love this, I love us. More than anything, Raven whispered, her voice dripping with affection. Talia's eyes widened in shock. Aether stopped sucking for a brief moment, letting them have their moment, even though Raven was still grinding down on his cock, milking him without pause. Why you don't hate me? Raven shook her head, gently stroking her sister's hair. Didn't I tell you before? I'll never hate you. No matter what. She kissed Talia's forehead again, a rare, tender smile gracing her lips, a rare one since she mostly wore a stoic expression. Talia's lips trembled, tears welling up again, but this time, they weren't from guilt. They were from happiness. She had a wonderful big sister. I love you, big sis. She whispered, her voice barely audible. Raven pulled her head close, wrapping her arms around her, softly patting her head. Of course. I love you too. Aether watched them with a satisfied smirk before his gaze dropped to Talia's drenched pussy. Well, let's finish this properly, he thought as he grabbed her ass, yanking her hips closer to his face before burying his tongue deep inside her once more. Raven gasped as she felt his cock twitch inside her. She knew what was coming. You're about to come, she panted, her hips instinctively moving faster, desperate to milk him dry. Pervert. I'm talking to my sister Talia whimpered, but her weak protests quickly crumbled into desperate, needy moans as Aether's tongue worked its sinful magic on her. Every flick, every swirl of his hot, wet tongue sent electric jolts of pleasure surging through her trembling body, her inside spasmed uncontrollably, her stomach twisting with unbearable heat as her thighs pressed tighter around his head, her fingers clutched at Raven's clothes for support as the pleasure inside her coiled impossibly tight, her breathing became erratic, her moans turned ragged, her eyes widened as she clung to her sister, and then, splash, splash. Aether groaned as Talia's sweet, intoxicating nectar gushed onto his face, drenching his lips, his chin, and his entire mouth. He drank her in, his tongue hungrily lapping up every drop of her delicious juices. Swirling and sucking as if he couldn't get enough, Talia's thighs trembled violently, her back arching as she let out another helpless cry, her mind melting into pure, mind-numbing bliss. At the same time, Aether's cock twitched violently inside Raven's dripping pussy. With a deep, guttural growl, he buried himself to the hilt, his thick shaft throbbing before releasing hot, thick spurts of cum deep inside her. Raven shuddered, her hands gripping his back as wave after wave of searing pleasure washed over her. She could feel every pulse, every twitch as Aether filled her, his molten essence pouring into her womb, coating her insides in unbearable warmth. Their moans mixed together, the room thick with the scent of sex, sweat, and raw lust. Talia lay limp against Raven's chest, her soft, plump ass still resting on Aether's face. His tongue, however, refused to stop. It lazily swirled, teasing and flicking against her oversensitive, swollen bud. He sucked greedily, pulling her clit between his lips, refusing to let go. Talia twitched violently, her body jerking with aftershocks. And no stop. I can't. Her words were nothing but broken whimpers as he continued to torment her with relentless, wet kisses. After a few moments, heavy pants filled the air, their bodies still burning, skin flushed with lingering heat. Raven groaned, her legs weak as she slowly lifted herself off Aether's cock. The moment she moved, a thick, lewd string of cum stretched between her pussy lips, his hot seed dripping in obscene amounts. A sticky mess coated her thighs, oozing out as she shivered. She sucked in a deep breath, her fingers dipping between her folds to spread the mixture of his cum and her own essence, her stomach twisting with delight at how much he had given her. This is too much. You came so deep. It won't stop leaking out. Raven breathed, her voice sultry and raw, her body still tingling with pleasure. Aether let out a deep chuckle, even he was surprised by the sheer amount of thick, white cum still flowing out of Raven. His eyes trailed down, watching the slow drip between her thighs, the way her slit was still parted and slick from their intense session. Talia, witnessing everything up close, turned a deep, heated shade of red. This pervert. It's too much, she stammered, her heart pounding as her gaze flickered between Aether's still hard cock and the obscene mess pouring out of her sister. She swallowed hard. That shouldn't be possible, there is something wrong with you. Talia blushed heavily, her breath hitching as she stared at him. She knew men usually calmed down after 1 or 2 rounds, yet this bastard only seemed to grow even more eager with each session. Her heart pounded as a sinful thought crept into her mind. Was he really going to fuck her sister for 4 whole days? Just like her sister. The mere idea sent a shiver down her spine, making her thighs press together instinctively. When she glanced down at her drenched pussy, her blush deepened. And maybe when we're alone, she thought, biting her lip. She didn't want to lose her first time while her sister was with them. She wanted to savor every inch of him, to experience every sensation, every thrust, every kiss. When she finally gave herself to him, she knew she was playing with fire, but the temptation was too strong. Maybe. Just this once. She should be a little selfish. Be big, sis. Why don't you go and rest? While we. You know, her voice trembled as she spoke, her words trailing off in breathless embarrassment. Her face burned pure crimson. Raven chuckled, watching her sister with knowing amusement. Of course, she understood exactly what Talia was thinking. As much as she loved seeing her sister's flustered expressions, she also knew when to step back. So, with a smirk, she nodded. However, Aether shook his head. As much as I'd love to spend time with you, you should know, I'm already out of time. Talia's expression immediately fell. Why you don't leave? Before she could finish her sentence, Aether silenced her with a deep, possessive kiss. His tongue slipped past her lips, dominating her, tasting her, swallowing her soft, breathless whimpers as he kissed her harder, deeper. His fingers slipped between her legs, brushing against her slick folds, teasing her, making her gasp against his mouth. When he pulled away, a thin string of saliva connected their lips, glistening in the dim light. He rested his forehead against hers and whispered, "It's not that. I just don't want us to have only a few hours together." His voice rumbled against her skin as his fingers curled, pressing against her throbbing clit. "I want to take my time. To taste every inch of you." His thumbs circled her clit, making her jolt, her legs trembling. "I want more than just 4 days, Talia." "My dear," fierce Talia. Then, without warning, he bit her neck, hard, making her let out a sharp gasp. Talia gasped, her entire body shuddering at the sensation. Her cheeks turned a furious shade of red. More than 4 days. Are you insane?" Her voice trembled with shock, yet her eyes gleamed with unmistakable excitement as if she was just as eager to test those limits. Aether chuckled. He knew exactly what she wanted, but then, more than my sister. Talia suddenly grinned, her face lighting up with pure bliss as she covered it with her hands, overwhelmed by her own thoughts. More than 4 days. Maybe a whole month. Is he insane? I knew he was a pervert, but a month? Oh my God, I need to prepare for that. Her mind was already racing, planning everything she would do, which, of course, completely pissed off Raven. She shot a glare at her husband, who only coughed awkwardly before deciding to escape the situation. Well, ladies, Aether said with a teasing smirk, why don't we take a bath together? His shameless wink made both sisters flush instantly. They knew exactly what he meant. Talia let out a shriek and jumped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Why, you pervert! Can't you control yourself? She scolded, yet, her hands deliberately stroked his cock. Aether raised an eyebrow. I wonder who the real pervert is here, he murmured before reaching out and pulling Raven along as well. Then, just as he stepped off the bed, squeeze, squeeze. Aether muttered, blinking in confusion. His foot had landed on something unexpectedly soft and warm. He looked down, and his blood ran cold. There, lying on the floor, was Emberlyn, the sister's mother. Her entire face was burning red, her hands covering her eyes in utter mortification. And his foot was pressing directly against her stomach. Instantly, Aether's rock-hard cock, once standing proud like an unshakable magic tower, shriveled into a pathetic inch in an instant, going completely limp as if some divine force cast on this cursed monster. Talia and Raven gawked, their eyes widening in pure shock. Nope, not about their mother, rather, whoa, they exclaimed. They both stared, completely fascinated and utterly shocked at Aether's cock. How did you do that? Maybe he can turn it off and on at will, they murmured as if this discovery was far more important than the fact that their own mother had just fucking witnessed everything. Meanwhile, Aether's entire body tensed with horror, his face pale as he stared at the woman beneath him and had only one response, what the fuck? Chapter 745, Mother-in-law's Thoughts and Awkwardness, Part 1. Emberlyn always slept beside her daughters. Even though she didn't necessarily want to, her daughters would always plead with her to sleep beside them so they could feel safe and happy. And though she often sighed in resignation, she could never bring herself to refuse them. However, no matter how much she doted on her daughters, she could not bring herself to sleep on the same bed as the Emperor. He was, after all, her son-in-law. And though he was now part of the family, she still respected him deeply, so deeply, in fact, that she instinctively maintained a certain distance, and so, as always, she chose to sleep on the floor, right beside the bed. But today, something shattered that routine. When she found her Emperor lying motionless on the ground, her heart nearly stopped. A wave of terror surged through her, but before panic could fully set in, she quickly knelt beside him, her fingers pressing against his chest, searching, hoping, until she finally felt it, a faint, fragile heartbeat. Her body sagged in relief. But there was no time to waste. She and her daughter rushed to care for him, lifting him with difficulty and taking him to his room. Just as they settled him down, her other daughter walked in. The moment her eyes landed on Aether's still form, her face drained of color. It was like a domino effect. Fear and tears spread through them like wildfire. But Emberlyn, as the eldest and as their mother, forced herself to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, she reached out, gently pulling both her daughters into her arms. "Shoo, my darlings," she whispered soothingly, her voice steady despite the pounding in her chest. "He will be fine. You have to believe that," whether it was her voice, her warmth, or something else entirely, the tension in the air gradually eased. And just as she had assured them, Aether's body slowly regained its color. Both sisters sighed in unison, the weight of fear lifting from their shoulders. Once the panic subsided, they sat together, discussing the important event, and more specifically, what one of her daughters had done to cause it. Hours passed in whispered conversation, and eventually, exhaustion pulled them back towards sleep, and, just as usual, Emberlyn moved to her usual spot on the floor. It had become such a deeply ingrained habit that she didn't even think twice about it. Her mattress was always there, waiting for her. So she simply lay down, closed her eyes, and let herself rest, until everything spiraled out of control. What the fuck? A sudden, sharp shout pierced the silence, jolting Emberlyn awake. Her entire body tensed as her orange eyes shot open. Just as she was about to sit up and check on her Emperor, Aether, husband, before Emberlyn could react, her daughters sprang forward, practically launching themselves at him as they collapsed into his embrace, their cries muffled against his chest. She blinked, then sighed, a small, fond smile tugging at her lips. Well, I suppose that's to be expected. Rather than interrupting them, she decided to wait. She had spent years raising her daughters, she knew when to step in and when to let them have their moment. And so, she simply lay back on her mattress, resting her head against the pillow, listening. For a moment, the room was filled with nothing but soft sobs and murmured reassurances. But then, it seems. My little sister is in love with you, one of her daughters stated, completely deadpan. Emberlin's lips twitched. She barely managed to stifle a chuckle, quickly covering her mouth. Instead of stepping in, she decided to observe. That's a second mistake. Oh. This is getting interesting. She knew her daughters well, knew their personalities, their quirks, their tendencies, but this was an unexpected development. She was curious to see where this would lead, when her eldest daughter spoke next. Her voice was clear, firm, possessive. He is mine. And I am his. Emberlin's eyes narrowed in amusement. Oh my, now that was unexpected. She had never, in all her years, heard her daughter sound so territorial. Foo, my daughter has grown into such a fine woman. That's it, my dear, fight for your love, she thought proudly, resisting the urge to openly cheer, even if the opponent was none other than her other daughter, Aether. But then, the atmosphere shifted, a sudden, noticeable change in tone. The sound of rustling fabric. The unmistakable, wet press of lips meeting lips. Emberlin's breath hitched. Wait a minute, she froze, feeling an odd sense of second-hand embarrassment creeping up her spine. But she told herself to remain calm. This was just her daughter expressing her love for her husband. She softly giggled before deciding to announce her presence. She was just about to lift her upper body to give them a surprise when, this is how a woman shows her love to her man. Emberlin barely had time to register the words before she saw it. Her eldest daughter's hands moved downward, gripping Aether's waistband, pulling. Emberlin gasped, and immediately flopped back down onto her mattress, eyes squeezed shut. Nope. Not my problem. She lay there completely still, hoping, praying, that she could somehow erase the last few seconds from her memory. Her face turned pale, not because she had glimpsed something dangerous. Well, maybe a little, but more importantly, because she feared she might anger her emperor. The very thought sent a chill down her spine. Raven, you shouldn't be doing that in front of others. Emberlin screamed inwardly, pressing a hand over her mouth as she tried to calm her racing nerves. The situation had escalated far too quickly, spiraling out of control before she even had the chance to react. She knew she needed to leave, yet when she glanced at the door, she found it tightly locked. Opening it now would only draw attention and alert everyone to her presence, and that was the last thing she wanted. And maybe I should just wait for a second, she reasoned, trying to convince herself. I'm sure Raven is just teasing her sister, trying to push her to be more honest instead of complaining so much. She tried to calm herself, but the way things were unfolding made it difficult. Read new chapters at my virtual library empire, SLRRPPPP. The wet sound of sucking and moaning echoed through the room. Emberlin didn't flinch. She didn't blush, nor did she feel any sense of embarrassment or tingling excitement. She simply lay there, waiting for Raven to finish whatever she was doing. This is taking longer than I expected, she thought with a slight frown, wondering why her daughter was taking so long to calm a man. Maybe she's not as skilled as I thought. If this is just to make Talia more truthful, then why is it dragging on for so long? You want it? Emberlin blinked in surprise. That tone. Raven sounded rather amused, almost as if she was enjoying this little game of hers far more than she should. It looks like she doesn't mind sharing her sister with him, Emberlin mused, raising an eyebrow at the thought. She wasn't particularly shocked. It wasn't uncommon for emperors, especially powerful ones, to have large harems. A competent ruler naturally attracted many women, but it was rare for an emperor to take multiple women from the same family. After all, most emperors sought to have children with different dragon tribes, hoping to discover which lineage produced the strongest heirs. That said, Emberlin had no issue with it, if her daughters were happy, and if her emperor continued proving himself to be more capable than any ruler she had ever known, then she wouldn't mind in the slightest. As long as their relationship was built on trust, mutual desire, and respect, she would support them without hesitation. A soft smile graced her lips as she thought about how her rowdy daughters were finally settling down. She had raised them to be strong, and to make their own choices, and it seemed they had grown into fine women who knew what they wanted. Our daughters have grown into such fine women, she thought proudly. Strong, determined, and unafraid to fight for what they want. That's my girls, but that didn't change the fact that she was still trapped in an incredibly awkward situation. She was lying on the floor, pretending to be asleep, while a very heated exchange was happening right next to her. She wanted to leave, but there was no way to escape unnoticed. Then why not leave this place? Emberlin's eyes widened slightly. Now that took her aback, but then, she quickly understood, Raven wasn't actually serious, she was just pushing Talia, trying to force her to be honest about her feelings. But even so, it was a dangerous gamble. Emberlin couldn't help but worry. This is going too far. She knew her younger daughter's personality well. Instead of accepting her feelings, she would rather run away. If Talia thought there was even the slightest chance that her emotions would be exposed, she would escape before admitting anything. Emberlin sighed inwardly, already feeling pity for her younger daughter. Just say the truth, you idiot, she screamed in her head, hoping, praying, that this whole mess could resolve itself without any unnecessary drama. But then, why you pervert, Talia snapped, her voice filled with frustration and flustered embarrassment. Instead of acknowledging her feelings, she had done the worst possible thing. She doubled down and made it even worse. Emberlin softly peeked and saw something dangerous that nearly groaned out loud. Sigh. I cannot believe that idiot just did that. You kissed me, touched me, did whatever you wanted. Don't you think it's only fair I do what I want before I leave? Hearing that, Emberlin's disappointment grew even deeper, her lips pressed into a thin line. This is getting ridiculous. She wanted to knock some sense into her younger daughter. It was so obvious what was happening, yet Talia insisted on making things worse for herself. Emberlin could only lie there, trapped in her spot, forced to listen as the situation continued to spiral out of control. This was not how she had expected her day to go. Chapter 746, Mother-in-law's Thoughts and Awkwardness, Part 2. Now it was the younger daughter who was sucking the Emperor's shaft. Emberlin felt like she was trapped in an increasingly hellish situation. She desperately wanted to run away, but her body felt frozen as if the reality of what was happening was too much to bear. Did they really forget about me? Emberlin wondered for a brief moment, her heart sinking as she questioned whether her daughters truly had forgotten her presence. She sighed deeply, face-palming herself in regret. She should have stayed in her room, where she was safe. Instead, here she was, unable to leave because of her own curiosity. She should have just announced her presence, but no, she had to stay hidden and listen to the terrible, intimate conversation unfolding before her. Curiosity kills the cat. Well, I suppose I deserve this for sneaking upon them, Emberlin thought to herself bitterly. But her thoughts were quickly interrupted when, the Emperor groaned, and Emberlin's attention snapped back to the scene before her. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise as she noticed how her younger daughter seemed to be making the Emperor groan faster than her elder sister had. That's not what I expected, she thought, feeling an unexpected sense of pride for her younger daughter. She couldn't help but nod to herself, impressed. Then, Emberlin's face turned red as she heard the words escape her younger daughter's mouth. Do you like mine? Or my sister's? Darling, Emberlin face-palmed herself in disbelief. Was she an idiot? Asking something like that? Emberlin thought, her disappointment growing. What could have possibly possessed her daughter to ask such a question at such a crucial, delicate moment? What if the Emperor gets annoyed by her completely inappropriate behavior? Sigh, what the hell is wrong with her? Emberlin clenched her fists in frustration. Just shut your mouth and enjoy the honor of being in the Emperor's harem. You were chosen, for heaven's sake. Emberlin gritted her teeth. To dragons, it was a mark of pride to be part of the Emperor's harem. Any woman would consider herself fortunate. But instead, here they were, complaining and comparing. That could only lead to the Emperor's wrath. In some cases, other emperors had even killed women for disrupting their private moments. Yet, to Emberlin's surprise, the Emperor simply scoffed, unbothered, as though her daughter's words were nothing amusing to him. She marveled at his calmness. He was remarkable. Emberlin's chest swelled with a small but proud sense of admiration for her emperor, her son-in-law, she reminded herself. Little did Emberlin know, the emperor was enjoying the situation far more than she realized. He wasn't going to speak when everything was falling on its own. He wasn't an idiot to lose that offer. For now, his silence was deliberate, as two women got closer to him, but that didn't seem to be the case with her elder daughter, who appeared to have reached her limit. She took matters into her own hands, an expression of irritation clear on her face as she dealt with the situation, and now, both of them were engaged in the same act, sucking his shaft. Emberlin weakly smiled, the situation becoming even more overwhelming than before. Just let me out, she thought, her expression one of resignation. She hoped, no, prayed, that nothing more would happen, but, of course, things only seemed to escalate. Ah, Kia, what the hell? Emberlin's eyes widened as she saw white nectar spray through the air. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire. Without thinking, she immediately covered her face, feeling the heat of the situation intensifying around her. She couldn't bear to look anymore. Her body went still as she lay motionless as if her very soul had left her, hoping for the ordeal to end quickly. She remained frozen until they finally finished, but it was even hotter than she could have ever imagined. Emberlin just wanted to run. She was not a pervert, and she certainly wasn't enjoying this. It wasn't her fault. The situation had spiraled far beyond her control. She now feared that stopping them might provoke the wrath of the emperor himself. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Emberlin thought, why not just slip under the bed and wait for it to end? As soon as they finish, I can sneak away, and they'll never even know I was here. It seemed like the perfect plan, but then, she noticed something. Under the bed, there was already someone there. Emberlin glanced to her right through her fingers, her gaze falling upon a pure white snake. It coiled gracefully and peacefully, lying in the midst of this heated scene. It appeared unfazed as if it had witnessed such events before. The snake, Snowflake, was particularly close to the emperor, but to Emberlin, it looked like a dangerous monster, ready to devour anyone who dared approach, especially the sight of the shimmering, rainbow-colored arcane crystal, its glow sending a cold shiver down her spine. Emberlin had never seen anything like it in her life. The sight of it alone gripped her with an overwhelming sense of fear. So she decided to lie there covering her eyes, and once everything seemed to end, her emperor's foot landed on her stomach as it squeezed down. Squeeze, squeeze. Her emperor muttered as he looked at her. Her entire face turned pure crimson red as she covered her face with her hands, unable to even see her emperor. She desperately wanted to shout that she wasn't a pervert and that it was a mistake, but no words came out. It felt like everything had lodged itself in her throat. Even worse, her daughters reacted like this. How did you do that? Maybe he can turn it off and on at will. Emberlin's face turned even redder, as though there was no more color left to flush across her skin. I'm so sorry, she screamed inwardly, her heart racing with humiliation, and her emperor, as expected, he shouted, "What the fuck?" before disappearing into the bathroom, leaving Raven and Talia behind. Where did he go? Talia blinked, glancing around in confusion. Raven frowned, clearly not concerned about her mother's embarrassment, as she walked past her toward the bathroom. Something began to drip between her legs. Wait for me, Talia cried out. Running after Raven, leaving Emberlin behind, their poor mother was racked with such deep shame that her daughters didn't even bat an eye at her distress. I want to die, Emberlin screamed, her face still burning with humiliation as she dashed out of the room, hoping to escape the unbearable situation. Snowflake, who had been watching everything unfold with cold indifference, snorted, "Bad master. Seducing everyone," she complained. Chapter 747, He cannot face his mother-in-law anymore. It was all Aether's mistake. To be honest, he should have been more aware of his surroundings before acting recklessly, especially when he was surrounded by such stunning beauties. His judgment had completely slipped, and now he was paying the price for it. He had already suffered unbearable humiliation when Emberlin saw him naked before. And now this. This was simply too much for his pure heart to endure. He had played with her daughters right before her very eyes. That was, without a doubt, the most repulsive and outrageous thing he had ever done, and yet, Aether looked ahead, his gaze settling on the orange-haired woman kneeling before him. She bowed her head so low that it was nearly touching the ground as she spoke in a trembling voice, "Please forgive this insolent one, Your Majesty." Aether furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze toward Raven and Talia, who were both looking away, deliberately avoiding his eyes as if they refused to acknowledge the situation, because those two knew damn well that this was entirely their fault. They should have warned him about their mother beforehand. "Tisk, why the hell didn't you tell him?" Talia leaned in and whispered to Raven, her tone laced with frustration. Raven shrugged nonchalantly, whispering back, "I totally forgot about that." Her expression was surprisingly honest. But in reality, she had been too caught up in lust to remember such a crucial detail. Initially, she had been worried, but after things escalated, her mind had been too clouded with pleasure to process anything else. Raven narrowed her eyes at Talia. "And what about you?" Talia coughed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had completely forgotten as well, their poor mother, but still, it's not that big of a deal. Talia huffed, crossing her arms as she glanced at Aether, acting as if nothing major had happened. Aether was taken aback. "Not a big deal?" He stared at her, his thoughts instantly turning chaotic. What the actual fuck is she talking about? Her mother had seen everything, literally everything, and yet she was acting like it was nothing more than a trivial incident. Raven sighed and started explaining, "There's really nothing unusual about this, Aether. You see, dragons." Before she could finish, Aether raised his hand, cutting her off. I know. Dragons don't feel shame, and they practically flaunt their bodies with pride." "Isn't that what you're about to say?" Both Raven and Talia exchanged a quick glance before nodding in unison. Aether exhaled a long, deep sigh. He already knew all of this, he had read about it countless times in books. For dragons, the body was simply a creation of nature, something to be embraced, not hidden. Nudity held no significance to them. Heck, he even saw a few male and female dragons walking nakedly in some local corner villages during his traveling to the summit. Hell, thousands of years ago, they had walked around completely naked without a shred of shame. To them, the body was a divine gift from the gods, nothing more, nothing less, that was all, and yet, his mother-in-law hadn't just seen him naked. But, fuck. Aether clenched his jaw, his body tensing as shame washed over him like a tidal wave. He knew he was making a bigger deal out of this than necessary, but damn it, this was humiliating. Aether took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Well, what's done is done. No point dwelling on it now. After steadying himself, he looked at Emberlyn and spoke, "Let's just forget this ever happened." Emberlyn blinked, then slowly raised her head. Her gaze meeting his. Aether was wearing an awkward smile, a clear sign that he didn't want to drag this conversation any further. Emberlyn studied him for a moment before giving a soft smile and nodding, "As you wish, Your Majesty." "I will forget it." However, just as relief started to settle in, her face suddenly turned deathly pale. Aether immediately frowned. "What now?" Emberlyn hesitated, then shakily reached into her pocket, pulling something out. Her fingers trembled as she slowly uncurled them, revealing ashes. Aether frowned, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of what he was looking at. Emberlyn's hands quivered as she stammered, It's. Gulp. "It's your mask, Your Majesty. Please forgive me." She dropped to the ground again, bowing even lower than before. Aether blinked, staring at the ashes in stunned silence. The memory of Dora's sly, mischievous grin instantly flashed through his mind. He sighed. "It's fine, but," I said, "it's fine." His voice took on a sharp, authoritative edge. Emberlyn flinched, her head snapping up as she nodded furiously like a startled woodpecker. Even though he had told her it was fine, her face remained pale, as if she still feared that he was secretly furious but holding back because of her daughters. Aether shifted his gaze to Emberlyn, who was still trembling slightly. He let out another sigh. "It seems like she's never going to act normal around me like the others do," he thought with a bit of frustration. He had genuinely believed that Emberlyn would eventually grow comfortable with him. But even after all this time, she was still so stiff and uneasy in his presence. Aether slowly leaned back in his chair, exhaling as he motioned for everyone to take a seat. He wanted to discuss something important, and as expected, Emberlyn hesitated at first, but since it was a direct order from him, she had no choice but to comply, reluctantly sitting down with a stiff posture, as if still unsure whether she should really be there. Anyway, the Empire's situation is still far from over. Aether said, his sharp gaze scanning the trio before continuing, now that the Empire has officially joined us, I have no doubt that others will try to take advantage of this opportunity. They might attempt to cross our borders, disrupt the balance of our lands, or worse, engage in illegal activities that could endanger our people. That is why I want Talia to take charge of this matter and handle border security from now on. His voice carried both authority and expectation. His gaze shifted to Talia, watching her reaction closely. Talia paused for a moment, tapping her fingers on the table as she considered his words. If it's about the borders, then that means fights. And a lot of them. A grin slowly crept across her lips as excitement flickered in her eyes. Many powerful individuals would undoubtedly make their way to test their luck or cause trouble, and that meant only one thing: she would get to crush them. Clenching her fists, she smirked. Well, I don't mind taking on the job of protecting the borders, she admitted, her tone dripping with confidence. But I'm just Raven's sister. She hesitated for a brief moment, then subtly glanced at Aether before shifting her gaze toward her mother. It was almost as if she was silently asking for permission or confirming something with her eyes. Aether chuckled inwardly, understanding her intentions all too well. Without wasting another moment, he turned to Emberlyn, straightened up, and, to everyone's surprise, slightly bowed his head before speaking in a deep, sincere voice. My name is Aether, and with the deepest respect and sincerity, I stand before you today to ask for the hand of your second daughter, Talia Crimsonclaw. Or Pyra Noirix. As my lifelong partner, bound together from this day forward, KKKKKYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Before Emberlyn could even process the weight of his words, Talia let out a high-pitched scream of pure excitement, her entire face flushing bright red as if she had just won the ultimate prize. With her fists clenched tight, she triumphantly threw her hands toward the sky. Her joy bursting out in a way that made the entire room shake with her energy. Emberlyn sighed deeply, shaking her head at her daughter's exaggerated reaction. However, despite her daughter's over-the-top response, a soft, warm smile formed on her lips as she respectfully bowed her head toward Aether. Please raise your head, I am just nobody. To be honest, I am more than happy to give her to you, Your Majesty. Please take care of my daughters and cherish them always. KKYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY, once again, Talia screamed in pure delight, this time slapping Raven's shoulder repeatedly in her overwhelming excitement. Raven, at first, smiled at her sister's enthusiasm. But as the slap started getting more forceful, her expression darkened, and she glared at Talia with barely concealed irritation. Cough, cough. Talia quickly cleared her throat, suddenly realizing she was getting carried away. Her face was still flushed as she awkwardly lowered her head, trying to play it cool. That settles it, then, Aether said with a grin, his eyes locking onto Talia. Talia snorted, crossing her arms as she muttered under her breath, pervert, though she could not hide the undeniable joy gleaming in her eyes and the faintest smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Aether shook his head. He would make sure to properly show her the true meaning of being a pervert at another time. For now, he turned his attention to Raven. His expression soft yet serious. I assume Liars has taught you most of the political affairs and how to manage diplomatic negotiations, correct? Raven nodded firmly without hesitation. Good. Then, as the Empress of this empire, you will meet with Empress Marisandra Nyadya to discuss border regulations, trade routes, transportation, goods, and services. We are preparing to open our economy to the outside world, and we shall begin by testing our partnership with their empire. Raven nodded again, this time with even more determination, clenching her fist as if sealing her resolve. Wait. I'm going with her. Talia immediately interjected, her voice sharp and filled with sudden urgency. Emberlyn frowned at her daughter's outburst. What are, but before she could finish, Aether interrupted, turning to Talia with mild curiosity. Do you, like Marisandra Nyadya, find exclusive stories on my virtual library empire? Talia grinned widely, her eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement. Who wouldn't? Come on, Aether, you should already know. She killed 2 chosen ones. And more importantly, her voice grew even more animated, her enthusiasm reaching new heights. She's just a blank card holder. I've never seen or even heard of a blank card holder managing to take down 2 chosen ones. That's insane. Of course, I'd want to meet someone that powerful. She practically radiated admiration. Her entire demeanor resembling that of a fangirl obsessed with her idol. Aether blinked slowly, watching her with a blank expression. Don't tell me. This was the real reason they so easily invaded our empire in the previous timeline. The thought alone made him feel like coughing up blood. If Talia had been too distracted fangirling over Marisandra rather than focusing on actual border defense, then it all suddenly made a disturbing amount of sense. He sighed deeply, rubbing his temple. He definitely needed to rethink putting Talia in charge of border security. Maybe I should just let the LACKEY'S oversee that instead, he thought, before shifting his gaze to Emberlyn. I know I'm putting a lot on your plate, he admitted softly, his voice carrying a rare trace of guilt. Emberlyn immediately shook her head. It's fine. More than anything, I am happy to be of service to you, Your Majesty. Nothing would bring me greater joy. Aether gave her a small nod of appreciation before adding, then please take care of my lovely idiots. Idiots? How dare you call us idiots? Both Raven and Talia gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief as they felt thoroughly offended. They were not idiots. Aether, however, ignored them, focusing solely on Emberlyn as he continued, try to clarify the amount of new leg. His words trailed off when he noticed something, a small sticky-like substance caught in Emberlyn's orange hair. His face immediately turned pale. Your Majesty. Emberlyn tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. She wondered why he had suddenly stopped talking and why his expression had changed so drastically. Aether snapped to attention, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on her hair with growing horror. Emberlyn flinched as Aether moved closer, and an even deeper wave of fear washed over her when he raised his hand toward her. Is he finally going to punish me for my actions? She thought desperately, tightly closing her eyes in fear, bracing herself for what she assumed would be a strike. But to her surprise, she felt a soft hand gently graze her hair instead. Emberlyn blinked, her heart still racing from the fright. Aether awkwardly chuckled, trying to ease the tension. Dust. Yes, dust, he said quickly, and in one swift motion, he clenched his fingers into a tight fist, burning whatever had been in his palm. Emberlyn was left stunned for a moment. Just dust. He's too kind. He's still trying to take care of me and my dog, she thought, feeling a warm sense of gratitude towards him. However, before she could fully finish it, she heard a loud, obnoxious voice. It's just his jizz that's stuck in your hair. Talia laughed loudly, her voice still laced with the excitement of earlier confession. It must have been when I sucked his balls, and he came like a bucket, spraying everywhere. Ahaha. All because me, she added with a wicked wink, teasing Aether in a way that made his stomach churn. Aether's face turned a deep shade of horror. Did she really just say that? His mind screamed in disbelief, his entire body frozen as he turned his head mechanically toward her, only to see Emberlyn's face turn an alarming shade of crimson before she turned and bolted out of the room, running away in utter humiliation. Raven slapped her sister on the back of the head, clearly exasperated. You shouldn't have said, came like a bucket, in front of our mother. Aether's lips twitched. She shouldn't have said anything at all, you idiots, he shouted, just when he thought he was beginning to understand the extent of their shamelessness. It had somehow escalated to an entirely new, overwhelming level. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, they still didn't understand what they did as they just speaking with each other as if nothing happened. Aether was at a loss for how to face his mother-in-law after that. He felt completely drained, his mind spiraling as he tried to figure out how to salvage the situation. Just then, Your Majesty, LACKEY'S voice suddenly echoed from the palace gates, loud and urgent. Aether let out a long, exhausted sigh. What now? He muttered to himself. Give him a break. Chapter 748, Strange Trees. A tree. Raven frowned, her sharp eyes narrowing as she stared at the tree before her. It looks like a normal one, but why does it feel so strange? Talia muttered, her tone carrying a hint of unease as her fingers gently traced the rough bark of the tree's trunk. You said this appeared everywhere, right? Emberlyn asked, her brows furrowing as she crossed her arms. Dracares nodded, yes, these trees have sprouted all over the funnels we built around the Empire. A tense silence followed as everyone gazed at the massive tree that had suddenly emerged within the funnel, an intricate structure designed to collect flames that once strengthened the Emperor, their savior, but now, it wasn't just a single funnel affected. Multiple funnels across the Empire had mysteriously given rise to these bizarre, unfamiliar trees. Are you watching this, husband? Raven telepathically asked, a small spider-like robot perched on her shoulder, transmitting the live feed directly to Aether. Back in the palace, Aether sat on his throne, his ice-blue eyes darkening as he studied the footage. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest, his face unreadable. Aether stared blankly at the tree as if recalling something distant, something he had seen before. Isn't that the same tree I saw back then? He muttered inwardly. A fragmented memory surfaced, an image, no, a painting etched onto the walls of that old haunted mansion, the very place where he, Helena, and Ashera had been trapped. That's eerily similar, Aether murmured, his gaze sharpening. The tree's structure, the pattern of its leaves, every detail matched the image in his mind. His fingers clenched slightly. Log, do you know anything about this? He asked inwardly, seeking answers. His log didn't respond. Aether's lips curled into a grimace. So, that means it's something important, and I have to figure it out on my own, huh? He sighed, rubbing his temple. Ding, affirmative. You're really starting to understand me. Grinning face with sweat, Aether exhaled sharply, unamused. Why trees? What's the meaning behind this? He scoured his memory for any clue, any mention of such a phenomenon. But aside from that old wall painting, he had never encountered or even heard of trees like these before. He telepathically reached out to Raven, asked Dracares if he has ever seen anything like this before, / Raven turned to Dracares, have you ever seen these kinds of trees in your life? Dracares frowned, shaking his head. No. Never. This is the first time I've laid eyes on something like this. Raven clicked her tongue in frustration. TCH. She telepathically relayed his response to Aether. Even Dracares has no clue. Could these trees be a threat? Aether's response was swift. I have no idea. If you guys are so scared over a tree, why don't we just cut it down and see what happens? Talia suddenly suggested. Rolling her shoulders. Her voice was nonchalant, almost playful, as she unsheathed her sharp claws. Talia, wait, too late. With a single powerful swing, her claws slashed clean through the trunk. Thud, the massive tree toppled over, crashing onto the ground. What the hell? Are you an idiot? Emberlyn shouted. Without hesitation, she grabbed Talia's ear and pinched it hard. Oh ouch. Wait, Mom. I was just trying to help. Ow, help. Emberlyn's grip tightened. What if cutting it down triggered something dangerous? Did you even think about that? Her tone was sharp enough to make even Dracares glance away. Talia gave an awkward laugh, rubbing her ear. Why yeah. I guess that was a possibility. She turned back toward the fallen tree, only to freeze. The tree was withering. Before their very eyes, the once thriving tree shriveled up, its leaves turning brittle, its trunk collapsing inward as if it were aging centuries in mere seconds. Everyone tensed. Dracares instantly erected a barrier around the tree, his body poised for any incoming threat. Seconds passed. Nothing happened. The tree had simply withered away. Talia let out a long breath, wiping imaginary sweat off her forehead. Phew, almost had a heart attack there. Emberlyn's lips twitched. Oh, she was definitely disciplining her daughter later. Where's the Emperor? Liars. Who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. Her tone was curious rather than worried. Didn't he come? They didn't need Aether for everything, of course. But with something this unusual happening right after the two empires had united, it would have been better if he had seen it firsthand. Talia and Raven both exchanged glances before awkwardly looking at their mother. Their faces turned red with embarrassment. Emberlyn, avoiding their gazes, quickly crossed her arms. "There's no need to trouble the Emperor with every little thing," she said, clearing her throat. "We need to prove ourselves. We can't keep depending on him for everything." Liars immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly. He already saved the Empire and upheld our pride. We can't keep running to him for help. We need to show that we're capable on our own." Her eyes sparkled with determination. Emberlyn's blush deepened as she averted her gaze. Why yeah, she felt a pang of guilt. Because the real reason Aether wasn't here was because she had burned his mask, and now he couldn't come out in public. Drakkhae's cleared his throat before speaking. "Anyway, if it can be cut down, I might as well order the soldiers to," but before he could finish his sentence, a strange, stretching sound echoed through the air. It wasn't deafening, but it was loud enough for those standing near the fallen tree to hear clearly. Sending a shiver down their spines, everyone instinctively turned toward the source. The severed base of the tree pulsed, almost as if it was alive. Then, without warning, roots began twisting and shifting, moving unnaturally in a way no ordinary tree should. The mass of roots convulsed, reforming and intertwining at an unnatural speed. Before a new tree emerged right before their eyes. It sprouted from the same spot, growing rapidly, thickening, and stretching upward in mere seconds. When it finally stopped, it stood tall, identical to the one that had just been cut down, as if nothing had ever happened. The sight left everyone momentarily frozen. Aether, watching from the palace through the transmitted feed, felt his frown deepen. Talia's playful expression had long vanished. Her claws twitched as she took a step forward, her voice serious. "Maybe we should burn this thing. I don't have a good feeling about it. Something about it feels unnatural. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire." Raven, however, immediately shook her head. "No. We shouldn't touch it again. Not until we understand what we're dealing with." Her voice was firm, brooking no argument. Everyone exchanged glances before reluctantly nodding in agreement. The new tree was slightly larger than the first, yet its structure and leaves remained the same. That eerie similarity only made it feel more unnatural, as if something was watching them through it. Maybe we should make sure no one gets close to this thing," Emberlyn muttered, her brows furrowing in concern. "We don't know if it spreads or worse, if it reacts to something." No one disagreed. It was decided. They would leave for now. Drakkhae's would ensure that the citizens were warned to keep their distance, and no one would dare approach it. But unknown to them, deep beneath the Empire's foundation, something else was stirring. At the Empire's base, the enormous, dark roots that held the entire floating empire in place suddenly shifted. Not the large, thick roots themselves, but from within them, something began to grow. Thin roots. Hundreds of them. To be honest, these roots were far from tiny when compared to the massive, thick roots that stretched nearly 1 kilometer each in thickness. Of course, such a quantity of roots was necessary to hold the entire empire in place, given the sheer size and weight of the structure. But in comparison to those gargantuan roots, these newer ones appeared small and delicate, almost insignificant. Yet, these tiny roots swiftly penetrated the empire's base, especially the hole that Aether and his group created. Moving through them with unnerving speed, the hole in the foundation provided the perfect path for them to spread, each root twisting and worming its way through the hundreds of meticulously constructed tunnels that seemed to have been created by someone. They moved as if they had a will of their own, like worms traveling through their tunnels, searching for something. And then, just as quickly as they had started, the roots reached the surface of the empire. They gathered together, transforming into a single, full tree in a manner that felt almost magical. Those were the trees that Raven and others investigated, but they didn't see other thing. Those newly formed trees' roots seemed to act with purpose, spreading and twisting deeper into the ground. Crack, a slight fracture appeared in the surface, so delicate that it could easily be overlooked. From that tiny crack, a small bud emerged. Unlike the parent tree, this bud didn't grow into anything large. Instead, it was a small, fragile sprout with only 2 tiny leaves, swaying gently in the air. The sight was eerie, every single tree in the vicinity seemed to be dancing, their leaves fluttering in the breeze as though they were alive. After giving a few instructions to Raven, Talia, Emberlin, and Dracares, Aether made his exit from the Empire. He teleported back to the Naiadae Empire, straight to his room. Sigh. Aether exhaled deeply as he entered the room, his mind still swirling with thoughts of the strange trees. He immediately activated his Nightfire illusion magic before stepping out of his room, and just as he opened the door, "Why you?" Aether flinched. Startled by the unexpected voice, standing in front of him was Zara. Her face weary and disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. She looked dangerous, her red eyes blazing with something far more intense than mere fatigue. Aether blinked in surprise. What happened to her? He wondered, but before he could say a word, Zara reached out and, smack, she knocked him on the head. What the hell? Chapter 749, Why Not Zara Serpahine? Zara Seraphine, a black-haired, deep black-eyed, absolutely stunning mature woman with an insanely motherly personality, the kind of woman any man would dream of having as his wife, a true waifu material. And yet, for some reason, Aether didn't feel the usual tingling sensation he always felt around other mature women, that strange pull, that raw, instinctive attraction he had toward the opposite sex, whether they were older or younger. As long as they were women, something inside him always stirred. It wasn't just lust, it was an undeniable magnetism, and no, before anyone judged him, he was not a pedophile, young, in his mind, meant well-developed, mentally, physically, emotionally. You know, a woman who had grown into her own, someone refined, mature in her own way. So, as usual, he casually sighted/ogled them all, without a hint of hesitation, letting his gaze glide over their faces. Their figures, their everything, just like any normal man, and no, there was nothing wrong with that. Not every glance was lecherous. After all, a lecherous gaze was when a man looked at a woman in a purely sexual way, picturing filthy things in his mind, practically panting like a dog in heat. That was different. That was the kind of stare that crossed boundaries, the one that made women uncomfortable, but not every man did that. Still, somehow, it was always the men, anyway, admiring a woman, whether it was sighting, ogling, or just plain appreciating, was something pure at its core. It wasn't about lust but an instinctive reaction buried deep within a man's soul. Something that awakened whenever he laid eyes on any woman. It was admiration, it was a silent, unspoken devotion, her silky, sweet hair, a cascade of softness he wanted to run his fingers through every single day, her beautiful face, a vision he longed to wake up to each morning and gaze at all day, her beautiful smile, a smile so radiant it could brighten even the darkest corners of his life, her soft, delicate neck, a perfect spot where he longed to leave his mark, claiming her as his own, her luscious breasts, the perfect pillows to lay his head on, where he could rest for eternity, enveloped in warmth and comfort, her smooth abdomen, a sacred place where life itself could begin. A promise of a future shared between them alone, her sacred flower, a heaven meant only for him, where pleasure and intimacy intertwined, binding them together in ways beyond words, her round buttocks, a place he really want to slap, to worship with both tenderness and desire, her soft thighs, the perfect sanctuary where a man could rest his head, spilling secrets and telling stories only meant for her ears, and finally, her heart, the one place he longed to claim for himself, to hold and cherish for all eternity. That was how a real man ogled at a woman, and sure, there were certain places, like her buttocks, her flower, her abdomen, that a man would only think about after earning her approval. That was what separated admiration from sheer lust, and if any man claimed he never ogled a woman's body, never felt that primal appreciation, then there were only two explanations: either he was fucking gay, or he was a fucking lying bastard that no real man wanted to be friends with. Now, back to Aether. For some unknown reason, this bastard wasn't feeling any of these emotions towards Zara. Not even a flicker. Instead, all he felt around her was awkwardness. And, what the hell, shyness. Why? He had no clue, even if he tried to look at her in a lecherous way, forcing himself to feel something, anything, there was just nothing. no spark, no magnetic pull. No overwhelming desire to claim her as his own. What the fuck was wrong with him, some might say. Maybe it's because she's a mother, but then, what about Leora Darkfawn? She was the mother of Kaelin, and yet. Aether loved her, and oh. He adored her. He craved her in ways that went beyond simple attraction. Every time he saw her, his instinct screamed at him to mark her, to drench her in his scent, to claim every inch of her until there wasn't a single place left untouched and hug her tightly before sleeping on her busty boobs. So no, it wasn't about Zara being a mother, then. Maybe it was because Zara was Celine's mother, but if that were the case, then what about Melisandre Naiadia? Aether had liked Melisandre first, then her daughter, and yet, he still loved them both. Or rather, he loved watching their arrogance and superiority slowly crumble before his grand technique, watching their pride dissolve until all that remained was raw submission, the way Melisandre acted all high and mighty, only for that confidence to shatter the moment he turned aggressive. It was addictive. That adorable reaction, the way her entire demeanor shifted, the way she trembled, it was something he craved to see again and again, and those eyes. Fuck. He loves them. To be honest, he wanted those only to look at him, not anyone. So was it because he liked Zara's daughter first? Was that the reason why he felt nothing? Then what about Melona Zephyr? To be honest, he never had any intention of forming anything between them, regardless of the circumstances. Whether he was forced into a situation or not, he didn't want to take advantage of Melona's emotions, and he especially didn't want to hurt Arya. However, that time, he had almost lost himself. He had almost kissed Melona. Why? Because of their connection, their eternal seal, now called the Seal of Eternal, bound them in ways that were difficult to describe. Through it, he could feel her emotions just as vividly as his own, her happiness, her nervous excitement, her deep longing, her silent sadness, her unwavering love. All of it bled into him, overwhelming his mind, and making it hard to think clearly. That was why, for a brief moment, he had faltered. That was why he had nearly lost control. That was why, against his better judgment, he had started to see Melona as something more than just a mother-in-law. So then, what the hell was it? What was stopping him from feeling anything for Zara? What was different this time? To be completely honest, he had no idea. No matter how much he tried, he just couldn't bring himself to see her in that way. It didn't make any sense. She was the perfect woman, strong, graceful, endlessly caring. If he put in even the slightest effort, she would undoubtedly do anything for him. She was the kind of woman any man would kill to have by his side. And yet, there was no spark. Hell, Aether, who was into mature women, had felt that undeniable spark with so many younger others. Stella, Celine, Aquilina, Leah, Helena, Raven, still not adding her to the older category, Talia, even Nightfire. Each of them had drawn him in with their charm, their beauty, their irresistible presence, their interesting lovable personality, that spark, that overwhelming need to possess them, to make their radiant, love-filled smiles belong to him and only him. It had always been there, and yet, with Zara, the very woman who was punishing him right now, there was nothing. Not even a flicker of interest, nothing. What? Go on, brat. Zara snorted, her voice sharp with irritation as she washed her tired, disheveled face. Her glare bore into Aether, who was currently doing sit-ups as part of his punishment. Why? Because, how dare you run away from home? Zara snapped, her tone filled with a mixture of exhaustion and frustration. She splashed water onto her face again as if the cool sensation could somehow wash away her stress. She had been running around for almost a full day without rest, without food, searching for him non-stop, and this little shit had the audacity to sit there, looking completely unfazed. Well, don't you dare speak right now. Do 100 more sit-ups. Zara barked, rubbing her damp face with a towel before collapsing onto a nearby chair. She crossed her arms tightly, watching over his punishment with an unyielding expression. Her sharp eyes tracked his movements as she started counting under her breath. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. 5, 6, 7. Aether, of course, wasn't struggling in the slightest. A mere 100 sit-ups meant absolutely nothing to him. If he wanted to, he could do thousands within seconds without breaking a sweat. But right now, he had to maintain his act as a little servant, and more importantly. Zara was crying, yes, she was fucking crying, she tried to hide it, but he noticed everything. The redness in her eyes, the way she refused to meet his gaze, the subtle tremble of her lips as she continued counting. She had even washed her face again, using the water as an excuse, pretending that any stray tears were nothing more than droplets clinging to her skin. What an amazing woman she was, and yet, Aether still didn't feel the spark, because, no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried to see her differently, she fucking sees me as a child rather than a man. Aether screamed internally, watching her crying like a mother who almost lost her child. Chapter 750, Getting Slapped for First Time. Zara was searching for Aether, not just for an hour or two, she had been searching for him for nearly an entire day without rest, without food, not that she actually needed those things. She could absorb arcane energy to refresh herself for a day, but that wasn't the issue was that she wasn't just searching, she was worried, no, beyond worried, her mind was a chaotic mess, filled with every possible worst-case scenario. What if the slave mark started blinking? What if something truly dangerous had happened to him? The more she searched, the more restless she became. Her thoughts spiraled into panic, and the fear of what she might find was eating away at her sanity. And after all that? After spending nearly a whole day frantically searching for him, she found him in his room. Without a care in the world, she was beyond furious. Annoyed, angry, and overwhelmed, that's why she was punishing him. 45, 46, 47. She blankly muttered, her tone flat, yet her emotions seething beneath the surface, as Aether struggled through his sit-ups, his face twisted in pain. She watched him through the corner of her eye, taking in his strained expression. It should have softened her, but instead, she snorted, crossing her arms and looking away. 48, 49, she continued without a hint of sympathy. Aether inwardly sighed. The sit-ups weren't the problem. He could handle hundreds of them without breaking a sweat. The real issue was that he needed a way to calm her down. Zara wasn't just pissed, she was on the verge of crying, and that was something he had no clue how to deal with. Come on, Aether, think. Do your usual. He screamed inwardly, desperately trying to summon his legendary Riz. But this opponent was different, stronger, scarier. He had never faced a challenge like this before. Miss Zara. I can't, please. It's too hard, Aether groaned, his voice cracking as he let his body tremble, his legs visibly shaking from exhaustion. Sweat trickled down his forehead, making him look utterly helpless. Zara's stern expression faltered for a split second. Just a second. But then she sighed, rubbing her temple as if she were dealing with a troublesome child. Fine. You can relax. The moment those words left her lips, Aether collapsed onto his butt, panting dramatically, as if he had just run a marathon. He wiped the sweat from his forehead for added effect before sneaking a glance at Zara. Are you angry by any chance? Why would I be angry? Zara said as she stared at the wall instead of looking at Aether while answering. Yeah, she's mad. Definitely mad. Aether muttered inwardly, he didn't expect this. Of all things, he never expected Zara to be out there searching for him in the middle of a crisis. The world was falling apart. The empire on the verge of collapse, life and death were uncertain. And yet, instead of focusing on survival, she had been looking for him, a slave. That hit differently. Due to the empire's situation, Aether hadn't left his clone behind as a substitute. He knew something unpredictable could happen, and he needed to be ready for anything dangerous. He had assumed that no one would even notice his absence during such chaos. And for the most part, he had been right. Kai didn't give a damn, like usual. Velk. Too busy fangirling over Vector's greatness, but Zara had been the only one, so, when he finally arrived and got caught, the only excuse he could come up with was, he had tried to run away. Aether let out a slow breath before inching closer to Zara. He needed to say something. Anything, Madame Zara. I really am sorry, he said gently, but Zara simply turned to the other side, crossing her legs and huffing, making it clear she wasn't going to make this easy for him. Aether sighed inwardly before reaching out and taking her hand. She didn't pull away. That was a good sign. I didn't mean to worry you, he said softly, his fingers brushing against hers. It's just, the world is falling apart. I was scared. I thought, if I was going to die, I wanted to at least feel free before that happened. His voice grew quieter with pain and sadness, not knowing he was playing two sisters. Zara's heart clenched at his words. Her frustration melted in an instant, replaced by something deeper, something raw. Without hesitation, she pulled him into her arms, hugging him tightly. Why, you idiot, she stammered, holding him as if she could shield him from everything. Do you have any idea how worried I was, brat? Aether stiffened, awkwardly twitching under her embrace as she poured her emotions out. I know. I know you feel betrayed, she whispered, her voice shaking. You don't trust anyone. You don't want to believe in people anymore. But I really worried about you, brat. How could you just leave without saying a word to me? Huh? Her breath hitched, her nose twitching as if she were holding back tears. Aether swallowed hard, guilt and fear appeared. But, he still didn't feel any spark toward her. Sensing his silence, Zara blinked, realization dawning in her eyes. I see. She murmured, her grip loosening. Gently, she pushed him away from her embrace, her face suddenly unreadable. I'm sorry, she said, her voice quieter now. Aether raised an eyebrow, confused by her sudden shift. Zara took a slow breath before continuing. That day, when you needed me more than anything. I left. She looked down, pressing her lips together as if the words physically hurt to say. I know I left that day. I know I betrayed you. But. Her lips parted, then closed again. Hesitation flickering in her eyes, she wanted to tell him. She wanted to tell the truth about Delphine's vision, but could she? Nope, that's something Delphine's secret that could not be said to others. Aether, hearing her words, let out a soft sigh before replying, it's fine. I'm not angry with you at all. Not even a little. Zara shook her head, a weak smile tugging at her lips. You might not realize this, but that day, you looked at me with such painful eyes, she murmured, her voice trembling slightly. I can still remember it, Aether. Those eyes. They trusted me. They believed I would protect them. And yet. I left them behind. I turned away to protect something more important. Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. Aether blinked. He knew what she did wasn't wrong. She had done it for her family. Even though he was close to her, her family had to come first. That's how a mother should be. It was natural, instinctive, undeniable, so he wasn't blaming her. Not even for a second. Zara let out a weak chuckle, saying sorry won't bring back what we lost, but, it's all I can offer now. If you really don't want to talk to me, I'll accept that. And don't worry about your freedom, since that old bastard is dead, it won't take much effort to knock some sense into the remaining idiots running the show. She smiled weakly, her fingers gently ruffling his hair. Her touch unusually tender, as if saying, I will take care of everything. Aether stared at her, studying her expression closely. She was looking at him like he was her child, and that was the fucking problem here. Aether gritted his teeth inwardly before tightening his grip on her hand. His voice softened, almost trembling with emotion, as he said, I could never hate you. No matter what happened. No matter what you did, I know you did it for this family. You were just trying to protect them, even if it meant hurting me. Zara's eyes widened slightly before lowering, her fingers twitching in his grasp. You've grown well, Aether. Her voice cracked as she smiled through the tears welling in her eyes. I'm happy. Her lips quivered as if she wanted to say more but held herself back, but then, Aether hesitated for a moment before leaning closer, his cheeks growing noticeably pink. And I didn't run away, to be honest. His voice was quiet, almost nervous. I left because there was something I needed to find before I lost it forever. Zara tilted her head, amused by his sudden shyness. Oh. And what exactly was that? She asked, her curiosity growing as she noticed the deepening blush on his face. Well. Aether hesitated, but before he could overthink, Zara reached forward, grabbing his collar and pulling him even closer, her teasing smile never fading. Tell me pretty please, she purred, winking at him playfully. Aether swallowed hard. I wanted to give something before disaster struck. I didn't want to die with regrets. Zara's grin widened, sensing something interesting brewing. Oh. And who was it for? Aether averted his eyes, his heart pounding. His acting was really good. Come on, Aether. Zara coaxed, nudging him with a smirk. Well, the person I love, he finally admitted, his voice barely above a whisper, but it carried weight, raw and unfiltered. Oh. Zara raised an eyebrow, mild surprise flickering across her face, though she had already suspected the answer. Smirking, she leaned closer and slyly asked. For Celine? Aether blinked, his face shifting into pure confusion. Celine. Of course not, huh? Zara was taken aback. Aether's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he suddenly burst out, FF for you, Madame Zara. The moment the words left his lips, he immediately covered his face in sheer embarrassment, his fingers gripping his cheeks as if trying to push the heat away. Kill me now. Aether screamed inwardly, feeling like he was acting like some blushing maiden in a romance novel. Zara blinked, completely stunned before a slow, sly smile crept across her face. And then, she laughed, ahahaha. How adorable, she cooed, her voice dripping with amusement. For me? Really? You love me? That's so cute. Aether. She leaned in without hesitation, raining playful kisses all over his flustered face. I love you too. Choo choo choo. However, Aether suddenly pushed her back, his expression shifting in an instant. His playful embarrassment was gone, replaced by something much deeper. No. Not that kind of love, he said, his tone low, firm, and deadly serious. It sent a ripple of surprise through Zara, making her pause for the first time. She had never seen this look on his face before. The brief silence that followed felt heavier than it should have, and then, taking advantage of the stunned moment, Aether leaned in without hesitation, and softly pressed his lips against hers. It wasn't just a kiss. It was his answer. When he pulled back, his face was burning red, but his eyes didn't waver. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried everything he felt. I love you. Like this, Zara sat frozen, her mind completely blank, struggling to process what had just happened. Then, her face contorted into a mixture of shock, confusion, and sheer disbelief. And then, slap.